100 pounds, break you up and bring you down. When you ain't looking, I'm gonna hit you like 100 pounds, break you up and bring you down. When you ain't looking, I'm gonna hit you like 100 pounds, break you up and bring you down. Like a cold-hearted killer, I'm gonna cut you down. Like a cold-hearted killer,
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and U.S. Air Force.
Good morning and welcome to the final day here of ESL Masters, the Swiss groups. Everyone's 2-2. You win, you move on. You lose, you go home. But luckily, at least not until the end of the day, Roddy and I, we're just going to stick right here. None of us have to go home because, Roddy, we kind of already are.
Yes, that is kind of how it goes in this day in HBL. I'm very excited for this day. Needless to say, I think yesterday we had a good day. We had a fun day. It was kind of funny. I was just zoning out and I was going over the broadcast a little bit and taking a look at some of the fights we had yesterday. So like, oh my god, it's like 4 minutes to go. Like I'm not ready at all. I still have to run upstairs, do my hair. But today is obviously an exciting day because it's very simple, right? You win. You advance, you make it into the playoffs, you lose, and it all ends here. So it's not hard for anyone to follow. Every single best of 3 truly matters. They always do. But today they do a whole lot more than on the other days because win, and you have a whole lot to play for next week. You lose, well, you can go on an early holiday and get ready for the next season of the ESL Masters.
Yeah, certainly. But for now, you're right. You win, you move on. And this first matchup, I think it's going to be one that is maybe a little bit surprising to people. At least the fact that MeomaikA is still here, that he is not qualified in thus far. Because on the one hand, we can judge MeomaikA on his merits and say, you know, he's a good Zerg, but maybe he's not the best, whatever. But he is also the king of SEA. And he has been, I mean, he had a good run at Katowice in 2022. I mean, he has been, I want to say he has an outside influence in StarCraft based on his just kind of baseline skill level. So I think for a lot of people just saying, wow, this MeomaikA guy, he has this cool timings, finding out that he is here on the final day and he has been at the brink of elimination for a while now, is going to be maybe a bit surprising.
Yes, I get what you're saying, but on the other hand, I'm not that surprised because the Chinese region is just good in this day and age, man. Like, it really has stepped up their game. I think Oliveira has inspired a whole lot of nerds. Like, if it was Oliveira or Coffee on the final day, I'd be like, whoa, okay, that's kind of wild. But besides that, I feel like a lot of these Protoss guys are just good, especially Firefly, who's also playing today. That perhaps surprises me even a little bit more. If I see him take down a man like Raynor, at least on one map, but he looks damn good doing it, I'm like, if you are that good, then you should probably qualify in one of the first 3 or 4 play days. Like MeomaikA, I love him. He's a super likable guy, and I think it's very cool that he still plays his own blend of StarCraft. But it's always going to be a bit hit or miss, right? Because the meta is the meta for a reason. It's because it's very good to play like that. And if you play completely off meta, your results are often going to be a little bit inconsistent. And I honestly think it says more about the other players in this region than it says about MeomaikA. Like, it's not that Meo underperformed. I just think that the guys he's gone up against so far are all very good. And him losing to Coffee did not surprise me. Losing to Jaishi, maybe that was close coming into it, but we casted the games together yesterday, mate. Jaishi just looked better.
That he did. But there is one thing that is like a shot of coffee in ESL Masters, and that is our sponsors. Blizzard, Monster Energy, the U.S. Air Force, and of course ESL Shop are allowing us to make this event happen. So seriously, thank you so much for them to do that. And if you want to go, and you want to go attend an offline event in Sweden in the middle of summer, watch some StarCraft, attend some other stuff, tickets are now on sale for DreamHack Summer, for ESL Masters Summer in Jonkoping, Sweden. If you go to dreamhack.com/summer/tickets and use the code StarCraft, you'll get 20% off, which is not bad. Again, everything we talked about, Sweden in the summer, an awesome DreamHack event, ESL Masters Land. It's a good deal. But Roddy, as we move on here, we've been talking about MeomaikA and XY. We should, of course, take a moment and also just look at where the rest of the standings are here. We know it's a lot of 2-2, but there are only 3 players that can advance on out of this. It's nice. MeomaikA, Firefly, Oriana, XY, or SCV. 6 players, 3 best of 3s that we're going to have today. We talked about how MeomaikA may be or may not be a bit of a surprise, depending on how well or how highly you rank the Chinese region and where kind of you think MeomaikA stands. And you pointed out Firefly as this other player who we really think might have qualified early. Anyone else that kind of you have on this list of, okay, they should be up by now?
Maybe not so much, but for me, the one standout performance in this entire group really has been Haas, man. Like, I did not expect Haas to be done after just 4 play days. I figured there was a universe where he makes it, because obviously he's always good, he's dangerous, and one thing that the man does have is that clutch factor. He knows how to win, he knows how to close out games in a simple manner, but I actually rated quite a few players coming into this group slightly stronger and more well-rounded than Haas. But for me, Haas is the standout performance. Cyan and Jaishi being done, not surprising. Coffee and Oliveira, that's not surprising at all, because those 2 Chinese Terrans are incredibly good. But Haas, for me, I think he deserves all the kudos. Because, for instance, Nice, he's still battling today. And if you would have told me one of the 2 Taiwanese dudes is done in play day 4, I'd be like, yeah, that's probably Nice. Because Nice is just damn good, often a little bit underrated. But actually, I think Haas really has the standout performance in this group stage.
Yeah, that's fair. Although he has always been one of these players that loses to literally anyone, but also beats pretty much anyone. I mean, he was the one loss that Onside Gaming had in the WTO regular season last year off of a weird charge lot. I forget exactly what it was, but some sort of weird charge lot timing against Solar, and then he did something else as well. And he actually didn't even allow Onside Gaming to go to the ace match because his teammates did well enough. So it's fun. All right, whenever you see Haas play, of course, Nice, kind of maybe a bit more on the other side, on the macro side. But we do get to watch the probably the Zerg Haas from the SEA, the new Asia region coming in here today in MeomaikA. Again, one of XY and MeomaikA, they will stay home. They're done out of the tournament after this best of 3, but one will qualify into the round of 8 here in ESL Masters, the Asian region. And in fact, Roddy, we're ready to go. Game number 1, it's all loaded up. It's here, and we're going to get in to game 1.
Let's do it then, Bio. In the top right side, you are showing us the beautiful main base of the man that is representing Invictus Gaming. He's been around for a long time. I think he's a damn solid macro-oriented Terran, and I would give him the edge here, actually. I think he comes in as a minor favorite. Invictus Gaming's XY.
And the bottom left in the blue, he went for a 12 pool, or excuse me, an early pool, not quite a 12 pool. The man of madness, at least the Zerg version, for Team Gozu, MeomaikA.
The 12 pool would have been very wild. Like, we know the 12 pool is pretty solid, even as a macro build against Protoss, but against the Terran, I don't see it very often, and that would have been very committed. Now, Mio going pool first with a gas that goes down at 113, so the gas is not ultra early, that's pretty standard, even for the hedge first builds. If anything, it's a few seconds later than we often see it, but this could just lead into a couple of early roaches, right? If I think of MeomaikA in this matchup, you mentioned yesterday someone similar like Bly, and I think that was a very good comparison, because I just feel that these guys, they're always going to struggle a little bit more in TVZ than they are in the other matchups, or ZVT from their perspective, just because it's so hard to cheese a Terran, right? The standard Terran openings in general are very safe, unless they just don't scout at all and they don't see something happening until it shows up at their front door. But most of the time, Terran has a couple of quick early units moving around the map that can give them the heads up. So then you're kind of forced to play standard. But if that's not your cup of tea, that obviously means that this matchup is going to be more difficult than the other two.
Yeah, and part of the problem, of course, is the standard Terran opener, right? You're going to get a barracks, a factory, a starport. They give you so many early, powerful defensive tools, Banshees and Cyclones and things that kind of directly counter a lot of Zerg aggression. Yes, you can go for it, and if you're, say, Dark, for example, you're maybe dropping a proxy hatch in this matchup. That being said, and by the way, I do apologize for the little bit of stuttering we're seeing right now. Apparently, my connection to Singapore is not as nice as it would like to be, but it's not affecting the players, so we're okay there. But anyway, you have these openers, you have Cyclones, you have Banshees, you have these things that they kill roaches. I mean, they annihilate them. So if you're going to do something like that, you have to hope that A, the Terran player is playing greedy and maybe doing something a bit interesting. And honestly, Roddy, even if we're looking at a 3CC play, from the perspective of a roach timing, that's not all that greedy because you will have a starport done and you will likely have a tech lab on it. So Banshee's a pretty common follow-up here. And even the 3CC play doesn't necessarily enable any sort of early roach aggression.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. That's why I don't think it would be very wise of Mio to go for that. Maybe if he's got one special aggressive build that he believes in, let's do it on a Babylon or something, right? That's already a very difficult map. I think Mio's going to have to play straight up here. What is funny, by the way, is that we kick things off with a TVZ, because today I really hope that you guys at home like the aliens, because we're going to have a whole bunch of games with Protoss and not too many Zergs and Terrans. There will be a couple. But today is basically National Protoss Day, as we do have the lair on the way and the Roach Warren going down on the side of MeomaikA. If I see Mio build a Roach Warren and a somewhat quick lair, I immediately start thinking Queen, Ling, Roach, Nidus, but obviously that does not have to be the play. He can just go for some sort of a nice 1-1 Roach timing or a lot of Roaches and Ravages down the line.
Yeah, certainly. But if this is going to be Nidus play, he has kept both of his Overlords alive. He's got one on the left side. That's not the Nidus Overlord, but he's got one outside of the main base that he can kind of squeak in on the right side. And I was about to say that XY does not have vision on the right side of his base, but he's moved a couple Marines over there now, so that's fine. But there we go. Roaches now starting to get made, but there is actually no wall in the natural, so the Lings, they're going to get a little bit of something here. Get one SCV, nice scout. See that there are 4 Hellions on the map, and you know, Roddy, that shouldn't surprise anyone all that much, but it is just nice confirmation. Okay, my opponent's not doing some sort of weird 2-on-1 out of this. You know, you might even expect them to be moving out on the map at this point, depending on what version of the 2-1-1 that is. But XY's not doing that. He is he's at least shown, not his entire hand, but he's shown the Jack of Clubs out of his hand.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a bit confused by the amount of units that MeomaikA made right now, as the Roaches are just going to be greeted by the Banshee in the center of the map. The Lings were way ahead of the rest of the pack, and they're obviously not going to get a whole lot done. If Mio wants to scare his opponent here, I'm sure that he's putting a little bit of fear into him, but this is really just not going to get a whole lot done. XY clearly is playing the player here. He's not playing the same way as I think he would play against any other Zerg. He has played very safe with the Zerglings. Maybe he's done some analysis. I think back of some of the games I recently casted of MeomaikA against Baby Marine, where Baby Marine just kept moving out with the first few units, and Mio just has run by after run by, completely destroying his economy. But you can see that if that doesn't happen and we are not able to get the damage done, I think it's going to be a lot more difficult. Now, Mio has done a good job in droning up, though. I want to give him kudos for that. That is not the place that I would recommend any Zerg to build the evolution chambers, but who am I, Mio?
Jean Valjean? Rotterdam? Not Mio, though. That is for sure. I don't know that anyone is Mio other than Mio, as he builds a bunch of Hydras here. We do have Overseers, so these Banshees actually, they did a great job defensively, but they will get taken down now. So XY loses out on some of his map control. But Roddy, before he gets upgrades, is this going to be double attack upgrades, which I would never consider right against Bioterran? But it is me. Okay, never mind. He's not going to go that weird. It's going to be Carapace. It's going to be ranged upgrades most likely. And this is Mio, in part, just getting really quickly into Hydraling Bane-ish. Except, actually, I'm sorry, there's no Baneliness. So, Hydraling. There we go.
Well, Roach Hydra, maybe? Like Roach Ling Hydra? It's a little bit confusing, but that's kind of what we expected from MeomaikA. What I do think he was really hoping for, though, is XY to just go for certain early move-outs with not too many units, right? I feel like that is always what these Zergs hope for, where they can just kind of overrun the Terran, because the Terran is making a push that is great against the greedy Zerg, but not so great against the Zerg that makes a lot of battle units early on. Well, XY is playing very passive, very defensive, but I really don't hate it, as we have a couple of Hellions just making it into a middle line. The units were a little bit out of position. There is no drone pool, and I guess we can sort of get away with that, right? As only 5 drones have gone down in the end. That wasn't too bad. Well done by Mio. That doesn't change the fact that I think he's in trouble, man. Like, I want to see where this goes. Do we drop an infestation pit? Okay, now we drop a Baling Nest already. Because we can't just make a couple of Roaches and Hydras and expect to defeat a Terran that's above 150 supply with 1-1 bio and tank, right?
I mean, I guess this is safety Hydras. I don't really know. Again, this is just a weird... It seems like this is just a weird way to get into Hydraling Bane. You know, you get some safety Roaches, you put pressure on. Maybe MeomaikA is playing to his reputation, right? He ran those Lings and Roaches across the map. He did force XY to stay home. I mean, look at what XY is doing right now. He is really turtled up here. He's got his Banshee tries to find his way. He gets a couple drones. Very nice. The Overseer is a little bit trailing behind. He is so turtled up here. He had 2 bunkers in the natural. He kept one of them. He's got all these supply depots outside of his tanks. He does not want to die here. And in doing so, technically, this unlocks so much for MeomaikA. He can get up to 7 bases if he wants. He has everything that he could really possibly want here. So if he plays like that, I would love to see him drop an Infestation Pit, you know, just go into Hive, advance this tech, and say, yeah, you know, I have given you all the room in the world, XY, and I'm just going to take even more.
Well, he needs to do that, because if we're waiting for Baneling speed, this is going to be a pretty damn late Baneling speed, right? It's not even that we have 2 upgrades already or something. It's going to be Baneling speed finishing up around minute 10. I mean, of course, Mio is still going to have a lot of units, and Hydroling Bane, especially on creep, can definitely get the job done, but I mean, if anybody was wondering if XY does his homework, if he's ready to play against different players, I think this game is the absolute definite answer to that question. And the answer is 100% yes. He is playing ultra defensive just because he knows that Mio is the kind of Zerg who builds so many units that in a weird way they do damage to themselves. So it's really not up to XY to deal damage, even though he found some damage right with that one Banshee, and the Hellions found a little bit. But XY knows all I need to do is get very close to maxing out, and if I max out, I should have a better army than you. And I really love the gameplay so far from XY, and I think Mio's just unhappy in this game. Even if he's got 200 supply, both players closing in on maxing out right now, I can't imagine that Mio's very happy. Maybe he can get a big fight right before the Planetary Fortress is done. I think that's the best chance that Mio's gonna have. But that's a lot of tanks. A lot of the tanks are on siege, so here we go, Bio.
All right, so the Lings Banes are going to come in on the right side. They get decent connections here at the start of the Planetary. Well, they just have to run around it right now. And the tanks, you said that we're on siege. Well, they're siege now, so the Marines, they're going to run forward. And yeah, you know, maybe the best possible fight that Mio could have looked for. But just because it's the best possible fight he could have looked for, Roddy, does not make it a good fight. And XY, he loses 13 SCVs, but I mean, he's still right around where the Zerg's economy is. He's very happy with that.
Yeah, now that was literally the best thing that Mio could have ever hoped for. It was right before the Planetary was done. We basically launched our units off creep. A lot of the Marines were very far towards the right side, and 3 out of the 6 or 7 tanks were on siege. And it was still a close fight, and I would still favor XY. I think the second fight is going to be a whole lot less successful, even though MeomaikA is going to try a couple of Baneling strikes into the Planetary, but I don't think he's getting this Planetary. And these attacks are so freaking expensive as a Zerg. And it's not that Mio is sitting on 10k, right? And he can do this all day, every day. After 2 fights, Mio, we have now lost 5,500 resources more on the side of MeomaikA than we have on the side of XY. And XY is just like, cool. Literally everything is going to plan. He's becoming like the Goldfinger guy right now. I love it when a plan comes together. He's not doing a whole lot, but he's making all the correct choices.
Yeah, and I do want to point out, by the way, as well, that Planetary could have gone down, but XY, he put he put 5 SCVs in the Planetary, popped it on the other side away from the Banelings to make sure he could maintain his repair, which, you know, it's we're starting to see this more and more. It's I'm not going to say it's a new micro mechanic, but we're starting to see Terrans kind of use it just a little bit more, and it's super cool to see. So he keeps everything alive. He establishes his position even more. He has plenty of scans already. I would love to see him just... There is one highway of creep that MeomaikA has. He does not have expansive creep spread. He cannot even connect his 4th base to his 5th, but he does have this highway, and one scan, you would get 2 or 3 creep tumors. It would knock down MeomaikA's position on this map so far and just prevent the attack from happening. You talk about kind of sitting on the edge of creep and springboarding forward. Well, knock down these 2 creep tumors, and MeomaikA won't have that springboard anymore.
That's why he's just chilling, man. He's like, all right, you want to attack me again? Go ahead and be my guest. It's only going to get harder and harder from here on out. And if you don't attack, well, then I'll attack you once I'm maxed out and I've got the 3-3 upgrades. That's just what it is. Mio does not have an infestation pit, does not have a hive. He's going to go for it again. Biomob, I'm going to close my eyes this time around, because this right here is going to be the Zerg meat grinder. Maybe that PF dies, but in just no universe will this be a great fight for MeomaikA.
I mean, he does get the PF, but it's 3 SCVs, and with the amount of command centers, the amount of just bases that that XY has to replace 3 SCVs and a Planetary is not worth it. Not for your entire army. And yeah, the scary thing is looking at the battle report. It's actually, you know, it's not as bad as it's not as bad as it actually is, or right? It's the bars are somewhat equal. But
he lost 3.5 or 4k again more. This is a nice little wrong by the way, by MeomaikA. But once more, MeomaikA lost 3,000 to 4,000 resources more there. than his opponent. He's not outmining his opponent. If anything, XY is going to be the one outmining MeomaikA. And don't forget that we are still looking at Lair Tech Zerg. I mean, I've casted Pold against Jaedong a few too many times in my days when I was still a young boy, full of life, to know that Lair Tech Zerg is not going to deal very well with 3-3 bio. Mio, I guess, knows that too, so he finally does fire up the Hive, but it's going to take him so damn long to catch up in upgrades. And just get an army out that's better than the army of XY. I think all XY really needs to do is just hold down the Marine button, and then he can start moving out, and he's just going to get more great trades across the board. This is a little bit risky as we're awfully close to a whole bunch of Hydras. But yeah, I am afraid that this game is close to over. Even if MeomaikA has a bunch of bases, he has a decent supply. It just does not feel like this is ever going to be a fair fight. Mio needs XY to mess up, right? I don't believe that Mio can force a win. But what he can hope for is that XY does something terrible and gives MeomaikA a great opportunity to have some amazing Bane connections. But so far, the Terran Micro has just been very clean in this game.
It really has. And this choke is just, it's so hard for MeomaikA to try to clear it out. I mean, there are so many tanks and liberators. The Banelings have already almost been knocked out. Lings are going to come in from the backside, though, and there really is not a lot defending the tank. So MeomaikA's best opportunity, he knocks down the tanks. The liberators will eventually get dealt with. And MeomaikA hold positions on top of the army. I don't know that that was necessarily the play, but he's trying. I mean, it does mean, I guess, that if there were any Buddha mines, he could split against it, but there are no Buddha mines. It's just tanks, and that just makes it a little bit easier for this army of XY to kill everything.
I was like, did I not wake up yet? Like, what is this fight? I've never seen a fight like this. I've never seen Lings interact with Marines and Marauders the way they just did. Mio is battling, he is trying, and there are two Hydras right now chipping away. The Liberators, there at least one Liberator dies, has fired up Adrenal Glands, and +3 melee, and +3 Carapace. But to quote my good friend, Mr. Bitter, I'm afraid it's a day late and a dollar short, BO, because XY's supply lead is big, and XY is obviously not going to stop attacking anytime soon.
No, it's $100 short, Roddy, at this point. Mio's idea, I guess, was to build this big army and have his opponent attack into him. But if you're XY, you're right, and he did his prep. He's aware of how Mio wants to play. He wants to be this aggressive Zerg, so he just never attacked. And unfortunately for MeomaikA, that's kind of the thing that counters what he did. You remember Beastie QD, right? He did the no attacking to Grandmaster. Well, that's kind of what XY did. It's no attacking to a Game 1 victory. And now...
Yep. Now, I am very excited for Game 2, though, Bio, because MeomaikA is obviously a good Zerg. And sometimes, you know, the games can look a bit silly because things just don't go according to his 200 IQ big brain game plan. Now, I do hope that he capitalizes on this and that he realizes an adjustment is necessary. XY is clearly not the same Terran that will attack into him with tiny armies, 1 tank, 10 Marines, 2 medevacs and stuff like that. No, XY is not doing that kind of stuff. He's even very passive with his Hellions. So I want MeomaikA to completely flip the script. Let's go ahead and channel our inner greedy boy, and then we can always still be crazy Mio in Game 3, but we cannot do the exact same thing as we just did, because XY, his scouting was decent, right? First with the Reaper, he was safe with the Hellions, but he still scouted a little bit, and then he also scouted with the Banshee through the center of the map. Like, Mio cannot make that many units and not find any success, because if that happens, this game will just be played all over again, and yeah, it's like the supplies look somewhat promising. That's a lot of Zerg, but with those upgrades, those unit comps clashing one another. As a Zerg, you're just not going to win that. Not off creep.
Not at all. As we move on to Korea for map number 2. Map 1 was Singapore. That was, of course, for Mio, right? And then we're going to move into XY. It's going to be MeomaikA's map pick. Or excuse me, we're going to move on to Gresfon. MeomaikA's map pick. XY's server pick. And it's a bit surprising, given everything that we've seen, to see MeomaikA choose Gresfon as his map.
I think he loves it for the run-bys. I think back once more of the WTL match we had, where we played against MeomaikA's team with Team Roddy, the young kids that I support a little bit and trying to get them started in esports. And the final game, the ace match, was Gresfon, was MeomaikA against Baby Marine. And for the people who are not that familiar with Baby Marine, the younger brother of Raynor, 6,000 MMR Terran player. And Mio just had run-by after run-by after run-by. Like, every time Baby Marine moved out with the Hellions, Link showed up in his natural. So from that as a perspective, I can be like, I understand why Mio likes this map, because there is indeed a lot of different ways that he can send a couple links to the top side of the map or the bottom side of the map, and then run them into a third or the natural. But based on what we just saw, XY is just not moving out, and I really don't hate it, man. I can't fault the man for it at all. If I was a coach and I was the coach of XY coming into this series, I'd be like, hey, man, whatever you do, game one, get a good economy, make it up to Marines and tanks, and just sit at home. Do not take any damage. Do not move out. That's what I would tell him, and that's what he did. I think it was a great game plan by XY. But now I want to see if Mio can make the adjustments. We know he's good. He's a high-level player. I want to see him surprise us here.
Yeah, that'd be very nice. Maybe just play greedy off your idea. He almost did that in game 1, but not quite enough. In game 2, it's ready. It's Gressfon. It's a big map. Are the run-bys going to do what they have to do? Or does XY move on pretty easily with a 2-0? It's game 2. And the bottom right in the blue, he's down a game. Not quite greedy enough, maybe, in that first one. It's MeomaikA.
Tournament live on the line for that man, our happy, lovely Zerg from Vietnam. We love him. We love to cheer for him, but he is struggling with this man in the top left side. The only player, I believe, to have a 10 in mentality when it comes to the WTL Code S rankings. He is representing Invictus Gaming. It's XY.
You know, Roddy, though, that's probably only because we haven't seen your power card yet.
I think that's a good thing, mate. I feel like you guys are going to banter me until the dawn of days if you guys see my power ranking. I'm probably going to be the lowest ranked player in the entire tournament. They're going to give me like a 27. They're like, that's your age, right? I was like, sure, I'll take that.
Hey, it's just, look, I really have to apologize then for not being on Basilisk anymore because I can't lay claim to the lowest power card. So, sorry, Roddy. You know, I did what I could. But
Yeah.
I guess that's just the cross that you'll have to bear.
At the moment, I'm doing whatever I can to make sure that the boys are always available. Trigger, Rainer, Cyril. I was like, anything you guys need, okay? Hey, that's an early Roach one. Sweet baby Jesus. So instead of being ultra greedy, Mia was like, yeah, I could do that. Or I could just be way more aggressive. Because the last game, yeah, I made some units. But I didn't make the amount of units with the intention to win the game. I made units to catch my opponent off guard and get myself in a good economic spot. When we are building a Roach Warren this freaking early, BO, we're basically trying to win the game.
Yeah, pretty much. The downside, of course, with what XY is doing is he did not SCV scout. He's going for a Reaper scout, and that will eventually see what's happening, but the Lings will get their way onto the other side very quickly. And the question now, at the start of this, is how many Marines does XY make before he drops that reactor? For now, it looks like it's going to be 2, which is maybe 1 more than you might otherwise do. Is now the Reaper is going to see that, yes, okay, this hatch is late. The creep is spreading a little bit slowly, but can it find its way behind the mineral line? Answer is going to be yes. So he's going to see the roaches pop out anyways, even if he doesn't see the roach warren. And now XY, well, the SCVs have already been pulled. Lings don't really get that much just yet. And XY's committing really hard to this command center right now. He thinks he can hold the low ground in general. Those bunkers might be a little bit iffy, but he wants to make sure he gets his command center done before the roaches run across so he can just pull it up back into the main. But Roddy, these bunkers, maybe that's a little...
I don't hate it because the factory is finishing up as well. We're working on attack lab. I feel like if you make 2 bunkers, like 1 bunker, I think is a bit silly because that's going to be too easy for Mio to just power through. I think double bunker is acceptable with the way that everything is going up besides the main base. The Reaper is still alive as well. Obviously, as long as he produces non-stop SCVs, it's okay to lose a lot of SCVs as well. And I was really wondering, what's it going to be? Is it going to be a tank or a cyclone? I was like, nah, silly question. He's going to go tank, but he will not go tank. Well, okay, he will go tank. He built a cyclone, but he changed the cyclone into a tank because it's a couple of roaches and a lot of lings as a follow-up. What do you make of it, Bio?
Yeah, I think the cyclone is fantastic if it's the 5 roach into cyclone idea, right? Just the I'm pressuring, I'm going to back up maybe a little bit. And in fairness, a 19 drone roach doesn't tend to back up all that much. But regardless, if it's roach heavy, you go cyclones. They can just kite it out. They're really, really good. But Mio actually... he's kind of baited this out a little bit, and I still do like the tank, by the way, because he is pumping lings behind this. But he was massively supply blocked at 36. He needed that Overlord. He was not producing anything for quite a while. So we didn't see anything on the follow-up. XY didn't see all that much. He just saw the roaches, so thought it was non-committals. Now, on top of things, the tank gets a couple good shots off, and the lings, they're just not going to bust this bunker down. Couple lings get on top of the tank, but that is just going to be the extent of it here. Even if the bunkers go down at this point, the Ling countered. Actually, well, more Lings. Nah, this is not going to work out at all. Lings, they're going to get on top of this last bunker. The mule repair is good. He's going to drop another one. And actually, the Marines, they're going to clean this up, or at least get enough that it does not matter. 3 Lings remain. 11 SCVs go down. And you give up to the main. You know, Roddy, I don't think this was worth it for Meo.
Absolutely not. There was a Reaper as well in the natural on the other side of the map. It saw that there are just no drones there at all. So it's also not like XY is going to make a panic misread now where he's going to try to take the low ground too quickly and lose his final tanks and take even more damage. He knew exactly what was up. And I actually think one thing that XY could have done a tiny bit better, but I'm not going to be too critical because I think he's playing a great best of 3, is maybe grab a few more SCVs from the main and already send them to the low ground, right? If we put our tank on the low ground and we have the 2 bunkers that we really care about, we don't only want to have like 6 or 7 SCVs to repair. We want to have the ability to have 10, 12 SCVs to repair at the same time. And obviously that final mule trying to keep that 1 bunker alive, it was a little bit ambitious, but it doesn't change the fact that our Chinese Terran is in a very good spot. He's floating over the 3rd orbital even. Okay, I think that's maybe a little bit much. It's going to be hard to keep those SCVs or mules safe on that one. As Meo is just kind of doubling down, right? He's making more Lings, more Roaches. It's just like, all right, I know that was not good enough. I need more, and I'm going to go ahead and try to find more. It's just like, how does he ever get off the main base? It can only ever work if XY lowers the depots and lets the Lings get in and lets the Lings get on top of the tanks. But that just seems like a mistake that XY is never supposed to make.
Yeah, XY just has no intention of moving on the map anytime soon. I mean, he's going to lose some Marines, that's fine. And I do like what he's baiting out here, right? By setting in a couple Lings, making it look like, oh, you know, I've been droning behind this. This is just harassment Lings, but there's a lot of stuff on that left side. But XY is going battle cruisers. He has the fusion core done, and 3CC BC against a 2-base all-in with a bunch of Roaches or a bunch of Ravagers, a bunch of Lings. That might be a little bit too out there, Roddy.
Yeah, XY is going to see it right now. The high ground vision for MeomaikA is very important because there are a couple of Ravagers in the mix. The Ravagers will be able to get 1 tank, I believe, rather quickly. Yep, 1 tank does fall. If he gets the second one too, XY should really get a couple of SCVs here to repair. I obviously think XY will always be fine. That's an awfully low HP tank, but there was no more high ground vision, and high ground vision disappeared after the second Overlord died. There were no Lings on top of the ramp either. XY does lose 14 SCVs. That hurts, but he's still in a really, really, really good economic spot because we're looking at 31 SCVs against 28 drones, and of course, it's triple orbital.
Yeah, I still think that XY is being far too greedy here. I mean, just take your natural, don't take your 3rd base at the same time, don't go battle cruisers, just build units, defend. But XY it clearly is trying to style on MeomaikA at this point, and realistically, I still think XY is in a great spot. Like, don't get me wrong, but that if he keeps losing SCVs like this, that might be his downfall. If you can only mount out of 1 base, having 4 CCs is Roddy.
Oh my god!
It's a 1-1-1 BC opening with 4 orbitals. I mean,
yeah,
there's such a thing as being a little bit too greedy here.
Well, it's not even that he's like too greedy, but it's maybe making life harder on yourself than it has to be. Because to your point, BL, how would this game have looked if XY would have just, after the 2 tanks, built a couple of Hellions, right? And then we have Hellions to deal with the Zerglings. We have tanks to deal with Roaches and Ravages. Well, then obviously MeomaikA's in all sorts of trouble. He's still in all sorts of trouble as the first battlecruiser is out, is gonna jump to the other side of the map. There are 3 queens. That's not a fight that 3 queens can ever win. As the battlecruiser teleports right on top of the spire. GG gets called. XY with 4 orbitals in a 9-minute game gets the job done. He will advance into the playoffs of ESL Masters Asia. And to be fair, that's very nice because that's 1 more Terran. You have Coffee. Obviously, we have Oliveira. And now we've got XY joining the ranks as well. I feel like he played well and he came in with a game plan. He had a very good read on who MeomaikA is and what he can expect from him. I think it was a well-deserved victory, BO. You were surprised to see Meo play today in the first place. Perhaps even more surprised that he's now eliminated. But these guys are good, man. The Chinese, they are all inspired by Oliveira. He gave the entire nation wings, and they're playing well.
Well, first of all, I said I think people might be surprised that Meo is playing on the final day. Now that I am surprised that Meo is playing on the final day.
Sorry, mate.
Just so we're clear. Also, I have tea. I don't have coffee. You know, come on, get with the program. But more importantly, yeah, XY, he did a great job there. He has long been a strong Chinese terror, and he has this massive XY fan club that really supports him over there in China. So it shouldn't be maybe too surprising, but it is nice to see just this ground surge of solid Chinese Terrans finding their way forward with the Oliveira victory, as you said. But Roddy, the other thing is we have two more best of threes coming up in Asia, but we have the most confusing best of three coming up after the break. It's going to be Nice versus SCV, and SCV's not a Chinese Terran. He's a Protoss player that just happens to be, you know what, Roddy, it makes sense, okay? SCVs are not quite robots, but they look like robots a little bit, and Protoss have a lot of robotic units, so...
You know what's cool here, Mio, is that this is basically two-player names, or these are two-player names, that we sometimes use in a sentence, right? Like, I'm pretty sure that even earlier in the Game 1 on Royal Blood, we said nice SCV micro.
Yeah.
Like, we were just building it up, mate. We were just getting ready for this PvP.
Yeah, it's just the little things. That being said, we do have to go to a break before we get into that one, so it's going to be Nice SCV, a PvP, one of many that we have today as we figure out who's moving on into the playoffs, who goes home. But to do that, we have to go to a brief break. So when we're back, it's going to be Nice and SCV for the round of 8.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and U.S. Air Force.
Welcome back, everyone, to the ESL Masters Asia, where we are getting ready to hop into our second best of 3. It's still do or die for these guys as well. And the cool thing is that these two players that we are about to watch have never played an official game against one another. First time in history, we get to see nice SCV. It was also the first time in history that we saw MeomaikA versus XY. But it kind of felt that XY knew MeomaikA like his own brother, because he had an answer for everything that Meo was throwing at him. I'm excited for this one, Bio, but I have no idea who I favor.
Well, I think Nice has played a lot of SCVs over the course of his career. I'm surprised this is the first time. He's really good at PvT. He's slaughtered plenty of SCVs. But yeah, no, it's going to be a lot of fun here. We have two regions playing against each other. And as we were talking about in the break, it does feel like there was a time when regions had very specific build order identities, and then it kind of became just this global style, and then maybe we're starting to see a bit more of that again. So Nice, we know he's a very strong, very macro player, very defensive player, and by the same margin, SCV, like his team, is a bit of a mystery. We don't know a lot about him. We have not seen too many games from the young Chinese Protoss players, so we're going to see more because game 1. Load it on up.
Let's go ahead and hop on into it, as Gresvan is going to be our first battleground. In the bottom right side, we are looking at the main base of the man who really made a good impression on me the very first time I got to cast him in this tournament, a little over a week ago when he went up against Oliveira. He lost 0-2, but he actually looked like he had a chance. He looked like he belonged. Let's see if he can punch his ticket into the playoffs of the ESL Masters Asia. From Mystery Gaming, it's SCV.
And in the upper left, the perpetual runner-up of the Taiwanese Hong Kong region, now playing in the big water. It's Nice.
It is the second time for Nice that he's going to duke it out with a Chinese Protoss in this tournament. The previous one was a Cyan in round 4, and that one didn't go all that well for him. Cyan was able to get the W there in that best of 3, and that forces Nice to be active here on the final play day, which I was a bit surprised by, right? I would have predicted Nice to already be done, and I would have thought that Haas, for instance, would be playing here on the final play day of group stage. It's very hard to make proper predictions here, because Nice can indeed be that macro-oriented player, especially comparing him to his buddy from Taiwan, Haas. Yeah, he's way more macro-oriented, but it's PvP, right? And in PvP, who truly is all-out macro? Doesn't everyone throw in a 3-gate or a 4-gate Blink Stalker or a 3-gate Robo once in a blue moon?
Yeah, I think that's fair. I mean, Gresvan, though, actually, there are two arguments, right? On the one hand, yeah, why would you go aggressive on Gresvan? It's massive. But on the flip side, it's so much easier to hide some proxies. But over the course of this game, it does not appear that Nice is going to proxy something. Seems like SCV is not going out there at the moment. Although, technically, we have a proxy pylon coming out of Nice here, and it will, it's not going to put anything next to it, though.
Not yet, no.
He's not
going to some settings very quickly, but no, this is a pylon that it's very early, so I want to say he might let it finish up. It's a bit weird to drop that pylon, but drop it so early that you still don't see what comes out of the gateway units. Nice is going to see it right now, though. He will know about the 2 adepts that SCV has started off with. It's just 2 adepts into 2 stalkers, so we don't get to see that crazy 8 adept opening that we saw Christiana bust out yesterday in ESL Masters Europe. That worked out very well for that Polish Protoss. That was a weird game between Cristiano and Spots, because Spots technically had a lot of good ideas. Just nothing worked out for him. I felt a bit sorry. That's kind of how PvP goes sometimes, right? Like, you feel like you make a couple of smart adjustments. You think that you're having a good read on the game as the Shade gets cancelled. But obviously cancelling a Shade on top of 2 Stalkers means that your adepts are now in trouble. The first one died very quickly. The second one, I think, will live, but it's going to take a decent amount of damage.
Yeah, the downside there is, by the way, we did see Nice. He completed a pylon on the natural, so not only does he know that what the second set of units are, it's 2 Stalkers, he has technically delayed the nexus of SCV just a little bit in SCV. He does have a quick Twilight, so he has been spending time with with his money here, trying to maybe find some other values. The Adept actually gets a full scout into the main base. It's not going to kill anything. There's a shield battery here, but even seeing the Nexus timing, seeing what may or may not be, almost as importantly, in the main base, is going to be rather positive for our SCV player. But now he's got to defend against a bunch of Stalkers, and it's Well, actually, SCV has 6 Stalkers here, so nice. He's not going to get much done.
No, he's not going to get much done. He just has to run home. He also dropped a Robo, and I have the feeling that is because he was worried about SCV doing something very aggressive, right? Because he saw 2 adepts, and then he got a pylon block off, where his own Nexus was already being built, and he's like, this all seems a little too good to be true. I should probably go Robo just to make sure that I don't die against something aggressive. Now he sees a Nexus. It's just a whole lot later, which on one thing is nice, or on one hand, where you're like, okay, I know that I've got the better economy. On the other hand, it's a bit annoying because you're like, damn it, now I build a Robo before the Twilight, while a lot of players just feel more comfortable going Twilight first.
Yeah, certainly there was a time when the question was, do you go Robo first? Do you go Twilight first? Do you get a bunch of Immortals and play defensively, or do you get that Twilight and have Blink a little bit faster and get aggressive? But they were kind of co-equal builds. And yeah, you know, Robo first has fallen out of the meta a little bit. Players do want to have that agency and that map control. But given how just kind of my assumptions about Nice, he does like to play late game, certainly in PvZ he does. I mean, for the longest time, he was one of the few players that was interested in dragging those games back to like 40 minutes. Again, PvP is a little bit different. So I think Nice, compared to maybe some other players, is going to be okay with the state of things, assuming he actually builds some Immortals here, because for right now, SCV sitting here on 10 Stalkers to 10, hallucinating, well, Nice hallucinates a couple, that's fun, but he has Blink and his opponent doesn't, so technically the far superior army here, even with the shield battery.
Yeah, that's kind of cool. SCV now drops the Dark Shrine as well, even though he already has a Robo too. So it's quick Blink, it's a Robo as a follow-up, and now he goes for a Dark Shrine, but Nice has an Observer literally chilling in his natural. If he keeps it there, he's obviously going to be totally fine against these Dark Templars down the line. It's a funny, unique PvP. Nice does need to make sure, SCV needs to make sure that he doesn't overstay his welcome, because it feels that Nice now has slightly superior numbers here. Overall, I think that this build has worked out well for Nice. Yes, he dropped the Robo very early, but after he realized he didn't quite need the Robo, he's like, okay, I'm just going to go Twilight, I'm just going to go get my own Blink. That's what he does. He's now the one who goes up to 3 bases, slightly quicker than his opponent, and both of them at this point working towards the Dark Shrine. The only real problem I see for Nice here is if both of his observers go to the other side of the map, right? And then he's vulnerable to DTs. But right now, I want to say that this game is going perfectly fine for a Taiwanese Protoss.
Yeah, it really is. He has, well, actually, I don't think there's an observer with the army, so it actually seems most of his observers are back home. As now he's going to try to find his way up to the high ground, and technically that should be a good fight for SCV. He gets first shots off, but Guardian Shield makes up for so much here, even though that being said, the Concave for SCV pretty dang solid, and now DTs are on the map onto the other side. Adepts find their way into the natural, so Nice even before the invisible men already. He gets 5, he gets maybe, he gets 5 probes, and on the other side, well, these DTs, I don't know how much they're gonna get done. Like, yeah, where are the observers?
They're there. The observer actually saw them already. I don't know if Nice was looking at his mini-map, but the DTs were actually just chilling in range of an observer there for a solid 10-15 seconds. So Nice should be more than ready. He didn't move the ops. I think he could have moved it and blinked towards these DTs immediately. SCV is now going to try to poke with the Stalkers, where he's like, hey man, respect my Stalkers, and then hoping that his Dark Templars can get some damage done. As I believe he saw the DT of Nice as well. So he's probably like, all right, we're both doing the same thing. The first 2 Dark Templars are going for it. Observers are in surveillance mode, but they're not moving, BO. So these DTs might actually still get some damage done. And at the same time, SCV is going to try to make some magic happen with his Blinky boys. I like the way that Chinese Protoss is doing this.
I really do. 4 probes go down. The natural has to be evacuated. DT in the main is just not dealt with here. And again, well, okay, there we go. There's the observer. And the DT didn't quite target probes down the way you would have liked. He could have gotten probably 10 to 12 probes instead of the 7 that he got. Meanwhile, on the other side, this DT is just absolutely handled, finding no value, and Nice, well, SCV, realizing the Nice is distracted a little bit, is going to blink on top once again, gets a couple Zealots here, gets some Stalkers, and you're right. I really like the way he's playing here. He has handled the offense really well. He's handled his defense tremendously well, and now he actually is only up 2 workers despite that, though.
But SCV was a bit behind, right? Because he had a later expand, he had a later 3rd base. He was just a bit behind. His initial 2 adepts didn't do anything. We have to keep that in mind as well. So there were a lot of little things that put him ever so slightly behind. Well, after that skirmish, I'd say he's a tiny bit ahead. But this is an awfully close game between 2 guys that seem to be very competitive. And that really is what the Swiss format is all about, right? We make our way through 2 weeks of group stage play to basically get towards a final day like this, where every match is do or die, winners advance, losers are eliminated, and we expect the games to be close. Well, that first series had potential to be close, but XY was just very smart. This, I think, couldn't have been any more even 10 minutes into game 1.
Yeah, Roddy, we were talking in the break about who we thought was gonna win, who we thought was favored, and I don't think either of us had a really solid idea. It's like maybe by name recognition, Nice is maybe a little bit more favored, but the Chinese region has been showing us in general that they are probably the best sub-region out of the new Asia super region that we have right now. And you're right, SCV has impressed in the games that we've seen leading up to this moment. As he blinks forward, gets an observer. Okay, well, that's nice. Actually, that's SCV. But I think if we're going to look at this game, SCV has been making some incredible moves. He has been on the micro level, I think, outperforming. He got a bunch of damage with his DTs. He took advantage. He blinked in. But on the macro level, he's not doing as much. You know, his fourth base is slower. He has not been probing. He's cutting probes, I guess. I mean, he's only on 58. He has not been probing for a while. But it's not like he has a big timing to get aggressive on, right? +2 is a third of the way done. You know, he's maybe the War Prism you move out with, but I don't really see anything that he is like specifically cutting probes to hit a timing for.
No, maybe he just didn't want to build probes in case Nice would attack him, and he didn't want to have oversaturation on 3 bases before base number 4 was done. Since his 4th base is finishing up now, I think now he will go back into probe production. But of course, a slightly more optimal way of going about it would have been to have those probes ready to saturate that base immediately. But it did give him a few more battle units. Nice has invested in the Nexus earlier. Nice built all these probes, but they haven't necessarily paid for themselves just yet. If nothing happens in the next 2 minutes, yeah, obviously Nice is going to be cooking, but SCV is going to try to make something happen. Nice, however, will be the one with +2 attack though, and +2 is obviously a pretty big deal. It's not as big as it is in some of the TVT fights, so there's absolutely a chance that SCV gets the job done here. Crazy fight near a battery. He needs to kill that battery if he wants to win that fight. That is exactly what he does. Gets in range of the Immortal as well, and look at the Immortals of SCV in the back line. They should be able to get a couple of great shots up.
Yeah, okay, so the first Warpin was really good coming in there from Nice, and there we go. The Immortals a little bit more exposed. Last Archon goes down, and now it's all about the Zealot reinforcements here coming in from SCV, as now the Immortals, their hardened shields have been popped, but do jump on top of this if you're Nice. Seems like the answer is no right now. More Zealots, they join the fray. And you talked about it, Roddy. Now it's +2 on both sides, but the Immortal Stalkers blink forward, and Nice can't deal with that. Not yet. Even still, SCV had a 20 army supply lead going into this, and it does not seem like he's going to be able to sustain that.
I really like that blink, by the way, there by SCV to protect his Immortals. That was very smart. But Nice now working on double forge, both upgrades. The main reason why Nice survived, though, is just all the static defenses, right? He had so many batteries at the 3rd base, still does. He also had a cannon and a battery in the natural, and a couple of the units of SCV were fighting that cannon, couldn't quite kill it. Without static defenses, I think 100% that's a victory for SCV, but Nice just made the correct adjustments. Now he's a little bit out of position, though, as he lost track of this army, and that means that these cannons are going to be left all by themselves. The cannons go down very quickly. Great army movement here by SCV, but it also means that he's kind of stuck, right? How will this army of SCV survive? How will he get out of here? Is he going to be forced to fight? Apparently the answer is yes. He believes that he can take this fight. He has a couple of Zealots. There's still so many Stalkers on the side of Nice, though. The base has fallen, but I think that Nice wins the army fight.
The one thing we do have to consider is that SCV's got a couple more gateways. He does have the ability technically to reinforce more, but when you take a fight up a ramp like this, into a concave like this, I'm sorry, Roddy, 2 extra gateways do not make the difference here. Yeah, SCV gets the base, but Nice wins everything else. And at this point, it's going to be really hard for SCV to hold on to the reinforcements. I mean, you know, as I say that, though, already SCV, I mean, he does have better, his army supply is recovering. He is continuing to build those Immortals. He's got one, second one on the way. His economy is in a much better spot. So it's tempting to say, yeah, well, Nice just runs across the map here. He smashes the army, that should be fine. But I think one of the things we were looking at was SCV warping it at home. We didn't have, when his entire army on the other side of the map was wiped out, it was not as his entire army as it was at the start of the fight. 1 or 2 warping rounds went down at the 3rd base because the Warp Prism, went down. So SCV couldn't reinforce at the fight, and that meant that swung a little bit in Nice's favor. But again, his entire army going down was not as impactful as it had been if that had happened a minute ago.
No, it was just a good old trade, a good old-fashioned trade in the end, where at first SCV was doing good in the fight, but not quite good enough to kill all the static defenses. Then he went for that beautiful rotation through the bottom. Nice lost track of him. If the Stalkers were in position, I don't think that Nexus dies. In the end, now the cannons and the battery and the Nexus did die, but Nice obviously ends up winning the fight. One more reason why I think Nice couldn't just grab the remaining 15 or so Stalkers and run to the other side of the map is that is just not a big enough army to end the game with. Like, it's a good army, and he maybe would have been able to pick off 2-3 units while not losing a whole lot on his side, but you can't fight in range of the static defense of your opponent. And the biggest problem for Nice was he had no pylon and a gateway on the other side of the map. He had no war prism. So like, how do you end the game with 15 Stalkers if you can't reinforce yourself? Like, it was just a good old-fashioned trade in the end, where SCV now was economically ahead for quite some time, but obviously by not rebuilding that Nexus, maybe Nice's economy is going to take over again, as Nice still had more probes, because he may have lost the Nexus, but he didn't lose the probes. SCV, though, is the one that's transitioning into double Disruptor. Nice playing double Forge. This is just an awesome game, man. 16 minutes in, and these guys are still awfully close to one another.
And they really are. It's funny. After that fight, you talk about how Nice didn't lose too many SCVs. SCV was up, I think, 2 workers. At the end of that fight, enough SCVs went down, and SCV finally did probe behind it. But it really, if you want to talk about the economic disparity here, the big difference appears to be is that SCV does not want to oversaturate his bases, and Nice is willing to. So Nice is willing to overprobe and then, super saturate for a moment to get himself ready for the next base. But SCV would rather build army and rather build infrastructure with that same money. So we can see now he's building 4 probes at a time, but that's because his 5th Nexus is halfway done. Nice, he'd be on 82 workers right. He is on 82 workers right now. The thing we have to consider, though, is that because SCV is not willing to go to as high of a probe count, his army at max is going to be so much bigger. And when we talk about Blinkstalker Tarzlot versus Blinkstalker Disruptor, I gotta, in a straight up fight, you almost gotta favor the Disruptor player.
Vio, you gotta acknowledge this one because it's kind of funny. As these armies are very close to each other, but I do think that we're just gonna run away because there are disruptors in the mix. SCV completely forgot that he had a Dark Shrine and he built DTs in this game. So now 17 minutes in, after all the craziness, he's like, oh no, I'm rich, I should spend it, I should get the Dark Shrine. It's like, mate, you already have a Dark Shrine, you literally built DTs in this game. That's kind of funny.
Yeah, it's one of those things where you're 17 minutes in, you forget what happened in the early game, and also your tournament life is on the line. Nice is experienced with this. He has dealt with this time and time again. He's won regionals. SCV's new. He hasn't really dealt with this all that much. The disruptors will not land, and well, Nice thinks about re-engaging for a second. And the thing we have to consider, Nice has 2 upgrades. So if this is just a straight up fight, the disruptors are not finding their value as, one right in the front's not what you want. SCV blends forward here on top of the army, but it will force Nice back. Nice's army in a straight up fight, Zealot versus Zealot, Stalker versus Stalker, he will win. He has so much better upgrades. So it really is all going to be on the disruptor counts. And now that Nice is, around the corner here, maybe disruptor shots are going to go out, and it's not going to get much. On the backside, though, SCV gets a couple more here, and this fight gets even crazier.
Yeah, I mean, upgrades are great, but the army positioning at this point is just a whole lot more important, and maybe disruptor count is more important as well. 6 disruptors against 4, but at this point, it's still just so damn close between these guys, and it really just comes down to who gets a better fight. The only thing I'd love to see from Nice, if he wants to be this aggressive, is get a pilot and a gateway on the other side of the map, mate, because reinforcements are so important if we are rich and we're working with 10 or 12 gateways. There are disruptors coming in from the left. They could potentially land a big shot there. Disruptors in range from both sides. What am I looking at? Oh, the flanking disruptor. It falls short. It got so close.
It did get 1 disruptor, though, and that did, even more importantly, Nice was able to really zone SCV out of his base. So that's going to be a dead base, but now disruptors are going to go down here, and SCV significant with the disruptor advantage. But the problem is, he's going to get 1 on the backside as well, trailing disruptor from Nice. But again, Roddy, the problem is SCV struggling to track this army down, and the disruptors are great if you can bring them into a fight. Stalkers blink on top. They get another one, and on the left side, here comes the disruptors of SCV. He senses opportunity with this heavy count, but he blinks forward, and he now has to go backwards, bowling positive in Nice's favor. And despite the disruptor lead that SCV has built for himself, it's 5-3. He can't really bring his army to bear.
Well, he does have a better army, though. We can't ignore that. Like, he's got more Stalkers, and that's the most important unit there, because they can obviously avoid the Novas. He also has 3 Immortals in the mix. I believe the 16 Zealots are not going to be all that impactful. I kind of like it for SCV, but what I said about Nice will go for him, too. I feel that if you want to make an attack like this, if you want to be this committed, you need to get a Prism, because the reinforcements are really going to make all the difference. The battery overcharge got popped, got picked off immediately. Great Novas on the top side of our screen there, as we have a good defensive Nova as well. But the army is stuck. He is cornered. How is he going to escape here? There are batteries everywhere. There are reinforcements coming in from Nice. I think SCV is going to have a hard time getting out of this spot.
He's just buying time for those disruptors to go off, but they will never go off, not in this game at the least, as SCV's going to run away, get a couple disruptors on the backside. But this is so much worse for SCV than it was for Nice. Nice had a fighting retreat. He lost his disruptors, but he really didn't lose much else. And you might argue that losing your disruptors is by far the most important thing, but he kept the mobility of his army alive. He got out really unscathed for the most part. Nice, he got a base that was building. He did not kill that many SCVs. He really didn't get that much, or SCV didn't get that much out of this. And he lost almost all of his disruptors. He is down sitting here in upgrades, +2 shields versus nothing. And Nice's economy, he's still up. What is that? 20? Yeah, he's up 22 workers. He can mine so much more, and his army is just bigger at this point.
DTs are going to find that base in the bottom side of the map. It's a whole bunch of cannons, but since the DTs show up right before the cannons are done, I think that the Dark Templar should be able to have a field day there. As SCV is counterattacking right now with just Stalkers, and that's obviously a bit smarter than going with Immortals and Disruptors. Like, it's not that SCV got outplayed there or anything, it's just he walked himself into a trap, right? You cannot fight in range of 5-6 batteries, a cannon, and reinforcements of 12 gateways while you don't have that. Like, even if he landed the biggest Novas out there, he would still not win that fight. It was just defender's advantage there truly shining through, and that is what allowed Nice to win that fight. Nice has also done a great job in just expanding non-stop. SCV is trying to keep up, as he has taken that base in the top right side, and he has, by the way, Research Shadow Strike on his Neo Dark Shrine. He's just like out with the old and in with the Neo. He's like, no, if I'm gonna win this game, it's Shadow Strike from my Neo Dark Shrine. Okay, the second one. This is still craziness all over the place. Stalkers being a proper nuisance, taking out a couple cannons. Taking out all the cannons could open the door for DTs to be even more annoying and maybe find some success here as well. But SCV needs to be careful. He cannot stick around too much longer because he's going to get cornered.
Yeah, look how many observers Nice has with his army as well. It means that SCV will likely never have the vision advantage. He just there's too much damage, too much HP buffer to make sure that you keep your observers alive. And now, well, Nice A knows where the army is, so he sieges that one observer up, and there are just so many disruptors here. Nice, his stalker count, or SCV's stalker count is good. He's up 11, but he's never able to bring their damage to bear in a way that he would like, because the disruptors, they're just consistently shooting off, and we're at oh god, okay, well, could have been worse. That was still pretty bad.
Could have been worse. I actually would have loved to see SCV warp in 10 Zealots on the top side of the map, because then he would have had a surround with Zealot, Stalker, and Zealots coming in from the top and right side, as he has a couple of Stalkers with his main army as well. And I believe that was maybe a way to win, because that is where gateway units can be slightly better than Stalker Disruptor. But obviously, if the armies just stare each other down, yeah, then we always favor the army with the Disruptors. SCV just felt he was too broke to go back into a Disruptor war or try to get more robo units out, so he went pure gateway. And I don't even hate it, but yeah, then if there is an opportunity to surround your opponent, you need to capitalize on that opportunity.
Yeah, you really do. And Nice enough disruptors at this point that he can just constantly send those Nova out. And this is where things start to get really problematic. Your 2-3 Novas hit, SCV's supply absolutely plummets. And Nice shows us what experience means, because I think at times Nice was in a horrible spot in that game. SCV was, he was really setting the tempo. He had more disruptors. He had this better army. Nice commits to a base but loses a lot. And you're like, okay, well, you know, Nice has more workers, but if you can't mine from bases, that doesn't really matter. And then in the macro game is where kind of Nice really came through. He kept his probe count high. He kept expanding, and he played the map really well. Whereas Nice,
yeah,
oh, go ahead.
Yeah, go. No, you go ahead. You go ahead. I thought you were done, mate. You go ahead.
Whereas SCV, he played the fights really well. I mean, his micro was really, really nice, but it doesn't matter if you just don't have enough units, and it doesn't matter if you're not able to replenish your units and replenish and develop your infrastructure behind that to make those fights actually worth something.
Yeah, it was a damn close game. It was ultra competitive between these two for the longest time. I mean, 23 minutes in, and even 1 minute before the end, I think there was a tiny opportunity still for SCV, where instead of that Zealot warp in his natural, he would have warped in those Zealots at the base that he had in the top right side. Those Zealots would come in from the back, then he would be the one with a surround. But a lot of things, it was just like tit for tat, right? It was awfully close. They both got wins, they both got losses. It's just the moment that SCV fully committed on the triangle base of Nice, like there was no escape there, and that's just an unfair fight. It's not that like Nice did a whole lot better there, and it's like, wow, look at Nice, he avoided all the split, he got the perfect engagement. No, it's just he's got 5 batteries and a cannon helping out with the fight, and immediate reinforcements of 12 gateways, which means he's gonna have an additional 28, 30, or even 40 supply participating in a fight that goes on for that long with all the healing power too. Like, no one is winning that fight, right? You can put MaxPax in the position or Hero in the position of SCV there. Those are just not fights you win because you're trapped. So SCV made a mistake there. That's maybe the inexperience and the nerves of allowing himself, to walk into that trap. But besides that, I thought our Chinese Protoss played a mighty fine game. And I loved it, man. I thought it was an awesome performance by both players. I hope that Game 2 is just as good as Game 1. Tournament live on the line for these two. Both of them have 2 wins and 2 losses in the group. And it obviously means a win, and you get the magical 3, and you lose, and you get the ugly 3. No one wants the ugly 3, Bio. Let's go ahead and hop into Game 2.
In the upper right, in the blue, he's looking for the green 3, not the red 3 or the ugly 3. As Roddy said, for Mystery Gaming, it's SCV.
Awesome first game by him, and I'm really starting to become a bit of a fan of that Chinese Protoss. In the bottom left side, a dude that we've all been fans of for a long time because he is good and he always shows up when he travels to some of these foreign tournaments and he takes down some of the bigger names that Europe has to offer. Our Taiwanese Protoss, he's up 1-0. Can he be the second Taiwanese player to make it into the playoffs? This is nice.
And I think the thing that we need to talk about, we touched upon it a little bit, right? Nice has all of this experience. He's played, he's won regional finals, he's been in the finals, even more than he's won it. You know, I think he's won once or twice. He's certainly been run into Haas more times than that. But the important thing is, not only does he have a lot of experience in high level, high leverage matchups, he's got a lot of experience in high leverage PvP matchups. And while Haas is not necessarily a player that will take you to the late game, regardless, you will get taken to the late game. Like there is no stopping. There's sometimes the PvP will go late. So we saw Nice again. He, even in positions where he was not in the best spot, he did not panic. He just took his base again. He probed up again. And well, you will occasionally lose games. I mean, even if you're in a good spot, even if you do play everything appropriately from a negative position, you will still lose those games sometimes. And I mean, if you're behind, technically you will lose those games more than you win. But by just having that implacable sense of what you have to do, what the path is to get back into a game, it makes it a lot easier to handle situations like this.
Absolutely. I just hope that we get more of that previous game because I really loved it. I thought it was a great showing by both players, man. None of them were like really floating money on certain moments, right? None of them made big, ultra crucial game-ending mistakes, perhaps besides when the army got surrounded. But yeah, that's after like 18 minutes of battling, of trading, of both of them opening up with blink stalkers, both of them going DTs. It's just really cool stuff. That's obviously what we hope for here on the final day of group stage action. I believe that SCV opened up with Stalker Adept, and he's got a single Adept just scouting a little bit on the other side of the map, and he will once more drop a Nexus, so I'm happy to see that. No 3-gate robo yet. Nice on the other end though. Will he embrace the macro game one more time? He's got some money. It's definitely looking like he wants to expand, but I don't trust it until I see a Nexus go down, Bio.
Yeah, this is a pretty late... He's even got probe in position. There we go. So Nexus is going to go down, but that is a pretty late Nexus, Roddy, compared to what SCV wants to do. So here's the question, right? Because Nice took this Nexus later, what does he get? He has 4 Stalkers versus 2 Stalkers, an Adept and a Sentry. But actually, excuse me, 2 Sentries now. But there is a shield battery on the low ground. Even if 1 Sentry doesn't have a ton of energy, this should be enough for SCV to hold on. So what value does Nice get out of this delayed opening?
Nothing. It gives him safety, peace of mind. If that is a value, mate, then he definitely got that. There is also a world. I'm very familiar with the 4-stalker opening, by the way, as he is out microing it a little bit. And if SCV does not get that Nexus to finish up, he's got no overcharge. I think now he can just run down the low ground. He could overcharge. He's actually not going to do that. He lets the battery die, and he will just defend with additional warp pins. So I guess Nice got a shield battery, right? That's the value he got. Other than that, it's not a whole lot. If there is a world where SCV is a very greedy boy and he wouldn't have built that battery, he would have been in a lot of trouble. Because then you just cannot defend the low ground for a while, you're going to lose that pylon too, and things just kind of get ugly real quick. Nice just played very safe. That's the simple way of putting it. Did he get anything out of playing very safe? No, other than the fact that he can say that he's a very honest boy and that he would have been safe against the cheese. Look at the Dark Shrine timings, by the way, Bio.
Oh man, this is where I wish we had split screen set up, because just watching them complete at the same time would be fun. But for now, the big difference here, of course, the fact that Nice has a robo. SCV does not. So Nice technically is going to have a better DT delivery mechanism and a better way to defend against the DTs. So this becomes a little bit interesting, right? Like, what is the first unit? Okay, there we go. It will be an observer out of the robo from Nice. It's not going to get a quick War Prism. And now I'm a little bit worried for SCV. You know, he's gone for the Dark Shrine. He's gone for the Twilight. And by the way, that has been scouted by the hallucinated Phoenix. So Nice knows that this is Dark Shrine play coming out of SCV. SCV does not know the same for Nice. And we're starting to get to a point where we really need that robo, and we just don't have it.
All right, hallucinated Phoenix is flying around on the other side of the map. SCV will now scout the Dark Shrine. I want to say it's a very, very close call, but I think it will barely be a big enough heads up that he can get away with it. Because obviously we can always keep DTs out of our main base. Nice does not have a warp prism, right? So he's not going to warp in DTs in the main. It's a little too close for comfort. I'll definitely agree with you on that one. But at least SCV knows right now, and I think he's still going to be okay. Because he's even checking. He's like, okay, do you have a pylon and a gateway on my side of the map? Are there going to be some very quick DT warp-ins? That is not the case. First DT is just kind of walking towards the other side of the map. This DT will be annoying. And it's gonna get some damage, but it shouldn't get too much damage. Ah, that's cute. He's hallucinating the Immortal, where he's like, hey man, if I were you, I wouldn't do this. My robo's done. I love that. Oh my god, I love that, mate. That's actually my favorite hallucination I've seen in a while. It's super stupid and useless, but I love it.
The problem, of course, is that the DT saw the hallucination pop, so it really wasn't. Yeah. It's so fun, but not going to happen. Even still, really no workers go down. But meanwhile, Nice on the third base here. He's got a lot of stalkers. Shield battery overcharge keeps the Nexus alive for quite a while, though. And SCV blinks forward. Ooh, he's going to get an observer. Not much more than that, but an observer is a nice prize.
Yeah, so Nice definitely a little bit ahead just because his DT was still able to get some damage done, got a unit there, and obviously forced SCV to pull all the probes away from the natural. I'm still smiling, man. I love that. I have never seen that, and yeah, it didn't work out because the DT was already there and he saw it. But if that really was the intention, and I genuinely believe it was, I just think it's an awesome play. It makes me so happy because I've never seen it. It's like, hey man, you shouldn't do this. I've got an Immortal. It makes me so happy.
I love nothing more than just really creative hallucination usage. It's hallucinating for probes because you really don't need to see in their main base anymore. You just kind of want to see what's happening on the map. You add zealots into a fight because, well, okay, it's just confusing. I don't really... I don't quite understand that one. You hallucinate a Colossus to get high ground vision so you can attack into the main, which, by the way, is the thing that I want to say Chelch does, who is a UK Protoss player. Be creative, right? Don't just hallucinate a Phoenix or maybe an Oracle. Like, make use of them for all it's worth. So yeah, that was fantastic. That made me so happy. But now Nice, he's on the other side, and this pylon, this prospective fourth base, that's not going to happen.
No, I love all the things you mentioned there, but yeah, those are all plays that we're familiar with, we've seen. I have legitimately never seen this one. It's like, I've got an observer, you shouldn't. And he didn't. It was awesome. SCV obviously still in a bit of trouble. For as happy as he made us, he's probably not making himself very happy with the fact that that one observer was still a little bit late, and he obviously fell a bit behind. Now, is he so far behind that we can start talking about Nice getting the job done? I wouldn't want to be that dramatic, but Nice is definitely way further ahead in the early stage here on Royal Blood than he was ever in Grass 1, right? And that turned into an awesome macro-oriented game. This one, it can get dicey. Now, if SCV can find the War Prism here, that would be a little feel-good moment. And that man definitely needs just a little mental victory right now. Doesn't see it. As Nice is going to wipe in a couple of zealots. This can honestly get very scary, man. There is a +1 advantage as well on the side of Nice. Now, +1 is close to finishing up for SCV, but it's not quite there yet. He knows about the Prism, I believe. No, he didn't see it. Uh-oh. That Prism is going to hurt, Bio.
Yeah, big warp in at the front as well. So on top of that is a DT tries to find its way in, but Cannon deals with that thing for the most part. But all warp-ins have been spent at the front, so the DTs and the Zealots into the main base, that is not something that SCV can deal with. And he's not reacting to the pressure on his fourth base as well. Oh, nice. He's found his opportunity. Now the Stalkers blink over the force fields, but this is such a mistake. This is just so many dead Stalkers here. It's not worth in the slightest. Eventually they get out, but it's chaos. It's bloodshed. It's pandemonium. 10 probes go down in the main base. The fourth base falls. So many Stalkers hit the deck, and Nice has cracked this game so far wide open.
Yep, Nice was a little bit ahead, but it's also often quite hard to capitalize on tiny advantages. But Nice said, all right, Roddy, just watch and take notes. This is how we get very far ahead after we created a lead for ourselves. And beautiful play by Nice. He's honestly playing an impressive best of 3 here, man, with his tournament live on the line. Probably had high expectations coming into ESL Masters Asia, right? Where he's like, all right, I'm the champ of Taiwan. I've won Taiwan over and over again. I know in the beginning it was quite often Has, but over the last 2 years it was way more Nice than Has. He's like, and now I'm gonna show what I'm made of. Suddenly you find yourself on that final play day in the group stage. Probably not quite what he envisioned for himself. But he's playing a beautiful best of 3 here, man, against a good Chinese Protoss. Because I love a lot of things that I've seen from SCV, but he's getting punished here for, just falling ever so slightly behind. Beautiful play by Nice with the Prism, the decisive army movement, also the decision of already having those 4 units. So SCV didn't have time to react in time to save his cannon, and then it's 3 Zealots, a DT, and a bunch of additional Zealots being warped in, immediately going for the pylon to empower a bunch of gateways. It's just all very high level stuff from Nice.
Yeah, of course, we're giving Nice a lot of credit here, but SCV's decision to blink over the force fields and just lose all his Stalkers was really not great. But for now, Nice trying to pressure forward here. He does have that +2 advantage. +2 is done. He's up only about 2 army supply. But again, the big deal, he has all the time in the world. SCV is only on 3 bases. Nice is going up to 5 here. His tech will only continue to increase, but Disruptors, they maybe make something happen. But yeah, as Nice just tries to punish the whole position, he gets another Stalker for his troubles, even as Nice, or even as SCV blinks forward. So Nice is just showing the class, right? Okay, you're on hold position. Let me kill a Stalker before you react. Oh, you're going to stay here defensively. You got a Disruptor, that's fine. I got a 5th base on the way. I got a 6th base on the way. I'm taking the gold. I am taking every little bit of something out of this map. So even if you do max out here, SCV, you're not going to win the remax, not by a long shot. And he's adding in 2 Robo, so he's going triple Robo Disruptor here.
Yep, SCV obviously is going to give himself a chance by just getting that double Robo production up and running and getting a bunch of Disruptors out, because no matter how far you fall behind in, macro or whatnot, if you get an army with a couple of Disruptors, you are going to give yourself a shot. So I do really love that decision making too, because if he would have just spammed Zealots and Stalkers and he would have just run to the other side of the map, he's not going to win. He's down in upgrades, he's down in economy. That will never get the job done. He's giving himself the only tiny chance that he could possibly get. And if you look at the army supply right now, because Nice has built 91 freaking probes, Rainer would be very proud of that amount of probes, but that obviously creates a problem. His maxed out army supply will be 109. That's currently what he's working with. SCV, he's nowhere near maxed out, and he already has 122 army supply. Like, there really is a chance for SCV. It's not a big one. Nice is pretty damn far ahead, but I love it. The fact that he can even turn this into something that can get us excited, I feel like is already a win.
Yeah, so for now, the Stalkers on the left side, they've actually spent their blinks, so the Disruptors might find something here. And this is a really good position here from SCV as he knocks down more Zealots. He will lose the 4th base, and that really is the problem. Yes, it's a bigger army supply, and yes, those Disruptors are really nice. But Nice is going to have to trade so cost inefficiently from here on out to make his advantage start to disappear. He's taking both golds, Roddy. Like, yes, 91 probes is a lot. Yes, your max out's only 101 or 109 army supply. But if you can remax, if you can put yourself up on 13, on 15, on 17 gateways, you will start to flood out your opponent in a way that SCV...
Disruptor... Sorry.
No.
Right. Nice
good.
didn't see it. There was a disruptor awfully close to the army of SCV, and I was like, it's gonna land at Nova. I obviously fully wholeheartedly agree with everything that you said, but Nice was very close to just straight up winning this game. When he won that fight and he got a massive Zealot warp in the main base, and now we're looking at a game where I kind of believe in SCV. Like, is he in trouble? Sure, he's in some trouble. He's obviously pretty far behind in a lot of metrics, like upgrades, like economy, like maybe production, but SCV is still giving himself a chance. And I think that's something we can already really applaud. As Nice is going to get on top of this base, though. Trading out a base for a base is not a good choice for SCV, because Nice has a whole bunch of bases, and SCV doesn't have too many. Now this fight, the forward blink first disruptor dies, second one dies, and now we need to not lose too many units against those Novas. I think SCV did quite alright. Like, SCV's path to victory would be to force Nice to take a big fight in the middle of all of his bases, right? Maybe between the natural and the third base, as he blinks forward, there's a flanking disruptor, but that Nova falls short. What a fight so far by SCV, but now he needs to keep going. He needs more. He can't play the ultra passive waiting game.
No, you're right. He had to turtle up, had to force a fight at his base and just really start to make something happen. Oh, shot. Okay, not gonna hit much. But SCV losing his third base for Nice's second gold. It's kind of a devil's bargain. On the one hand, you need to knock that down. Your economy is going to be far too shot. If Nice starts taking SCV's bases, I mean, that's too much of a problem. But on the flip side, you move out and you will lose one of the only mining bases you have. Stalker's blink forward here. Disruptor shots are not going to go out, not just yet. Oh, wow. SCV, he dodges everything on the backside. That Disruptor's not going to land here as well, but it's a fighting retreat. And now, okay, Disruptor shot does not really land. This is an opportunity here. Disruptor is not going to get anything. SCV taking the best fight he possibly can, but the reinforcements on the backside, they're doing so much more. SCV takes the best possible fight that he could ever take. But the reinforcements and the disruptors and the zealots coming in from the backside, the upgrades, they make it impossible. And Nice, he does what we expected. He moves on to the playoffs. But SCV, I gotta say, despite those maybe some late game foibles, he impressed.
Yeah. It was an awesome series, man. I'm kind of sad for SCV because he already was a fun player to watch on the very first play day against Oliveira, where he didn't win. He lost 0-2, but at one point, I was like, man, if I would hide the name tags right now, I kind of like this for the Protoss if he makes the correct calls, and they made one mistake. And Oliveira, being the champ that he is, punished him very hard for it immediately, but he's a fun, exciting Protoss. He's honestly very solid, and I feel like if we'd see more of him, if SCV was an American Protoss or a European Protoss, then we'd be hyping him up right now. We were like, man, he has made great progress over the last few months. Unfortunately for him today, it was not enough, and it's not because he didn't play well, because I think he played damn solid in his best of 3. It's just that Nice really showed us what tournaments champions are made of. There's a reason why this man dominated Taiwanese region for a while. There's a reason why he can travel to a DreamHack Masters, Atlanta, or Valencia, or show up in Katowice and take down some European top tier players. That's just because Nice is damn good. He showed us he belongs in the playoffs. That was a really cool best of 3.
Yeah, that was a lot of fun, and I think I'm excited to see where SCV goes because again, he's young. I want to say he's like 18 or 19. He hasn't really been playing all that long. Yeah, he was born in 2002, which makes him
oh my goodness
20. He was born August 3rd. So he's a 20-year-old Protoss player. He does not have a lot of results. He's really been only active since 2021. So I'm excited to see where he's going to go. Hopefully, we're going to see him more in the fall region. But for now, he has been knocked out. And even then, Roddy, and making your way to the final play day, if you are new, if you have really not made tons of moves in international waters or even in domestic tournaments, making your way to the final play day of the new super region is in and of itself a pretty awesome result. So that's going to do it here. And
then with the performance that he had, I think that's even more awesome. It's not that like, okay, he won 2 best of 3s, but he looked unimpressive, uninspiring. No, he looked awesome. I was just shocked when you say 2002. I was like, man, I was in high school, okay, sneaking out of a class, going into the auditorium, watching the World Cup of football in South Korea and Japan. That's what I was doing in 2002. And these kids were born. I was like, oh, man. That's a long time ago, but yeah, I love it, Bio. I want to see more of him, and I already look forward to SCV next season because I'm sure he's going to qualify. And if he keeps this up, if he keeps improving at this pace, well, I don't think it's going to take a whole lot long before A, he makes playoffs, and B, he's going to do some serious damage in those playoffs.
Yeah, by the way, this is his first Premier tournament. This is the first one he's ever qualified for. He only played in small online cups through 2021 up to now. But it's going to be fun in the fall to see whether, he hallucinated an immortal for Mind Games in this second game. Now the second question is whether he can hallucinate a playoff berth in our fall tournament, because that would be a lot of fun. But for now, we do have to go to a break, because when we're back, it's going to be our second non-PvP matchup, which means there's a lot of PvP coming up in Europe. It's going to be Oriana, it's going to be Firefly, it's going to be a PvT just after the break.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and U.S. Air Force.
One more series for the Asian group stage, one more slot to find their way into the playoffs to join the likes of Coffee and Oliveira and now Nice and players of that caliber. It's going to be Oriana, it's going to be Firefly, and Roddy as we get ready for this last matchup in Asia. I know last series we said we weren't totally sure. Was it going to be Nice? Was it going to be, wow. was it going to be Nice? Was it going to be SCV? It's hard to figure out. I mean, they felt very even. How do you feel about this matchup?
I think less even on paper. I have been more impressed by Firefly than I've been impressed by Oriana, even though it's been very cool to watch another Chinese Terran just play some good StarCraft. But if I think of his series yesterday, the man seems to struggle a little bit in the late game in TVP. And if we're struggling with Disruptors, then I do think we have a bit of a problem because that is a unit that's very prominent in this matchup. Firefly is also a very macro-oriented Protoss. Is there a way that Oriana gets the job done here? Sure, but I do think that has to happen early in the game, right? The first 10, 11, 12 minutes max. I think past that point, I heavily favor Firefly because he has truly impressed me with his ability to control the late game Protoss army. And Oriana seems to be slightly better in the early stages. Has good openings, has good starts, but basically I think needs to end it early if he wants to win here today.
Yeah, I think that's fair. And also, kind of on a more meta level, we have four Terrans already qualified into the playoffs. It's going to be Oliveira and Coffee and XY. And I had a fourth. Who am I forgetting?
I don't know. I'll double check for you.
No, actually, I'm not. There we go. We have four Protoss, already in. And we need the Terran here. There we go. That's the math. We need Oriana to make sure that things are perfectly balanced. That we get four Terrans and four Protoss because we don't need Zergs. They have no shot anymore. MeomaikA was the last one. He's now gone. And I won a bunch of TVP or TVT and PvP in the playoffs. That sounds like the best possible thing. And Roddy, to get there though, we have to get through game one.
Let's do it. Dragon Skills is going to be our opening map for this final best of 3 of the entire ESL Masters Asia group stage. In the top left side, we are looking at the main base of the man who's trying to make it a perfect 4-4 split. Representing Mystery Gaming, this is Oriana.
And the bottom right for the Starving Camels in the red, seeking to prove that Protoss is truly overpowered. At least 5 out of 8 overpowered. It's Firefly.
Firefly played against Raynor earlier this week in the WTL, and he actually took a 1-0 lead after just an ultra clean game on altitude. Not a whole lot happened. He just played very passive, very macro-oriented. Raynor went for a big attack with a lot of roaches, ravages, banelings, and he just dropped perfect force field after perfect force field. Had a couple of stasis traps, nice defensive micro with the Stalkers and the Colossus, and he took a really convincing 1-0 lead. In the end, Raynor did tie things, and in the ace match, we had a rematch between Firefly and Raynor, and that was a close game where at one point Firefly looked alrighty. It actually felt that he was winning on Babylon, but then he got a bit carried away and he kind of forgot about the fact that he's such a strong defensive Protoss, and he tried to just get a bit over eager with the Blinky boys, got punished, and in the end he lost in that ace match. But it was a strong showing for him in those 3 games against Raynor. And yeah, I'm just very curious to see what Oriana has in store for us. If he has something special planned, if he's got 1 or 2 builds that he truly believes in that he hasn't shown yet. Because if he's just gonna play standard, straightforward TVP, where we're gonna try to get 3+ bases, I'm really afraid for him that Firefly is just a better player.
Yeah, Firefly has been one of these players I've been kind of tracking a little bit over the last, 6-8 months, where he's not there yet. He is not at the level where I think we see him consistently beat top of the world players. But he's starting to get there. You talked about it. He had opportunities to beat Raynor in the ace match. He beat Raynor in a game. And kind of from that perspective, he had a great, for him, he had a pretty solid run at DreamHack Atlanta. We've seen him do well in online tournaments. So I'm excited to see if 2023 is going to be kind of this era, this year of Firefly coming into his own, hitting maybe top 4 in the region if he's able to qualify through the playoffs. Go through that. But of course, you are a little bit beholden to bracket luck, even if Firefly does qualify through here as a final qualifier. There's a pretty decent shot he runs into a coffee, he runs into an Oliveira, and you know, regardless of what you want to say about, say, coffees, everything else, his TVP is really good.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. He's not the favorite to win it all. I think we can all be in agreement with that. But I can definitely see him have a decent run even in the playoffs. Now, PvP can obviously be a bit hit or miss, right? And it's very hard to be ultra solid and consistent in PvP. Some people do it, and we're very impressed by it for all the right reasons, because it is a matchup that feels rather volatile and fragile from time to time. We've got a double Widowmine drop as an opening here for Oriana. He picked up 2 mines. There's no armory, though. Wow, it's double mine into Cloak Banshee. All right, that's interesting. There's no Robo, so down the line that has a lot of potential, but I do expect Firefly to build a Robo soon. I'd be very shocked if he goes 5 Gateway Blinkstalker, but maybe that's just something he likes to do. Oriana's going to be very sad about the fact that he didn't build an armory somewhere, because if he had an armory here, Firefly would be in all sorts of trouble. Whoa, that's a risky way of dealing with a Widowmine drop. Yeah, I didn't like that.
Yeah, that was a little dicey, but he does keep both Widowmines alive, and that in and of itself is nice. It does unlock pressure later on. And is this? Yeah.
Yeah, it is 5 gate.
Very weird. I gotta assume he's gonna add a 6th off that. 5 gate is just not a thing. 6th gate is occasionally a thing. You put it on the other side. Although, in fairness, Roddy, you know, one of these gateways is a warp-in gateway on the other side, so it's for more than just the production. But okay, Firefly is gonna deal with this. The Reaper was starting to get to a point where, you know, it might actually get some level of damage, but for now, it's gonna get knocked out. The medevac sitting behind, a couple stalkers deputized for that. But Firefly, yeah, he doesn't need a Robo. He's got 5 gateways, but more importantly, he has the Sentry. He can hallucinate a Phoenix, an Oracle, and jump right into the main. And this is certainly not going to be something that Oriana is really going to be expecting.
Now, this is going to be weird, right? Because the Stalkers have a crazy amount of potential, but so do the Cloaked Banshees, man. Like, Cloak is on, and there's literally no Robo. There's no Stargate. So this is going to be weird, right? I feel both players are potentially going to lose a lot of workers. Oriana moved out, though, with the Marines and the tank, and one tank just popped in the main base. That one gets picked up immediately. Probes are dying to that Cloak Banshee in the main base. I mean, this is complete chaos at this point, Vio. Your guess is as good as mine.
It's really nice that there are these Banshees, though. With no detection Banshees, they do bonus armors to Stalkers. They are doing so much damage to the Marines on the trap here as well. Yeah, it's not going to work out, though. Luckily, the hallucination does go down, and this Banshee on the other side, Roddy, it wasn't microed. So not nearly as many probes went down as the Marines try to win the fight on the other side. Banshee's on top, and they are absolutely winning that fight. All the Stalkers go down. Zealots join the fray, but it's Zealots against a bunch of Marines. That does not win that fight without stim. So Oriana, he lost 16 SCVs down to the 9 of his opponent. He really could have gotten a lot more, but did not have probes shift click properly. He spent a lot of damage. He spent a lot of DPS on this assimilator. But now Firefly
he's still
lost.
Winning though.
Yeah,
he's winning.
Yeah,
Like Firefly still has no detection, and he's still doubling down on aggression. He's just hoping that he can take a great fight, but he lost so many units earlier that I have a very hard time believing he's gonna get too much done here. Might get a couple of SCVs, maybe gets in the eBay and whatnot, but the tank on the high ground should be ultra safe. This Marine count, even without stim and combat shield, it's damn high, and it can really start making its way forward to just corner these Stalkers, push them back into the low ground. Another Cloak Banshee has made it into the main base. Like, I really like this for Oriana. He shouldn't maybe go for these probes. I would go for the battery instead. But yeah, whatever. We'll see how it goes. What I do know is that at home, he is safe and sound, and that Robo is only now being built. Like, stop attacking probes, man. Oh my goodness, he could have killed so much if he would have just gone down for that. If he would have just gone for the battery.
Yeah.
Don't make the Banshee, please. That's sad.
The other thing we need to talk about, by the way, Firefly did not take a lot of economic damage from the first push or the second push, really, from those Banshees. He could have taken so much more. But the Banshees zoned out a lot of gas mining for quite a while. So Firefly, yeah, Oriana lost 16 SCVs. You know, his economy was really, really hindered. But he could use the money that he was making more efficiently. Marines don't cost gas. You have mules. You can bring that back into it. Whereas Firefly's economy, we saw him, he worked in a ton of Zealots because he just didn't have the gas. He didn't have that ability to go and make use of what was technically a superior economy because it was incredibly imbalanced. Tons of minerals, not a lot of gas, and that slowed down the timing even more. I mean, you don't want 7 Zealots against a bunch of tanks and mass Marines.
Alright, Stalker's gonna blink into the main base, but Stim is done. Apparently Combat Shield is gonna get picked off though, and that's obviously nice for Firefly, because the Marine count is crazy high for this game and the army that Firefly is working with. We're looking at 26 Marines. Like, Firefly is not gonna deal with that many Marines with just a couple Zealots. Maybe a crazy overwhelming amount of Zealots is going to be good enough, or he makes it up to Storm or Colossus, as I believe the Firefly saw the 2 medevacs. Oh, that could be his way back into this game, and it absolutely is. Snipes the medevac with 8 Marines inside of it. Oriana is still, I think, in a good spot, but now he's kind of taking a couple of serious blows, and he needs to start finding some damage. He had so much potential with additional Banshees. I really would have liked to see him just build another Clock Banshee after he realized there was no robot, there was no observer. There's still a chance, but losing those 8 Marines inside of the medevac, that's a really big deal.
That it really is. 10 supply off the top makes this push from Oriana so much harder. And Firefly, he's just buying time. Yeah, you know, his economy is actually, it's recovered for the most part. Maybe he would like it to be a little bit bigger, but charge is done in 10 seconds. +1 done a little bit after that. So he's just waiting. He wants to... I'm actually really curious to see what he does with these Zealots, whether this is going to be for a big surround or whether it's just going to be for a counterattack on the other side. But regardless, a ton of charge lots against this composition is going to be really nice. And with all the... Okay, so he's got 4 sentries here. He just wants to force field off the ramp, but 2 by themselves is a little bit awkward there. He gets 1 Marine. That's not worth it with the sentries, but on the other side, these Zealots, they're forcing Oriana so all in.
Yep. Well, okay, we're gonna make a recall, so now maybe Oriana just has some time to get everything set up again. The Zealot count is high. Earlier we were looking at like 4 Zealots, maybe 8 or 10 Zealots if the armies would have actually clashed. Now there are 23 Zealots. Does that mean that Oriana is down and out? Absolutely not. He has 71 army supply. If anything, I still think his army is better, but he's gonna have to micro it properly, right? We're gonna need a good Widowmine connection, and he also needs to make sure that the tanks don't deal too much friendly fire. Something that Firefly is looking for, as Firefly takes a bad engagement there. Almost feels that those Zealots just went for it by themselves. They were not on hold position, so he donates a couple of units. The boys have been pulled as well. I mean, Marines and boys and Widowmines pretty good against a very Zealot heavy army. This is going to be a fun fight, Bio.
Yeah, I really like this. There's just no splash damage to deal with the Zealots, so they're tanking so much damage. Stalkers get on top of the tanks a little bit, but now, well, okay, so Zealots, 8 of them warp in on the left side. Bit of a flank here coming in. 1 tank, no, it's gone down. Even still, the Zealots are starting to fall here. The reinforcements of Oriana come stimming on in, and here we go into the natural, the mortal. The last one here will go down in just a second. Shield battery falls as well, and what a beautiful call coming in from Oriana here. The SCVs, they just tanked so much. There was no splash damage, no disruptors, no storm, nothing to cut through. And Oriana, the +1 stimmed bio, seems like it has been more than enough here. 1 immortal, couple stalkers on the high ground, but Roddy, that is not enough, not anymore. This army of Oriana comes stimming right on in, and Firefly, there is nothing he can do anymore.
And now Fireflies, we're going to pull the last few probes, but that's obviously never going to be enough. This Terran army is still a bit too big. There are Widowmines in the mix as well. Only the Widowmines could ever betray Oriana here, as it's 28 works against 27. But unless there's a crazy amount of friendly fire, crazy amount of splash damage, I believe that a Terran should be fine. Stalker numbers have gone up a little bit, but Oriana just has too much. Even if these Marines do get pushed back. 1 observer there, by the way, would be lovely to snipe that, as he's got 4 Widowmines. We don't actually have 5 Widowmines. We don't just want to lose all these mines by themselves, but it's just taking Firefly a little while to clean that up. I love the decisive target fire there on that overcharged battery. Oriana knows that he's pretty much done it. Just needs to take out the final few probes, to find a few stalkers. Firefly has done well in the last minute of this game. Unfortunately for him, it was just a little bit too late. That stalker number is quite high now, by the way.
Yeah, I really like this micro, and +2 is done, so upgrade advantage and everything else. This might force Oriana out of the base. I mean, it is going to force Oriana out of the base for the time being, and we talk about Stalkers infinitely microable against a bunch of Marines, even with Stim. That does tend to be true for the most part. Stalkers blink on top, get a couple more Widowmines.
Wow.
That's actually insanely impressive that Firefly has... I don't even know that we can say stabilized, right? Because it is still 28 workers to 30, and he's still down about 9 army supply. But the fact that he's in this game at all, the fact that Oriana did not just run across the map and kill him dead, is insane.
That looked ultra over. The man at one point was down to his final few stalkers, but did a good job in wiping in a few more. And it felt that during the middle of all of that, when Firefly was in all sorts of trouble, he's like, all right, I'm suddenly going to show why you guys have been impressed with me. Oriana does find that gateway on the left side, as he just made all the correct calls. At this point, I think Oriana maybe shouldn't build too many Widow Mines, and if we do build Widow Mines, that's okay, but he needs to protect them a bit more. Donating those 5 mines in the main base the way that he did against Stalker only, that was not necessary. Those Widow Mines would be very useful against Zealots, but if it's only Stalkers, then obviously he didn't have to do that. Obviously, the Terran economy, I want to say, should still be quite a bit better, but Oriana, as we can see, has done a serious job in dropping the Mule Hammer, so he is gonna mine out of minerals in the near future, and Firefly does still have that third base. I think we're gonna go for SCV pool round 2. What's the Marauder count? That's very important. 5. Alright. I still believe that Oriana's gonna get the job done here, but no room for errors, Bio.
Yeah, and we are severely lacking in production right here. Finally, this gateway in the main was repowered, but it's 4 gateways coming out of Firefly at this point. Sorry?
Force fields.
Oh, yes. Force fields are going to be... Oh, those are so nice. He sectioned off actually a lot of the army, not even the SCV, so he is holding the high ground here so well, Roddy.
Yeah, no, that was very well done. Good army positioning, drops another set of force fields. Firefly obviously knows that with all the boys being pulled, every second that goes by, it's going to be better and better for him. He might actually still do this. It'd be a super impressive victory. I think Oriana still has the better army. He has the army with more DPS. It will come down to the Widow Mines. It will come down to the force fields. Maybe Oriana should just kill the third Nexus. As the scan goes down, he sees there's no observer. I really like the idea of going for this Nexus here. There's a lot of probes. That's a very important Nexus for Firefly. As all the probes are stuck, I don't think he can quite save those. Yes, the probes are going to go through the meat grinder. Here come a lot of Stalkers, a couple of Guardian Shields, and Oriana's probably going to be forced to run away. I don't know if he wins this fight, man.
I mean, he's going to take it anyways. 14 probes go down for 14 SCVs. Blinks forward, gets a Marine, but he's got to back up. At this point, you're right. You blink forward like that, no defensive blinks. But the medevac count is only at 3. Like, we're starting to hit this point as the medevacs are, they're really low on energy. With this army, it's going to keep stimming. It's going to run out of energy. It's going to run out of healing, really. And now, okay, so Firefly's lost his third. Yeah. Oriana can technically float his main base over, but he has 10 SCVs. And Firefly's army is, I'm not even going to say technically better. It is better, even though it is gateway units versus bio. It's 2-1 gateway units versus +1 bio and down in army supply. Well, for a second.
And this is crazy. I don't know what Firefly is going to do. Alright, he drops another Nexus. I think that is a good decision, because I don't think his army is quite good enough to run up a ramp into Liberators at a siege up. He's going to trade out a Stalker, and he's going to lose not 1 but 2 Stalkers as the Observer dies too. What killed the Observer? How was the Observer revealed? I didn't get that.
What?
Did he kill it himself?
No, I think Marines killed it.
Now, if we look at the unit's lost step, we can see that there is no Observer that died. I think Firefly killed his own Observer.
Firefly killed his own Observer, you're right, yeah.
Oh.
Well, that's unfortunate.
Yes, it is, mate. I was like, what? I see no scan, no Raven, no Mr. Third. Like, how did the Observer die?
Look at this. Hallucinated Colossus to give high ground vision.
We were talking about it earlier, but yeah. For Oriana, the drop on the other side of the map is probably more important than just killing a pylon. Is nice. Shield battery versus a bunch of Marines, not going to be good enough, but I do think that this Nexus will live, and Nexus has a lot of HP, so Oriana, I think, is just going to have to give up on these units. Don't pick up, man. You can't pick up. The best thing you can do is just try to trade out and at least kill a Stalker, but losing another medevac with 8 Marines inside of it, it really does start adding up. What a bizarre bananas games here, man. We were looking forward to this debut, and it's delivering. The third SCV pool, the final 12 boys. But yeah, SCV pools are great if it's like Mass Zealot, like it was the first time around. Against Stalkers and Sentries and Immortals, less great. But I guess Oriana is going to try to force the fight away from the natural Firefly, where he's got a bunch of batteries, and making it up the ramp is going to be difficult. Oh, what? Okay.
just your box standard hallucinated Oracle. It's 17 minutes in, so you see where the army is from a weird angle. That's obviously what this is. But this time, Oriana, he's wise to the tricks of Firefly. He's going to catch, what is that, 5-6 Zealots, trying to deal with his reinforcements. And that was such a powerful tool in the last couple fights. This time, that's just a lot of army supply that's not there. These force fields are not going to land. nearly as powerfully as they did the last couple. So Oriana, he finds his way onto the high ground. He doesn't have to fight his way through as many chokes as he did previously. Force field count is not quite as high as it once was. He's getting a couple Marines with this. This is really nice. But Oriana is taking the best start of this fight that he has in a while. Last time, it did not go nearly this nicely.
He lost a lot of units, so one of the Liberators got picked off as well. One Lib does manage to siege up, but it gets picked off. There are still a couple of Widow Mines in the mix. They have potential, but there's an Observer revealing all these Widow Mines. The Marauders, they are not sure what they should go for. Should we go for the Stalkers? The Guardian Shield is big. I actually think that Firefly is still winning this game, and that is honestly absolutely unbelievable after he was down 40 army supply at one point, and the Terran was literally in his natural, in his main base. But yeah, the Medivacs ran out of juice. The Stalker micro went from, okay, they're not doing a whole lot, to suddenly like, hey guys, I'm Firefly, I'm really good. I've impressed you guys lately, remember? And he just didn't lose a single unit anymore. At that point, wasn't necessarily his game, but Firefly just had a rather odd build order choice, right? He went for the 5 Gateway, Blink Stalker, no Robo. Oriana could have done an insane amount of damage with the Banshees, and he did some damage, as a lot of indirect damage, as Firefly just gave up on the main. He started only mining from the natural. That's why he didn't lose too many probes. Then the second Banshee had potential if he would have just gone for the battery first and then the probes. Instead, it attacked probes until the battery was out of energy. Then Overcharge was used. He was still attacking probes. But despite all of that, it felt that the Marine push was going to be good enough for Oriana, especially with all the SCVs in the mix. What a game, man. A 19-minute game where obviously that one medevac with 8 Marines inside of it, he didn't have to drop. His army was better in a straight-up fight. In a straight-up push, his army was better. If you then go for a drop, you expose a lot of supply in medevacs, but bananas game, Bio. An absolute bananas game. A great victory for Firefly. I thought he was KO'd.
Yeah, I think you play that game 99 times out of 100, or you put, say, this is Hero versus Maru. Okay, you take maybe Maru versus MaxPax or something. You have to take the best players of their respective races. The Protoss wins that 99 times, or the Terran wins that 99 times out of 100. But Firefly, he pulled it off, and I think even we look back at that game, I think Oriana tricked himself a little bit. If he wins that fight, if he just starts building workers again and macroing up and putting himself into the mid game, he's totally fine. But I think he kind of got himself into the mind games of, I pulled the SCVs, I'm all in, I can't get out of this all in. And, you know, things happened as they did. But Roddy, that was a crazy game 1. Series is not over. We got a second game and hopefully a third. Game 2's here.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind a third game between these two. We thought that he had to win early. Well, he clearly tried to win early, and we thought he had it. At least I absolutely thought he had it. But in the end, the Marines ran out of steam, did not kill that one Observer that revealed all of his mines, got pushed back, kept on trying. But the sentries were really the bane of his existence. Force field after force field made it hard for him to force the fight that he was truly looking for. In the bottom left side, a Chinese Terran trying to give us the perfect split between Terrans and Protoss in the playoffs. This is Mystery Gaming Oriana.
And in the upper right, bending and bending and bending some more, but snapping back in the last second to take the victory. He's up 1. It's Firefly.
I think Firefly knows that he made that a very hard himself in the previous game. Like, I don't really see a very good reason to go for 5 Gateway Blink Stalker. Like, unless your reason is literally, hey man, I've got a date in 24 minutes and I just want to get this best of 3 over with, and I'm gonna try to end it. Because you're not like you're not able to produce enough Stalkers with 4 Gateway Robo Blink Stalker, right? There's a reason why you always see Hero and MaxPax go for the 4-gate Blink if they want to be aggressive. It's just great. Observers are amazing in case you go up against Cloaked Mines or Cloaked Banshees. Yeah, it was a relatively poor build order choice that just didn't really quite add up, didn't work out. The fact that he still won is mighty impressive.
It really is. Although, again, we do have to put a lot of that on Oriana's execution. He could have wiped out 2 mineral lines with those Banshees. He could have gotten so much more damage done. And instead, you know, he gets, what was it, I think like 5 probes of the first Banshee, 3 probes of the second Banshee, and it just did not really work out for him all that well. He just was not able to target what he needed to, and that meant that Firefly, even though he took a lot of damage and his timing did not get that much done, it did get 14 SCVs, even if, again, the army went down for the most part, and that equalized a lot of the damage of the probes. It took a little bit of oomph out of the SCV pull. I mean, imagine that first SCV pull, Roddy, with 14 more probes, or 14 more SCVs. Probably hits a little bit harder.
For sure, or just the 8 extra Marines, right? Like, obviously we all love Terran drops, and medevacs are great for dropping if the Terran is being contained, or if they need to make a play, or it's just an even game and they think that's gonna get them ahead. But if your army is literally just better, more powerful, bigger, and it does well in the straight-up fight, then I don't think you need to go for a drop. So I think then setting up that double drop, while you know the Protoss is so close to you, and Hallucinated Phoenix even caught a glimpse of it, yeah, I think then dropping is asking for trouble. So a couple of things just went wrong there. Firefly went for Nexus before Cybercore, and actually it seems that in back-to-back games he'll just go for 5 Gateway Blink Stalker. I don't know why he loves it. It's really not that common, but yeah, it's gonna give him a lot of Blink Stalkers. And I guess maybe he feels, hey, last game was literally worst case scenario, right? I had to go up against Cloak Banshees. I had no detection, and I still won. Imagine if I don't have to go up to Cloak Banshees. Then I'll be absolutely cooking, and I guess that's the game plan. Oh,
Yeah.
He does drop a robo, though.
There we go. Okay. I guess the logic here is in part, right, with the gas you save from getting a robo and a warp prism, you can get a sentry, and maybe you can get a couple more stalkers early on. But we were talking about just kind of server meta, right? About how for a while I did feel like everyone across every server was doing the same thing, but maybe just because we're exposed to the Asian region a little bit more. But we are seeing variances in play. We're seeing MeomaikA do MeomaikA things, but even just something as simple as 5-gate blink with a gateway on the map instead of a quick robo is new. It's different. It maybe is not the most efficient play, but it does show us something just a little bit different. We don't have any sentries just yet, actually. That's a forward tank here, but it's a really nice idea. One stalker goes almost down. And Oriana, you know, this timing, he's doing a good job of cutting it off. And by the way, stim 2/3 of the way done. This is going to be a pretty quick stim going into this push.
Yep, it's an interesting build, but I do feel that this is nice for Firefly, right? Because it's not that he's playing 2 Gateway, Twilight, 3 base, let's go Colossus, oh no, I'm being attacked. No, he's got 5 Gateway Blink Stalkers, so he's gonna have the ability to warp in a crazy amount of Stalkers. The perfect timing to show up in the main base as he snipes the tech lab immediately. Tim gets denied, and I'm afraid for Oriana that he really left it out all in the field in game 1, right? That was his opportunity to win a game against Firefly and to get himself in a good spot in this best of 3. It's obviously heartbreaking. If you feel like you're so close, you've got him on the ropes, he's on wobbly legs, you can't quite get him out of there, you feel like you made some mistakes, to then keep it together and play an amazing game 2 is difficult. I'm sure Oriana is trying, but instead of an amazing start, we're looking at a bit of a nightmare start.
Yeah, Firefly truly pulled the rope-a-dope in game 1. He drew Oriana in, tired him out, and then punched him down in game 2. Well, it seems like that fatigue is really happening here because we talked about it, right? This was a 6-minute stim. This is a very aggressive build. This is designed to move across the map as soon as possible, kind of cut the knees out of the Protoss player. And not only is that not great against a 5-gate type of blink timing, because again, you're just not going to have as much tech, you're not going to have as much economy, and the Protoss player can, of course, build a lot more units. The stim was delayed, so it's not even going to be that timing that Oriana was building into. It was a last-second snipe as 6 more SCVs hit the deck. And Marines, I mean, that's a lot of Marines. They are able to get on top of these Stalkers, but without stim, they don't kill them. So Firefly, he has so much room on the map right now to leverage this 5-gate. We see his 3rd base is just about done. He's adding more gateways. He's got a Templar Archives, maybe for Storm, at least for Archon. Charge 2/3 of the way done. And Oriana, I don't like any push he's going to make at this point. Firefly already has the answers.
He might just pull SCVs one more time, right? Maybe that is going to be his best chance the moment that stim is done. He's got +1. It's Marine Tank against Zealot or Gateway armies only. Marine Tank obviously always has a chance. We saw how well it performed in that previous game at one point. I wonder if Firefly fires up Storm immediately. I think both choices are completely fine, right? I think if you want to go for Storm as quickly as possible, that is a play. If you say like, nope, I just believe that all I need is a couple of Archons, I think that's a play as well. As we're going to keep a close eye on what the decision is. So far, Templar Archives is done. It's not doing anything yet. Stalkers are looking to buy some time, but it's Terran army. It's still big though, right? For all the little things that may not have gone perfect for Oriana and for however committed he may be. As this Zealot run by is nice. Here come the SCV. time, and there is no Storm, there are no Archons. Like, there is a chance for Oriana. It looks grim, sure, but I do think there is a chance.
Firefly is so non-committal with these force fields. They're so, I guess, tentative with them. We saw him do this in the previous game as well, where he's not waiting, trying to bait in. He's just kind of dropping a force field and making sure something happens. Meanwhile, the Zealots on the other side are ravaging the natural. And there we go, the recall. So he forces the natural to lift, says, this is more than enough. You're all in already, Oriana. We're just going to go home. I want the army supply. And at this point, I mean, the tanks, they have to get the absolute biggest shots. There are no Winnemines here. So here come the Zealots moving in. And the Marines, they wedge themselves into a wall. And the SCVs, they're doing such a fantastic job of buffering. But now the Zealots, they're on top of these Marines. And Oriana, it's never going to work. Firefly absolutely should have lost game 1, but he hauls it back. The rope-a-dope indeed. In game 2, that was never in question. Firefly looks so good. And he moves on to the playoffs. 5 of 8 Protoss in the Asian playoffs.
Beautiful game 2 there by Firefly. It made a lot more sense what he was doing. Like, if we're going to go for a 5 gateway Blink Stalker, we can also still drop a Robo. We can just get a lot of units out. If Firefly is confident that the game will go on for a long time, this is obviously a good way to get there. If he was expecting aggression out of Oriana, which seemed definitely to be Oriana's game plan, it also makes sense to have that extra gateway and just have a little bit more production than you normally do. Game 2, unfortunately, a lot more one-sided. Game 1 was awesome. I'm sure that Oriana will be kicking himself a little bit for it because the man had multiple opportunities to win it. But yeah, I think coming into it, we both knew that Firefly was the stronger player and that Oriana had to pull off something special, magical to get the job done here. Game 1, excellent entertainment. Got so damn close. Really fun to watch. Unfortunately, in game 2, Firefly just kind of showed us that he, too, is a very good Chinese Protoss. And that we are excited over him for all the right reasons. Like, that man into the playoffs. Sign me up, BL. I'm looking forward to his games, mate, because I'm going to watch them. And I really think he can do some good damage in the playoffs.
Yeah, it's going to be fun. So we now have our playoff determined, right? It's going to be Oliveira. It's going to be Coffee, qualifying out at 3-0. It's going to be Haas, Jaishi, and Cyan, all at 3-1. So I guess, and I'm really curious to see how the seeding is going to work, by the way. But for now, they're kind of in the middle seeding, and all the Protoss players. And then coming in at 3-2, it's going to be nice. It's going to be XY, and it's going to be Firefly. So that's kind of funny, right? We had 2 Terrans qualify in through the top 2, and then for the rest of it, well, it was 5 Protoss and 1 Terran. So slightly different, racial advantage there. It's not perfectly even, as all things should be. And unfortunately, there will be no TVZ. There will be no ZVP, nothing like that. All the Zergs, they're in the bottom 8 of the Asian region. And Roddy, it's always kind of fun when we look at different regions and we see, okay, what dominates? In Europe, it's Protoss, right? 16 out of 32 are Protoss players. In North America, arguably, maybe it's Zerg a little more, and I guess Protoss at the top end. Even if maybe European at the top end is a little bit more Zerg favored. And clearly in Asia, it's those Terrans looking really good.
Yeah, no, there's perhaps once more all inspired by Oliveira, but it's a shame. It's a shame that we don't have a single Zerg making it into the playoffs. Coming into this tournament, we had Rex, we had MeomaikA, we had Gogo Joey. I do think even before all the games started, it was going to be difficult for them. Mio, I think, could have made it, but he needed some luck, I think, with the opponents. You avoid the Terrans and you play against the Protoss, and then ideally you play against stubborn Protoss players that don't really do their homework. Rex, I think, is good. Maybe had a chance, but if you look at the guys he lost to, Jaishi, Cyan, SCV, 3 guys that all just played incredibly well. 2 of them making it into the playoffs. SCV getting so damn close to making the playoffs. And Gogo Joey, our Hong Kong representative. I think, yeah, he was always going to be an underdog. So it is what it is. It sucks. Would have obviously been nice to at least have 1 Zergy in the playoffs. But I'm damn excited, man, for the players of our ESL Asia super region. I do think that First Blood has definitely been drawn by the Chinese region because they said, all right, we're going to turn all of this together. We're going to group all the champions together, and everyone has a chance to qualify. Players from Oceania, players from Taiwan, Hong Kong, and the Chinese. Well, the Chinese region definitely proved to be the strongest of the 3 so far.
Yeah, we saw that even in the qualifiers, though. They were, when you look at the qualifiers, it was I think it was like 1 player that wasn't Chinese that came in through the open quals. So very much, again, proving that they are of the strongest region. And in general, they've had such tremendous grassroots support over the last several years. The Golden Team League, which is now the World Team League, everything that SC Boy and Jousa, or just as part of SC Boy, everything that SCB is doing, or excuse me, SC Boy is doing to make that region build those fans. It's really awesome to see that it's kind of really shoving through right here again, reigning world champion, and also just in their own region, they're doing very, very well. But that does put a pin on the Asian region, our coverage here today. We should talk about what we're going to be doing for the rest of the day, though, because there are 9 more best of 3s available to us. Roddy is Gung Fu Band and Knights Phoenix. There is exactly 2 non-PvPs in the European region. So, Roddy, are you excited for mirrors?
Yes, mate. I, for one, do not hate mirrors. I am already looking forward to the 18th of May. TVT all day, mate. I have cleared out my agenda for that one. ESL playoffs. But obviously, I love some PvP, especially if you give me guys like MaxPax and Mana to get excited over. Christiana Shadon. Like, all of these games are awesome because they mean something, right? This is not one of the 17 PvPs in the round robin where, okay, they play for $100, they're going to do their best. No, it's do or die. I care about the stories of these players. I think it's awesome to see people get an all-time personal best of making it into the players of their region. So I'm obviously looking forward to every single match. Wayne Akron, I think, is a very cool one, too. It's going to be fun, man.
I'm actually so excited. I'm so jealous that you get the Wayne Acheron matchup. That's going to be, of course, Roddy and Steadfast as you take the middle stretch. Because I'm just so excited about Wayne. You know, I think he should have qualified 3-0. He was in a winning spot against Cyril before Cyril kind of showed us that how much of a quality player he is. But that's going to be great. I'm actually really excited about Bly Strange as well. He showed us some fun games yesterday. But the big news, of course, is that, well, that's what we're going to be doing for Asia. That's what we're going to be doing for North America. There's going to be a bit of a break, right? The European region starts in just about 50 minutes. 10 a.m. Eastern time, which makes it 4 p.m. Central European Summer time. So, Roddy, before we go to that nice long break, we get to stretch, take a walk, maybe eat some breakfast if you haven't already. Final thoughts about what's been 12 awesome days of Asian play.
This is really cool. China region, obviously very strong. Impressed by the boys. Oliveira still the favorite, but it's not going to be a walk in the park. And I am very excited over our new Chinese Protoss nerds, man. Like SCV, he was very cool. It's heartbreaking that he didn't make it, but he was awesome. Nice, showed up in a big way. Looking forward to seeing what Haas can get done. A lot of fun games, definitely memorable moment. And these is 12 play days of ESL Masters Asia. My favorite moment is still hallucinating the Immortal. It's like, hey man, you've got a DT. I've got an Immortal over here. You really shouldn't do this. If there is an Immortal, deserve it too. No, I loved it. We've seen some absolute bangers. Obviously, a couple silly games as well, but that's just how it is. That's how it goes in every sport. Well, I like football, but there are plenty of 0-0s that go around. But I've been entertained, and I'm really looking forward to the playoffs.
Yeah, that was fantastic. Of course, we do have to point out that the Asian playoffs will be starting Friday of next week. So there's a little bit longer of a time off before the compared to what's happening in the European region, which of course starts on Wednesday for their playoffs. Thursday, of course, the American regional playoffs. But you got to wait a little bit. It means these players, and we've seen some very stylistic play, Roddy. It means these players, they have about a week to figure out how exactly they're going to counter their opponents. And that, by far, is the most exciting thing. That's going to be a lot of fun. Almost as fun as this break that we got coming up. So we'll be back in about an hour. 50 minutes is when Europe starts, 10 a.m. Eastern. And we'll see you then.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
pound. Break you up and bring you down. When you ain't looking, I'm gonna hit you like 100 pounds. Break you up and bring you down. When you ain't looking, I'm gonna hit you like 100 pounds. Break you up and bring you down. When you ain't looking, I'm gonna hit you like 100 pounds. Break you up and bring you down. Like a cold-hearted killer, I'm gonna cut you down.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and U.S. Air Force.
Welcome to Do or Die Sunday on the European server. We have 6 best of 3s and 6 players. They're going to move on to round out 2 different groups here, Roddy. And more importantly than anything else, some players go home, some players advance. But again, the important thing, it's a lot of PvP. That should be fun.
That should be fun. There will be happiness, there will be sadness, there will be heartbreak. But obviously, this is what it all comes down to. Final round of round robin. We just did ESL Masters. I think we had a couple of very fun games. Firefly maybe making life a bit harder on himself than it had to be, but it was still fun. SCV impressed us, and I look forward to some of these European lovely nerds impressing us. I don't know, man. I think all of these are going to be pretty damn close, and I'm even worried for big favorites for the entire tournament, perhaps MaxPax, because he too will have his tournament live on the line. And if you would have told me at the beginning of this Swiss group format that I'd be casting MaxPax on the 14th of May, I would have probably laughed at you and be like, no, MaxPax is done by then. It's a 3-0 or a 3-1 for the Prince. But it wasn't all that easy.
No, it really wasn't. Although, good news, he is running into a Protoss player, and that is arguably his best matchup, even as he has looked a little bit more vulnerable. But one thing we're not vulnerable to is not talking about our sponsors, because they're fantastic. It's Monster, it's Blizzard, it's ESL Shop, it's the U.S. Air Force, and without them, we would not be running this tournament. So thank you so much to them for allowing this to happen. And if you want to go and attend the offline event, you want to see some StarCraft in person, you want to meet Rotterdam in person specifically, because he wants to talk to you all. I'm putting words in your mouth here, but I think it's true. You can go to DreamHack Jonkoping in Sweden in the middle of June. And by the way, tickets, they're on sale now. And even more importantly, if you go to DreamHack.com/summer/tickets and use the code StarCraft, you're going to get 20% off. So, summer in Sweden, StarCraft, you get to meet Roddy. I don't know why that's 2 fingers, but it's worth doing, and it's pretty awesome. So, Roddy, you know what? They're going to qualify here. Some people are going to move through the playoffs, but man, I'm excited for that LAN about a month from now.
Okay, I haven't really been thinking about that yet, but yeah, obviously it's all going to be fun. We just have a couple of very fun tournaments ahead of us in StarCraft 2. Home Story Cup got announced, so that's something that a lot of fans look forward to. Obviously, DreamHack Masters Atlanta is going to have some fun regionals as well. A lot of players that did well in this time around, but maybe didn't make it into the playoffs, will have even more motivation to show up in the biggest possible way. Of course, the WTL is running. We've got the Kung Fu Cup weekly. Like, there is a lot of StarCraft. One thing we cannot complain about is the lack of competitive StarCraft in the year 2023.
Yeah, I'm actually running into this issue where I'm having to pick and choose the things I cast on a weekly basis, because I just don't have time to cast it all, which is happy and also sad, because I just want to cover it all. But Roddy, there is one more thing we got to go over before we get ourselves nicely, solidly into the first game into Kung Fu Banda and Night Phoenix. And that's talking about Group B and where we stand here. Of course, we have everyone that has 3 losses. They're knocked out. Everyone with 3 wins is on through. But there are 6 players here. You talked about MaxPax. Maybe he's in danger. But as we look at this, anything else you're looking at?
That a lot of the Eastern Europeans are on the right side of the graphic. I've noticed that yesterday already as well. Yeah, that's one thing that kind of stood out to me. But I think overall, like guys like Raynor, Skillers, Hero Marine, Clem, Lambo, we expect these guys to advance. And I think MaxPax was an overwhelming favorite as well to advance. He can still get the job done today. It really sucks, obviously, for Mana that he got MaxPax here on the final play day. Because, of course, these groups are tough. And you're going to have to take down some good players to make it into the playoffs. But it shouldn't be the level of MaxPax good to even make it into the playoffs. So I think Mana got a bit unlucky there, but he's done it before. I'm sure that he will believe that he can do it again. And we're all looking forward to that. Besides that, I think a good showing by Strange. I didn't necessarily think that he was still going to be active on the final play day. Strange is one of these guys that's like top 32 Europe. Yeah, absolutely. If he's playing, if he's practicing, if he takes it serious, he's going to be top 32. But most of the time, he kind of ends up somewhere at the bottom of the big round robin groups we've had in the past. So for him to still have something to fight for here on the final play day is impressive. And perhaps this also leads us into our first best of 3. We've got Gung Fu against Night Phoenix. I'm impressed by Night Phoenix, right? He made it into DreamHack Masters Europe Regionals before, but normally it did not come down to the final play day on whether or not he would make the playoffs. Today could be the first time ever in the young career of this young man that he makes it into the top 16 of Europe, and that would obviously be a big moment for him.
Yeah, so we're going to have to see, can he do it? Does Gung Fu Banda show that class and that experience that he has shown us time and time again? These are questions. I have the answer. Game 1's here. In the bottom right, in the blue, for hot-headed gaming, he is Night Phoenix.
And that man definitely displayed some hot-headed video gaming yesterday as he was crazy, wild, decisive, and very entertaining. I felt that almost everyone enjoyed that best of 3 he played against Goblin. In the top left side, we are looking at the main base of the man who's the less active of the two, but what he does have is a ton of experience under his belt. Hailing from Deutschland, this is Gung Fu Banda.
And poor Goblin. I know this is we're talking about Gung Fu and Night Phoenix here, but Goblin should have 2-0'd here, Marine. He should have put himself in one of those 2-1. I want to say 2-1, 2-0 scoreline matches. Had multiple shots to qualify, and instead he kind of throws a game away in game 2. Here, Marine, of course, played very well, and his TVP is known as being that good for a reason, but. Instead, Goblin, he goes down 1-2. He has to play these. He goes down to 1-1, I think it was at the time. He has to play these PvPs. It becomes a little bit more complicated, and then backs against the wall. Night Phoenix wins that crazy PvP. So you can't help but feel for him. I mean, his life, his tournament trajectory could have been so different.
I don't need an excuse to talk about Goblin, mate, so
That's
I
fair.
am in full agreement there. It was heartbreak for Goblin yesterday. He had a very close series with Night Phoenix, where in game 2, obviously, he was supposed to be in all sorts of trouble. He was maybe supposed to lose that, as he was down 0-1, but somehow forced it into a rubber match. And then in game 3, I mean, we literally started to speak on how great it looked for Goblin, because it really did. He had a perfect answer against the 3-gate robo that Night Phoenix was going for. And the only thing that we said he has to do is make sure that his units are in the right position. They were it. And Night Phoenix, our hot-headed video gamer, just went for that battery immediately, went for the pile, and got the job done with a great force field. That was a nail-biting best of 3. And I expect this one to be very close as well, but pretty different. Because Goblin does not mind making things weird. Goblin does not mind being aggressive. I don't know Gung Fu as an overly aggressive PvP player. Gung Fu is a very confident individual. And I think throughout this best of 3, you're going to see a lot of Night Phoenix being the aggressor. And Gung Fu just trying to stabilize, trying to scout, and trying to drag it out into the late game. Or at least force out the longer games.
Yeah, you know it's funny, Roddy. We talk about players, and certain players we have a really strong idea about what they're going to do. Here, Marine, he's going to hit you somewhere between 6 and 8 minutes with some sort of 2-base timing and do maybe a third behind it. You know, that kind of player. He's going to be aggressive. You look at Cyril, we know he's going to scout a lot. He's going to play into the macro game. But Gung Fu is one of these players that despite, I mean, we've seen a lot of his games. I've cast a lot of his games. I don't really have a solid understanding of kind of his identity in the game. I know you talked about maybe trying to drag it back a little bit later, and that's certainly possible for now. 4 Stalkers versus 3, but the shield battery more than makes up for that one right now. Night Phoenix, though, good micro here and gets heavy damage on that Stalker. But it's going to be really interesting to see. I know he's going to go late game, but it's going to be interesting to see kind of, I guess, what identity we're going to see out of Gung Fu in this series, what identity he's going to adopt.
Oh, Gung Fu one shot short there in the end to get a Stalker kill. But yeah, I really just think that Gung Fu is a pretty macro-oriented Protoss. He really is quite defensive. If he's a big underdog, then obviously he's willing to switch it up and he's willing to be a bit more aggro. But Gung Fu probably knows Night Phoenix, but he doesn't know a whole lot about him. He will probably just think, this guy's going to all-in me, I'm going to focus on defending. And you look at that production tab, I mean, it's an immortal 80% done and a very early forge as well. If that doesn't scream macro, I don't know what will, as we have 2 force fields going down. And Night Phoenix -2 Stalkers, while he's gearing up for Blink Stalker aggression. Game 1 is already looking pretty dire for the young one from Ukraine, man, because he is clearly very invested in this Stalker aggression. He had a later Nexus, he's not building a lot of probes, and if you lose 2 Stalkers before Blink is even done, I feel like your attack is just going to be so much less impressive.
Yeah, those were beautiful force fields as well, just sectioning off 2 Stalkers like that. This is 4-gate, so production-wise, this is something that Night Phoenix, he will be able to build a lot of Stalkers. But there is no sentry, right? There's no detection. There's nothing to give him high ground vision. If he wants to attack, it's going to have to be through the front, through these Immortals and these sentries. He gets 1 Stalker here at the start, almost gets a second, has to blink out once again. But the problem is, with the amount of vision that Gung Fu has, he can start firing pretty much as soon as Night Phoenix has, right? There is no range advantage. The blink is not giving him as much power as he might have otherwise had, and that means Immortals are able to just sit there and fire. I love the Adepts, though. That will maybe, if the Adepts can get through into the main, give him more blinking opportunities, but that's not going to happen. Adepts, did they complete their shade here? No. Okay, they're not.
Now, it's looking dire though, because that 1-for-1 trade was obviously not good for Night Phoenix after losing 2 Stalkers already earlier. He dug himself in a bit of an economic grave. Apparently he's going to try to dig himself out of it by dropping a 3rd Nexus, and he is still going to transition. I don't think he wanted to, but I just think it's after seeing that Immortal and he's like, oh my goodness, now it's 2 Immortals, it's pointless. He was clearly not hoping to go up against the very quick Robo from Gung Fu here. I think he was hoping that Gung Fu 2 would play Twilight Council, like it's kind of the standard, and that Night Phoenix would just have a few more units with those 2 extra gateways early on. But Gung Fu with the builder advantage puts himself in a very good spot. However, with Night Phoenix going up to 3 bases earlier, we still have a pretty interesting game on our hands.
Yeah, it almost looks like we're going to see Gung Fu Banda not just go for the breakout, but go for the break-in. To go across the map and try to kill Night Phoenix. This is 5 gateways on the way. Blink just about done, +1 just about done. Warp Prism getting added in, and you know, Gung Fu could try to take his 3rd a little bit later, but I think he's kind of recognized that he is in such an incredible tech position this game that even if Night Phoenix is, you know, trying to take this 3rd base and be defensive by being aggressive, if Gung Fu Banda can just walk across the map, he's going to be able to build so many more Stalkers and have these Immortals on top that it is going to be very, very difficult for Night Phoenix to just withstand this at all. And Adepts into the main, they see, for now, they're just going to try to get a bunch of probes, but did they see the additional gateways getting added in? Well, okay, well,
I don't think he necessarily did, but obviously we are 7 minutes into a game, right? Like, if your opponent is still on 2 bases at 7 minutes, they're going to attack you. Nice snipe on the Warp Prism. Every great hold ever started with a snipe on the Warp Prism in PvP, BL, but I'm still very concerned, man. Night Phoenix's army is just nowhere near good enough to right now bite. You can't even really kite. Like, how do you kite against 3 Immortals? Night Phoenix is clearly hoping that Gung Fu drops the ball somewhere, but this army of Gung Fu is just so powerful. However, Gung Fu does seem to be terrified. Could lose his Nexus here. That Nexus could have been one-shotted. I really would have liked to see Night Phoenix try to gun down that Nexus, because it felt that Gung Fu wasn't paying attention. Now, in the end, he just loses a bunch of Stalkers, loses another one there. Blink is done on the side of Gung Fu too. And Night Phoenix is just in a bit of a pickle. He's been bleeding out too many Stalkers throughout this game. 10 Stalkers have gone down on his side, only 5 on the side of Gung Fu. And if you then keep in mind that Night Phoenix has much quicker blink, yeah, those numbers just don't make sense, right? It doesn't add up. So far, it's just not good enough for Night Phoenix. I don't know what he's supposed to do here. I thought maybe charge and just try to play Zealot Stalker, but he's not getting charge.
Yeah, he's getting, well, Gung Fu at least is getting glaives, and that is a, did we see him, I want to say we saw him do this, or we saw someone do this in the PvP as well, and it seems like he's playing the big brain race, like, oh, you're going to move into charge behind that because I got Blink Stalker Immortal, so I'm going to counter your counter. But if Night Phoenix just stays on Blink Stalker, that is somewhat of a wasted, it is a bit, you know, wasted gas, a bit of a wasted upgrade. And if Night Phoenix can withstand, can last a little bit longer, I mean, his economy has been better. He has had this 3rd base for quite a while. He has been mining more. His gateway count is now equal. He is adding that Robo Bay. In fact, actually, he's got a couple more warp gates. So if Night Phoenix can just wait, and I guess a better way to say this, if Gung Fu Banda just lets him sit here for a while, macro up and do things, and doesn't run across the map, I mean, there is still a world where this is somewhat good for Night Phoenix, but I mean, this is not the fight here. Those force fields are beautiful. Night Phoenix, he loses so many Stalkers.
Yeah, he loses a ridiculous amount of Stalkers. Night Phoenix had a big misclick there. He clearly wanted to activate the barrier and then pick up one Immortal and get out of harm's way. But that didn't work. He misfired, so that unit lived a bit longer. Then he doubled down on trying to kill that Immortal, and I'm afraid we're just not gonna get much of a game here, man. Like, with glaives, without glaives, it doesn't really matter. Gung Fu Stalker Immortal army is just a whole lot bigger. It's a whole lot better. This Robo is very exposed as well, and it seems that game 1 is just all the veteran here. That Robo is probably gonna get picked up as well before the Immortal even comes out. There really isn't anything that Night Phoenix can do here. Probes are not going to be good against the Adepts with glaives, and the Stalker numbers still heavily favor Gung Fu. Game 1 will go in favor of our German veteran Protoss. GG gets called. Gung Fu had a good read on this game. Maybe he's done his homework. Maybe he saw that best of 3 that Night Phoenix played yesterday against Goblin, and he's like, ha, so you're an aggressive boy, hey? And they scouted a little bit in the beginning, and Gung Fu's like, You made units first. You could expand, but your expand is always going to be later. It might be worth it for me to go for a robo. He did, and it just honestly kept him very safe throughout the game.
Yeah, well, I know we've been talking about this a lot, but we do have to consider the fact that this is by far the highest leverage game that we've ever seen Night Phoenix play. You know, he's played in what was the Apprentice or the Alpha X European
Junior
Apprentice,
series.
and well, I was gonna say like in events where he has made finals, but those are small change. You know, they're not nearly to the level of playing in DreamHack Masters in any sort of premier level tournament. And again, with one map, one series between you and playoffs, even this result is honestly really good coming in for Night Phoenix. But the prospect of what is, you know, how we've seen Night Phoenix play a fairly winnable series, Gung Fu and Night Phoenix, I'd put them in general, probably Gung Fu a little bit higher, but Night Phoenix, the way he's been playing in this tournament, you put him up there. That's just a lot of pressure.
It really is, and we saw that yesterday already a little bit as well, where he clearly was in an amazing spot in Game 2 against Goblin, but he wasn't quite able to close it out. And Gung Fu really is a very cool Protoss. We meme about him sometimes, but Gung Fu Banana, as Cats likes to call him, he's been here. He's done it. He's been around for such a long time, and he doesn't take it overly serious, right? Where he's like, yeah, I still play some StarCraft, but I've got a job, and, you know, he just does his thing in life. He shows up. He knows he's still damn good at the game, and he definitely showed it in Game 1. Game 2 will be played on Ancient, and I am looking forward to seeing if we're going to see some more hot-headed video gaming, and hopefully at least a better start for the young men from Ukraine, because all these young kids often need BO. It's just a little bit of momentum to truly get going.
That they do. So, we're in a Game 2. Let's see if he can truly flame on for hot-headed gaming, Night Phoenix.
In the bottom left side, we are looking at the main base of our German veteran. He's been around the block. He's been in the playoffs as well in the past, so this is no new territory to him. This is Gung Fu Banda.
Roddy, I'm pretty sure it's more than being around the block. I think at this point, Gung Fu Banda, he's been around the city, maybe around the county, maybe around an entire state. He's done everything. He's been around, and he certainly has experience playing, beating players stronger than this. In fact, for a while, and granted, this is PvT, it's not PvP, it was kind of the meme that, okay, Gung Fu Banda is going to beat Clem in the group stage of DreamHack Masters, because it's just, it happened enough, and it's like, okay, that shouldn't happen, but Gung Fu, he just finds a way.
I always think of Shutdown as well, having like surprisingly good results against Clem. Where it's like, wait a minute. So MaxPax is losing, Skillers is losing, Showtime is losing, but Gung Fu and Shutdown are beating Clem? Like, that doesn't really make a whole lot of sense now, does it? And I have one more question for you though, Bio. If you say he's been around the state, what state are we talking about? You know, are we talking about a New Hampshire, Vermont, or something a bit bigger? Like Georgia or Florida, or even way bigger? Are we talking Texas or Alaska? What kind of state?
He's from Cyril's home state. He's been all around Texas.
That's a big one.
But in all seriousness, it's experience, right? Regardless of how far Gung Fu has traveled, and we know he's traveled far too. I mean, he played a great series against Scarlet at DreamHack Atlanta last year. That was actually kind of sad because that one wasn't broadcast. That one wasn't on any of the streams, I don't think. But everyone was just kind of sitting behind their two shoulders because it was like a 45-minute late-game PvZ that was not a draw state. It was both players fighting really hard for the entire time, and the sad thing was they were, you know, against each other. They had the dividing wall, so I was just kind of sitting there and looking behind Scarlet's screen for a little bit, then running onto the other side and looking at Gung Fu's and just kind of trying to see what was happening. But, you know, travel. There we go. That's how that works out.
It's funny that you say he's been around Texas. Texas is literally bigger than Germany.
Yeah.
Twice even. More than twice. All right. We've got the quick Stargate on the side of Night Phoenix. Obviously, our Ukrainian youngster who once more does not shy away from a little bit of micro game, but the 4-stalker opening really does not always pay off. Now it's 2 stalkers into 2 adepts. I think he got a bit carried away there with that second stalker. He might end up losing it. It's awfully close. I think it's one more hit. Yes, it is one more hit. Can the adepts sneak into the main base? That would be big. Nope. They cannot. Is there a shield battery in the main base? There quite isn't though. So maybe that first Oracle, can that accomplish something?
Well, there's a shield battery on the way now. Where is our Oracle on the map? Yeah, the shield battery, it may not be done by the time that this Oracle finds its way onto the other side of the map, but it's going to be done shortly thereafter. So it's going to be a pretty slim timing. I do like the decision to pair up Adepts with the Oracle. You force Gung Fu to defend in multiple spots, but the problem is that, Rotterdam. The problem is that there are not a lot of probes in the natural. You know, there's like one. They're going to rally a couple more. The split attention idea, well, it's just, there's no way it really results in all that much. And there we go. The shield battery is done. I like the dive in, though, on the transfer. This is the most damage possible, but even still, Stalkers are well positioned. There's shield batteries in both bases. This does not seem likely to get much done.
The idea was good, but Gung Fu's defense was just even better. Now the Adepts do show up one more time and will shade deep into the main base. So this is actually now starting to look a little bit better. Unfortunately, the shots were a tiny bit out of sync there. So he was forced to fire at that one probe again. He could have killed one more probe. Gung Fu drops a Dark Shrine in the top left side, while Night Phoenix is once more heading into pretty quick blink. Was a couple workers behind, still is, but at least he breached that gap a little bit. I was kind of think we're going to see more Blink Stalker aggression, man, because we already have that pylon in the bottom side of the map. Night Phoenix may very well build a gateway here too, but he needs to pick up on the fact there is a Dark Shrine, because most of the time when the kids play like this, BO, and let me tell you, I battle with the kids sometimes, they go all out, right? They are not going like, oh, a couple Stalkers, a gateway, and yeah, then I'll go 3 bases. He's got very, very little detection. That Oracle is the only real detection he has.
You forced me to go all out now, you know. But unfortunately, when you do go Super Saiyan like that, and I'm sure I'm absolutely flubbing the reference, but I apologize. I live under a rock. Luckily, Ancient Cistern is full of rocks, and it's okay. When you do commit to that so much, yeah, it does become rather difficult. Now, at least there is a Stargate. You know, he talks about that one Oracle. Even if that does get sniped, if Night Phoenix is aware of this, he can build another one. But actually, I mean, I don't even know that where is that Oracle right now? It's okay, it's back in the main. I kind of expected to see it on the other side just as a, okay, I have high ground vision, I can blink in the main, but Night Phoenix just wants to shove through the front, apparently.
This is gonna get wild, man, because the Stalker numbers do favor Night Phoenix a tiny bit. He's got more, he's got Blink versus no Blink, but what Night Phoenix probably needs to do is make the hard decision, immediately recall. If he does not recall, he's gonna end up losing so many probes. Don't try to deal with this by warping into Stalkers and dropping a Revelation. We need to recall, I really think we need to recall. He doesn't want to recall, he doesn't want to give up on the aggression, which means he's just going to lose so much BO. It hurts every time when the Invisible Man does his thing. Look at the Stalkers on the other side of the map. He's doubling down.
But how? Like, there's no way. Defensive DTs mean you never win this fight, at least not quick enough. And yeah, so they're going to get on top. They're going to get a couple sentries. Stalkers go down, and there's a shield battery overcharge here, but the probe pull and the defensive DTs, we're going to see more of them warped in. The DTs on the other side are not getting dealt with, and even as Gung Fu, actually, he's not really losing probes yet. So even as Gung Fu will eventually start to lose probes, we can assume Night Phoenix is never going to win this fight. He continues to lose more and more. He adds an Oracle, right? That is nice. He says, okay, I've dealt with this enough at home. There is a DT in the main that he has not dealt with, but he brings the Oracle onto the other side. And that means defensive DTs are not going to be as powerful as they otherwise were. But Roddy, Revelation's a temporary thing. This is going to be done in a couple seconds. And then defensive DTs, once again, well, he keeps the Oracle. Oh, he's going to lose the Oracle. And that's the problem.
Yep, and Night Phoenix was doing surprisingly good, because I kind of felt that Gung Fu missed a couple of very easy Blink opportunities. Even though Gung Fu has Blink as well, I thought he could have done maybe a slightly better job in keeping a couple of his Stalkers alive. So at one point I was like, hey, is Night Phoenix proving us wrong here? Can you do it? But yeah, after losing that Oracle, that means that right now, once more, he only has a single Oracle, and it cannot be everywhere at once. It can be defensively and offensively being at the same time. Gung Fu now has a Immortal, and I believe that the second overcharge is ready as well. I do not like that forward blink. The previous blinks, I gotta say, they were all pretty good, and I love how decisive this young man is as he goes for the battery overcharge for the win. Well, not quite, as it does eventually allow that Immortal to go down, but there is a new Immortal, and things are just going from bad to worse for Night Phoenix. GG gets called. Gung Fu moves into the playoffs once more. He's been there before. He's done it again. The German veteran is showing us that he still got it. We may doubt him coming into every single season of a DreamHack Masters or ESL Masters with the name change, but Gung Fu just does what he does best, man. He shows up and he shows us that he still knows how to play some proper high-level StarCraft 2.
Yeah, shout out to Night Phoenix. You kind of look at that, it's like, okay, you have one Oracle, right? There's not a lot of detection. You blink in, it's not going to work super well. Defensive DTs. Night Phoenix, I mean, his blinks were really nice. He did make the best out of a bad situation, and if he hadn't lost that Oracle, maybe he can punch through. Maybe he has enough detection for that, but unfortunately, you lose the Oracle, it goes a little bit too far forward, and then Night Phoenix, sometimes you get got by DTs, but good on him for making the best out of, I mean, his life was on the line here. Good on him for fighting it out up until the last second and not just saying, oh, well, I can't deal with this. We're done. He gave it his best shot, and that's good news for the fall, hopefully.
For sure. But yeah, it does feel that Gong Fu did a little bit of prep, and he just chose 2 very good builds against Night Phoenix. He's like, all right. So what you like to do is expand later and go into very quick blink and quite often be aggressive with these blink stalkers. Game 1, he goes for Robo before Twilight. Hey, Immortals defensively with a better economy. That's amazing. And in Game 2, he goes for DTs where he says, all right, if you open up Stargate, there's a very good chance that you follow that up with Blink Stalker aggression. And that means that you barely have any detection now. Just 2 very well chosen builds by Gong Fu. It kind of felt that he read Night Phoenix like a book. And the young man from Ukraine had a good showing, a good run. But I guess it's time to go back to the drawing board and come up with a few new cool builds.
Yeah, I'm certainly excited for what he's going to do next season. I mean, he has. I think this is the best possible run he could have looked for onto the final day. And now that he's maybe got some seasoning, some experience, we're going to see what happens. One thing I can tell you that's happening, regardless of how good Night Phoenix looks next season, is the break that we are going to be going to. And more importantly, is the caster turnover. So when we're back, it's going to be Steadfast. It's going to be Rotterdam for 4 series as you get to enjoy their dulcet tones in more PvP. But for now, we're going to a bit of an ad break, so when we're back, different casters, more games, all the excitement.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and U.S. Air Force.
Welcome back, everyone, to the ESL Masters, where we are still wrapping up the European group stages. We only had one best of 3 so far. This is our second one, and it includes a surprising name, because a lot of people obviously thought that this man would have been done after 3 games, maybe 4 games, but that's not it. We are getting ready for MaxPax versus Mana. And for the first time today, I am joined by Steadfast, who was already up and early, watching some Firefly earlier this morning. Steadfast.
How's it going, Roddy? This was I mean, first of all, like you said, very unexpected for MaxPax to be in this position. I don't think anyone would have had him fighting for a playoff berth on the final day. But like you said, another player that we didn't really expect to see in that position was Firefly. And if you didn't see the game 1 between Firefly and Oriana, you are missing out, and you're going to want to go back and check that one out, because that was a banger of a game, ton of fun, and hopefully EU can live up to the hype. I am excited for this one at MaxPax versus Mana. We're getting into it.
Yep, players are ready, Statfest is ready, I'm ready, and Bio has told them that we are good to go. Game 1 is going to be played on Dragon Skills, and one thing that absolutely surprised me was when I took a look at their historic record, right? I was like, I know that Mana made a video not too long ago on his own YouTube channel, how I defeated the best PvP player on this planet. He gave us some cool analysis, and I remember going crazy over it. And I was like, yeah, I know Mana has done it before, but how many times has he done it? And it's actually so even between these two. It's 53 to 51 in maps, so MaxPax has only ever won 2 more maps than Mana. And historically in series, 20 to 20. Like, I was shocked by this, and I was like, okay. The only other explanation then is that basically Mana had a 9-0 lead right before MaxPax started winning series. That's not even the case, because in the very beginning, MaxPax took a 2-1 lead the first 3 times they ever played. And of course, 4 out of the last 5 times, it did go in favor of MaxPax. But I can't imagine anyone having a better PvP record against MaxPax than Mana has.
No, seriously. There's a few players that have kind of been tricky for him. One that might surprise a lot of people is Hellraiser. In a very small sample size, has kind of out-mind game MaxPax a couple of times. But we're talking like 4 or 5 series. When you get up into the 10 plus, 20 plus series situation, the number of players that don't have like a 40 or lower % win rate against MaxPax is extremely low. Everyone gets dominated by this guy. So the fact that we've got this situation where there's a player who is able to really go and trade evenly, especially during MaxPax's era of super dominance in PvP, when he had like a 90 to 95% win rate, that is unheard of. And this is maybe the most dangerous opponent MaxPax could be playing.
Yeah, absolutely, especially when it comes down to the players that have not qualified yet into the playoffs. Let's go ahead and hop on into it. It is Dragon Skills, a map with a ramp, and that should obviously do well for MaxPax. But if Mana lets it slide through, maybe he's got a plan. I'm excited. Man, I was already excited, looking forward to this one, but after looking at the stats, I am even more excited. Because apparently this man is capable of doing what very few people on this planet can do, and that is take out the packs in PvP. Can he do it again on arguably the most important best of 3 that they have ever played? It is the veteran of Team Liquid, it's Mana.
And his opponent, we talked him up, but he is going to have his work cut out for him. For Storm Gaming, it is Maximus Paximus.
I'm definitely a little bit surprised to see us start off on Dragon Skills. Now, in the previous map, one of the main reasons why MaxPax was just almost unbeatable in this matchup was because almost every map had a ramp leading in natural, and then the maps that didn't were still weird, like Stargazers, or they had a pocket expand like Moondance. So it was very hard to avoid playing MaxPax's game. On the current map, it's a little bit easier, and if you want, you can veto a Dragon Skills, you can veto Babylon. Of course, there is altitude as well, so maybe you're forced to always play on at least one map with a ramp. But yeah, we'll keep an eye on it. Mana apparently does is not too intimidated by playing MaxPax on Dragon Skills, but we already see the different openings. We see Mana going for the double gate on the low ground with a Cybercore, MaxPax having that single gate opening, and Mana going for the pylon block that he did cancel, as he is going to see that MaxPax has now dropped the Stargate before the Nexus Driver go down. We're rebuilding that pylon even, and we'll just take it from here, Steadfast.
Yeah, this is a situation where, you know, he kind of misdirected a little bit with the low ground setup. I do like that MaxPax actually blocked the original Cybernetics core positioning so that he was able to kind of force Mana to put it in a position that's not comfy. It's still going to be, should be fine to wall off, but MaxPax, he is so good at exploiting this little minutia. And, you know, being like, oh, I made you build this building in a certain position. That's going to be a little ugly. Wow. Okay, he drops the Cybernetics core as well. Mana committing a lot of resources into making sure MaxPax cannot get this expansion down quickly. And if we look at the resources, MaxPax wants to take this base right now. This is delaying a lot.
Yep, this is just annoying. MaxPax is going to be forced to build a battery as well, as he obviously knows that Mana has opened up with 2 gateways, and he has only opened up with a single one. I thought he was going to drop it before he killed that Cybercore. He didn't. I think Mana maybe missed out on a tiny opportunity of not making just 4 Stalkers and running to the other side of the map, because 4 Stalkers would trade very well against double Stalker, Zealot, and an Oracle. And in the end, the Nexus kind of go down at identical moments. The one advantage that MaxPax obviously does have is that he's got an Oracle out on the map, and that Oracle is now going to try to get lucky for the first time. One of the things that definitely sets this young man from Denmark apart from all the other Protosses is his ability to keep Oracles alive, and don't think he's ever going to lose this, but even just dealing some real damage on this Oracle, actually a pretty sweet start for Mana, man, with how quick his blink is on the Stalkers. I like it. So far, it all makes sense what Mana has been doing.
Yeah, this is actually really nice. And I think you put it best. When I think of MaxPax, I think of the unit control. I think of the excellent decision making. And one of those units that he really does excel with is the Oracle. So in that case, I do like that he's going for the double Oracle here. This is a little bit funky, by the way, from MaxPax. Usually in this case, he would follow this up with Blink. But maybe saying, you know what, Mana, I do actually respect your Blink micro a little bit more than the average bear. This is a weird move right here. Mana could get a good force field. No, he doesn't drop it. If he might have been able to cut off the Zealot and Stalker there. Meanwhile, though, Oracle in the main base. Oh, did it get... Okay, looks like it got 1 probe during all this. That's still better than nothing, but he did take a lot of hull damage on that.
Yeah, definitely it was a weird move out. Now, MaxPax sometimes is able to turn the weird move outs into something that is just absolutely fantastic, and we lose our minds. We're like, oh, we're doing it with a Stalker and a Zealot and an Oracle, but Mana kind of weathered that storm, stayed calm, didn't pull all the Stalkers, so he didn't take a lot of damage from the Oracle in his main base. So far, definitely still so good for the man from Team Liquid, who's got a couple of Blink Stalkers in the main base, and 5 is more than the magical number to one-shot workers. So Mana's gonna get the first real damage in this game. Blinks on top of a Stalker as well. What a start so far for Mana, who's showing us that there is a reason why he has done historically very well against MaxPax, because it is safe to say that MaxPax is gonna have to work for it today. I mean, it'd be a crazy upset if the man that a lot of people consider to be the best or second best Protoss in the world is not gonna make it into the playoffs. And I'm not gonna get too carried away, but 6 minutes into game 1, StatFest, I really like this for Mana.
This is absolutely a lead he's got right now. It's a small lead, it's a nominal lead, but it is a lead nonetheless. And he still has an opportunity to try and find more value with those Blink Stalkers. As you spoke about, the Oracles are just kind of keeping tabs on what Mana is doing. He was able to deny the third base for a little bit, but he's not going to be able to deny it indefinitely. And this is an uncomfortable situation for MaxPax. Like, we're used to seeing his early game going so clean and him being the one who's oftentimes ahead by, 3 probes, 4 probes, 5 probes. It's uncommon for him to be the one on the back foot.
Yep, he's gonna expand later. Mana's gonna try to blink into the main base again. MaxPax's army is a lot less mobile than the army of Mana, because MaxPax still does not have blink. Immortals can be slow. Love the hallucinated Phoenix going towards the left, so Mana knows how long he can stick around. I want to say this is kind of the moment to maybe go back, as Mana's like, nope, I want to get one more Stalker before I leave. And he saves every single Stalker as well. Oh my goodness, Mana! He's playing out of his mind. This is all some very high-level video gaming. And MaxPax has got to be a little bit frustrated. He's supply blocked too steadfast after losing these pylons. MaxPax in some real trouble now in game 1. Down a base, and now he's going for a Dark Shrine, but Mana's already working on his Robo. The only saving grace, I guess, is that MaxPax has 1 Immortal and a Warp Prism, but I don't think that makes up for the 8 Stalker deficit that MaxPax is currently looking at.
No, the only thing is that we do have Mana having to split a few of these Stalkers off. He's got 5 Stalkers away from the main army. So if MaxPax can maybe get a big jump on his opponent before these shield batteries complete, there could be an opportunity. But, I mean, he's kind of consolidated his army a little bit, Mana has. MaxPax is going to try and find a position in the middle, and he does get a good concave, but with the shield battery, with the high ground, with the Guardian Shield, as long as Mana doesn't go down this ramp, this should be fine for him.
Mana has activated the barrier already, which means MaxPax needs to be really careful here, man, because if he loses him more, he's gonna have a whole lot more. Mana still not pulling all these units. He's like, nope, I'm respecting these oracles. I know they're out there. He could go for the Immortal. He goes for the Prism instead. Goes for the Prism first. Immortal will obviously follow after quickly, as there was no way for MaxPax to micro that Immortal anymore. And at this point, it really kind of comes down to the DTs. Man, Observer is about to come out. Obviously, MaxPax did drop his own Nexus behind all of this. But you look at the upgrades, man. Like, Mana is +1, is close to finishing up. MaxPax, his Forge, has only now been warped in.
This is such a gigantic lead for Mana. He's going to... Oh, that Oracle surviving on 4 HP. But this is still such a good position for Mana. He has not taken really any damage from the Oracles. He has played lockdown. He has found his own damage. And he is showing that MaxPax is mortal in this matchup, despite everything we've seen from him historically. Like you said, this is the most important match these two have probably ever played against one another. I am really blown away by how well Mana is doing. MaxPax is going to need a miracle to come back in this game number 1.
Mana sees Stasis Trap being warped in as well, and he's going to activate it immediately. Blink out of it, won't even lose a Stalker. It's Stalker Zealot versus only Stalkers. It's +1 Stalkers on the side of Mana against 0-0 Stalkers on the side of MaxPax. But what MaxPax does have is a DT in the main base. I mean, I love it. It's a single DT, but this is already doing wonders. Probably the most successful thing that has happened for MaxPax in this game so far, but he's not out of the woods just yet. Mana, if he wants to take this fight, he needs to kill that battery. You really want to kill that battery, as he does lose his Warp Prism, but he still has a few more units. But this is going to get dicey now, though. Losing the Prism means Mana cannot reinforce. MaxPax pulling the probes, realizing how important this fight is. And Mana with an unfortunate blink there. And MaxPax with the picture perfect. I'm going to keep your Stalkers here, Blink. All right, that's all the Prince needs, apparently. Oh, my goodness.
I said he needed a miracle. That was a pretty big miracle right there. That was everything he could have needed. And, oh, man, that blink at the end was perfect. Because even with Mana, with that little miss blink, he probably would have still gotten away with at least 2, maybe even 3 of those 4 Stalkers. But MaxPax shuts the door on it. That is such a brilliant defensive engagement. Mana did overcommit. Oh, one of the Oracles does go down. That's a little unfortunate for MaxPax, but he is right back in this game from a position where, let's be honest, he was not quite dead on his feet, but he was in a ton of trouble.
He was in trouble, and he might still be in a tiny bit of trouble, because obviously the 4th base of Mana is quicker. +2 is still a whole lot quicker for Mana, but at this point MaxPax has way more reason to be hopeful about this game. He also knows that 1 DT was somewhat successful, as Mana is going to try to get aggressive again. Blinks forward, gets at least on top of the battery, so it's Stalker Zealot with +2 against a bunch of Stalkers with +1. But without a Warp Prism, it's hard to keep fighting, but there is a Prism showing up on the top side of the map, so Mana said, all right, round 1 couldn't quite do it for me, but maybe round 2 will go a whole lot better. And it's just a whole lot of Blinky boys fighting one another steadfast.
That it is, and this +2 weapons is going to make a huge difference here. MaxPax did snipe his opponent's Observer, could warp in a DT. I think even just one of them would be big. A lot of probes are starting to fall. Good micro from both players. Big blink forward. Will he get the warp in? He denies the warp in. That's huge. And that is another game-saving maneuver from MaxPax, down to about a second away from that warp in completing. And if it does, that's probably the game right then and there. As it is, Mana reasserts his lead and is still very much in control of this game.
Yeah, it was a painful blink, because obviously MaxPax knew that he would lose a bunch of these units if he would commit to that blink, but if he doesn't snipe the Prism right there and then, you're spot on, Steadfast. A couple of extra units, and that fight just heavily tips in favor of Mana, who already took out the battery at the beginning of that fight. Mana obviously knows that he's got MaxPax on wobbly legs, and he's like, alright, I'm just gonna keep on doing this. We know Mumbo number 5, now we know Prism number 3, as it's making its way to the other side of the map. MaxPax has warped in another DT, but at this point though, down 20 army supplies, still down that upgrade. It's going to be hard, but MaxPax is capable of miracles. He's got a battery and a cannon there. So unlucky for MaxPax that stasis trap just expired. Like, you can't make that stuff up.
That stasis ward could have actually been gigantic. Instead, it just barely expires. Now Mana is going to go for the natural. He did lose the observer here, so MaxPax does warp in the DT this time, and it is actually starting to get some good value. Good snipe on the cybernetics core means no stalkers. MaxPax does have his charge, but he is still down upgrades. Now the DT did slip into the main base. Oh, this pylon is a juicy target.
Yep, that one pylon is powering 6 gateways. Mana does not want to deal with it, and he just goes for it. Blinks on top of the army of MaxPax, and MaxPax says, alright, that is just too much. I cannot deal with that. As we had one observer as well showing up for Mana once more, so he was going to have detection with that attack. He killed that Dark Templar. Maybe MaxPax just felt, alright, if you can see my DTs here, I cannot possibly win this game anymore. Oh my goodness, Steadfast, like, what is happening? Not only is MaxPax playing on the final playday, apparently his nemesis all along has been Mana, who's got an amazing PvP record against him and just played a god tier first game.
Yeah. Something we didn't mention going into this is there are 2 Manas, right? And there's always been 2 Manas. There's the Mana who shows up and, you know, he doesn't look as confident or as strong as we're used to seeing him. And then there's the Mana that we're seeing today. And that is the Mana that got to the finals of that WCS, I believe, in Poland in front of his home crowd. That is the championship Mana that shows up and is so exciting to see. And when he does show up, he is damn near unstoppable. Yep. I am just really excited that that's the Mana we're seeing this morning.
Yep, the Mana that made it into the finals of WCS Austin, indeed WCS Krakow as well back then. That was a great tournament, by the way, where unfortunately he didn't beat Lilba in the grand finals, but what a run that was. And if you guys are wondering if the PAX is human and if he's feeling it right now, MaxPax just requested a 1-minute break. Steadfast, I've casted a lot of MaxPax. Have you ever seen him just randomly, when this is the only best of 3 he's playing, request a 1-minute break after game 1? This is a first for me. I have not seen him do this before.
Yep. He is always go, ready to go right into the lobby. I think you're right. I don't think I've ever seen that. And I have covered a lot of MaxPax games, like hundreds, probably getting close to thousands of like it's possible that I've gotten... no, that's got to be ridiculous. But at least a few hundred MaxPax games. I was like, wait a minute. No, there's no way he's that can't be right. But probably 200-300 MaxPax games. I don't think I've ever seen that.
Same. I have not seen him do this. Like, obviously, if we're in the middle of a weekly and he just plays a best of 5 against Clem, and then he has to play another best of 5 against Gabe right afterwards, and game 1 is a 27-minute game. Yeah, we know that these guys sometimes they need a minute. That's very normal. But this was the only best of 3 that was very important. I know he had WTL, but this is one that he can normally kind of look forward to. He can mentally prepare himself. For MaxPax to take a 1-minute break after game 1, that really does mean something, guys. We're not doing the caster thing. We're not playing it up. That boy is feeling the pressure. Let's go ahead and hop on into Royal Blood, where we could potentially have a monstrous upset on our hands. But obviously, we're not counting him down and out just yet, because he is still the Prince of Denmark, representing Psystorm Gaming. And even now, he's still one of the favorites to potentially win it all, despite the fact that he's close to elimination. This is MaxPax.
And his opponent spawning down to the bottom left. He is up 1-0 against, in my opinion, the GOAT of PvP. It is Team Liquid's Mana.
And it's not just a 1-0 lead, it's a 1-0 lead on a map that had a ramp into it. And MaxPax is obviously always amazing in PvP, but we all know that he prefers the maps with the ramps over the maps without a ramp. A couple of weeks ago, I played in a Wardy qualifier, I think it was, just for fun, you know, sometimes I'd like to play. And I actually ran into MaxPax in like round 2. And he's like, all right. He's like, hi, let's do vetoes. I was like, sure. I was like, veto 1, dragon skills. And he did his veto. It was like ancient or something. And I was like, all right, veto 2, Babylon. And he responds, he's like, you're vetoing all the good maps, sad face. So like, he really does love the maps with a ramp. Maps without a ramp.
He's such a good kid. He's got such a great attitude. I have loved following MaxPax's rise to I mean, to be honest, in my superstardom at this point, in terms of just like his trajectory. Oh, this is a nice little move. Doesn't manage to get the double shot on that probe, and it will. Oh wow, it actually survives too.
Mana with the Cristiano Ronaldo in his prime probe. Are you kidding me? And now he could still let that finish up, and he could still technically do that same thing all over again. You know what the cool thing is about not just letting your first pylon finish up, but basically build... Oh, does lose it in the end. I mean, even Cristiano's past his prime at this point. I wanted to say, one thing that I really like that Mana did in the previous game, right? We are all familiar with the pylon block. Sometimes they cancel, sometimes you let it finish, and then you can go for the cybercore block that you can also let finish, or you cancel it at the absolute last moment. But by building a pylon, cancelling it, building another pylon, cancelling it, and then finally letting the third pylon finish up, you already forced the Zealot to attack the pylon for a long time. You block that nexus non-stop, and then by the time that you finally warp in the cybercore and you're ready to leave with your probe, there are still 2 buildings to take care of, rather than pylon is dead and now they can work on the cybercore. And that's how Mana kind of bought a couple of extra seconds for himself in that last game, and the nexus timings were identical, which was just super cool. This time around, MaxPax doesn't have all that headache. Since this is a map without a ramp though, I wouldn't have hated a crazy 1-base build from Mana, but he's not going to do it.
No, he's not. And this is really interesting. He went for a 2-unit expand and chrono boosted out the warp gate to get the warp in of those first 2 units quite quickly. However, he unfortunately didn't have his units perfectly positioned for the Oracle. And this already is a drastically different game from game number 1, because MaxPax has already gotten more damage with the Oracle than he did in all of game 1, I'm pretty sure.
Yep, and he also has just a quicker nexus, which he didn't have in the previous game. In the previous game, they literally went down at pretty much the exact same time, and then instead Mana had super quick blink. This time around, it's going to be a little bit harder for Mana. Obviously, still a very playable game for the Polish Protoss, make no mistake, but we saw in that previous game how difficult it is to deal with oracles of MaxPax. Now, Mana did a phenomenal job in not giving MaxPax any openings, but can he do that in back-to-back games? Can he repeat that perfect performance defensively? Because that is so much easier said than done.
It really is. And this time, MaxPax does not follow it up with that robotics facility with the quick immortal. He goes for his own blink, so the timing that Mana is going to have is going to be much thinner than it was in this previous game. And that's what really put Mana into a good lead, is not just that first blink into the main, but the follow-through blink. Now, we do see this nice hallucination scout coming in from Mana. He's able to figure out, yeah, my opponent's got blink. He's got a whole, you know, he's got a Twilight Council, so it is going to be blink. It's good information, but it's information that is as Mana, I'd be like, oh man, it would have been nice if you opened up safer again so I could try and exploit an opening.
Yep, Oracle tries to get lucky one more time, and somehow 1 second before blink, it is able to sneak into that mineral line, get 2 additional probes. Yeah, we can really see the difference. MaxPax only losing a single probe so far in this game. Mana losing 6 probes. MaxPax just in a much better spot, a much more playable spot, but not necessarily in a very big league, as the Oracle's in trouble on the other side of the map, and it went down. Mana had his Stalkers on the move, and he blinked forward, he sniped that Oracle. That's a lovely little victory for Mana.
Yeah, that's actually a huge pickoff right there, getting the find. Not, you can see how annoying it is. Oh, this is rather interesting right here. These double adepts will find the Stalkers, but also the Stalkers find the double adept. And MaxPax, okay, he is going to have to probably disengage with his opponent's Guardian Shield. But you can see that little Zealot actually did add a lot of utility to this fight. And MaxPax does have a good concave. Sentry goes down. Mana not getting his Stalkers into the fight. This is starting to get a really big problem for Mana.
Beautiful micro on both sides, but it does feel that MaxPax is having the upper hand. But eventually MaxPax needs to run away because Mana has defensive reinforcements. And that MaxPax did not have. What he does have, though, is 2 adepts in the natural. So MaxPax never doing just a single thing at once, trying to get lucky. Mana doing a very good job in keeping these adepts out. The Stalkers of MaxPax have returned, but MaxPax is playing a dangerous game here because he still does not have a War Prism on the other side of the map.
Yeah, I mean, he's so good with these little attacks, but you can see things started going really well for MaxPax, and he did actually overstay his welcome by just maybe about 5 seconds in that last engagement. It cost him a fair bit of HP on the Stalkers that did survive, and probably 2 or 3 more Stalkers than he needed to lose. So even with this much better game for MaxPax, he's not playing perfectly as we sometimes come to expect from him. Now we already see Mana trying to get across the map. The micro is going to be good for both sides here. There is a slightly better concave for Mana, but the defender's advantage will kick in very shortly.
Yep, so now the tables are turned, but MaxPax was forced to pull the probes, does lose 5 probes, still has a tiny worker lead, but that's about it. I think the main reason why MaxPax stuck around a little bit longer at the triangle of mana than he was supposed to is because he was trying to buy time, right, for those 2 adepts to shade into the natural. And in a perfect world, MaxPax has a dead even Stalker fight against Mana, and that's definitely what it was at first, and then the adepts deal damage, but it was a tiny bit out of sync, and then Mana just had a great reaction to those adepts. He did not take too much damage. The Stalker fight was pretty much done. Mana had a decisive blink forward towards the end of it, so he pushed MaxPax back. I don't even think it's MaxPax playing below his level or anything. I just think it's Mana once more showing us why he's got a freaking amazing record against against MaxPax. Because apparently once in a while, Mana just really turns it on, and he's turning it on so far today. Will it be good enough for the dub? That we don't know yet, but one thing is for certain, no matter what happens in this best of 3, Mana is really making MaxPax work for it.
He absolutely is. Now, we did see that little Stalker dive by into the natural from Mana, was able to pick off 4 probes. He did lose one of the Stalkers, was able to recall out with the other couple. Ends up being, honestly, pretty even. Getting probes is nice, but those Stalkers are not cheap. Now, MaxPax is moving through the middle of the map, and he does have a solid-looking army. +1 will finish just a little bit faster here for MaxPax, so that is an advantage he can try and take advantage of.
Yep, and now we have that +1 advantage. Mana still waiting for his own +1 to finish up. I do think with batteries and defensive reinforcements, I feel Mana should be fine. It's obviously not going to be easy. I believe he sniped the War Prism on the left side. So Mana had a couple of Stalkers roaming the left side of the map. And those 4 or 5 Stalkers that he had active there sniped the Prism. So MaxPax cannot do his 1-2 wombo combo. Prism in the main base and big fight in the natural. This is the only fight that's happening. And we can really see that the defensive reinforcements are making the difference for Mana as he blinks. Gets a couple of these Stalkers. MaxPax bleeding out a lot of units here. We do have a couple of Zealots running into the 3rd base, but there is a cannon and a battery there. Mana unleashed, man. What kind of a movie am I watching?
This is a pretty awesome movie indeed. Nice recall there from MaxPax to save those Zealots in response to a great warp in from Mana that actually trapped the Zealots in there. And MaxPax is going to move down onto the bottom side. Once again, good concave, but the numbers do favor Mana. MaxPax does have some Stalkers in the back, and he once again takes a good concave, but Mana just has 1 or 2 extra Stalkers, and it is making a big difference. However, another run by at the 3rd base. Will this be enough to break on through?
Yep, it's a bunch of Zealots as the Stalker fight definitely has gone in favor of Mana, but Mana now needs to focus a little bit on his defense because the Zealots of MaxPax are starting to find a lot of damage. Mana is too carried away, too focused on that fight in the top right side, and now in return loses 16 probes against the 2nd wave of Zealots. For a little while that all looked very promising, very hopeful, but in the end the Prince will not go down without a fight. And for the first time in either of these games, we can say that MaxPax has created a very healthy lead for himself in these games.
That he has. He's got that +2 weapons about to complete now as well. Will start up the Dark Shrine in the natural and does have that War Prism in the main base. That's going to force in a recall. Good job from Mana. Will get the Prism, but with the recall coming on in, with battery overcharge being used in that main base, the Zealot run by on the third base is going to cause some issues. And now MaxPax, he's moving in on this fourth base, and Mana does not currently have enough to deal with this.
No, it does start to feel that MaxPax just has a little bit too much. Team Liquid's Mana has played a pretty awesome game too as well, but I don't think he can really keep this up. MaxPax was still sitting on a bit of money, but as soon as he spends that money, he's just going to have an overwhelming amount of units. We've got an upgrade advantage too on the side of MaxPax, as his +2 is doing wonders for him. And I think he's got Mana right where he wants him, but Mana will still just try to make the absolute very best of it. But it does feel that he is fighting a losing game point. Charge on the side of MaxPax, no charge on the side of Mana, and that will do it after a very action-packed 12-minute game on Royal Blood. It is MaxPax who ties things up. But for 1 second there, StatsFast, it really started to look like Mana was getting some good fights with the Stalkers there. It's just the second time around. Yeah, he wasn't expecting another Zealot run by. As quickly as he shut down the previous one, he had the cannon, he had the battery. He did not expect MaxPax to immediately double down and do it all over again. And I think that's kind of where it went wrong for Mana.
Yeah, I think so too. We don't think about MaxPax. I mean, at this point, it's hard to not find a strength for MaxPax when you're looking for it. But a lot of people don't think about the speed of MaxPax and how he just constantly throws chaos at you and controls and manages it so well. And like you said, Mana did such a good job keeping up with it until he didn't. And then as soon as things started to go wrong, even though Mana was still doing his best and was nearly keeping up with it, once MaxPax gets that little hole, that little opening in your armor, he is just going to run right through it, and that's exactly what happened. There was, like you said, a moment where Mana took a couple of good fights in the Blink Stalker Wars, and it really felt like things were starting to spin up in his direction, spin up for him, but unfortunately for him, it wasn't quite enough. And yeah, we're now looking at game number 3.
Yes, I'm trying to fine-tune some settings that fast, but it's been an amazing best of 3 so far. Technology.
Audio is the worst. It is just the worst.
It works, and then it doesn't, and then it betrays you, even though all your settings are correct. But we're gonna keep doing our best, and we're gonna just keep on enjoying these games. This has already been an awesome best of 3, and it's heartbreak, man. Somebody in the Twitch chat earlier wrote, man, Mana MaxPax sucks. Both of these guys deserve to advance. And after looking at the first 2 games, I wholeheartedly agree with that statement. But it is what it is. They both had 2 wins. They both had 2 losses. MaxPax lost to Clem and Lambo, obviously 2 of the finer players in the European scene. And yeah, that's why he's here, and that's why we've got this match. Let's go ahead and hop into Neo Humanity, another map without a ramp. But hey, so far, that went well for MaxPax, because he got the dub on the Royal Blood. Game 3 coming up. Let's do it. In the bottom right side, we are looking at the main base of the man that is representing Storm Gaming. This is MaxPax.
And his opponent, spawning up at the top left, the veteran from Team Liquid. He needs your energy. It is Mana. Yeah, this... Oh, man. I agree. I think, you know, Twitch chat sometimes says some outlandish things, but sometimes they are right on point, and I got to agree, this is a match that I could have absolutely lived without, in the sense of I would be so happy if both of them advanced to the playoffs.
Yep, it's a match that I would have liked in the playoffs.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
But it just once more goes to show that the group stage games do really matter. And I know it's been maybe a bit hard to follow since we go from Group A to Group B in Europe, and we have 2 big groups. Playoffs, it's all going to be a lot more straightforward. But today is very simple. It is do or die. Everybody that you watch has 2 wins and 2 losses, and that's why they are playing today with their tournament life on the line. I think no matter what happens, Mana can already be very proud because that first game was a work of art. I feel like he had a perfect response and perfect execution. Like having a good game plan against MaxPax, that's not that hard, right? We can all come up with a strategy. It's like,
Yeah.
oh, this should be good. But to then execute it to a T, to perfection, the way that Mana did it in that first game, that is near impossible if you look at MaxPax's PvP history. But Mana really did that, and even in that second game, he was playing mighty fine for quite some time. I guess for Mana, it will all go back to the beginning of the game as well, right? Like, try to create at least a little advantage for yourself. Don't let these oracles of MaxPax do what they are so damn good at, as he's trying to get that cyber core down, but he doesn't get it. So Mana is not going to be able to repeat that perfect start of game 1, as for the second time in a row, he loses the probe.
And it's funny, you were talking about those little advantages, and it may not seem like much because it's just a probe, like, who cares? It's huge. It's actually so huge. In a situation where your opponent goes for the one gate and they're able to get away with it, it is such a big deal to be able to block that Nexus for an extra, 20 seconds, 30 seconds. It's less chrono boost, it's less probe production, it's less mining. And it's the one gate's big advantage being not its only big advantage. Getting the Stargate is also nice too, but it is one of the bigger advantages being cut down right away. And MaxPax really tightening up, getting the block on that probe and saying, "Nuh-uh, you're not doing this to me again."
No, and that means that Mana knows that the Nexus will be quick and that there is going to be once more an Oracle flying around in his main base, and he's just going to have to deal with it. It's going to be a bit more difficult than it was in that first game where he did such a tremendous job in delaying everything. MaxPax supply block there for a split second, but that will obviously be fixed with the Nexus finishing up. And for the third time, we'll go Stargate into Twilight. In that first game, he was clearly worried about some sort of early aggression coming out of Mana, and he felt, I need to play Robo. But after getting just outmaneuvered and getting punished for the immobility of that Robo army, he's like, okay, that's not going to work. Mana is too good. I too need to get quick Blink Stalkers, otherwise I just cannot keep up, and I cannot be in all the right locations. Wow, that's an early Dark Shrine, by the way, Studfest.
Yeah, I mean, MaxPax, one of these players that loves this early Dark Shrine play, because if your opponent, so it's kind of a chess move a little bit in these PvP matchups. If your opponent builds an early robotics facility, then okay, cool. They have committed the amount of resources pretty close equivalent to the cost of that. Oh, we are going to see a dive on the sentry. Not able to get it though. Good micro for Mana. It is an equivalent cost basically to the cost of the Dark Shrine. Not quite the exact same, but very similar. And if they don't, and they try and go for like a big 4-gate Blink Stalker play off 2 bases and really get aggressive, then the Dark Shrine keeps you safe. It's a really interesting thing that MaxPax is one of the few players that does it as consistently as this. And in this case, Mana has not built that robotic facility. He is going for this 4-gate aggression. He does start the Robo now, but I don't think it's in time.
That's going to be a very close call. That Robo is also only protected by a single pylon. At least the good news is that Stalkers are going to make it into the main base of MaxPax. And maybe if Mana just goes a little bit deeper with the hallucinated Phoenix, he doesn't see it. He does not see it. Now, first ETs are already being wiped in.
Oh.
And the reason that is a very big deal, guys, is that now it's still just single battery.
He did see it, though. He actually did see just the barely got the vision of it.
Yes,
So
in
he
the very
is
end.
able... Yeah, it like drifted into vision. Oh, but now the Oracle finds 5 probes in the main base. MaxPax always has a card to play. Look at this impromptu wall at the natural, and that will be enough to slow this down a little bit. Mana trying to get the body block, not able to get it. He is going to take so much damage from these DTs.
Yep, it's all falling apart here for Mana in game 3 as the Robo's gonna get unpowered, and that will be it. No detection means Mana will be forced to tap out. GG gets called, and that is all it takes for the Pax to turn around an 0-1 deficit with his tournament live on the line, guys. An impressive showing there by the young man from Denmark. It's heartbreak. It really is heartbreak for Mana because he played amazing in that first game. It was a well-deserved win, and he was really holding his own there. in Game 2 for quite some time. Unfortunately, in Game 3, losing the probe early on Steadfast, it's one of these things where it's like, okay, he can't get the cybernetics core block off, big deal, but it really is a big deal because you need to do whatever you can to slow down that boy from Denmark. And if you can slow him down, you see what happens.
And great job from MaxPax to recognize that he had the win condition. The DT slipped past, but he's like, oh, your robotics facility just spun up. You were really desperate to keep me out. And while even if he doesn't snipe the robotics facility or snipe the pylon powering it, chances are he still wins that game because he's put himself into such a great game-winning position. But he recognizes instantly that, like, no, I have an instant win condition right now, goes for it, knows he's already discombobulated his opponent and finishes it off. So I really want to highlight once again how good MaxPax is. We saw it right there. But yeah, I think the story here is Mana was so close. And MaxPax, I mean, he once again shows us why he's such an S-tier world-class player.
Yep, but I think Mana definitely showed us as well why their historic record is as close as it is. Because looking at these games, you're like, man, that actually could have gone either way, and that would have obviously been such a big surprise, big upset. In the end, unfortunately for Mana, his journey in the ESL Masters Europe Regionals will end here. MaxPax will still advance into the playoffs, but I guess he's going to go up against someone very strong in the first round. I'm not exactly sure how they're going to do it with seeding, but I can only assume that people that go through with a 3-0 or a 3-1 get better seeding than the people that make it with 3 wins and 2 losses. It's going to be fun to follow his journey. That was an adventure, Steadfast. I need a moment to recover from that PvP.
So do I, and good news is we will have a little moment to recover from that. For now, we are going to go to a quick little break. We are actually going to be switching which next match we're following. We're going to be switching the groups up just a little bit. So we'll be switching to Group A, where we will be getting into Geralt versus DNS for another PvP. Stick around, and we'll be back after the break.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and U.S. Air Force.
And we are back after a thrilling 3-game series between MaxPax and Mana. I mean, it was a banger start to finish. Obviously, we going into it, even with the predictions, with the history, I think we were still favoring MaxPax a little bit just because of how good he is in the matchup. But Mana really made that one close, and it really did come down to the wire. Now, we are going to be switching to Group A here, and we're going to take a quick peek at the standings. Roddy, what do you think about how this group is shaped up?
Obviously, one of the big stories was Wayne in the beginning. Wayne had an awesome start with a win over Showtime, then an even more impressive win in ZVT. Historically, a tough matchup for him against Spirit, and Spirit's been on fire. And then he even took the 1-0 lead over Serro, and we're like, oh my goodness. Now, in the end, he's actually still in a bit of trouble, as it will all come down to his final series today versus Akron. And other than that, I think it played out in a somewhat expected manner. I was impressed by the captain. Harstem taking care of business 3-1 is good. We know Harstem has the skills to advance, but to do it in such a decisive manner, I still think deserves a mention.
Oh, I think so too, especially in the context of Wayne having 2-0'd Showtime, and then Harstem comes out. I think a lot of people put MaxPax is the number 1 EU Protoss, and then most people put Showtime as number 2. So for Harstem to win that match against Wayne after Wayne 2-0'd Showtime, that's damn solid. But now we are getting into Christiana versus Showdown. What are your thoughts going into this one real quick?
That's just very tough to predict. These are two guys that can obviously beat each other on any given day. Historically, it's a little bit Showdown favorite, and Showdown may be the player with still slightly more experience, but Christiana at this point has been around for quite some time, has made it into the playoffs. It's a PvP. I expect Christiana to be aggressive, as we know that that's what he likes to do. But this one really is up in the air. It's a toss-up. It will just really come down to who shows up in a bigger and better way here. On the day that it matters the most, the final day of group stage action. Let's hop on into it. Greswan is going to be our first map.
And here we go, spawning down in the bottom right for the Platinum Heroes. It is Showdown.
And that obviously means in the top left side of Greswan, we are looking in the main base of our Polish Protoss representing Blazer Esports. It's Christiana.
And obviously, this is going to be a much different game, much different series than what we saw between MaxPax and Mana. Notably, first of all, MaxPax isn't in the series, so the one-gate play is not as prevalent. We already do see something a little bit interesting, where we've got Showdown sneaking his probe around Christiana's, not going for the standard probe scout, and I think he's just going to plant a fake proxy pylon just to try and throw his opponent off, and looks like that's exactly what he's going to do.
Yeah, I like it. Obviously, Christiana is going to scout, and he's going to see that something is missing. He will not see that second pylon. And this is such an important best of 3 for both of these guys that there will be nerfs. And at the moment you see something is a bit off, you might freak yourself out, play overly defensive. It's a small mind game, but I still like it. Showdown basically setting the pace of the series and saying like, hey, it's PvP. Nothing seems or nothing looks what it actually turns out to be. And I'm going to try to give you as many different looks as possible. And I'm going to make it as hard as possible for you to figure out what I'm doing.
Yeah, absolutely. And I kind of like this from Showdown here. He did wait a little bit with this probe. For a second, I thought he was just going to hide it entirely to be like, I might have snuck a probe on the map. There could be a proxy. You gotta be extra careful. It will see the Stalker Adept opening, and we talked about this a little bit yesterday. This is a different opening. This is one of the least common openings we see in PvP, but it does have some advantages. You get 3 Stalkers up at a timing to deal with this 2-Stalker move out, and you're still able to, force defensive shield batteries with this first Adept, as well as get some good scouting. And in fact, oh, does he find the... Okay, he doesn't quite find the pylon. That would have been really nice if he found that.
Yeah, also really weird. It's like, why would the adept be there in the bottom right side of the map? But Cristiano just taking an awkward route into the natural shutdown. That's something that makes some sense. Now, even one adept can become a bit of a nuisance. It can become a bit of a nightmare to deal with if you don't have a shield battery in your main base. So you really don't want to let it get in. It won't get in. Now, Cristiano is just going to end up losing this adept. Will he at least get one probe? Yes, he does. That's still something.
Yeah. It takes the sting out of it a little bit, because losing that first adept, it's not a nice feeling to lose it for free, but at least, you know, he did force that shield battery to be built in, and more importantly, got the probe and the scout on the Nexus. So it's not good, it's not great, but it's palatable. You can swallow that pill and be okay with it.
Yeah, he can live with it, and he also saw, obviously, that everything in the end is still somewhat normal. Shadow's still going to try to get something done here, but 4 against 3 stalkers in a battery, I really don't think you can get much done. It's important not to get too go on an ego trip and be like, I can out-micro this guy, right? Because you're going to get close because you have a bit more firepower, but then the battery overcharge kicks in, and in the end, you really can't get a whole lot done. Cristiano will go for the robo. Shutdown goes for the robo. Okay, so it's both players going for the 2-gate expand robo after Twilight Council, but that's still a little bit different, right? Because quite often in the past we just see, all right, let's play 3-base, let's play Blink Stalkers and a Forge, let's get upgrades, and the robos are late. You can really see that neither of these guys wants to die to something silly. They don't want to get all in. They want to have the safety of that robo.
Yeah, absolutely. This is 100% them saying exactly what you're describing. I don't want to die. I don't want to get DT'd. I don't want to have anything come out that I'm not ready for. Now, the next question is, what, if anything, does either of these players try and do to get early value out of the robotics facility? Will they drop a quick War Prism? Or is it just going to be, I want quick observers and just purely for safety? Because you can do something like try and sneak a couple of adepts into the main base with a quick War Prism. I don't think we're going to see that, but it will be interesting to see if one of them tries to do that.
Yeah, that's a really good play if Blink isn't done yet, because then Protoss units are slow. But once Blink is done, I'd be a bit surprised to see either player willing to make that investment. It almost makes more sense to just run them to the other side of the map and hope that you can shade in if you can catch a glimpse of the army moving out somewhere. I think that's a safer play, but often the same return of investment. So far, it's just a dead even game. Now, Cristiano has dropped the Forge. That is not a guarantee, because if you go for that quick robo, you can obviously just say, F it, I'm not going to drop a Forge. I'm going to go up to 8 gateways or even 10 gates of 3 bases, and I'm going to try to end it. Now, this is going to be interesting, as we have Stalkers poking at the 3rd base, Adept shading into the natural. It is a bit of a classic in PvP. I know that Cristiano has done it plenty of times. I'm sure that Shadow's has faced it plenty of times, and I think the army split there was very good by the French Protoss, as he blinks forward as well, gets a Stalker, and was very close to getting a few more.
Yeah, he bruises up a bunch of those stalkers. It was still an opportunity for Cristiano to get a lot of value there, but he didn't have the adept target firing in the natural because he was focused so much on the 3rd base. And like you said, Shadow's split the army well and forced that target fire. Cristiano wasn't able to pull it off, and it ends up being a solid defense from Shadow's.
A solid defense it is, as he feels that it's now his turn to do the exact same thing. If you talk about a mirror, by the way, this really has been one hell of a mirror. Adepts are going to try to shade into the natural. Stalkers reveal themselves at the 3rd base. What we do see, though, is that Shadow's is the first one to drop a Dark Shrine. Cristiano has gone for the explosion of gateways. Adepts will not shade into the main base. We'll still get 1 or 2 probes. Okay, gets another one there with the Adepts. Okay, Cristiano actually struggling a lot more to clean up these 2 Adepts than I expected. 7 probes that fast. Well, he knew exactly what was happening. He saw them. They were stuck on the ramp. I'm very surprised by that.
Yeah, that's we're seeing the same thing on both sides, coming out from both sides, but just a little bit better execution from Shadow's, and he'll net himself a nice worker lead. And he's going to be happy with that. He also kept both Adepts alive. Yes, one is super low on HP, but you still have that one-shot potential. Cristiano still facing a little bit of threat from this. We do see this proxy pylon on the bottom side, going to try and maybe warp in a couple DTs and just continue this little bit of harassment from Shadow's. The main thing that Showdown it cost him in order to get the quick Dark Shrine is it's just a little bit of timing on the gateways, but it's not going to really lead to much, I don't think. Oh, nice find on the Adepts, though. Good job from Cristiano this time.
Cristiano is building a cannon or two, but he only has a single observer, and that observer's on the other side of the map. It's keeping track of the stalkers. These DTs could really hurt, man. I think that Cristiano could be in a bit of trouble with only one observer, and that observer being terribly out of position. Of course, there's always recall available, and there is at least that one cannon in the natural, but I am still a little bit worried here for Cristiano as he's slightly out of position. He's going to try to pounce on his army, so the surrounded, that's going to be very good. Cristiano is going to do great against his army. Showdown should maybe blink and recall, even though it's going to be painful. He's going to blink just across that army, snipes a prism, but he's finding a lot of economic damage with these DTs, and he's nowhere near done.
No, he is certainly not. He's already got 15 probes. That cannon in the natural will help out a lot, and the Observer does clean up the DT at the third, but this is already done a ton of damage. Very worthwhile on the play. And Showdown, okay, well, he's not going to be able to get that Forge. This will get cleaned up in its totality. This is still giving Showdown a really nice economic advantage as the fourth bases kick in.
Yeah, it could have been worse, but I still think it was somewhat painful as the Stalkers are going to blink forward. I think Showdown really should have left that DT. As long as there are 5-6 probes left in the main base, there's no need to run the Dark Templar into the natural where you know there is a cannon. But I think he was a little bit shocked by the fact that his Stalkers got surrounded, and he's like, oh no, this can get very bad. As Cristiano, I think, is getting a tiny bit carried away, thinking that he can chase his army all the way down. I mean, he does have 2 Archons in the mix, but Archons don't really make all the difference, especially not if your opponent is working with almost pure Blink Stalker. Like, it's going to be an interesting fight, where Zealot Stalker Archon can sometimes do alright, but especially near a battery, I prefer the pure Stalker army.
Yeah, and the Archons really don't make sense to me in the context of going up against Showdown. Showdown has been playing Pure Blink Stalker quite a bit in some of his games, and it's like you said, Archons just don't trade well against them. It's against those Zealots that you really want the Archons. Meanwhile, though, Showdown is actually going to transition into a Robotics Bay, and that does even better against Archons, these Disruptors.
Yep, it would have made sense if Cristiano also had a couple of Immortals, right? Then the idea of having more high HP units in the mix, that's obviously nice, but right now I just think that this pure Stalker army is better. There's more micro potential in it, especially near batteries. Without a battery, it'd be like, okay, maybe, as I do like that blink. If you're ever going to take this fight with the army of Cristiano, you got to take out that overcharged battery immediately. Showdown and Zealots are just chilling in hold position, but it's obviously okay. Yeah, I guess he didn't want to just suicide them into the Archons as he warps in a couple of DTs. There are no observers. Cristiano lost his observers. He's going to have to retreat immediately. He's got no detection for these DTs. Cristiano, this will always be a very painful fight, my friend.
Yeah, the 2 observers went super deep and kind of ran past the army of Showdown. It was already going to be a really difficult fight for Cristiano, attacking into a defensive setup. And I do like that you pointed out that Showdown kept that Zealous on hold position, kept them from getting kind of obliterated by the Archons. But now, after a crushing victory on the defense, I don't really know how Cristiano is supposed to hold his 4th base or really even stay alive in this game at this point.
Yeah, and it's not just this, right? As there's a couple of DTs and Zealots running into the 3rd base as well. Showdown is just playing a beautiful PvP here on Dresden. Both players had very similar openings, had similar ideas. It truly came down to execution. And maybe at one point the DTs put Showdown in a good position, but he has just played the slightly cleaner, slightly better game. As Cristiano splits off a lot of units to deal with the Zealots and DTs, and that should open the doors for these Stalkers of Showdown to get a great fight. He's got a Nova in the mix as well. He's taking his time, but he's playing it safe, and it's obviously a very important game. He has already killed 22 probes. So he's just doing everything right set first. Cristiano is trying, but it really does not feel like a very fair fight. GG gets called. Showdown takes the 1-0 lead in this decisive, all-important best of 3 for these guys. Same idea, same game plan, almost same execution. But we could really see the difference where Cristiano with his Adepts got 2 probes, Showdown with his Adepts got 7, and got the adepts out of there. And to make metas like in a weird way even worse is that Christiana was the first one to do it. And that means that it hit earlier. That means that you have less units. If you have less units, it feels normally the adepts should have more potential because it's a lot harder for Shutdown to split off a decent amount of stalkers to clean up these adepts. But even though he's the one who did it later, he did it a whole lot better.
Yeah, and it was a matter of Christiana not really microing those adepts in the natural. Now, once again, it's easier said than done, but you can shift click up a bunch of probes and then go to micro at the third base. And with him not doing that, that kind of showed the difference, at least for today, between these two players. And that was where it was little things like that kind of added up over time. Obviously, those DTs got a lot of damage, way more damage than they had any business getting. But yeah, I think Shutdown he's just playing a little bit better today.
Yep, at least in the first game, but things can turn on its head very quickly in a PvP. Like if Christiana shades 2 adepts into the main base at minute 3 here, we're like, oh my goodness, Shutdown is falling apart. So let's see what game 2 has in store for us. Ancient Sisterin is going to be the map that will determine the tournament fate of Christiana. Will they continue fighting or will it all end here? We are about to find out. Probably no one gate fast expand. Probably no cannon rushes either, guys. Here we go. Top right side of Ancient. We are looking at the main base of our Polish Protoss. He is representing Blazer Esports down 0-1. Must win game for him or the ESL Masters journey ends here. This is Christiana.
And his opponent spawning down in the bottom left for the Platinum Heroes. It is the Blue Protoss player, Shutdown. And I gotta say, yeah, he played a solid game number 1 right there. Anytime that you play the same opening pretty much as your opponent, almost down. Funnily enough, Christiana was actually the one who had like a slightly tighter build order. He ended up, I think, 3 probes ahead with really not a whole lot happening overall. Anytime that you then win that game by just kind of out executing your opponent, that's a pretty big deal.
Yeah, for sure. I also think if you want to play Zealot, Stalker, Archon, that only makes sense if you also have Immortals. If you don't have Immortals, like Zealot, Stalker, Archon is not necessarily better than pure Blink Stalkers. If we are fighting in a wide open area and Zealots have a sexy 360-degree no-scope Mountain Dew surround, yeah, sure, you know, then maybe that army comp gets it done. But to just attack with Zealot, Stalker, Archon into pure Stalker backed up by batteries and cannons, that almost never works. You truly need those heavy-hitting Immortals in the mix there. Speaking of heavy-hitting Immortals, Proxy Pylon. Shutdown gave a fake proxy in game 1. He's going to give us a real proxy in game 2 with a very quick robo. And it almost feels that Christiana wants to maybe get a Stargate. No, he was just scouting. Hasn't seen it yet, though. He's close, but he is not going to see it that fast.
That is so unfortunate right there. And I really like this. So I talked about the probe timing. In game number 1, Shutdown kept it back. Now it shows up at the exact same time. He has really tried to sell this. Unfortunately for him, Christiana doing the diligence will find this pylon, will find this robotics facility. And now the question is, do you try and defend this position?
I think you do. Yeah, no, I think you do, because in the end it should be a couple of Stalkers battling. Shutdown may need to send over another probe, though. With that robo finished up, you obviously absolutely want this Immortal to come out. Christiana does not want to play the dangerous game and actually gives up on it rather early. I'm a bit surprised, right? Because if you were able to get those first hits off, you should know that the 2 Stalker against 2 Stalker fight is always going to go in your favor until unit number 3, 4 and the Immortal show up. Yeah, I'm surprised that Christiana lets Shutdown get off the hook that easily.
I agree with you, and I do feel like he kind of let him off the hook there. He already had the advantage. Oh, now this is actually very nice for Christiana. Will find this, has to be careful, does anticipate the Immortals timing, will get out of here, good job. Christiana, for his part, built the defensive robo, built the 3rd gateway. What do you think of this Stalker move out? This feels so bold to me.
Yeah, it's adventurous. It can work out. He probably just feels very safe at home where he says, hey, I've got a battery, I've got my own robo. Cristiano is completely okay with losing that pylon, but he does need to build another pylon because now he's going to be supply blocked. He's got a pylon finishing up, and then he's still pretty much supply blocked.
Yeah.
So it really comes down to these 4 stalkers on the other side of the map, what they can get done. I think in the end, this is just going to be weird where Shutdown kills the gateway. Cristiano is going to be annoying with stalkers on the other side of the map, but that's kind of it, right? I don't see this game ending in anyone's favor anytime soon.
No, nice job right there from Cristiano to bait out the Immortal's barrier, but good job from Shutdown to make sure that the Immortal of his opponent can't get a big punch on Shutdown's Immortal. Still, yeah, this is going to be a little bit weird. Oh, we do see the Stalkers going after this pylon, but he wasn't anticipating an Immortal right there, and that will lead to 1 dead Stalker. Fortunately, he gets to the top of the ramp for the recall, so he's able to avoid losing another one. But I mean, losing one of the Stalkers being forced to recall, that is a little bit unfortunate for Cristiano.
Yep. This is where it gets very fun, because who's going to expand, who's going to drop a Robo Bay, or will someone throw? That is risky. Warp Prism movement, very risky. No, that's so crazy. Oh my goodness. That is crazy. Shutdown thought he could still save his Immortals. Donates the Warp Prism with 2 Immortals inside of it. Well, that is a big dub for Cristiano.
Yeah, and that is a huge mistake for Shutdown. He could have recalled, would have lost probably one of the Immortals, but at least he gets out with the Prism and the Immortal, because he misclicked a little bit right there. And instead of making the kind of like cut your losses type move, he tries to save everything and loses all of it.
Yep. That does mean that he's in trouble. What can he do? Obviously, he lost power to the Robo as well. It does have a lot of sentries defensively, so he should be able to drop some force fields. Cristiano still needs to respect this army, because it's not like Cristiano's army is a whole lot bigger or better. Kills one of the sentries there immediately, and Cristiano's just right-clicking on the battery, but he's second-guessing himself too. Decides against it. So maybe a tiny window has now already passed. Obviously, Cristiano is expanding on the other side of the map as well. He's going to try to get lucky one more time, and this time around, he will just get that battery. And without the battery, without the overcharge, Cristiano's army here is so much better than Shutdown's army.
Yeah, the 2 Immortals just absolutely punching the crap out of those Stalkers, going to easily break through here. I do like the Warping of Zealots, but it's simply just not enough. Great micro from Cristiano with the Warp Prism at the end. But it's kind of a style move at that point, and he will even the series at 1 apiece. Man, Shutdown, that's a moment he would want back for sure with that Warp Prism.
Painful moment in a game that obviously feels very even. We're doing the same thing. Obviously, Shutdown is the one who proxied the Robo. Cristiano is the one who scouted it. He had 2 probes, by the way, active in the side of the map early on. I don't normally see that of Cristiano, where like if you go for a 1 gate fast expand and you assume that your opponent is attacking you, we know that the Protoss players like to have 2 probes scouting early on. Cristiano had the double gateway high ground setup, but it was still scouting around with 2 probes. Found what he was looking for, but then it's still supposed to be an uncomfortable but still pretty even game, because it's not like Cristiano has an expand that he's defending. So it's honestly pretty even. There's everything to play for. It comes down to the decision making afterwards. Who goes Robo Bay? Who expands? Do someone go Blink Stalkers early on? Yeah, all of that did not matter when Shutdown clicked the Warp Prism deep into the main base of Cristiano, and there were a whole bunch of Stalkers there. And then, as you said, he got greedy. He didn't want to cut his losses. He could have probably saved 1 Immortal, and that Prism would have been able to get out. But he said, nope, I'm going to try to get everything out. And instead, he got nothing out.
Yeah, exactly. Even if you just save the Warp Prism and one of the Immortals gets down to like half HP, if you have that, the attack that Cristiano won the game with, I don't think there's game-winning potential for it. Like, it can still maybe get something done, but having the Warp Prism to micro, having those sentries, having the shield battery and eventually battery overcharge, and then the 1 Immortal as well, that's probably enough for him to comfortably hold. And then he even has the quicker Nexus, and he's still in a fine position, I think.
Absolutely. Well, we thought it was going to be close between these two with everything to play for, as this best of 3 is obviously for all the marbles, tournament live on the line. We've got a game 3 once more. I think that's something we're going to say a couple of times, especially in PvP decided matches, because obviously the idea of this format is that on the final 2 days, we've got a whole bunch of very close and competitive matches. And that is absolutely the case. In the bottom left side, we are looking at the main baseman man who's got to be fuming a little, because there is no worse feeling than losing a War Prison with 2 Immortals if you're 1-base Protoss. Can he keep it together? The Frenchman representing the Platinum Heroes. It's Shutdown.
And his opponent spawning up at the top right for Team Blazer. Getting a bit of a lifeline in that game and running with it. It is Christiana. And you know, mistakes, they're going to happen in StarCraft 2 in a game that has such ludicrously high demands on your mechanics, on your mental ability, and then also in a game that is so important, a series that is so important, mistakes are going to happen. It's all about how you manage dealing with those mistakes and how you mitigate the damage from those mistakes. And I think going back historically, that was one of the bigger differences between non-Koreans and Korean players in, you know, 2013, 2014, 2015, was that it felt like the Korean players were really good at mitigating mistakes and managing that. And obviously that's just a weird aside, but it's neat how even still that is such an important factor.
Yeah, it is very hard to keep it together in StarCraft 2. Some people have been playing this game for 10, 12 years and they can still fall apart in the middle of a best of 3. And then you've got others. Sometimes you just have enigmas, right, where nothing really phases them. And they're always able to play their in-game, no matter how many things may go wrong in that first game, or they can go down 0-2 in the best of 5, where they are the favorite and nothing really bothers them. We'll see how these guys are going to be able to keep it together in Game 3. As Christiana, for the first time in the best of 3, StatFast has gone for multiple adepts. Not 1 adept stalker, no, it's 2 adepts into 2 more. Good chance this leads into the 8 adepts. Now, why do people do this? Obviously, it's very good against sentries. This is a greedy build, by the way, man. So, just adepts into a nexus. As Shutdown is making 2 stalkers, the follow-up is a very quick Stargate. So I guess it's going to be an Oracle. He's going to see at least that it's 4 adepts, not totally standard. I think you can just run away. I don't think you need to recall here, as long as you make sure that your adepts, your stalkers don't get surrounded. I think running is fine. Will he lose a stalker? Yes, but single stalker, buying a lot of time against the mass adept opening, I think it's reasonable.
I think because he's opening Oracle, that's what makes it okay. If it was because he actually cut his 3rd and 4th gateway units in order to get his own Nexus. Oh, now I hate the recall. Yeah. Okay. I liked it. I like the idea of going for it initially, but now he recalls. I guess he saves the 2nd stalker for sure, and he might have lost it.
No, that would have definitely lived. You saw that it took like 3 shades for the 4 adept.
It takes so long, yeah. And yeah, I don't know. I don't like that recall one bit.
Well, we were talking about second guessing yourself and keeping it together. Maybe Shida, not totally sure what was the response there. Obviously, he's seen that opening before. He's now going to send the probes to the low ground already. This can honestly get ugly, man, because that's a lot of adepts. He's going to let them in. Oh, he blocked the ability to warp in a building, so now he's forced to fight on the low ground. And Christiana is going to be off to a flying start here. These adepts are now going to get into the main base. Stalkers don't have Blink, Oracle low on energy. Oh, that is so many workers going down. Christiana with a dream start, Shutdown in a bit of trouble.
This was 2 Oracles using a ton of energy defensively, and a recall, and a dead stalker, and he still lost 12 probes. This should not have gotten, realistically, on paper, any damage done. Maybe a couple of probes, maybe something goes wrong, but I mean, Shutdown had all the tools he needed to defend. And I talked about those nerves, but they really come into play in a game like this. And Shutdown, he is going to move across the map. He's going to try and find something. He goes for the battery overcharge. Will be able to use the Oracles on the probes. Christiana, though, snipes down one of those Oracles. Doesn't lose anything besides that battery at the front. This is still very good for Christiana.
Yeah, that is actually just another win for Christiana, man. Like, he loses a battery, that's not all that important anymore, because Shutdown does not have follow-up aggression. And then he lost 2 probes, but he killed an Oracle. Any Protoss will take that trade, killing an Oracle for only 2 probes. Shutdown knows that he is in trouble, and when behind, we can always go for that Dark Shrine. The problem for him is that Christiana has already built a Robo. He obviously knows that he's in a very good spot. And he's probably asking himself, what can I still lose to? You having quicker blink than me? No, that's impossible because you open up with all these oracles. You just having a bigger army than me? No, that's impossible because I killed all your workers. So then I could lose to the Invisible Man. And there is one thing very good against the Invisible Man, and that's observers.
That is true. Now, Shadowns does still have a potential win condition with this. Christianer did go very well. As I say that, it's actually not going to be the case here. Christianer, I was just going to say, did go low on the observer count in game number 1. He only built the 1 observer. However, and I was thinking like, oh, maybe he can use an Oracle's Revelation to snipe the observer, DTs slip in, and maybe he snipes a pylon, snipes the robo, something like that, and finds a way to victory. But I really like the second observer just to make absolutely sure from from Christianer.
Yeah, no, Christianer's game senses are spot on so far, and he obviously got off to such a good start. And the depth opening is not that popular because it doesn't always give you that much damage. If they open up with Stalkers and Sentries, sometimes, this is it's going from bad to worse. I think Christianer saw the shimmer there as well. He can obviously bring his observer over. Revelation was indeed dropped on 1 ops, but there is a second ops. I don't know if he can recall. Obviously, we recalled in the beginning of the game. So the 2 DPs die as they morph into an Archon. At least they died in harmony.
They did indeed, and it actually, recall was off of cooldown, but he didn't have energy. He just hit 50 energy on that natural nexus. Everything that can go wrong in this game for Shadown has gone wrong. And at this point, I really don't know how he's going to manage this next attack. The shield battery is not done at this base. It will be done very shortly, but he's not going to have battery overcharge. This is a big army for Christianer.
Yeah, Christianer is also getting somewhat close to +1. It's going to take a little while before that kicks in. At least the battery is up for Shadown. If he's ever going to win this fight, it is because he's got a battery. He's trying to do his best. There is a stasis trap there on the left side as well. Christianer could potentially walk into it. But so far, Christianer is just having a very fun time gunning down these Stalkers 1 by 1. He still has a pretty big Stalker advantage. But now the Nexus finishes up. Overcharge. Can he get the pylon quickly enough? In the end, he does get the pylon. Took a little while, though. But I think it's just a matter of time before the reinforcements will arrive. Christianer clearly has some units at home. If he grabs everything that he has, Shadown is going to be in trouble. Good scrap, though, by Shadown, all things considered. That could have been incredibly bad. He's still in trouble, but he's allowed to dream. Whoa, double forge. Okay, that's some big dreams.
Yeah, that is a definite interesting move from this maneuver. But I am really impressed that he survived right there, because that was a really scary situation in the battery overcharge. He read that Christianer was going to go for that pylon right away because he popped the battery overcharge and instantly healed the pylon. So that's a small little understanding of how your opponent likes to play a move like that. And it was that little read that actually gave him enough defensive momentum to just barely push this back. He's still in a horrible position, and he still needs a lot of miracles, really, or at least one big fight to turn this around. But he's given himself a small opportunity. Now he forces the recall. Okay, all right, that's something.
Yeah, but it also means that his army is stuck. His army is a bit stuck. He is finding a couple of probes on the triangle base with a DT, but his army is stuck. Shadown, I don't know if we can recall. I don't know if that is even a good play or not. I think that's kind of like the only play. Christianer can chase it. Christianer can also turn around as he finds a few more stray stalkers. It really does feel that the wheels came off a little bit, pushed it down here in game 3. It all starts. Oh my goodness, no cancel on the Nexus. Steadfast, I'll close my eyes. You tell me when it's over.
Yeah, this one is starting to get a little bit ugly here. The Stasis Ward, once again, it looks like it's going to expire just before the fight breaks out. There was an observer anyways, so he probably wasn't going to get that big Stasis Ward that he needed. Battery overcharge going to get popped, but like you said, this is getting a little bit painful for Shadown. Obviously, you fight till the bitter end in a situation like this, but it is feeling like that bitter end is inevitable.
You know, I think the man has done everything he could to get back into this game. Christianer is just leaving no stone unturned. He knows what he needs to do to close this one out, and he feels that this is the fight that's going to send him into the playoffs of the ESL Masters once more. Shadown microing to the best of his abilities. It feels an unfair fight as Christianer just has more money, has more reinforcements coming in, is about to have +2. There's the forward blink. And that is going to be the nail in the coffin. GG. Congrats to Christianer. for once more making it into the playoffs of the ESL Masters Europe. And he can again call himself one of Europe's finest 16 StarCraft 2 players. And I think everyone would be very proud to call themselves that, because Europe is a damn competitive region, Statfast.
It is a terrifying region, in fact, where even the top 50 European players are on my radar. You know, like I could probably name you a well-known number of 50 players that are all good, solid players. So being in the top 16 is a huge accomplishment, and that's going to be a really nice turnaround for him, especially after how game one went. Really solid recovery from Christiana. Unfortunate that Shadown has to go home, but that's the nature of the beast. It's a zero-sum game on this do or die Sunday. And congratulations to Christiana. He played a great game 2 and 3, and we'll see him in the playoffs. For now, I think we're going to head to a little break, and we'll be back with Wayne versus Acheron.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and U.S. Air Force.
All right, we're back with the ESL Masters, another European PvP, but we're going to put the PvP Civil War on hold for a little bit because we've got ourselves two non-Protoss players. Feels like it's been a while. What do you think about this one coming up, Roddy?
Yeah, we started the day off with a TVZ between MeomaikA and XY, which was a pretty fun series, but obviously very unique because MeomaikA is an odd Zerg. Wayne is a little bit odd, but definitely a lot less extreme than MeomaikA is. I think it's a fun one, especially because of the storyline that Wayne brings along. He's had such a good run so far in this tournament. A 1-0 lead over Zero after defeating Showtime and Spirit. It's all super impressive, but none of it is going to matter if he doesn't win this best of 3. And that's just goes to show once more how competitive this region is and how brutal the group stages can be. A lot of people think, oh, group stages, a bunch of games, doesn't matter. No, it does matter. And it all comes down to this final best of 3, where I do think Wayne is the favorite, but don't underestimate Akron. He is a dangerous, feisty Spanish Terran player, and I really think this can be a very fun one.
I think so too, and I'm just excited to get into it and see how this one shapes up. Akron was able to take down Battlebee the other day in a match that I think both of us agree that it was probably Battlebee was the favorite on paper, but Akron just played better that day.
Yeah, a little bit. Small advantage Battlebee coming into it, but we didn't know how it was going to play out. And then obviously we had that moment in game 2 where it's like, oh, did he leave too early? Well, doesn't matter. In the end, Akron won. That's all that mattered for him. And it will come down to this. One of the biggest best of 3s that Akron has ever played, because he too has never made it into the playoffs of the ESL Masters. Let's see if today is his special day. Game 1 is going to be played on Neo Humanity. And we're already in it. In the top left side, we are looking at the main base of the man who came out flying, but still finds himself here on the all-deciding 14th of May, final day of our Swiss group format. Top left side, our red Zerg player representing Starcom, it's Wayne.
And his opponent spawning down in the bottom right for the Platinum Heroes. In the blue, it is Akron. Now, we already saw Wayne a little bit... He was a little bit maybe paranoid about a potential proxy racks, and Akron is the kind of player that will go not just proxy 2 racks, not just proxy 3 racks. He'll proxy 4 racks you if the mood strikes. And Wayne, I really like that he really did the diligence here. It's important to make sure that against a player can be as aggressive as Akron to cross your T's, dot your I's.
Yep, Akron is a guy that's willing to just go all in. He's no stranger to the 8 racks of 3 base all in either. He's got good Marine micro, right? I feel like Marines and tanks are definitely the first 2 units I think of when I think of Akron. They happen to be very prominent in this matchup, so that bodes well for him. And historically, out of the 3 matchups, this is the one that held Wayne back a little bit in the past, as Akron has an SCV here that's going to prevent the drone from morphing into an extractor. Already first blood being drawn. Good start here for Akron. Just because this has always been a matchup where it's hard to be tricky, and in the past, Wayne definitely was a standard Zerg, sometimes a bit of like a European Solar, where it's not about Hive with Wayne, it's about the crazy amount of roaches, lings, and ravages and banelings he can produce off that lair tech. So this can honestly still be a very scary best of 3 for him.
It certainly can, and this is a really weird situation we now find ourselves in, because Wayne, his 3rd hatchery is super delayed, but more importantly, he has not done anything with his first gas yet. He's up at 150 gas, and he has not started link speed. There it is. That's what I was wondering if we were going to see. We actually do see, by the way, on the other side of the map, how did this even happen? 2 SCVs went down, the Lings got in, picked off 2 SCVs. That one keeps the Reaper at home or sends it back home. Now this Reaper's going to have a devil of a time scouting this Roach Warren.
Yeah, I guess one SCV died on the other side of the map, maybe. And then the 2 Zerglings were just nibbling away. Akron clearly was focused on the Reaper micro. Now, getting a scout on this Roach Warren would be big for Akron. Let's see how adventurous he is willing to get with this Reaper. Because the Roach Warren this early can really only mean one thing, and that is that we're going to see a couple of Roaches on the production tab. And the real question is how many? Is Wayne doubling down? Wow, 8. Okay. 8 is definitely more than a few safety Roaches to make sure we don't take damage from Hellions.
Yeah, this is something that Lambo once in a while will do. Uko likes to do it a little bit in some of his games. And if you don't see it coming, it is so dangerous, so deadly. He is going to see these Roaches coming. He's got the Banshee on the way. This is something that will be manageable. Dark, another player. I mean, I can't believe I didn't mention Dark as the first one. He is the one you think of the most. SCV's already being pulled away from the natural. Of course, Wayne is going to drone out of this. And this is going to be interesting to see how much damage this can do, or if he'll commit when he sees the Banshee. I think you see the SCVs being pulled. I think you back away right now.
Yeah, I think with how quickly Acheron scouted this, it's honestly pretty good for Acheron. Sure, he's losing some mining time, right, because he has no SCVs in the natural at this point, but that's obviously always better than losing 6 SCVs. He just sent them into the main base immediately, didn't even panic, didn't feel like he needed a bunker on the high ground. Said, nope, if all the Roaches want to clump up and my Hellions get the cash money shots off, I'll gladly do that. I've got a Banshee here, I'm going to be fine. And even if Wayne is creating a 15-worker lead for himself, I'm not really feeling this start for the Zerg. And that's obviously very important for Wayne that he does not take too much economic damage from these Banshees and the Hellions.
That is very true. Now, it is interesting to note that Acheron did not get Cloak. So the potential for these Banshees is going to be a little bit lower, even though he did build the second one. The only thing I don't like about how Acheron defended this is that he pulled the SCVs from the natural, like, right away. Like, maybe 20 seconds too early. And that might not seem like a big deal, but that does actually slow down his economy a lot more than it needed to. And it ends up being more indirect damage than it probably should have been. That's the only thing that I would like to see better. But otherwise, it was a nice job from Acheron, and he handles it pretty well.
Yeah, I guess it is better to be safe than sorry in a very important best of 3. Like I said earlier, and I definitely don't think I'm playing that up when I say this is the biggest best of 3 from Acheron's career. Like, he's been around for a while. He has qualified for ESL or DreamHack Masters in the past. And that was always a big deal for him. And then he would get a win or two in the old big round-robin group stages, so he'd pick up some extra money. But normally, Acheron is not close to making it to the top 16. Yeah. This right here is that best of 3 that could skyrocket him into the top 16 of the European scene. Obviously, that means way more prize money as well. And just a lifetime achievement award, something that he's been working towards for years. So if he wants to play it very safe and pull the SCVs a few seconds earlier to make sure he doesn't take more damage than he's supposed to, I don't really hate that. It is very important for him to keep having some map vision. I'm not quite sure what the Banshees are up to right now. They're a little bit too defensive. I don't really like this. This is where I want to see the Banshees right on the edge of creep. So you can see move-outs of the Zerg. You can push back some creep towards. Like, Banshee's just chilling there between the natural and the main base. That's not quite the play. Now, it was very easy for Wayne to take down these rocks. And Wayne is sending it with 80 army supply of Zerg, plus 1 carapace, even Queen's Way of creep. I think Acheron has the army that he can defend this, but it's gonna have to obviously be defense that is on point. Very quick steam. Tanks are pretty well defended. One tank does fall, but the other tank is going to live for a little while. Bunker not quite done yet. SCVs will fall, but I do think Acheron should always live.
He should certainly be able to live here, but it is going to be a little bit tough. Banshee does fall just before the Queen goes down, but there's just a little bit too much bio here. And this is before 1-1 finish. This is before things kind of came online for the Terran. Reinforcing Roaches are going to be a problem. 19 SCVs did fall. Hang on, this actually does still have a lot of potential. And if Wayne elects to add on an additional Evo chamber and macros out of this is going to be tough to handle. Oh, and the siege tank does go down on the backside. I think
Acheron got over-eager there, man. Like, he was stimming forward so far, completely away from his tank. He lost one of the 2 tanks in the very beginning of the fight. That was a great pickup by Wayne. And then I think Acheron just overestimated the power of his army a little bit there. It was before his upgrades kicked in. It was before combat shield finished up, as that's still not done. And that one tank, the tank that's normally so important, right? That's supposed to be your anchor in the defense, was not participating in the fight at all. I think Acheron just fought way too far away from the remaining tank there.
Yeah, if he lifts off that command center after losing all the SCVs and salvages his army, waits for the 1-1, it's not so terrible. But I think you hit the nail on the head. He fought a little bit too long, a little bit too far away from his tanks, and now Wayne pulls massively ahead in economy. He's got this 4th base done in the middle. Is the high yield gas base. 5th base is coming online. 1-2 upgrades are going to be coming online in about a minute and a half, and he's got that hive going. So if Acheron attacks right now, there's a lot of creep to contend with. If he doesn't attack, he is going to be facing a Hive Tech Zerg in about 2 minutes time, and that's going to be really difficult to handle.
Yeah, I mean, we figured that Acheron would at least always live. The question was just how much damage was he going to take, and he just took a little too much damage. Now he's down a tremendous amount of workers, 33 in total. The armory is late, so it's not like we're gonna at least look at, oh, it's 2-2 bio against Zinnan Zerg that doesn't have too many upgrades. No, even the 2-2 upgrades are going to be damn late. I am very worried here for our Spanish Terran player. I'm not sure what the game plan is. Are we going to try to macro out of it, as he is now waiting for those 3 depots to finish up? He says 130 out of 133 supply. But with the amount of units he's producing, that obviously means he's going to be supply blocked for a little bit. I'm not really feeling it. Wayne, meanwhile, very safely made it up to Hive. Drops the Ultralisk Cavern. Has Adrenal Glands on the way. Wayne got there in a weird way, kind of like we almost expect from him, right? Because he is a Zerg that's just a little bit different than the Elazes and the Lambos of the European scene, but he still got himself in a mighty fine spot here.
That he did. Now, I'm not sure if I like attacking, but he might just have enough to end the game regardless. Infestors, ooh, they do drop the fungal growth, catches a couple of units, and there's just way too much Zerg here. Tank is going to go down. There's more reinforcements coming in from the natural, but the 3rd base is gutted. Fungal catches a couple of units. Corrosive Bile takes down the tank in the backfield. And even with a quote-unquote defense from Acheron, it is now a, what is that, a almost 50 worker lead. 45 worker lead as a couple SCVs finish up. And Wayne, Rattata, Vanya, different name, but he still looks solid here.
Solid in the name, and obviously on creep, Bane is going to have a very easy time connecting with these buy units. What I also love is that Wayne is still expanding to even getting his hands on that 9 o'clock base. This Ling run by spots that Medevac that was leaving. The doors are open, and the Adrenal Glands is close to finishing up. As +1 melee Zergling's going to have a field day here. More SCVs will fall, and that really is just the difference, as the main army of Wayne is awfully close towards the 3rd base. Viper does not quite come into play yet. Could just get a Blinding Cloud here. I wouldn't hate a Blinding Cloud, and that is exactly what we get. GG gets called. Wayne takes a pretty convincing 1-0 lead in the end. In a game where Acheron technically had a pretty sweet start. He delayed the hatchery, got a drone kill, then he defended the initial roach rush perfectly fine. Sure, it was very safe, but once more, better safe than sorry. That should have been a better game for Acheron. It's just at one point, he got over eager, right? He thought that we reached the tipping point where the bio can stim forward and get right on top of the roaches, right on top of the ravages, and give them the hug of death. But he didn't quite have those numbers. He didn't have an overwhelming amount of bio, didn't have combat shield. The 1-1 upgrades were seconds away from finishing up, and he was fighting without the support of that one important tank. And at that point, he just fell so far behind.
Yeah, he really did, and it was already going to be a lot of damage. Even if he defended that perfectly, he was still going to, have to punch back at the Zerg player, and he didn't have that armory well timed, so there was no potential for a 2-2 versus 1-2 setup, maybe before Adrenal Glands comes online, before those Ultras are out, before Chitinous Plating, before the Vipers have energy. There's no potential for that. And with all of that already, and then the fact that he kind of stayed and fought a little bit too long, I mean, that just, it added up to an really tough game for Acheron, and he's going to have to tighten up a lot of things, or he's going to have to say, you know what, no, I'm going to be the one who dictates the flow from minute 1 and just goes for it.
Yeah, it would have also been very nice to see a little more activity from the Hellions and the Banshees right after that Roach Rush, right? That is supposed to be a dream scenario where you can really contest creep. You can push it back. These Banshees, sure, they didn't have cloak, but they can still at least be at the edge of creep. They should not be idling in between your natural and your 3rd base. Of course, if there's a random Ling run by, be like, oh, that's cool. The Banshees gave the heads up, but that's kind of what the Hellions are for. Like, I want to see the Banshees out and about, and then the moment that Wayne would be working on those rocks, the Banshees can already start chipping away at that Zerg army. None of that matters though. Let's go ahead and hop into game 2. Statfast. The boys are leaving town. Not all of them, but at least a couple. Okay, a whole lot of them are leaving town.
Yeah.
No one is staying home tonight, baby. In the top right side of Royal Blood. We are looking at the main base of our Spanish Terran. Down 0-1. Platinum Heroes. Aquaron.
And his opponent, he's got the read. You know what he's doing. Goes up to that 17th throne. That means it's going to be a safety pool for Team Starcom. It is Wayne. And I look at this setup and I look at the timing of the third SCV, and I wonder if this is going to be the proxy 4-Rax.
It could very well be, mate.
I think it will. We'll see in a second. If he starts up the orbital command, then it is just going to be the 3 barracks. If he does not, then it is going to be that proxy 4-Rax. The absolute most all-in build you can do in this scenario. Regardless, this is a great situation for Wayne on paper.
Yep, it really does feel that Wayne has done his homework. If you are mentioning it, obviously there's a chance that Wayne is thinking about it too. Aquaron has a tendency to do this. He has done it before. I think he did it in a big moment once against Lambo. Well, when I say big moment, I probably mean the European Pro Tour Weekly, and Lambo's gonna hate me for that. But Aquaron likes doing this kind of stuff. A couple of the upcoming Terrans in the European scene, right? You think of a MeomaikA who also likes it. It's not going to be 4-Rex, it is 3-Rex. It is still very committed, but Wayne has the earliest possible Roach Warren, and it's just going to be so damn easy for Wayne. Like, this is almost a straight up builder to win, though. Like, I feel like Wayne has to seriously drop the ball to be struggling here.
Yeah, now speaking of which, there was actually a world right here where Aquaron doesn't show this until the bunker is done. Because the Overlord moved away, there was an advanced warning of this. So the Overlord did not stay at the natural, but it also means it won't go down. Now, I will say, with the number of Marines here, Wayne probably shouldn't contest too hard. At least make sure he doesn't lose this queen, and he actually does step it very far forward. He's going to get it cornered. There will be roaches popping out, but losing this queen is not ideal.
Nope, the Lynx actually are having a very derpy fight against SCVs on the other side of the map. That might be worth taking a tiny look at, as the Lynx were attacking the depot and the SCVs just went into the natural. They completely ignored the Lynx. Now in the end, Aquaron is losing some mining time. Wayne losing that queen is going to complicate things a tiny bit. Losing roaches, okay.
That's 2 roaches now, yeah.
It's all a little bit sloppy, and I still like it for him.
I still like it for now. Oh, especially with these Marines going down. You cannot afford to lose any of these. The thing is, with this amount of repair, this base will fall. And this is a bit of an ugly situation. Would love to see target fire on the roaches themselves. There we go. Roach is going to try and move forward. Will snipe a couple of Marines. 2 more roaches going down, and the bunker is holding. Aquaron is actually getting so much more done than he had any business getting done in this situation. But he needs to either keep the repair up or he needs to pull back.
Yep, I mean, we're gonna now have a couple of roaches morph into Ravages, but it's honestly a little bit inexcusable that 5 roaches have died. What is supposed to happen is that the roaches take a little bit of damage, then you send the roaches back, as Wayne is still taking a questionable fight against the bunker, and he's just bleeding out roach after roach. It almost feels that Wayne got ultra overly excited here to just go ahead and end it, and he has now made this a whole lot more difficult for himself than it had to be. That is crazy. I don't think I have ever seen 7 roaches die, Statfest. 7, and now even the Ravages could be in a bit of a pickle, as the Marine count is high, and they're gonna try to corner these Ravages. One of the Ravages does fall. Now a couple of Marines will go down in return, but since Aquaron is pumping out 3 Marines at a time, and he has created the Worker lead, and he's got an orbital, well, okay. I expected this to play out in many ways. This was definitely not one of them. With 9 roaches, a queen, and a Ravager falling.
Yeah, this is, oh my god, and he loses another one right here. Good dodge on the corrosive bile from Aquaron. Another roach getting very low. Finally, the bunker gets broken, and the Marines, they just need to head home and save as many as they can. But he's going to try and turn around and fight. I don't think that was the play. Oh, he's now going to lose every single Marine. So the reason that this is a big deal is because he needs to buy time for this Cyclone. Cyclone is going to be out shortly, and he needs, I mean, it's good that he buys a little bit of time, and I think he sniped 1 more roach. but it probably would have been better to, maybe sack off 2 or 3 Marines to the side and then try and save like 4. As it is, there is some danger for this attack for sure.
There is a lot of danger because even one Cyclone, it's not like one Cyclone is just going to one-shot this army, right? Ooh. Oh no, the depot is going to get taken out immediately. Other depots will fall. Here's that first Cyclone. All Wayne needs to do is just break the lock-ons a couple of times. And it's just going to take... And we go for a Viking as well. It's going to take a little while before the Viking comes out. He didn't start a new factory unit.
Cyclone before he got blocked.
I don't know if it would have really made a difference. I mean, it feels like an unfair fight. I think Wayne really messed up in many serious ways, but we spoke about a build order win, and I think you can really see why. You can make a couple of mistakes as a Zerg, and you can still be in a mighty fine spot as the Cyclone takes a lot of damage. The Cyclone falls, the Viking falls, and that will do it. Wayne is still going to advance into players, even though we've got some Marines, alright? Marines on the other side of the map. Acheron is not going down without a fight. He rebuilt some Marines, but... I mean, can we force a draw, mate?
Actually...
If you kill the hatch...
I mean...
If you kill the hatch... Wayne, you have no Rico as Zerg!
Oh my god!
Wayne, you don't have Rico as a Zerg! He needs to fight! Oh my goodness!
If he... Oh, no, he needs to corrosive bile down the command center. Can he get enough damage into this command center to set it on fire?
I don't think...
That is the big deal. There's no money for repair. Drop corrosive biles. Do it.
I don't think... But it's still a starport that he needs to kill then as well. Oh my god, the hatchery is actually gonna fall, man. The hatchery has fallen. The roaches are going to die. Wayne does not have money to rebuild a hatch, and one of these buildings should always be safe. At the very bare minimum, Acheron is gonna get a draw. Are you kidding me?
Can Acheron still win this game? He can. Because Wayne can't breach this ramp easily. He only has these 2 drones in the main base to provide vision. Oh my goodness.
Wait, is there... There has to be one spot where, like, for instance, the bottom right side, that's where buildings will always be safe against Ravages, right?
Oh, yeah. Even on the right side right here, it's fine. Yeah. Okay, 2 roaches did just pop out of the main base. But these roaches all they're going to do is force this draw. Oh, but Acheron steps into the army. No, they're still enough. It's still fine. These Marines are too low in HP, but we're going to see a draw. We are going to see a draw, and Acheron waits till he loses the Marines, offers the draw, and Wayne is got to be pulling his hair out. Yeah, we're going to a regame here. What a wild turn of events.
Acheron banking up a bunch of Marines on the other side of the map. Wayne was so focused on the fight that's happening in the main base of Acheron. He busts through, kills the Cyclone. He's like, all right, I've got it. Suddenly the Marines show up. And yeah, normally you don't really think about a hatchery going down very quickly. But then with the drones evacuating, like, wait a minute, he can kill the hatch. And obviously it took Wayne a little while before he started sending units back, before he fought with the drones. The drones alone were never going to win that fight, but that is insane. I cannot believe it that Acheron A forced a draw. And B even had so much success with the initial 3 racks. Like, when is the last time you've seen 10 roaches and a Ravager and a Queen die against a bunker? Like, that's an insane amount of units going down.
It's so many units dying. It is actually ludicrous. Now, oh man, I wonder if there was a scenario where he could have gotten enough damage in. You are right, the starport was still alive, and I think there wasn't enough. If he had gotten one of those cyclones to safety, if Acheron had like hidden the cyclone on the map while he was building those Marines, he could have won that game with like infinite micro potential, you know? There was a weird world where he could have almost forced that. That's wild.
Yeah. Wayne is going to be kicking himself for more than one reason there. I think obviously he just kind of looked past it where he's like, wow, this is so sweet. I've got the world's earliest Roach Warren against 3 Rex. And then he just kind of underestimated the power of repair there. And he kept on taking fights with very few units. The Roaches overstaying their welcome. Roach after Roach went down. But in the end, it still seemed like it didn't matter just because the builder advantage was so strong. He was having a fun time on the other side of the map. But where he just expected, obviously, the barracks to be flying home to safety, right? And then they started producing Marines. The barracks were still doing their thing on the other side of the map, producing a new round of Marines. And And that was good enough for Akron to force out a draw. 2 draws in one season. One kind of because of a mutual agreement. This one, because there was just no way for Wayne to ever kill the flying buildings of Akron. And Akron was obviously never going to be able to land his base and get an economy going without the roaches being all over it. So an actual real draw. That's crazy.
Yeah, it makes me think of that meme like you draw because both players don't think they can kill each other after they mined out the map. I draw because I'm on 0 supply and he has nothing that can shoot my command center. We are not the same.
It's a classic.
Oh man, what a wild end to that game, and what a wild way to keep the series going. That was Akaron's tournament life on the line. Yeah.
The craziest very
speechless.
Cinderella story ever would be Akron now turning it around, winning the series, and advancing into the playoffs. We are just going to replay Royal Blood, guys. That's the way that we do it. This time around, the boys are staying home. Let's do it all over again as we are ready to hop back into Game 2, Game 3, question mark. Top right side of Royal Blood, leaving the SCVs at home. We're going to play a more normal TVZ, forcing out the draw when all hope seemed to be lost. This is Akron.
And his opponent spawning down in the bottom left. For Team Starcom, it is Wayne.
Completely forgot about the barracks, and I can't blame him, Statfest, because I kind of forgot about the barracks too. I was like, it's all about the Cyclone. Like, can we stabilize at home? Can Akron at least get some units out to deal with the roaches? He couldn't. Well, what apparently he could do is still build more Marines. After losing all the initial Marines trying to run home, he just rebuilt a whole bunch of them. It's an awesome play. Can't believe it worked.
Yeah, and it's such a giga brain move in a situation like that to just be like, okay, well, I probably can't hold, but maybe I can force the draw, and just such a heads up play under the gun. Obviously, Wayne, in a situation like that, there are different responses he could have made to that, but you're never expecting something like that. It's such an unexpected move. That's just so fun and entertaining. And you're saying game 2, game 3? No. This is game 2, take 2. We had take 1. We're gonna do take 2. We're gonna try it all again.
I gotta say, take 1 started off a whole lot more exciting than take 2 did.
Yeah.
Like, we got a barracks at home, a Reaper fast expand. Meanwhile, Wayne going for hatchery before spawning pool this time around. So he was just convinced that Akron was never going to do that again. And, well, he's kind of right. The SCV is blocking the wrong location. So this time around, unlike Neo Humanity, it should be a whole lot easier for Wayne to get the 3rd hatch. Oh, but Reaper is making its way over, but it's not going to be there in time.
Yeah, Wayne cut the Ling speed in order to make sure he got that up, doing the modified Clash opener, and he's able to get it up no problem. Oh, nice job from Akaron. Snipes down the Ling. Getting an early Ling is always a nice little pickoff if you can find that. And look at how far back he puts the Creep Tumor, but he gets the snipe and keeps the Reaper alive. That is such a nice start for Akaron, especially in the context of how that previous game just went.
Akron is flying. I mean, he was basically dead and buried, but he came back alive and he said, all right, now we're swinging, baby. And so that is indeed a very sweet start. Like, the Link pickup is not all that important. It's just more of a tiny mental victory, and those do matter. But the moment you get that Creep Tumor, you're like, all right, that's actually going to have an impact on the way that this game is going to play out, forcing Wayne to drop another Creep Tumor before Creep can ever start going. All of this, though, does not take away from the fact that Akron at one point was in a good spot in game 1, and I hate to say it, but he still kind of got steamrolled in that game, right? It was nowhere near as close and competitive as it should have been. So I wonder what Akron's game plan is. Like, okay, well, that question already got answered. Fusion Core goes up. I almost feel that Akron does need to do a little bit something a bit out there, a bit crazy, because it seems that Wayne is the slightly stronger player between the two, and in TVZ it's so hard to cause upsets if you're just playing very normal, fair, straight up. So I am happy to see that we've got something very special. If you talk about two ends of the spectrum, previous game of Royal Blood, Proxy, 3 racks, bunker, all the Marines, And in the rematch, we're actually going to go for a 2-base fusion core opening.
Yes, we are, and I love that he faked the cloak Banshee right there, showed that this was in production, showed that the cloak was being researched, and to be honest, this just looks like a 2-base cloak Banshee opener. Maybe it could be Hellbats, but it's not going to be, at least from Wayne's perspective, it's not going to look like a BC opener. Now, of course, that could have been a fake, but I do like that Acheron sets himself up for success with that little fake out. And it will be up to Wayne to figure out what's going on. Now, of course, he is going to build the spores, but the big deal about this is, will he keep pumping Queen super hard? Will he be in position for this first BC?
Yeah, I mean, it's always hard, right? Because even if you try to fake a Banshee, you're still going to force them to build spores.
Yeah.
But there isn't really anything else you can fake. Raven is not that popular, and even if it was, like, this is not really going to be a thing. And for a Viking and a Liberator, you don't need a tech lab, so it's really hard to sell anything other than the Banshee. And the response is somewhat similar. The follow-up, though, by Acheron, that's an extreme one, man. We've got 4 more barracks going down. So it's a 2-base battle cruiser opening, followed up by 5 racks with Stim. Well, if you talk about crazy unique builds, this one is way up there.
Yeah, this is some Maru energy right there. And speaking of being in position of being, prepared for build or not, we do see there was just 1 queen in the main base, but with that spore, with the second queen showing on up, he already puts in a lot of damage on this BC. And the other queen show up. Hang on, this BC. It went a little bit too deep. Oh, he will get the kill. That's a massive pickoff.
Yeah, that's going to make the life of Wayne a whole lot easier. But for Wayne, it's still very important that he actually scouts the follow-up, right? Because this is not multiple BCs into triple CC or 2-starport BC or something along these lines. No, it is 5 freaking barracks pumping out Marines as we speak. That is something you really need to scout. Because as amazing as Muras are, Muras not really the unit that I would make if I know that my opponent is building Marines of 5 barracks and 2 bases.
Yeah, it is definitely something that can help with the counterattacks, but he's not going to be very helpful during the actual fight, and he does not have Bane speed on the way. He is putting his gas towards these mutas. I am really worried for Wayne right now. His creep spread was cut down pretty heavily through the middle. Oh, this could be a nice wraparound on the Hellions. We'll get a couple of them, but it's going to be a lot of lanes going down as well. I think this has a lot of potential unless Wayne can identify very quickly and starts backstabbing very effectively.
Well, he saw a bunch of Marines leave, so that is obviously the heads up, and he's going to fire up Baneling speed immediately. Because I think if there is one way that Wayne is going to survive, it's obviously with Baneling speed, right? Banelings on creep with speed, that's going to be fantastic. The Mutas find the army and is going to see a lot of Marines. I'm sure Wayne is a little bit concerned. At this point, it's all about buying time as a Muta was misrallied there. Flew straight over the Terran army. We have a couple of Lings and Mutalists trying to cause some chaos on the other side of the map, trying to pick up the reinforcements. But this big, scary Terran army is not going to disappear. If I was Wayne, I would give up on this base for a little bit. He does not want to do that. He's going to go for it with a lot of Lings and slow Banelings. Gets 1 tank, but the other Banelings do not connect at all.
No, they got target fire down by the tanks, by the Marines on the tail end, and now +1 weapons. Combat shields are going to complete. This feels like a Maru-esque build, and this feels like Acheron, after being down and out in Game 1, Take 1, Game 2, or Game 1, Take 2, 1, Game 2, Take 2. He is pushing forward for the win. Bane speed is going to be denied.
No,
that's SCVs go down, but this is looking so good for Acheron here.
Yeah, with Bane speed, I still kind of believe that for Wayne, because he is doing a very good job on the other side of the map. The Mutas have done a lot of economic damage. They're picking up all the reinforcements, but no Baneling speed. Bane speed being like 85-90% done. That obviously is very, very problematic. Because the slow Banelings, they just have such a hard time. I mean, at this point, Wayne can only hope that Acheron messes up and he kind of lets one Baneling connect in a slightly bigger way. But I think that's okay. I think Acheron is in a good enough spot that he can sort of survive that, as he has now taken out 35 drones. There are extra Lings popping though. Wayne is a warrior. Still battling 22 workers against 22 workers, but the final few +1 Marines, they wipe the floor with everything that Wayne had in the main base.
Yeah, that got extremely close. One Baneling did actually get a decent connection, and the Mutas are still alive on the other side of the map. They're still causing problems, but there's only 2 of them, so it is not going to be enough. One of them getting sniped down on the way out. Those medevacs ran out of energy, and it looked like 8 lings might have been enough to stabilize. But even if it had been, he needs a better economy, and he just simply does not have it. 26 drones isn't going to cut it. And with no Baneling Nest, with no Bane speed, Acheron's next follow-up should be a little bit too much, or a lot too much, to be honest, for the Zerg player to handle. What a wild series this has turned into.
Yeah, man, if Baneling speed finished up, I really think that Wayne could have stabilized there.
Yeah.
Because if you saw what one slow Baneling could accomplish, imagine 5-6 Banelings with speed. No, I think it's just impossible. The Terran army has too much micro potential. There is another counterattack happening. Wayne is doing a good job in creating as much chaos as possible, but he just cannot fight these boys with a gun and +1 upgrades. Acheron looked dead, guys. Looked eliminated in our previous game on Royal Blood, but somehow forced out the draw by banking up a couple of Marines on the other side of the map, sniping the hatch. Wayne had no money to rebuild the hatch, so it was a draw. And he comes out in Game 2 with a unique build, kind of something that we were wishing for right in the beginning of it. 1 battlecruiser into the 2 base, 5 Rex all in. Cool build, can work, but works once, right? Like, Wayne is not thinking about it. He's going to get ready for it. That will not surprise him again. But now Wayne is going to have to play a very scary Game 3 against an Acheron that clearly is very wild.
Absolutely. And now you got to beg the question, will Acheron go back to like a proxy 2 racks or a proxy 3 racks? Now you got to wonder, when you're up 1-0 in the series, you know, the draw, it happens. It's a 1 game for Wayne, and Acheron manages to turn it into a draw. That's already a bit of a bad feeling. But you're like, okay, whatever, I'm still up 1-0. You figure it out, you kill the BC, but then the fact that it's that 2 base all in does completely catch him off guard. And if he did prioritize Bane speed over the Mutas, almost definitely a different game. Almost definitely. But now you go to Game 3 of a series that you should have won literally 2 games ago at this point, which is it's impossible conceptually. Only in this exact condition has this happened. And now you're 1 game away from elimination after you were 1 game away from going out 6-0, beating Spirit, Showtime, and Serral.
Yeah, no, it's been a roller coaster. This, for Wayne, this has probably felt even more exhausting than the old round-robin format where you had to play 7 series and it's day after day, or sometimes they have a 1-day break, and where you can finally play his best of 3s. This probably feels like it took a whole lot more out of him because it's just been a proper story. You can write an entire book about the run that Wayne has had so far. The biggest surprise, the biggest talking point, even making the great Jonas Sutala bleed a little with taking that 1-0 lead. And now he finds himself here with 1-1, decide a match against Acheron, and a Royal Blood scenario that should have been an easy win, became a hard win, but should have still been a win. I forgot about the Marines, got draw, had no money to rebuild a hatchery elsewhere. It's ridiculous. You can't really make it up, mate. If I would like watch this and somebody would have scripted it, I'd be like, yeah, okay. Now we're getting a little bit too carried away. We could have just like, okay, he defends the proxy Rex and he still advances, or, you know, he gets a limited proxy Rex. We really don't have to go over the top with the draw into the losing Game 2 versus the 2 base all in and the Baneling speed 85% done. Like, we're getting way too dramatic here. It's not real anymore. Hollywood has lost their touch, but apparently it's all still possible.
Yeah, it seems so apparently there's a writer strike going out, but it looks like all of them have channeled all of their focus and all of their effort into this season of the ESL Masters because, yeah, like you said, could not be a more dramatic and intense roller coaster. And we are going into, I mean, I want to say it's the last map of the series, but we've already had 1 draw. Should, by all accounts, be the last map of the series. It is going to be Gressvon. I'm ready for it. I hope you are too.
I am ready, and the nerds are ready as well. Acheron requested a little break, probably just wondering what on earth is happening as well. Probably saw his life flash in front of his eyes when he saw the first roaches the first time around the Royal Blood. Instead, here we are. Gressvon, Game 3. Boys are still at home, and it seems like we're building depots at home. Let's go ahead and hop on into it one final time. We've had a lot of PvPs today, but the TVZ is absolutely delivering in the European scene. In the bottom right side of Gresbon, the main base of our men from Spain. Vamos for the Platinum Heroes, vamos for Aquaron.
And his opponent spawning up at the top left for Team Starcom. Looks like he is saying, you know what, I could see you proxy raxing me here. He's going safety. It is Wayne.
So that last game was the only game where Wayne went hatch before spawning pool, right? In any of the 4 games we've seen so far.
He did go hatch first in game 1, but he had the 3rd base blocked and then didn't build link speed, went for that big 9 roach push. That did get deflected, still got a little bit of damage, but ultimately was deflected pretty effectively.
Alrighty, so it's not the first time. We'll see where he is going to take it. Aquaron, clearly a man that is willing to roll the dice. What I've always loved about Aquaron is that I think he's pretty realistic on what he needs to do to win. And just playing like, the Ultra Turtle game and going full spirit here and trying to get some sensor towers up and fighting Hive Tech Wayne, that's probably not it. We need to make the magic happen earlier, and that's why I love that 2-base build from before. Does he have one more build up his sleeve that he truly believes in that hits very hard? That is kind of like the big question for this one, as the SCV scout is at least going to give him the heads up that these links are around pretty early. And that means that he can keep the Reaper at home, and he shouldn't take any damage from these Zerglings.
Yeah, I do like that Wayne splits off these lings a little bit, playing very Dark-esque in that regard. Dark loves, going for pool first. Sometimes he'll build 2 lings, sometimes he'll build 4 lings, sometimes he'll build 6 lings. And it makes you very unpredictable when you throw out a ton of variants. And I mean, he did open up with a Roach Warren in game number 2. The funny thing is that Aquaron might have actually thought that was a response and not a pre-planned build order. So Wayne's series planning for this one might actually not work as well because his opponent was so aggressive, and it may not have had enough time for the mind games to actually set in.
Yeah, it could be, but I do think that Aquaron should have known that was ultra quick. Yeah, maybe Aquaron thought, okay, an Overlord saw my barracks. I didn't see the Overlord, but he clearly picked up on it or something. But we saw that he actually made a decision in the dark, unless we missed something. But I don't think.
Yeah,
that was
no,
the
he
case.
definitely made that decision in the dark. You don't have any info at that point. It's you build it like before the Queen, even with the Roach Warren at that timing. So it's meant to be like a bit of an aggressive build, but yeah, it obviously just didn't work out that way.
Now, Aquaron is going to go triple CC. That doesn't necessarily mean that he's playing for the ultra late game, because there are a couple of very strong builds that hit proper hard from triple CC as well. We think of the 3-base Atrax, one that Gabe has found a lot of success with in the past, and I know Aquaron is quite fond of too. For a Marine tank, I think this is a map where you can make a couple of very powerful Marine tank pushes. And I wouldn't be surprised if that is where we are going, as we do have a Banshee. Hellion Banshee for now, obviously a very standard opening in TVZ. 1 Banshee on the production tab. Do you think he's going to go Cloak this time around, Steadfast?
I think he might have the preference of just not going for Cloak, because there was nothing that said he shouldn't go Cloak Banshee in game number 1. It feels like forever ago now. In game number 1 on altitude, and if anything, when your opponent goes roaches like that, they're likely to have less queens, so the advantage of going for Cloak is even greater. So I feel like maybe Aquaron just doesn't like going Cloak in this matchup. And I mean, if you're going double Banshee, I get it, but it does give you just so much potential, and there's a reason that's the more standard play. Nice job, by the way, from Wayne. He gets 1 SCV, almost grabs another on the supply depot, and he does confirm that the Hellions kind of stay at home, but of course he's got this Overlord on the high ground anyways. I still like this position for Wayne, but it does beg the question, is Aquaron going to try and throw a curveball as we go into this mid game?
Yeah, it seems that Wayne just wants to get very quick lair where he's like, all right, I'm gonna get quick bailing speed. Last game bailing speed got denied, 85-90% done, and if he would have just had a couple of roly boys, there's a very good chance he would have found better connections. I still think Wayne made a big mistake, by the way, trying to fight over that bottom right hatchery, where I think it would have been better to just evacuate some of the drones, buy time with your counterattack. You've got Lynx, you've got Mutas, they're dealing a lot of damage. You see it's a 2-base all in. He already had that triangle hatchery going up. And I think if he would have just fought a little bit later, even if it was without bailing speed, I think he would have had way more Zerglings and maybe more creep to work with as well. So I think that would have gone a bit better for him. But I guess it is best for him to just forget about that and all focus here on this final game. Game 3. Game 4, some of the queens are off 3, but Acheron is decisive, wants to get a queen, and he gets the queen with all the energy. I mean, that's a great pickup for Acheron.
Yeah, and there's actually only 6 queens on the map. You do want them all all injecting if you can, at least 3 of those. This is going to be a cancel on this base. That's such a huge pickoff here. That is a gigantic find for Acheron for really no loss. Now, we will see the counterattack on the other side of the map, but there's no SCVs at the 3rd base. This is such a good start for Acheron. And, you know, oh, wow, even gets a couple of Lings that kind of show their face against way too many of those cars. 7 Lings going down pretty much for free. And Wayne is supply blocked. You know, I was going to mention this, but I didn't really get the chance. Oh, Banshees.
Yeah, the Banshees were having an ugly fight against the Queen, but in the end, both players microed well. Low HP Queen versus low HP Banshee. I am very invested in this fight, as we are very invested in killing that Extractor. The Queen says 1 shot, 1 kill. What a save on the 3 HP Extractor there. So Wayne gets a little momentum going his way, because I was with you. Obviously, losing that queen that had all the energy is painful, and then being forced to cancel your 4th hatchery, that's always very painful as a Zerg.
Ooh, speaking of painful though, no armory. He just now starts it. This is going to delay his 2-2 so much. And what I was going to say is that this is... Acheron might be banking on the fact that Wayne might be thrown off a little bit by how how both of Game 2 went. Both Game 2s went. The first one and the regame. And was hoping like, oh, maybe I can play a standard game, find a couple of pickoffs, get some mental momentum, and try and push that to a victory with just a standard straight-up play. But missing the timing on that armory is going to hurt a lot. Oh, he will be able to find a few of these Banes. Nope, not going to drop back down. But you mentioned it before in game number 1. All roads lead to 8 racks. We're going to be seeing 8 racks here.
Yeah, I am not super surprised, but I also don't think that Wayne is going to be super surprised about this.
Yeah.
Now, that doesn't mean that it's not going to be easy, because I think back on many of the games that Raynor and Gabe had, where Raynor knew it was going to be an 8 racks, as Acheron is doing his best Beyond impression here. He's nailing it. He should probably stop with it, though, because it's not my favorite impression, if we are talking about the Terran impressions out there. There's a couple of the Marines are forced to be loaded into the medevac. He has fixed it. +2 attack is on the way. But yeah, even when you know it's an 8 racks, even when you think in advance it's an 8 racks, and your entire build is catered around dealing with the 3-base 8 racks aggression, it can still be hard as a Zerg. One bad fight and it's all over now. Acheron cannot make mistakes like that, as a couple of Banelings connect with Marines off quick.
Yeah, that was actually... Oh, and he gets another few Marines that are not able to lift up into the medevac. Obviously, Acheron is not going to win the game with these drops. He's just trying to keep the creep back, keep his opponent's attention occupied as much as possible, so that he can do moves like this, which is picking off a good amount of creep. Ooh, but the medevacs... Uh-oh. Hydra speed is done, and these should be 2 dead medevacs. Stutter step. Go, go, go.
Oh,
he lets them go.
Okay.
Wow.
I would have tried to indeed get at least one of them there, because he was awfully close, but maybe Wayne just feels that this is already going quite nice for him. He fires up the hive. It's a quick hive, but it's not quite world's quickest hive, right? As the lurker then gets planted down as well. There is a decent creep at the bottom of the map, not so much in the center, and that's where Acheron's push is going to happen. I mean, this is scary, man. Wayne has played such a good group stage with a couple of awesome results, but it can still all come crumbling down here as we look at 83 Marines and 5 tanks. Steadfast, one bad fight for Wayne and it's all over, as he does connect with a couple of these Marines, but there are still Marines for days. 70 Marines left, tanks getting closer. Scary stuff if you're a Wayne supporter.
Absolutely. We are going to see a gigantic Ling counterattack on the other side of the map. That might trigger Akaran to just go for it. His tanks are a little bit exposed in the front. Does lose 3 of them very quickly, but most of the Banes have gone down. However, safety bailing more from Wayne is going to be good here. 2-2 about to finish up for Akaran. He unsieges the tanks. If Wayne can recognize this, well, actually, no, the tanks immediately re-siege. That's going to be fine, but he will deny +2 melee. On the other side of the map, Lings are finding huge damage on the economy. Akaran has to go. Wayne just has to buy time.
Yep, Akaran did manage to pick up the Evo Chamber, so +2 melee is denied. That's obviously a good feeling, but Akaran was already committed and was already all in, as he does deny +2 carapace as well. So there will be that moment that Akaran's going to have at least a 2 upgrade advantage. But I have a hard time imagining that he can ever turn this into a macro game, being down to 16 LCVs. I mean, we all believe in the yellow submarine, but I don't think it's quite that good. As even one of the orbitals died?
Yes, it did. And this siege tank on the rally, a couple of tanks going down. Wayne, the only thing he needs to do is make sure he always has enough Banes. And now actually the Lings are going to get bottlenecked a little bit hard, and the upgrade lead does play a big role in that fight. But with lurkers at the front, Akaran, I mean, he needs to break through, and Wayne just needs to buy time.
Yep, and there are some Liberators ready to make justice rain from above, but they can't quite siege up. All the Marines get picked in the medevac, means that the tanks are left for dead. Akaran is going to go for a desperation drop into the main base, but I think Wayne can just F2A move everything that he has into his own main. Here come the Lurkers, here come the Banelings, and Banelings should always be able to connect if they have this much creep to work with. Nice sprint there in the end for Akaran, but I'm afraid it is just not going to be good enough for a Spanish Terran, who gave us one hell of a series, very entertaining, takes a decent fight here, but he can't rebuild, he can't remax, his economy was destroyed. GG gets called, Wayne makes it into the playoffs, and I think everyone would say, yeah, that's well deserved, after taking down Showtime and taking down Spirit, but that got close that fast, that actually got really close.
That got scary close for Wayne. For a player who was 1 map away from advancing 6-0, for it to go down to the 4th map of a best of 3, and for it to be as close as it was because Akaran was really starting to gain momentum, that tells you how desperate and how just scrappy these players can be and how competitive the top players, you know, the top 32 to, well, I would even say top 10 to like top 40 players are in EU any given Sunday, and it can go either way. But Wayne, like you said, very well-deserved victory, and he's going to be breathing a sigh of relief after that one.
Yes, that man dodges the bullet. Definitely dropped the ball a little bit on Royal Blood, but we loved it because it gave us another game and it gave us some entertainment and it gave us some drama. And even though I've always been a big Akaran fan, even him on the team once, but I feel that Wayne, after the performance he had in the early rounds of this group format, he really did deserve a playoff appearance, and it would have been heartbreaking to see him be eliminated in the group stage after taking down some of the players that he did. But that is going to do it for our TVZ. That was not 3, but 4 games. We're going to go ahead and take a little break, and after that, we'll be back with what I can only assume is another PvP, and it will be. It's the PvP between DNS and Steadfast?
Geralt.
DNS and Geralt. Poland versus France, coming up in a couple of minutes. We'll see you guys soon.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and U.S. Air Force.
Don't we all love a best of 3 that has 4 games? Well, we just had it, not for the first time in the season, or maybe it was, but still, the draws, they're unique, but we love them. You don't see them every single day. But it's time for us to move on as we get ready to get back into PvP territory. 2 more European protos are going to duke it out with one another. I am still joined by Statfest as we are getting ready to hop into Geralt versus DNS. The earlier PvPs we thought were close. Statfest, I think this one is going to be pretty damn close too.
I think it certainly could. I think like many of the games today, many of the series, because it is so great with this Swiss format, all the games are pretty hotly contested. I think this is going to come down to who is playing better today. They are both capable of beating one another. They are both certainly well within each other's skill level in terms of who you might favor. I'm just really interested to see who will take this one down. DNS does have a strong historical advantage over Geralt, but that doesn't necessarily mean anything unless one of them is like really run away with it in recent history, and I don't think that's exactly happened.
I also think that Geralt is the one who's made playoffs a few more times than DNS did. So historically, this tournament, it brings out the best in Geralt. He's made it into the playoffs quite a few times. Both of them played obviously a couple of PvPs to get where they currently are with a 2-win, 2-loss record in this group. And both of them won their PvPs. Geralt defeated, I just had it open. He defeated Spots and Cristiano on his way here. And DNS got a victory over Petit Drogo. That was yesterday, where Drogo did take the 1-0 lead and was honestly in a very good, or at least a decent spot in game 2. But DNS punished him when he was a bit carried away. And a couple of stalkers were a bit too far away from home. Let's see who is going to advance into the ESL Masters Europe Regional Playoffs. Game 1 is Royal Blood. The boys are ready. We are ready. Let's get on to it. So many PvPs today, Statfest. Oh my goodness. In the bottom left side of Royal Blood, we are taking a look at the main base of our Red Protoss. He is hailing from France and representing the Platinum Heroes as well. This is DNS.
And his opponent spawning up at the top right from Storm Gaming. It is Geralt. Yeah, this is rather interesting because I was talking about recent history, and while DNS does have the advantage overall, in the last 7 series, Geralt is 6-1. He is the one who has won a lot more of those series overall. Total, it is 22-10 in favor of DNS. But I mean, yeah, 6-1 in the last 7 is a pretty strong advantage for Geralt. It's still, regardless, I do think it's going to come down to who feels more comfortable today, who is more confident. But stylistically, they do match up rather interestingly.
Yeah, for sure, because I think of both of them as willing to play the latest stages of PvP, right? And that doesn't guarantee that we're going to get some bangers of macro games here, and we're going to see the motherships and Tempest and Carriers, but both of them have not shied away from it in the past. Geralt had multiple games against Showtime that looked like that, and DNS is the one guy that ends up with a mothership more often than anyone else in PvP. But often when we expect it to go into the late game, then we just have some rather aggressive PvPs. And obviously this is not your regular series in the round of 64 of an online cup or in the round of 32. No, it's for all the marbles, it's playoffs on the line, tournament live on the line. And then we do often see just some more aggression, at least coming out of one of these two guys.
Yes, we certainly do. And it is starting off with a proxy Stargate here from Geralt, and it is going to be scouted so early by DNS. Now, this is very far away, so the chance of it actually getting taken down is quite low. But if he wants to, he can at least posture forward and make sure that his opponent built stalkers. And if he does check forward, he'll see that it's actually a depths, and he would be able to deny that Oracle, maybe. It'll be really close.
No.
I think the Oracle will still get out, right?
Yeah, no, the Oracle will definitely, I think, get out. I'd be super surprised if the Stalkers have enough DPS to unpower that. Now, it is important for DNS that he doesn't let these adepts sneak in. Are we paying attention? Yes, he is paying attention. He wipes in the battery, and he will start working on that pylon. Somewhat close, but the Oracle in the end will live. Now, the interesting thing is that DNS have all the time in the world, right, to decide however he wants to go up and play against this. And he decided to just go for his own Stargate and his own Oracle. So he's not going to try to make life easy and get a Phoenix. He does not believe in that investment. He says, nope, I'm just going to play Oracles as well. He can, of course, still go double Oracle. That's a little bit more difficult for Geralt.
Yeah, it certainly is. Another interesting thing that DNS elected to do is not shooting the Oracle as it popped out. Now it might have just been a reaction time thing, and he's like, oh, okay, but if you get four Stalker shots on it, you will do hull damage. Obviously those shields are going to make sure it doesn't take too much, but it would have been nice to see him just get a little bit of chip damage on that. Now we will see this Oracle of DNS getting across the map, and it's not going to find too much. Oh, going for the stasis ward feels greedy, but I mean, okay, it's kind of fine, I guess. That is a lot of wasted energy. You really don't want that. But there was no way that should have gotten up, or he takes a lot of damage on the Oracle.
I like the defense there by Geralt, though. That's still always a bit scary, right? Trying to take out a stasis trap, because there are these moments where it barely lives, and you're like, oh my goodness, am I going to fire at it again? And if you then don't calculate it properly, everything can get stuck, and you're off to a nightmare start. But perfect defense by Geralt, just gonna get down immediately. DNS will still have that advantage, though, that he is the one who is able to get double Oracle out. His Stalkers ran into the stasis trap of Geralt. But that shouldn't really matter all that much, because it's not like if Geralt grabs all of his units to punish this, then obviously the doors are wide open for the two Oracles of DNS to find a whole lot of damage. So I just don't think that there's any way for Geralt to capitalize on its stasis, and it didn't happen.
No, there isn't. Meanwhile, the Oracles in the main base are going to find 5-6 workers as the Stalkers come on out. Even with that stasis ward, this is still a bit of a dangerous moment for Geralt right now. 5 Stalkers to 2 at the front. There is this shield battery, and he's got the Immortal popping out momentarily. I actually might go so far as to say that without that stasis ward, Geralt would have been in a ton of trouble.
Yep, he already is in a bit of trouble, of course, where it feels that right now he's kind of handicapped, right? He's caught.
Yeah.
Well, what can you really do? Well, he's going to make a second Immortal, but he's basically forced to stay on 2 bases for a while. I think DNS should have a much easier time going up to 3 bases. But it's not that Geralt can really attack off 2 bases, as long as these Oracles are roaming around the map. And at first I was like, I wonder what is the correct goal, as 1 Oracle does die, so that's great for Geralt. Now he could at least start thinking, imagining some aggression. But I was like, DNS, if you can do whatever you want against a very quick scout on a proxy Stargate, is going Oracles yourself really the best call? But I think so far it really has worked out for DNS, and he showed us why it was a great decision.
Yeah, the nice little pairing of the Stalker aggression with those double Oracles, it certainly puts him into a good spot. Losing the 1 Oracle is very unfortunate, because now he won't be able to, 1, pen Geralt back, and 2, force the Stalkers to kind of split up to defend. But Blink is done now for DNS. Geralt with an excellently placed Observer. He does need to get his Immortals kind of in the middle. With this Observer, he can see exactly where his opponent's army is, and DNS is going to start to sharp in at the front. But with 3 Immortals, as long as they're in position, they should get nothing done. Nice job, though, baiting out the second barrier.
Yep, so with the War Prism on the way, Geralt, like, how do we do it? Yeah, that's a rather funny stasis trap. In before Geralt still walks into it, and the entire army gets stuck, and we're like, no, how did that happen? It was a 200 IQ big brain stasis after all. The Revelation goes down, nice blink there by DNS, punishes it, knows that the Immortals are not quite in the position, loses 1 Stalker himself in the end, but still obviously got a 2-for-1 trade. He'll take that any day of the week. And right now it's a very simple game for DNS. Every second that goes by is a good one for him. He's got more probes, he's going up to 3 bases, and Geralt is going to become more and more committed with each passing second. Now, okay, nice blink there, gets the second Oracle, and now it should be possible for Geralt to make it to the other side of the map. Maybe there's still a tiny window where he can fight, and DNS does not have charge, but I don't know if that's possible. 4 Immortals, by the way. There's so many Immortals on the side of Geralt.
Yeah, that is a ton of firepower right here. Oh my God, there's another. No, that's Geralt's stasis ward. Okay. So I think he actually set the counter trap in response to the stasis ward being down, just hoping maybe his opponent moved through there, thinking it was a safe spot. So kind of a clever move that unfortunately doesn't pay off. I think the big thing, DNS needs charge right now. As long as that finishes, he should be in a good position. Oh, he's just going to blink forward. He gets the War Prism, and now the Immortals cannot get shuffled back. And actually, never mind. He's just going to be completely fine. Sniping that War Prism was all he needed.
Yeah, but there's still a pylon on the other side of the map, so if DNS decides that he wants to be aggressive, he could potentially use that pylon, even if it's slow warpings, it can obviously help. Like, he has to know that it's looking great for him at this point. And Geralt is a player that's always willing to drop that Robo Bay, is always willing to embrace the disruptive wars way down the line. But I think it would almost be silly if you're DNS to let it get to that. Even if he can take a very nice, healthy lead into that late game, why would you, right? Like, if you can just keep the game simple, as there was a nice stasis trap in the main base, and a couple of the probes of DNS are stuck. He drops the forge. No, that's not exactly the building that you drop if you are willing to end it anytime soon. But yeah, I kind of think that DNS might miss a little opportunity here to get himself a potential pretty quick, straightforward 1-0 lead. He does still queue up the Prism, so maybe it is, after all, the forge is a sign of aggression. What do I know, Statfest?
I mean, it is all right to go for the insurance policy and say, like, hey, I want, I want the ability to transition into the next stage of the game. But yeah, I really do agree with you. I feel like he doesn't need to let Geralt go up to these disruptors, and it's in fact double Robo Disruptor. So Geralt is playing extremely greedy in this situation. DNS, I mean, he's only on 7 gateways. It's a decent number. I would have liked to have seen at least 8. Ooh, he could trap this army. Recall. Recall gonna save all but 2 of the Stalkers. One of them, I don't think there was enough service area to even get all the Stalkers out. But Geralt getting away there is good for him. There is 1 disruptor, but this is still a big timing of vulnerability.
Yep. I mean, this is going to be an interesting fight where Geralt, obviously, with the battery, should have a lot of micro potential, especially with overcharge. And at this point, he is playing the survival game, the waiting game, where he pretends that he wants to fight, and he also wants to make sure that it's hard for DNS to get in the perfect spot. But all he really wants is to get multiple disruptors out. The first one is going to fly forward. That's not the worst shot out there. Gets the sentry, gets the stalker, and he pushes the entire army back. Second disruptor is already here, and even the third one is about to show up. DNS now obviously knows that tech-wise he's behind. One Nova is going to get a very good connection. Is that good enough for Geralt to stabilize? It seems that the answer is an overwhelming yes. Oh my goodness, that one Nova really turned the fight upside down. The cannons and the batteries doing their thing, and Geralt goes from having a rather ugly mid-game, a way later third base, down economically, to being in a very good spot, as he's still the one who has this Oracle alive as well. Which is funny, right? Because DNS was the one with 2 oracles, Geralt was the one with 1. Obviously, I jinxed it, and that oracle does go down there. But Geralt in a sweet spot right now, and he says, all right, let's see what I can get done with my Stalkers and Zealots on the other side of the map.
Yeah, that was a massive overcommitment from DNS. He was hoping that Geralt only had 1 and then 2 disruptors, but he wasn't anticipating a 3rd disruptor there, and that killed 7 Stalkers, absolutely shattered his momentum. And now Geralt is so far ahead in this game. He's massively ahead in tech. He's got the 4th base. It is later than that of his opponents, but it will finish up very shortly. Oh, this is funny. Gonna get the disruptor shot to clean up those zealots, and obviously it's a good call because the shields will regenerate over time, and it's technically a free pickoff other than that. But this is really tough for DNS. I'm not sure what he can do to try and wiggle his way out of this one.
Yeah, it is at least a big map. It's a wide open map where sometimes you can set up some very sexy engagements for yourself. But yeah, it's crazy how this game has just completely turned on its head. It looked so good for DNS for the longest time. But yeah, the 3 disruptors was a little bit too much to deal with. 1 disruptor, that would have been easy. 2 is what he thought he was going up against. So he's like, all right, I can make this forward blink, but there was 1 more showing up. And that one really had a very big impact on how that previous fight played out. DNS can do 2 things that might be doable, especially since Geralt seems to be somewhat intimidated by the army of DNS. It really depends what you're comfortable with, right? Like, I think DNS deep down inside right now knows that maybe the correct call is to indeed try to play the disruptor game, try to catch up in disruptors, even though that's difficult when your opponent already has this many. But it could also be that he just feels confident with his ability to move stalkers and zealots around the map and potentially outmaneuver the army of Geralt.
I think this is one of those situations where you have to play the player. And DNS okay, this is an interesting response. Maybe DNS is not confident in his disruptor versus disruptor micro, and that is something that is a very difficult thing to play. Geralt is one of the best in the business in EU at it, and he is super comfortable. But Geralt is also a player who, because he's so confident in that, because he's so confident with the comebacks, he is very unlikely to go for a massive commitment. So I really do think that it's up to DNS to kind of recognize that and say, okay, you're probably not going to try and kill me right now. I'm just either going to go straight to the late game, or I'm going to go double or even triple Robo Disruptor. But I think just playing it like a normal match, I don't think that's the play for DNS.
Well, yeah, the Phoenixes is an answer. I feel like it's very hit or miss with the Phoenix, where sometimes they look great, but if the stalker count is high, if there are a couple Archons in the mix, then it becomes really hard. It's this great anti-2 or 3 disruptor play, or maybe 4, but if your opponent has like 7, 8 disruptors, it becomes very difficult. But we'll see how DNS decides to pull it off. Geralt warped in a whole bunch of DTs somewhere as he fires a Nova from the high ground. Takes out the Zealots and one of his own Stalkers, but that's obviously a play. Here come the DTs, and battery overcharge is good, but not good enough to keep this Nexus alive. So Geralt gets another victory on the board, and he doesn't throw away the DTs either, which I think is a very nice play.
Yeah, the fact that he saves as many of them as he did. How many did he? I think did he really only lose 1 DT for that? Oh my God, DTs are so fast with their DPS. That is kind of wild. And now he's going to find another pick off on the left side. The disruptors are going to cover the approach to this army. And in fact, the DTs have kind of distracted the main army. There's no detection with this main army. Geralt is just going to set up on this base. And now DNS has to attack into a bunch of disruptors if he wants to hold this base.
Yep, and that's a little bit awkward. What he does have, by the way, okay, Geralt goes for the recall, but he cannot quite get everything, so he's going to lose a couple of key units. A few disruptors die and Immortals left behind. What I really like is that DNS made a bunch of Immortals to go with the army that he currently has. As the DT is going to run into the natural, they'll find the Robo. Perfect moment for that Observer to pop. As there is a cannon, you're going to have to respect this. Phoenixes can be a very sweet defense, as a couple of the DTs get lifted. A few DTs still going strong in the main. Ooh, that Forge, by the way, +3 is very close to finishing up. Oh, you need to make up your mind. If you want to save the Forge, you have to save the Forge, and he doesn't. There's a big fight happening on the other side of the map as well, and I think that's why the defense wasn't quite as clean as it could have been. What a snipe on that Forge, man. Denying +3 attack. That close to finishing up with that many units on the field. That's a really big pickoff.
It is a huge pickoff, and I mean, Geralt's +3 weapons completed. You talked about motherships in the late game and how DNS is the most likely to go for it. Geralt preempted him. He's now got this mothership popping out in about 10 seconds, 5 seconds. And I mean, this is an army where DNS, you said it earlier, it really isn't going to scale particularly well in terms of like going up against large numbers of disruptors. Now, the number of disruptors did get knocked down. We are going to see a bit of a fight coming on in. More disruptors being used on these probes. We are going to see a couple of mortals getting picked off. Geralt punching in before his mothership showed up, and now he's on the bottom of a ramp. This is a really sloppy fight from Geralt. He should not have committed here.
No, that's crazy. You have such an expensive unit, such a big unit like the mothership that you've been building for minutes, and then right before it's done, he fully sends it up that ramp. Lava decides if DNS was there. Now, DNS is going to have to be careful here, though, because trying to kill a mothership near an overcharged battery, I feel like that's borderline impossible, and all these cannons in the mix as well. So I understand that DNS is getting a bit overeager, where he's like, I want that fight, can I keep going? No, you cannot attack into those batteries, into those cannons. But that was a crazy moment of Geralt to commit. It's like, that's so many resources. 400, I believe it is, that fast.
Yeah.
You wait for it for minutes, you build the fleet beacon, and then 10 seconds before it joins up with your army, you're like, yeah, let me just go ahead and attack. It's like, no, don't do that.
And he did something twice now. He did it on the same base, the same time, but with less disruptors, where he sent 2 disruptors in to harass probes. He did it in the previous fight at the outset. He used 4 disruptor shots to knock out a little bit of static defense and then to go for probes. In this game, though, this is actually really nice for Geralt. He does find a snipe on the Nexus. But using those disruptor shots on economy, when you have to assume your opponent is going to be right there, it's... I mean, it left him exposed, and it's really, I feel like, the only reason, or one of the only reasons why DNS is still even in this game.
I mean, this has been a great game with a lot of twists and turns, right? There's no other way to put it. DNS had a good start, but then had that fight at the top base that we thought maybe if he wanted to attack, he should have gone a little bit earlier. Obviously, as a player, it is hard to figure out all the perfect timings of when to go for it. After that, he was behind. He was even in a whole lot of trouble at a certain moment, but he's really starting to turn this into something for himself, even rebuilding that forge. Geralt probably had a proper scare. But he's like, you know, in the end, I still got my mothership out. I still managed to force this game to drag on. And we're gonna try to do it all over again. 37 Stalkers on the side of Geralt. That's a whole bunch of them. The Novas fly forward. The Phoenixes do a good job in lifting them. One Nova does finally connect though, and there are so many shots still coming through. But DNS did a great job in avoiding all but one of the Novas. Now wants to maybe get that mothership, but the motherships have a lot of PvP. It's hard to take it out in PvP. What a chaotic fight. And as long as the observers survive, I want to say it's good enough. Recall. No, yeah, it's been recalled out. Alrighty, well, that's a play too.
Yeah, it is. I mean, he will save it. Nice playing forward, snipes the observer from DNS, and now he gets back to some static defense. Battery overcharge is going to help out a lot. The Archons, he needs to blink to the side to let those Archons into the fight, and he will do so, but it's mostly a defensive blink, it looks like. Once again, Geralt attacking in a very strange position. Disruptors are so good in this matchup, and they're so good on the defense, but when you try and attack in and get aggressive with them, even when he got that huge shot, I mean, the vision for DNS, he saw everything with the observer on the right side. That observer on the right side, it's gone now, but or actually, I think it's just with the army. That was the
Bio move quickly. Sorry, Statfast. Bio quickly show units lost resource step. Statfast, we knew it was going to be close coming into this game. This has been a crazy game. After 20 minutes there before that probe died, but if one more probe dies, it's still literally dead even to the dot. I mean, that really says it all. This has been a wild game between two players that we thought are close to one another. It took us a very different route to get where we currently are, and even now they're working with different army comps. But the fact that they lost the exact same amount of resources in a 20-minute crazy game, I always think is awesome.
Especially when they're going for such drastically different compositions. Geralt, once again, is going to find DNS out of position, and he will snipe down this Nexus. Battery overcharge, not going to be able to save it. Geralt has made a lot of these types of moves. He does have to be careful with this kind of thing, though, because even though it's worked out for him the last 2 times, and he is really ahead in economy, you got to be so careful about those kinds of moves. It's paying off for now, but that's the kind of thing that if DNS catches him one more time doing that, I mean, things could go very poorly for Geralt. But at the same time, 9 disruptors with only 4 Phoenix, 5 Phoenix now, and no disruptors for DNS. It's going to be really tough for DNS to take an effective fight here.
I think so. It just kind of feels that DNS pulled off a few miracles, had a couple of great fights in this game. Obviously, had one bad fight early on when he was actually the one in the lead, but he did an amazing job a couple of times, but eventually you're going to have a fight that's a little bit less amazing, right? Your Phoenixes will die before they lift the Disruptors. The Novas are going to have a much bigger impact. Geralt's army is bigger. It's better, it's more powerful, it has more potential. I don't know how much longer DNS can do this. If he wins another fight, I'm gonna be so thoroughly impressed. But it kind of feels that with the upgrades that we're looking at as well, I think that this could very well be the final fight, because this army of Geralt, I just don't see how you defeat it with the army of DNS.
Yeah, it's gonna be really tough. Now, what could be a very cool move right here? Blink into the main base, recall the rest of the army into the main, and then just gut it. And then, you know, if you get in trouble, blink the Stalkers out and then recall the rest. That could be a very neat move. But Geralt, he doesn't need to get too fancy. The Disruptors, 4 of them coming out. The Phoenix is not in position. The Disruptors get massive connections, and Geralt finally should be able to do what he has been doing for a while. Very big blink forward. Will depower a cannon, but that was not the move right there from Geralt again.
Yeah, that was a weird blink towards the end. It started off so good because he was able to fire all the Novas. Now he needs to do whatever he can to save at least a couple of these disruptors. I still think Geralt is fine because of his big bang, and he is running back towards his static defenses, towards his quick reinforcements, and with that I think he's going to be fine. There's no way that DNS can keep pushing into the batteries, because battery overcharge on a unit that has as many shields as the mothership does, yeah, that's almost impossible unless you have enough to one-shot it. That fight started off so good for Geralt, and I would still say in the end it was a victory for Geralt.
Yeah.
Especially based on the economies that we are looking at. But yeah, the one blink that made you go crazy was indeed a bit wild.
It was, it's why DNS once again is still in this game when it feels like he has no business being in this game. Upgrades are kind of hilarious in this game. They're like all over the place. Geralt, oh, nice snipe on the Oracle. He is still sharking around with these Blink Stalkers, but even though Geralt is in an amazing position, he is absolutely ahead. Oh, and this is going to be really good. Nice. He will be able to two-shot this pylon. Very nice, recognizing the target there instantly and being decisive. Meanwhile, big fight on the left side. It's just going to be the Stalkers kind of sharking around. Anytime you let your opponent survive when they should die, like it makes me a little uncomfortable in a series like this, you know?
For sure, but Geralt also just seems to be absolutely loving games like this, and it's sometimes maybe even on the big moments where there's a lot of money on the line, it's important to have fun, and Geralt is having the time of his life. He loves these kind of games. I cannot save all of the DGs there, but the Phoenix is going to have a hard time dealing with that Arc. The Archon is stuck! Oh my goodness, this may be the coolest Archon kill. No, it's not stuck. The new Archon is so tiny. Man, that would have been so cool if we got one more pylon there. To kill the Archon like that, I would have loved it. But Geralt is going to send some forces over, keep the Archon safe, and once more, just don't know how much longer DNS can do this. He has battled very hard. He has done a lot of great things in this game, but in the end, Geralt has the better army and a much bigger economy. He's got way better upgrades as well. And I think that we are getting closer towards our final fight as a couple of Novas come in from way downtime. I mean, DNS is gonna maybe have just one more proper shot, right? But he needs to take the fight of a lifetime, and he needs to see Geralt mess up a little bit once more. And unfortunately for DNS, I just don't think Geralt does a whole lot of messing up in PvP late game.
No, and even though I've been a little bit critical of his aggression, he's had the bank, he's had the economy, he's had the tech to do it all, and he gets another kill on this base. Disruptor's getting humped out and will just ravage the army of DNS. The lifts are not in time. Another time warp comes on in, and these have actually been quite helpful in this fight. This time, this blink is not going to be too aggressive. It will close the game out, and Geralt, it was a bumpy road getting there, but he takes a 1-0 lead in this series.
After 20 minutes, unit lost, resource tap, dead even. I think that kind of says it all. A game where DNS was obviously off to a good start. He's found the proxy target immediately. He unpowered it. Didn't take any damage from the Oracle. Meanwhile, his two Oracles found some damage. And you're like, all right, like where this is going. And then at one point, just quite couldn't capitalize on the little advantage he created for himself. And by the time that he wanted to, yeah, Geralt already had that base established. There was a cannon, there was a battery, and there weren't two disruptors like DNS initially thought, but there were three. And I think at that moment, Geralt was obviously in the driver's seat. And if Geralt didn't make that one crazy attack like 10 seconds before the mothership showed up, there's a good chance that game would have ended a long time ago. But hey, at least we got some awesome StarCraft out of it.
Oh, absolutely. Like, we're critical because, you know, that's our job. We're thinking, like, how can you optimize? But it makes for very entertaining StarCraft when Geralt is just constantly running around the map, you know, having a good time. And the thing is, there's like a weird psychological effect where even though the game goes longer, because Geralt, that is such his comfort zone, there's actually potential that that's worse for DNS staying in a game like that. Because if you don't make that comeback, you've spent, 15 minutes fighting a losing game? And I don't think DNS is the kind of player whose mental will break after something like that. But that's still tiring. And that still does take a little bit out of you.
Yeah, but DNS, I think, is a veteran, and I definitely know him as a guy that can stay calm. Sure, he's French. He's got a little bit of temper inside of him, but he's just a passionate individual. I do believe that he will still be able to play an awesome Game 2 and perhaps even a Game 3. As Game 2 will be on a very different map. Game 1 was on a big map without a ramp. Game 2, Babylon, tiny map, and a ramp leading into the natural. We already have different openings. Let's just go ahead and hop on into Babylon so we can introduce these guys. In the top left side, the man who's found a lot of success in the past in the DreamHack Europe Regionals, made it into the playoffs quite a few times. He's one map away from doing it all over again. Sidestorm Gaming's Geralt.
And his opponent spawning down in the bottom right for the Platinum Heroes. It's his time to dig deep. He needs your energy. Give it up for DNS.
Oh man, you can really see that this is the special day that we were looking forward to, with a lot of games that we A, thought were going to be very close, and B, it's tournament live on the line. These guys really are battling. They're giving it all they got, and I don't know what's going to happen in the upcoming 4 series that we still have ahead of us, but what I do know is that this has already been an awesome day to watch some StarCraft.
Yes, when the pressure gets dialed up to 11, that is when the true test of grit and determination and, you know, just will really gets turned on, and it's so cool to see. And as someone who, you know, I've never been a super high level player, but I've played a couple of relatively high leverage matches. I can tell you that even just a little bit of pressure on the line can really affect your competitive edge. But being down to, you know, the elimination match, that really changes the calculus and really makes it difficult to stay focused.
Man, I'm already nervous for map 1 in the round of 164 or 128. 164 would be a bit hard, but I know exactly what you're talking about. The good thing is that these guys are used to it, right? And they live for it. They love it. This is why they still play StarCraft after all these years, as that probe got stuck and probe dies to the Zealot. Not the first time that we've seen that today. But that's obviously not supposed to happen. It's always a bad feeling because you want to keep that around for as long as possible. And now you can warp in the Cybercore if you wanted to. No, I don't know if you wanted to, but you're supposed to not lose that. You can lose it to an Adept, that's fine. You can lose it to a Stalker, that's fine. Those are 2 units that are quicker than the Probe. The Zealot is not quicker, so the Zealot should never kill the Probe.
No, there are situations where with the Probe and the Zealot together, and we saw that from MaxPax in his series versus Mana, where you can zone it out and it becomes a really intense micro battle and a really fun one to watch. No shield battery, by the way, does make this a little complicated for DNS, but he will throw one down. And Geralt, I think by the time the 3rd and 4th Stalkers show up, if they are going to be going across the map, there should be enough to hold on here. That is kind of the fundamental of why this gate expand works, is everything times out just well enough when you've got that ramp to make the difference. But yeah, it's really interesting to see all the little minutia. Geralt, by the way, he
Stasis. It's a trap. The battery almost worked against DNS there, right? Because I feel like the battery's scared, as Rico has been used to make sure that this Oracle cannot do its thing. Those Stalkers got a lot of shots up. That's a really good feeling if you're Geralt, where you're like, all right, now it's going to be a whole lot easier to deal with these Oracles, especially since DNS has already queued up Oracle number 2. And I almost wonder, like, if you have taken that much damage on your first Oracle, is it worth to not go double Oracle? But maybe this is just the game plan all along. This is the build he believes in, as he takes even more damage that fast just to drop the Revelation. I'm not sure if I'm a fan of it.
Yeah, and the thing is, he didn't need to. He could survive 2 Stalker shots in order to get the shields fully. Like, if he waits for the shields to get fully back up, he will survive 2 Stalker shots without taking any hull damage. So he could have just waited a little bit longer and dropped the Revelation without taking any additional hull damage. I get you want the Revelation right away, but chances are Geralt's not going to put something relevant right in range there, and he already had spotted the Twilight Council, I believe. So yeah, I'm a little... The Oracle movement has been somewhat questionable, and I do agree. I think getting that second Oracle, it's going to be hard to find as much value with it. Now, he does find that probe moving out, and he's able to pick it off, but you certainly want more than that.
Yeah, it's tough, but obviously still a very playable game for DNS. One thing that I liked, by the way, was the placement of DNS, his battery in his natural. Very often we see that battery as part of the wall, but I really like it. Just way back there will still allow you to heal up everything that's important, and it's just a little bit less likely that it's going to get picked off early on. It's like not something I see all the time, but I'm a fan, Statfest.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. I like it a fair bit, and it's far enough back that it's more difficult to scout too. So if it had remained hidden, maybe Geralt thinks there's no battery there. Maybe he overcommits a little bit more, and obviously you see the battery getting its shield generation. But maybe that skirmish never happens, and then Geralt checks in without attacking, and he blinks forward really aggressively, and then he's like, "Oh, there's a battery here." It's unlikely, but it's anything that you can create an opportunity for free is always a good thing. But we got to hold that thought because there is some aggression coming in from DNS.
Yep, and DNS serious about it. Kills the battery, by the way. His Oracle does seem to be in a bit of trouble. He lost one of the Oracles, but the other one lives. Now he's thinking of going for the Nexus altogether. I like how that Sentry shows up early. He's like, hey, I'm here. Sentry actually did a great job in buying time there. If Geralt ever saves his Nexus, I think we have to build a statue for that Sentry. That does end up falling, but DNS now looks at his fight and says, I like it. I've got the superior concave. You still don't have a battery here. In the end, changes targets. We'll get the Nexus and a great fight against the Stalkers. DNS in a good spot. Now needs to respect the Immortal, though. Will he respect the Immortal?
I mean, does he need to respect the Immortal with no shield? Okay, now, yeah, as Geralt gets up to the high ground, I actually don't hate DNS going even more aggressively in there with how many of the Stalkers were super low HP for Geralt. If DNS had jumped right on top of that, before the additional warp in, and Geralt stays on the low ground, oh, well, he's going to go even now. He takes down that Immortal very quickly. This might be a little over aggressive, though. Geralt does have a lot more Stalkers this time, and we'll get a nice job on the rocks. Takes those down, and now these Stalkers, they're blinking into the corner. They are so trapped. What a brilliant maneuver from Geralt.
Oh my goodness, I love it. I still think the blink forward on the Immortal was a little bit unnecessary, but DNS goes from an amazing spot to now a slightly more problematic one, as he just lost way more Stalkerinos there than Geralt ever did. As Geralt is gonna run into a stasis, so he's gonna have to cut the chase, and he's just gonna have to maybe wait until his Nexus finishes up. I love it, man. Those rocks, they were better than Bruce. And he's like, all right, I can just go ahead and knock them down. It's gonna make it harder for you to reinforce. And indeed, since DNS was blinking backwards into the corner, not to the low ground, yeah, every single Stalker was stuck and was eventually gonna get picked off. That was an awesome fight. I am not sure if I love the blink on the Immortal, though. It's like, maybe it works out, maybe it doesn't. But the better question is why? Like, why did we make that blink? Yeah, we already got an amazing fight. We already got the Nexus. We got the Sentry. We got the battery, the pylon. It's like, is our game suddenly a whole lot better if we get an Immortal too? It's like, no, let's enjoy the fact that we're a 3-base Protoss and our opponent is a 2-base Protoss. And let's build up a slightly bigger army. And then we can make some crazy forward blinks. Because now it feels that all the great things that DNS did for themselves kind of up in vain, right? And we're just back to where we were all along.
Yeah, and even to highlight that point a little bit more, those Stalkers that were low on HP during the fight, they had a little bit of time to regenerate some shields. They were actually more effective. So it wasn't just that Geralt, warped in more units, was in a better position. He also had more HP on the units that he did have. So they became a little bit more combat effective as well. Just everything about that, it's a fine line between, YOLO and calculated aggression. And it didn't work out for him too well. Geralt, he is going to get in to the natural expansion. There's nothing here for DNS. He's going to warp in, but he is going to lose quite a few probes already. Nice blink. Oh, very nice blink on the body block. We'll save probably 1 or 2 of those probes. Actually, probably saves like 2 or 3 even.
Yeah, that was well done. Adepts obviously will fall in the end, but that is what they are made for in this phase in the game, as Geralt is just once more embracing his disruptive play. DNS is a 4-base product himself, still has a little worker lead, despite the fact that he lost those 4 workers. As Geralt even goes for very quick observer speed. That is our beautiful blue upgrade on the top side of the screen. And I do think if you want to play Disruptors, this is one of the most important upgrades, especially against a man who loves DTs. And we saw that in the previous game. DNS does like his DTs. Geralt likes his DTs as well, but he probably feels that he cannot do everything at once. And so for him, the focus is on the Disruptors. Army positioning always very important here. Force field could still have a pretty big impact on how some of these fights play out. As DNS makes a forward blink, that needs to be very careful, because that means that you cannot avoid the Novas. Only loses a single one there. Could have been worse.
Could have been so much worse, yeah. I'm not sure if I like the force fields over the Guardian Shield. I think the Guardian Shield might be a little bit more value, but I get going for the force fields, especially when it feels like his opponent's kind of encroaching in a really uncomfortable position. It lets him, you know, avoid having to fight into a really powerful concave. Geralt, by the way, does see these rocks getting picked off and will recall this army. Oh, if he can throw down a sneaky disruptor shot would be nice, but there's an observer for DNS. And Geralt, he's got a lot of stuff here, but that is so many stalkers for DNS. DNS really going to try and find an opening off of the better economy that he's had for a little bit, but Babylon is a tough map to do that on.
Why does Geralt have observer speed but no observers? That's what I'm wondering about. I was like, how is that observer just sitting there giving DNS all that info? And that is because there's not a single observer out right now for Mr. Geralt, who's still enjoying the 1-0 lead in this all-important best of 3. Darkstrike finishing up now as well for DNS, so we really need to get back into our observer production. Okay, as that Nova does connect with a couple of stalkers. DNS has created a pretty healthy army supply lead for himself. He also has an upgrade advantage as he runs forward, snipes 2 disruptors, and gets out of there. Beautiful plays by DNS here.
Yeah, and I was just saying it's going to be tough to find openings, but I mean, if your opponent doesn't have observers and you get to see their army for free, that's really nice. Zealots are going to get in on the left side. Battery overcharge and cannons will buy a lot of time, but this is still too many Zealots to just ignore and just to warp in against. There we go. The stalkers are going to blink it on the left, and that will leave an opening for DNS to come in on the top side. He will be able to find a little bit of an opening, but the disruptors are going to zone him out, at least for the moment. That will allow Geralt to avoid having this get out of hand at least too much.
Yeah, I mean, that's a beautiful concave of stalkers, but eventually DNS is going to be forced to disengage with the Novas flying his way. 9 DTs, I believe that's the magical number. M. Canning is clapping as we speak, as Shadow Stride is being researched as well. It's going to be hard for Geralt, man. It really is all about vision, right? And with only one observer, it feels that it's inevitable that you're going to be out of position. Look at this ops right now that's leaving this army. It's about to give him the heads up that 1 million DTs are heading his way. So now you can kind of prepare for that. He's like, okay, I need to keep units, as he is not paying attention to the other army. Nice Nova on a couple of the Zealots and the DTs. Okay, DNS, I know you're rich, mate, but you're not that rich that you can throw away 20 DTs and it doesn't hurt you.
Yeah, that's a very bold move right there from DNS. And we're starting to see oh, actually, hang on. We got a big warp into the main base. Forge is going to get targeted down, and now it's DNS doing to Geralt what Geralt did to DNS in game number 1. Would love to see the robotics facility getting targeted down by a few of these Zealots right afterwards. But the DTs in the 4th base are not detected. They're getting a lot of damage done. Stalkers on the 3rd, and DNS is really turning on the Jets here in game number 2.
Yeah, it's the War Prism that really was the tipping moment here. Geralt did a great job defensively for a little while, but after the Prism shut up his main base, that was just a bit too much. That observer was in surveillance mode, so it wasn't close enough to detect the DTs. In the end, Geralt is now going to try to take care of all of it, but he has already taken a lot of damage. DNS's economy is going completely untouched on the other side of the map, and Geralt is back to being a 3-base Protoss. Still has at least the Robos, right? Still has the Robo Bay. Can still make a couple of disruptors, but that Warp Prism ain't done yet. It's going to warp in a lot of additional Zealots. And DNS is like, cool, that also means I can still fight with my Stalkers in the center of the map. If we can take a look at that little fight as he blinked forward, got on top of the Immortal, got on top of the Disruptors. And just like that, it is DNS sending us into a game 3. And that's honestly what these guys deserve, because they are just very evenly matched. And playing an amazing series for us, and just like in the previous one and a couple of the other series, it's heartbreak to say goodbye to one of these guys, because they're playing awesome. They deserve to be in the playoffs.
They certainly do. And it's neat to see the strengths and weaknesses of the two players kind of going at one another. So, of course, Geralt really good with that defensive setup in the late game. DNS, though, did such a good job in that game number 2 of controlling vision. But I think you hit the nail on the head. Getting observer speed with no observers on the field and not building a lot. Yes, disruptors are good, but what makes them so good is knowing exactly where to put them and knowing exactly where your opponent's army is. DNS abused the fact, and it's funny because literally right as I was saying, like, oh, it's going to be tough to crack him on Babylon, that observer let DNS know that Geralt moved out of position, and it left that base completely open, and that's when the trouble started, and it just felt like it felt like the Rock of Sisyphus, you know, just going down that mountain, gained momentum, and there wasn't a whole lot he could do once the defenses were cracked wide open.
Yeah, speaking of rock going down, that was obviously an awesome moment in that game. Really cool play there by Geralt that gave him some momentum and allowed him to dream for a little while longer. But DNS was just economically ahead and kept on finding some damage. And the War Prism was really the nail in the coffin. Up to that point, I think Geralt did a very good job in kind of splitting his army up perfectly and defending the 3rd and the 4th base at the same time. But the moment that Prism showed up, and that's where, like, it sucks to be the disruptor player too, right? Because with the disruptors, you ideally just want to stare down a field and like, this is my army, that's your army, let's fight. That's where disruptors shine. Sometimes you have to run a little bit more, and defensively, if you pull back, they can also be amazing. But one thing they are not amazing at is fighting at 3 locations at once. That's just, it's almost impossible to land perfect Novas on 3 different screens. Too many units moving, it takes too long for the animations to go off. So that was very well done by DNS. That was clearly the way he wanted to play against it. And it wasn't easy, but he got the job done.
No, it was not easy, but like you said, got the job done. And that is what Sunday is all about here. This is not do your best day. This is get it done day. And we're going to see which of these two players can get it done. Once again, it is down to game number 3. It's going to be Gressvon. Let's get into it.
One last time here for these guys. In the top left side, representing Storm Gaming, we are looking at the main base of the Polish Protoss. Shall we do it? Steadfast. All right, it's not Papi, it's not Mana, it's not Christiana, it's not Art or Rodzin. It's the other Polish Protoss. That's great. It's Geralt.
And spawning down in the bottom right. It is not the one French Protoss. It is not Petit Drogo. It is not Shadown. For the Platinum Heroes, it's DNS. A shorter list, but still quite a few of them.
Yeah, and I do believe that if Eric Fire would have just turned 16 already, we'd be mentioning him too, because I feel like the man who is obviously known to be the best 3-gate robo player on this planet deserves a mention as well, even though he's still young and he didn't quite have the chance to play in this tournament yet. I think he is turning 16 literally any day now, no? We've been waiting for a long time, but I believe we're almost there.
Yeah, and you've been hyping Arog Fire up for a while, and with very good reason. Like, he is a player that while his 3-gate robo is, you know, the pinnacle of his play, and it's kind of the cornerstone a little bit, to say that that is the only thing about him would be egregiously wrong, because he can absolutely go toe-to-toe with the best in Europe at just about any phase in the game. I'm sure he still has a lot of development that he can do and continue to improve, but the kid is good. The kid is really good.
I just looked it up, by the way. May 24, the final countdown. Next season, we may finally have Eric Fire in the ESL Masters, and I can't wait. He's been waiting a long time. I do think, obviously, play the European qualifiers are not easy, but I think that young man is good enough. But I am sure we'll have plenty of opportunity in the past to talk about Eric Fire. For now, we have to talk about Geralt and DNS. The tournament live is on the line. Who is going to make it into the playoffs and who will go home? Speaking of 3-gate robos, we at least have a robo going up in the main base, so it's not the ultra aggressive, I'm gonna proxy a robo, but it's still an early robo. But he's also getting a sentry, and it gives me the feeling that he wants to go for the quickest and safest expand? Question mark?
Maybe it is going to be that quick War Prism to try and drop some adepts in the main. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see how this build kind of shakes shakes out. Sentry doesn't make a ton of sense if you are going to be going super aggressive with this, unless you really want to go crazy and you know, like, hope your opponent expands and that maybe you catch them off guard and drop a sentry and, you know, force field the ramp. But recall's a thing. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see in a moment.
First two adapts not getting a whole lot done. It was obviously a bit of a scout, but since he indeed, it should be a prism here, right? I feel like otherwise that super quick robot just doesn't really make a whole lot of sense. I just want to get the observer out and be like, I want to keep a close eye on what you're doing, but then whatever you're going to see is not going to make you happy because you're like, oh, that's going to be difficult to deal with. Had an observer on the way, cancelled it after being supply blocked. How much longer is the supply block going to take? At least a few more seconds. Unfortunate for Geralt. I'm very confused. Almost felt that maybe he was playing the guessing game, and he's like, I think you're going to be an aggressive boy here. And if you're going to be aggressive, I've got the quick robo, and life will be absolutely awesome. It wasn't, and that means that now life is a little bit less awesome for Geralt, because it's not that it's bad. It's just it doesn't quite add up in the way that it could have added up. His Nexus is a whole lot later than the Nexus of DNS. His Blink is going to be ultra late, as he does have the 2 adapt shading on top of the ramp. Gets at least 3 probes, so that is something. Okay, make it 4. As the adapt should fall, but obviously you need to move units in position. I can't believe that those 2 adapts shading on top of a ramp where they were walled out got 5 probes.
Yeah, DNS. So this is great from Geralt that he recognized this. DNS went and he had the shield battery being constructed, but he had already rallied his probes to the natural and didn't pull them back in an anticipation of that shade forward. And Geralt, I think he otherwise would have canceled the shade most likely, but instead he shades forward because he sees all these probes stacked up. He's able to get maximum value from that. That is a really unfortunate situation for DNS. DNS also used 2 force fields to do that, so that kind of slows down his hallucination. That was just a really suboptimal moment for DNS.
Yeah, a little bit sloppy. Could be the nerves as well, right?
Oh,
yeah,
for
go ahead.
sure.
What do you want to say?
I think I know what happened with the... Oh, hang on. Actually, we are going to see these stalkers blinking into the main base. I think I know what happened with Geralt's opener, though. Oh, this is very bold from DNS. He's going to get trapped a little bit here. What? This is... Oh, he's going to have to recall out. Force field actually going to work against Geralt really brutally. Hello, Geralt? He does have the adepts on the other side of the map. They are finding a little bit of damage, but the main army of DNS will be able to slip out as a result. Oh, I love this preemptive probe pull. Not going to be able to get the full wraparound, though.
All hell breaking loose over here. DNS with some crazy moves at first, but it worked out after he outmaneuvered the army. And Geralt was more occupied dealing damage with his adepts on the other side of the map than he was dealing with the stalkers. And at first it looked like it was going to be an alright choice. I think in the end it backfired a little, because Geralt didn't just lose 8 tropes there. He also lost a stalker. I think he maybe lost in a leftover adept. No, I guess the adepts already died. I still like it more for DNS, as he's the one going up to 3 bases. That 3rd base is even done. Geralt only now warping in his own Nexus.
Yeah, I think that was a much better situation, or it should have been a better situation for Geralt with how quickly he jumped on top of what his opponent was doing. He's got to be a little bit careful here, by the way. These stalkers, they are pretty far forward. I think he's trying to bait a blink forward from DNS with the Immortals on the high ground. And this is a really weird fight. It's like no units for Geralt, but DNS doesn't want to attack up the ramp because it's 3 Immortals here. And it will just kind of be a disengage. Overall, it ends up being a surprisingly even trade. But I think Geralt saving his army there is actually... That could have been really bad for him if he loses everything.
I feel like both of these guys at this point have kind of lost track of this game, right? It's obviously a super high pressure situation. They've had 2 bangers of PvPs with a lot of units going down all over the place. And now you're 8 minutes into Grass 1 and this already feels mentally like a marathon. Like, what has happened in this game? Where are we? Why are things playing out the way they do? Because none of this has been particularly standard. Sure, the units we're building is standard, but the flow of the game is so different than the majority of the PvPs that we are watching that I think both players are a bit confused. I think if DNS just keeps track of the bigger picture where it's like, hey, more probes is better, quicker bases is better, I think I'm doing fine. He should know that he's doing fine, but it's obviously still very chaotic as there is a dark shrine that is done on the side of Geralt, and DNS has literally one observer on the moment, and that observer is chilling between the natural and the main base. Man, DT drop in the main could hurt so much. That could really be the great equalizer for Geralt.
Yeah, it really could. And this pylon surviving for DNS from earlier could actually be so big for DNS. Geralt gonna try and outmaneuver this. Can he slip around this Nexus? There is a path. The Nexus doesn't have a ton of vision. Oh, he's just gonna go for the cancel. That's not enough with these DTs, I don't think.
No, this must have been so scary, by the way, for DNS, because he did build a second observer, but he lost an ops. There was a double kill of observers in the center of the map, where Geralt killed the observer of DNS, DNS killed the observer of Geralt. But obviously, if you're DNS and you see 3 DTs and you only have one observer, that's proper scary. But in the end, he will be fine. He has now chrono boosted out a whole bunch of them, actually.
Yeah.
3 in a row after losing one. So he went from 1 observer to 4, basically. And he's also getting a cannon, so he's taking the threat of the DTs very serious. Geralt is like, all right, I've shown you that I have DTs. I've shown you I've got a prism. If I were you, I would stay at home. And while you stay at home, I'm going to try to go up to double Robo and the Robo Bay, make a couple of disruptors. And I'm just going to do what I do best, and then let's play some late game PvP.
Yes, but I think going into the late game, and I do agree with you, it's going to be really difficult for the players to recognize their positions in this situation. I do think this is the worst game for Geralt in terms of positions as we go into this late game of the 3. Now, we're going to see a recall. Oh, this is a little funky, but I mean, it's fine. It's I guess good to save it. But it would have kind of been fine to just keep it there at the same time. Yeah, this is going to be a really dangerous while for Geralt until the triple robo that he's gone for, which I do like, by the way, until that really comes online and he actually gets a decent disruptor count, because this is a huge army from DNS.
Yep, I think that's why we had the recall, man. Geralt just knows that he needs every single unit out there to stabilize. If he still has those DTs on the other side of the map, those could be an Archon, and he needs the Archon defensively. He fires 1 Nova forward. I'm sure the DNS is still a bit traumatized about the fight earlier on Royal Blood, where he's like, it's just 1 disruptor right now. It's 2, never mind, it's 3. That's where it all went wrong. Once more, battery positioning is very good on these guys, as we have a couple of links forward. It's pure Stalker left over for DNS, and that should give Geralt some confidence in those 3 Immortals. But if the Immortals are exposed, Stalkers in big numbers can be excellent against them. Man, this is such a nail-biting moment, right? Like, can Geralt hang in there? Can he save this 4th base? Because if he does, we could have another epic game on our hands. But if DNS just fully sends it, there is a chance that DNS will end the game here.
There certainly is. Battery overcharge is still available for Geralt on a very well-placed shield battery, but he loses the Nexus, and that is so painful. DNS once again winning the vision war with these observers, and now he's going to try and move in. Cannons, though, will deflect these DTs, but they are going to distract, and Geralt will once again lose this Nexus. Good job on the cancel. Very important that he gets that, and he saves the observer as well. But DNS has taken a massive economic lead now.
Yep, and also just the way that he's posturing that army, right? Like on the top of the ramp saying like, hey, you are not going to get this base easily. If you want to do it, you're going to have to put yourself in a vulnerable spot away from your batteries, away from the immediate reinforcements. But the army of Geralt is becoming more and more scary, though. Oh my goodness, the forward blink, how's it going to play out? He sniped a couple of the disruptors. Sure, the Immortals were great, but the disruptor snipes were even better. That was crazy by DNS, but I loved it, and the priorities there were top-notch. Disruptor after disruptor, and then in the end he got the Immortals too. He still has +2 on the Starks as well. This could really be it, Steadfast, as he goes forward again, snipes another Immortal, snipes another Disruptor. DNS a few Blink Stalkers away from advancing into the playoffs of the ESL Europe Masters Regionals.
Absolutely great killer instinct right there from DNS. He does not hesitate. He's had vision of his opponent's army for a while. Triple Robo Disruptor is a lot, but he knows you can't build an infinite number of disruptors. Geralt, might get a decent disruptor shot here, but the Nexus has already fallen. It's a 50 supply lead for DNS. The economy is off the hook for the French player. Looks like he almost lost this Nexus on the other side of the map. Must have been DTs of Geralt trying to get in there, but the Nexus stays alive for DNS. He knocked his opponent back down to 3 bases. Geralt is just now even the upgrades, but it won't be for long. DNS, he is on the verge of punching his ticket into the playoffs.
Yep, he's so close that I'm sure that he can smell it already. All we need to do is blink forward one more time and not lose all of our stalkers to disrupt this. I mean, sure he can still smell it, but that was a bit scary as he loses a whole bunch of them. But he can see that the leftover army of Geralt is tiny. DNS can continue doing this. But I'm sure that put a little bit of fear into his heart. And he's like, all right, let's just keep on going, keep on pushing. Let's see how much you got. As he does manage to avoid that one. Another forward blink, snipes all the disruptors. And I believe Steadfast that is going to do it as long as he doesn't lose his observers. He just has too much stuff. His economy is too big. Geralt has played one hell of a series, had his moments, had his Novas, but it will not be enough for the man from Poland. It is DNS who advances into the playoffs once more, and that's just awesome for him. Adrian, he still has it, Steadfast.
That he does, and after a long, exhausting game number 1 and an incredibly long, exhausting series, he really earned that victory. Gonna be another French Protoss making it in. I guess that's the only French Protoss making it in. Shadown and Petit Drogo were eliminated, so DNS is gonna be carrying the banner, and I am pretty excited about the rest of the games for the day. Do we have one more with you, or that's your last for the day, right?
I am done, mate. And that is also it for Group A, by the way. Group A is now completely done, so maybe you guys can talk about that soon. But no, that was it, mate. You're going to have to say goodbye to me. I hope you had fun.
Oh, I had a blast. It's always a pleasure. The game knowledge of one Rotterdam is, of course, legendary, and it's always a blast with you. Before we send you off for the break, is there anything you want to say or anything you want to let the fans know?
I believe yesterday I said, I hope you guys don't get a 1 hour draw, but today we actually already had a draw, but now I kind of hope you guys get another one, but it doesn't have to be a 1 hour one. And also on the same terms and conditions as the Akron Vanya game we had. But no, just thank you, mate, for casting the games with me. It was a lot of fun. Thanks to Bio for running the show. He's doing an amazing job, and I hope you guys had fun. And obviously don't tune out because there's more awesome StarCraft coming up. The next series will be between Bly and Strange, and that could obviously be a very fun one, because who doesn't love a hatchery or two going up on the other side of the map? Stay tuned. We'll be right back with more games of the ESL Masters Europe and later America.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and U.S. Air Force.
And we are back for the final series of EU of this Do or Die Sunday. I am Steadfast, and I'm joined once again by Beowulf. Beowulf, how you doing?
Well, I never left Steadfast. I was sitting there in the darkness, doing my best to stay Frodo and not, become Gollum in the darkness. But that's fine. We're back now. We're well aware. And I've heard some complaints about too many PvPs, but I'm confused. This is a PvZ, Steadfast.
Yeah, this is a PvZ indeed. A matchup that... Is this the first matchup of the day for this? Did we have Nice versus SCV, Jonkoping? Yeah, this is the first PvZ of the day.
Yeah.
Not only the third Zerg of the day. We had MeomaikA, Wayne, and now Bly. So the era of PvP is coming to at least a somewhat temporary pause.
For the moment, although...
Yeah.
Actually, we don't have a PvP in NA at all. It's PvZ.
No, we do not.
PvZ and then PvT. So you're welcome. Those of you that were sad that there were too many Protoss against Protoss, although in fairness, DNS and Geralt were oh so good. I mean, what a series. That's done now. We can watch Protoss play other races instead. We still got them though.
Yeah. Yeah, every series will feature a Protoss for the rest of the day. This is an interesting match because if you look at the map score, it looks, and the series score, it looks really bad for Strange. But if you look at the recent, it actually looks even worse. Bly has, we talk about the Bly factor a lot, but he has apparently really pulled the Bly effect on Strange. 14-1 in the last 15 meetings, or maybe 15-1 the last 16 meetings. But let's get into it because we got something already interesting that I want to talk about as we get into this game.
All right, then. So let's see what is interesting. What's happening here? It's crazy in the upper left. In the blue for Mystery Gaming. Can he turn history around? It's Strange.
And his opponent going for a very funky opener. Spawning down in the bottom right, it is the mastermind Bly. And he has gone for a 14 pool double extractor trick. And I think he's going to hatch proxy hatch here.
Oh, he's pulling a dark. This is
this is funky. Is what this is. This is very weird. So the 14 pool is already a very off timing, not a 12 pool, not a 16 pool. And now he goes for the hatchery at the front. Strange puts a very forward gate, which means that he has so much surface area to cover. This is so weird.
Yeah, it's funny. We talked yesterday about overanalyzing the Bly effect, of looking at what he does in Series 2 to inform Series 3. But I think realistically, we can look at this series and say, yeah, Bly is absolutely using his results in previous series to throw. This is not even a wrench. This is like an aircraft-sized wrench at Strange's head. It's like, oh, you're gonna proxy hatch me. Oh, well, actually, no, that's not quite what this is. I mean, yes, it is, but it's not just to block the hatch. And because this is a full wall off, this gateway is under so much threat. Steadfast. 8 lings on top of it, and actually a couple more. They're gonna join the fray. So, Strange lets the Zealot go on the other side to try to defend, but it's just gonna be a full surround.
Yes, it will, and I hope that Bly tunnel visions this gateway and just kills it off, because if he does, that is going to slow down production so much. Will the Adept get out? The answer is, just barely not. This is so good for Bly. He has killed the gateway. There is no tech out for Strange. The wall is a disaster to look at.
Steadfast, look at the main.
Horrible. And he committed to a cannon, and he snuck the drone into the main base.
When did this happen?
How did this even happen? How did he do this?
I genuinely don't know. This drone was in the main. This must have been in the main base for a long time. It gets found out, so I guess there's that. That is, I mean, we don't get the full boom build here, but already,
I mean, this is I love where Bly has positioned the lings, by the way. He still gets to see the new gateway. He's put it on hold position. This is a situation where if Strange doesn't respond quite significantly to this, this could actually just win the game because there's only the one gateway. And as a result, Bly is like, okay, you're gonna build the Adept, you're gonna chrono boost this out. Funnily enough, the Overlord doesn't see this, so he does need those lings. This is gonna force a probe pull. This is worth it for Bly, even now, I think. It's not gonna be as worth it as the initial opener, but this is already so good. And now he denies the scout. This is already such a rough position for Strange. Bly lets this finish. I don't know if I like that, but it will force out at least the Void Ray and will continue to keep the discomfort dialed up. Oh
yeah, this is a bit of a problem, though. The Lings are not in the main base, so with better target fire, Strange could get a lot of work. Instead, he doesn't even force any sort of cancel. He gets one drone. And yeah, losing the hatch is expensive. You're right, it's probably not as worth it as it was previously, but it's a full scout. You get Lings out of the larva. That means that, yes, should these Lings kill anything? No, Steadfast, not really. But again, they get the full scout, and he has the two hidden. Okay, now the Void Ray's gonna find it. Never mind.
Spotted, but
it's cheeky.
Still, that's such a nice maneuver and such a Bly maneuver. And if it wasn't for the Void Ray, he wouldn't have actually found those because the units would have gone around them. As it stands, the overall position in the game, this is not as good for Bly as it should have been, but it is still a lead.
God, I love casting Bly games that fast. You're just like, I'm sitting here, there's this game of StarCraft that I understand. I hope I do, I know how things work. And then it's just Bly, and he's like, yeah, no, that's not how this game works, Bea. What are you talking about? We're gonna get I guess this is technically not that fast of a layer, but again, given the game state. Although on the other side, this is a very quick, what? Speed Void Rays, carriers, where does Strange go here?
I think this is going to be a carrier rush off 2 bases. And to be honest, this could work out very well for him. Part of what makes carriers difficult to utilize effectively is when your opponent's economy kind of runs away with the game. You don't get a decent amount of damage with the carriers to start. And then your opponent just gets up to like a huge economy. They pop out a bunch of corruptors, and it becomes a real problem. But Bly didn't actually take a very quick third base. He does still have an economic lead, and he will be able to drone this up rather quickly. But it's not as strong of an economic position as it could be.
Yeah, what I'm trying to figure out, though, is this layer timing, right? Or what Bly's idea, because Bly does not get a layer just to get a layer. He has some reasoning behind it. Roach speed for now, as the Lings are going to get the Adepts. There we go. What's happening with the Void Ray? Actually, yeah, you can't quite fight the Queen, or can't quite fight the Queen, not just yet. But there we go. There's the Spore, so Queen should be able to pull itself back. Oh, they're both so low. What's Bly's idea here? He cut Queen production for a while as he was getting the layers, so we know it's not going to be some sort of Queen-nitis. Okay, Hydroden. This is interesting, right? Because on the one hand, Hydras against carriers in low numbers, they can be very nice. It works out, fairly well. It's 2 carriers, you get 20 Hydras, and it's fine. And generally, that scales a little bit better. But once you're at 4, 6, 8 carriers, the Hydras do not fight well at all. And look at that, Hydroden's going to get canceled. Spire is on the way, so Bly knows what's happening now. But as the 2 carriers are already out here, we're going to have 4 pretty soon. How's this timing work out for Bly?
Well, it's a less optimal situation because he built a bunch of roaches, but I liked what he's doing right now. I do like that he cancels the Hydroden, starts up the Spire, and I like that he's waiting to see when the carriers show themselves, because chances are Strange is going to go for a little bit of aggression with these carriers, and he's got Queens to defend this at home, and now the roaches, they can run into the third base. They've got roach speed. Bly is focused on the defense at home and will lose a couple of Queens. The interceptor count is still rather high. This is a little bit dangerous right now for Bly, but he's going to be able to save these Queens for the moment. Roach is finally going to go in on the third base during all this. Good micro on the carriers so far, keeping these alive, but he might have stepped a little bit too far. It's going to be really close. Oh, he gets the carrier. That's a gigantic pickoff. And now on the other side of the map, the roaches are going to run on in. Void Ray will be very handy here for the defense. But losing that one carrier is actually so huge.
I mean, okay, Corruptors are on the way, so yes, it is. I do want to point something out, by the way, as we've been kind of watching this, and it's been something that I think is really fascinating. Strange got so much more done with those first 2 carriers, and obviously he should not have lost one of them. Let's be clear. But he got so much more done with them than he should have because the carriers have target priority. So the interceptors were not getting gunned down. As we saw Strange, he would pull his carriers just a little bit further forward into queen range. The queens would target it, and there is no way to target interceptors down. You just have to hope the AI works in your favor. And then he would pull back and just kind of soak the damage on the shields for quite a while. So we got a couple more queens than you would expect. But now with the corruptors here, this is just 2 dead carriers, heavy damage on a third maybe. And Strange again overstays his hand, overstays his welcome.
Yeah, it's so difficult not to do that when your opponent pops those corruptors out, because they come out all in one big clump, and you're attacking the queens. Queens are able to add a little bit of extra DPS. Could have been a lot worse, but he does have enough carriers, I think, to defend this. And now he is going to be going into the Void Rays on the other side, and this... I mean, I still really like Bly's position right now. He's up on 83 drones. He's got full saturation on 4 bases, 8 gases. Would like to see him go into Hive. There we go. We've got the infestation pick coming on down. And he even gets the 1 upgrade for the Spire. Now, you can, from this position, you can still overwhelm the opponent's air with what Bly has. But you got to be really careful about taking bad fights. And all it takes is prismatically aligned Void Rays with good upgrades, you know, having just a little bit of free time against these corruptors, and it can be a really big problem. We're going to see Caustic Spray on the natural. Roaches with their Burrow Tunneling Claws trying to find an opening. Bly does need to disengage and will get shoved away. But for now, the thing is about playing Sky Toss, you're kind of just hoping that the Zerg messes up somehow, because the ball is in their court to make the right moves, and so far Bly is making them.
So Steadfast, Roddy, when he left, he said, I hope you get another 60-minute draw yesterday. And obviously this is not looking like it's going to go to a draw just yet, but it is starting to build us into a long game. Strange is not going to want to move on the map, and these are, again, really snipes from these corruptors. They're really good ones. But Strange is not going to want to move away from his static defense. Bly is going to find it harder and harder to break the as well. So the question now is Bly, I mean, sharking around here, just soaking up some damage. Of course, corruptors are incredibly tanky with that armor they have. So he's just, again, looking around at the moment. And now the question becomes, where do you go from here, right? Hive is halfway done. Getting a Void Ray is always going to be really nice. But how do you kind of, I guess, coax the Protoss to play the game you want to play?
I mean, honestly, like I said, Bly, he's making all the right moves. He's getting that Hive, add on a couple Vipers, 4 Abducts. He's already been able to snipe down a couple of key air units, and he will get this. Actually, this is now an overwhelming number of Corruptors. We are going to see Bly able to wipe out a lot of this. A couple of Void Rays do join up, and they prismatically align instantly, but Bly... It's expensive, but it is an extremely effective fight right there. 11 Corruptors for 2 Void Rays, 4 carriers. Yeah, you take that every day of the week in this situation. And honestly, there is a transition coming in from Strange, but he doesn't have a great economy. Bly knows that there's now a transition into ground, and he's ready with his own. He's got a bunch of Roaches in production now. Baneling Nest is about to finish up. Adrenal Glands, +2 melee, a bunch of Lings. Bly is run away with this game.
Oh, he really has. That fight worked out super well because Strange had popped his shield battery over, or his overcharge 15, 20 seconds earlier. I'm not sure when he did that actually, but it was on cooldown as the fight was happening. So you do need the shield battery overcharge to make sure you can hold on to that fight. You do need you need more anti-corruptor than Strange did have. So at this point, Strange is not allowed to have any sky units. The Roaches are going to knock this 4th base down. And while, you know, sure, Adrenal Glands are not done. +1 certainly is. More Void Rays go down here. And even if the shield battery overcharge keeps this base alive, it's those tech units, those expensive units that are going to try to... Bly's going to knock down. And Strange, he gets Blyed out of game 1.
Yeah. It was... While the Proxy Hatch 14 pool certainly didn't win the game entirely, it put him into such a solid position and created a weird game state. And that is where Bly really, you know, excels. Strange, I guess, went to maybe a comfort play with the 2-base carrier. And even with Bly not scouting it right away, with those first 2 carriers finding a little, probably more damage than they should have, I mean, it wasn't enough. It was nowhere near enough. And Bly, yeah, he dealt with it completely calmly. And I see a good indication of why Bly has such a good historical record against Strange.
Yeah, it's kind of funny too. We looked at that and it's like, well, you know, is this game going to get dragged out? Certainly that's what Strange wants. He wants this game to go to 45 minutes so he can go and properly, you know, recover from what happened. But the problem is, you know, I keep going back to that Nina Uko game where Nina does drag it out from arguably, honestly, an even worse spot than Strange was in this game. But the difference is, you know, Uko is this big macro zerg that is going to take the game late if you're okay with that. That is maybe not going to attack. Bly has 2 modes. He has attack until you're dead, or oh wow, I'm out of this game, so let me build burrow roaches and build meters and try to drag the game out long enough on the off chance you make a mistake. Because you know, Fantasy does not play this game anymore, but Bly is certainly the inheritor of his GG timing sometimes. Luckily enough for Bly though, he didn't need that. Not in game 1, and now we get to see whether the Protoss has something up his sleeves, because Steadfast, it's game 2. And in the bottom right, in the red, he is Bly.
And his opponent, spawning up in the top left. Can he figure out what his opponent is going to do? And can he deal with it? For Mystery Gaming, it is Strange. And you talk about Bly games, you talk about Bly doing funky stuff. Well, he is going to go for a hatch first at his opponent's natural. That's the thing. In theory, you can figure out how to deal with everything Bly does. But everything Bly does, there are little differences to all of it. So, for example, in the previous game, he went with that 14 pool. That looks and maybe feels like a 12 pool, but it wasn't. It was very different, but it got more damage done than almost any 12 pool would at this level, because Bly, I mean, first of all, he discombobulates his opponent. Strange builds that forge that he really didn't want or need. That slowed down his tech, slowed down everything, and then Bly still killed the gateway, denied the adept. And even though the proxy hatch didn't get a lot done on the other, like in the main, it was already just such a huge lead from Bly that the fact that he wasn't able to do as much as he would have liked to didn't really matter.
Yeah, and it's always interesting. I mean, you gotta figure, right? We've seen Bly proxy hatch, I think, every single ZVP or every single PvZ we've seen him play. And if the answer is not every single ZVP, it's like all but one or something. Strange, you have to figure with how much history and how often that these two players have played against each other, we would assume that at this point Strange would have a lot of practice dealing with this, but clearly that was not enough of a case in game number 1. Bly absolutely bamboozled him. What is this probe doing? Does Strange think Bly wants to oh, you know, he's got a pylon in the natural, so he's going to try to block the double, like, awkward expand coming out of Bly, but Lings deal with this soon enough that I don't really... Oh, he gets the probe! He gets the probe with the... they're not broodlings, they are... What are they called?
No, they're broodlings, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Yep, broodlings. Yeah, no, that's a really nice find right there. Bly canceling the 1 Ling. So all this does, he doesn't build the queen, he doesn't try and drop a creep tumor, but it does make things annoying for Strange. Bly will have his own hatch blocked, and he did have to take his 3rd base as the next hatchery. So this could be a nuisance for Bly, the counterattack. That is, I think that's the best way to play against this, is not to pull probes. I do think Strange has responded as correctly as you can, and especially the fact that he's able to force this situation means that this counterattack from Strange has so much potential. 2 Zealots, 4 Adepts is a lot of firepower, especially before Ling speed completes. Strange, oh, this is not the fight for Bly. He does not want to engage this with that small number of Lings. Bly has to build so many Lings right now, and Strange has a ton of potential. He's going to kill this queen. I would love to see a cancel on the shade. Yeah, there we go. He is just going to clean out all these Lings, and this counterattack, it might actually just get game-ending damage.
Yeah, we talked about you got to figure that Strange has practice. He has opportunity. He knows how to deal with this. Well, he's proving that he is. I mean, he's killing queens, he's killing Lings, he's killing drones. There is no 3rd base on the way for Bly. He doesn't get to make that happen. And the Lings, speed is done, Steadfast. You're right. Yeah, I mean, that is kind of the timing where suddenly this becomes a little bit harder. But at this point, the Adepts, they're just juking everything out. That's another dead queen. And finally, it seems like these Adepts should get dealt with. But it is worth so much here. I mean, final count as this Adept goes down. 30 Lings, 2 Queens, 2 Drones, and a delayed natural, or third base, whatever you want to call it. Bly, he feels pressured to run across the map, but he doesn't get into this wall, not at all.
Yeah, this is a really uncomfortable position for Bly. He still hasn't started that hatchery up at the natural. While this is going to be playable for Bly, because he did have a lot of larva banked up, make no mistake, this is a really strong position for Strange. And I think this follow-up Glaives timing is a great way to try and leverage that. Now, it does run the risk of, let's say Bly defends extremely well. Things could be a problem for Strange. And, well, Banelings are kind of a do-or-die defense here. But we've got a proxy gateway on the other side of the map. Ooh, a couple of Adepts getting jumped in the middle. That's actually quite nice for Bly, especially because it's just before Glaives finishes. But I don't know how Bly is ever going to hold this big, what is this, 6 gates? Yeah, 6-gate Glaives that is going to be coming online momentarily.
Well, Steadfast, they say knowledge is half of a whole, and Bly, he has that half. He saw the Twilight go down, he sees the extra gateways, he knows that his opponent is just trying to lean into him with literally everything he has. Okay, he's not going to get that Adept at, well, seems like he might chase after it, but...
but it's the warping on the side.
Yeah, there we go, that's the important
proxy
thing.
Pylon.
Yeah. So, a bunch of Adepts warping in on the right side here. Alien Nest is done, Steadfast. Like, if there is an opportunity, Bly does have it. He knows what's coming. He does have the Bailing Nest. He's pumping Lings, but we don't have any Bailings on the way just yet. He needs them. Actually, he needs them yesterday, but now would be pretty nice too.
Yeah, he does need them yesterday. He is adding on an additional gas. He still doesn't know about this pylon on the right side, and it is going to be such a problem. We've got this big Adept warping coming on in. Strange. I mean, he's waiting a long time, and Bly does build some Banelings, but as long as Strange doesn't clump up everything into the Banes, this should just be way too much to handle. He's going to shade right into the main base. I don't think you should even hesitate. I think you just go. Send the next wave of Adepts into the third base. Make sure you're not completely clumped up against the Banes, and Bly will have no chance of holding.
Yeah, with the ramp here, Strange, he got past it anyways, but at this point, the Banelings, they had to morph in the third. Bly could not defend a ton of positions, and they were so late that, again, they were halfway done when the Adepts arrived. So Bly, he can never truly engage. I mean, the split from Strange is fantastic. Bly's going to try to make it happen, and, splits mean that you can sometimes get surrounds, but this is just not ever really going to work super well. Even as additional Banelings join the way in, they're going to shade onto the third base here, and yeah, there are a couple Banes, and they will go down, they will get some damage done, but unfortunately, it was a Strange game, and in that I mean, Strange, he takes game 2, trying to flip the script on his head. And Steadfast, he's got one map to do it now. One map between him and the playoffs.
That he does, and I mean, that's been the theme of the EU qualifying day. Feels like every match has been down to the wire, so close and so difficult to call. Yeah, but I gotta say that game, really, the 2 Zealot 4 Adept counterattack, it would never have found as much damage as it had if it wasn't for the fact that that base had to be built at the third, because Babylon, it has that ramp at the natural. It's a pretty tight choke. Bly, he stayed on 2 bases anyways for a while, and that's kind of his modus operandi. I really feel like Strange played that brilliantly, and he dealt with every weird little, I mean, it wasn't that many things, but he dealt with the weirdness of Bly very effectively.
Yeah, certainly. And we talked about it. Again, Strange has played Bly, what is it, like 40 times in Legacy of the Void? And Bly does have that tremendous winning record. But the other way to talk about it is, okay, well, Strange has played Bly a lot recently. And even if it has gone Bly's way a lot recently, I forget what the number you said was, but again, very significantly in Bly's favor, it also means that when the chips are down, when your back's against the wall, you can lean on that experience and say, well, okay, Bly only has so many ideas. He only has so many options. And maybe some of the more standard weirdness are things that I can deal with. But there is another map. There is another day, another dream. And just because Bly loses one game, just because one of his little bits of cheekiness doesn't work out, does not mean that there are not more. So Royal Blood is our third map. And Steadfast, we're going to get right on into it. In the upper right, in the blue. He ties it up here with 4 Adepts, 2 Zealots, and a Dream. For Mystery Gaming, it's Strange.
And his opponent, spawning down in the bottom left, it is the mastermind, the tricky operator. Give it up for Bly. And he is going for it once again. This time it is going to be a hatch first at home and the 3rd hatch at the natural. And this one, once again, requires a bit of a different response. He won't be able, that is Strange, won't be able to prevent his opponent from getting this hatch up. He didn't go for the hatch block. And I think that's the kind of thing that makes this vulnerable in general. He is going to go for the 2-gate. That's fine. But his hatchery is going to, or sorry, pardon me, Strange's Nexus is going to be just so ridiculously late.
I love how Bly is like okay, so game 1, he went proxy hatch, and it was 14 pool. Oh, wow, he didn't even let that last all that long at all. There was no pressure on that hatch. He could have let that hatch last for quite a while before going for the Evo block, but I guess maybe he wanted the money back.
Yes.
Regardless, you know, game 1, he goes super into it. He goes and he proxy hatches, and it's a 14 pool, and it is very aggressive, and he gets himself ahead from that. Game 2 is kind of middle ground. It's hatch first on the other side, but it is still a hatch block, and he found his natural delayed, and that was unfortunate, but, you know, okay, you know, he's dialing it back a little bit. And then in game 3, he dials it back one step further. It goes hatch first at home, gets that 16 hatch or whatever it was, then puts a drone on the other side, and then blocks the hatch as well. So every single time, he's like pulling a layer back on this proxy hatch build and playing something that is, I don't know, approximating a more standard game. I mean, Steadfast, it's still a proxy hatch. I don't know how standard we can say it, but it's getting closer to that standard game.
Yeah, exactly. And it's, I actually really like it from Bly in this particular case, because he still forced out the double gate from his opponent, and he still gets to force the Adept Shade, one of the first 2 Adepts that's made, back home, which means he buys himself more time to build Lings, more time to get set up defensively for what is going to be a counterattack from Strange, and he's already delayed his opponent's Nexus so much. This is still successful for Bly, in my opinion, and he certainly finds himself in a decent position. Now, will he try and follow it up with anything funky? The answer is probably yes, but we can be assured that this attack from Strange, this counterattack, will not find the same level of value that it did in game number 2.
Oh, absolutely not. There's creep connected between the main and the natural, you know, close enough here. There are 2 queens at the front, and there are just enough Lings. So yeah, you know, a queen takes damage Steadfast, but Lings, they're going to look for this around here. You add a 3rd Adept, and math gets a little bit more complicated, but if you get this Zealot down, it gets, again, just a little bit easier. There's a 3rd queen out of the map right now, back up to the ramp. Lings, though, they do have to re-engage, and that is a dead queen. Adept's starting to get a little bit more here, and we said it shouldn't get that much done. It's still not as much as game number 1, but this is 4, 5, 6, 7 dead drones, and all of a sudden, it's a disaster. Bly thought he was safe. He had Lings, he had queens. But Steadfast, sometimes you need more than that.
Yeah, that was not supposed to get anywhere near the amount of damage that it did, but Bly really, he didn't even underreact. He had the units that he needed, but he just didn't execute as well on the defense as he needed to, and now he's in a lot of trouble. He is going to get in on the other side of the map, will kill that Adept that was in the wall. And the sentry, its force field might block a warp-in. Okay, force field was well enough placed that he can re-wall behind this. We're going to see the gateway probably getting targeted down. Bly, I was going to say, yeah, make sure to tunnel that one gateway. He will get the kill, so he gets a little bit of value out of these Lings. Actually, a decent bit of value. But it's still going to be a very, very effective counterattack from Strange. And Bly, I really feel like it was he just bumbled the defense a little bit there, and now he's not in a great position at all. He's in an okay one, but I certainly don't envy his position.
Yeah, I guess the nice thing now, he is adding that Roach Warren, right? He's only on 35 drones. You want to be, actually only 33 drones, excuse me, drops a little more as he adds structures, and you do want to be higher than that against a sort of glaive adept timing that Strange is going for here. And by the way, you know, glaives are done. Right? This is something if Strange wants to run across the map right now, he can. Of course, he is lacking some reinforcing ability. He did lose that gateway, but we're seeing him do what he did in game 2. This is his counterattack. This is what he wants to do. You put a gateway on the map. You go up to 5 gate glaives in this case. And let's see what Bly has in store. Steadfast, he's got a lair on the way. And this timing does not give time for that.
No, it is certainly not going to help him at this moment. It will be good in the future, and I do like that he's setting up to potentially wall. Oh, this is a huge scout. Okay, now he can get a drone ready to go. Yeah, he's got it ready to complete a full wall. There it is. And these Glaive Adepts,
they're just gonna
they are going to shade forward. That is a bold move right here. Oh, he actually missed targets for a moment, allows Bly to cancel and rebuild the Evo chamber wall. This is such a good start for Bly. He is going to lose one of these roaches on this base, and nice target fire. Oh, I love that he targets the larva. That's such a great little move. And the Adepts, are they going to shade forward? Okay, I was going to say, that would be a very bold move. There's so many roaches there. He gets another roach that pops out. And behind this, there is a Dark Shrine. Strange, he can potentially just kill this hatch and retreat. This isn't such a bad situation here. Oh, not the best shade forward. Roaches in the main base not joining up.
Yeah, I think he's walled out. That's why the shade was weird, but that's why the roaches are weird, because the roaches, they just cannot reinforce. And Steadfast, I want to talk about serious planning for a second, because what Strange is doing right now is so smart. Bly was worried about this opportunity. In game number 2, he dropped spores, and it seems like, okay, he does have one after all, but he dropped spores, and he really was not building them here. He's got the 1 in the natural. This third base is certainly under threat. There are a lot of Adepts here. This Roach Warren, it seems like it's just going to go down, so no Roach speed. You cannot react to the Adepts nearly as quickly. We need to see that Roach Warren get remade. And now, is he going to get the third base? There's like, what, 1-2 transfuse on these Queens. He's going to target it down. Is there enough healing here? It looks like that answer is no. So the third base goes down, the Roach Warren goes down, there's a single spore on the map, and now the Adepts, they got on top of a couple roaches as well. The ones that were marooned in the main base earlier. So yeah, you know, this start of this hold from Bly was really good. But at this point, these Adepts from Strange are just doing absolutely so much here.
Yeah, they're doing way more than they should have, and a big reason for that. Oh, he's actually going to find another couple of roaches. Bly making some really big blunders towards the tail end here. Part of the reason why this has been such a big problem for Bly is that roach speed came on out. And yeah, I think I know what you're laughing about. The production tab, we got double Stargate, we've got a Spire. Strange, he knows how Bly likes to play it out from here.
Yeah, this is... Bly, when out, he will get Roach Burrow. He will get Roach Burrow movement, and we don't have that just yet because he does need Roach speed, of course. And he's going to go for mutas or something. Like, he understands that from games like this, his only way back into it is just massive harass and just really drawing his opponent apart. So the Adepts, they're not going to let that happen anyways, by the way. These Queens are starting to go down. I don't really see... yeah, Bly should not be able to hold on to that third base. He's actually walled himself into his main. There's no way to reinforce. He doesn't have a chance to cancel the Evo, so... These Adepts, they become even more powerful. And yes, Steadfast, we're not going to see Void Rays. We're not going to see Carriers. Nothing like that. It's just double Stargate Phoenix +1 on the way. Any shot at mutas it's dead on arrival. It's so dead.
Yeah, if he actually does commit to these mutas, this is such a good counter from Strange. And while Bly has had Strange's number in a lot of their matches, this is looking on paper like... Strange is really gonna have this one in the bag.
Yeah, at this point, it's getting a little awkward. Bly really cannot hold on to a third base. He can't reinforce his roaches anywhere. The fourth base, well, that's gonna go... Okay, Bly doesn't cancel that, and the Adepts, they cancel their shades. They say, yes, please, thank you, I'll take that fourth base. And yeah, there we go. 7 mutas on the way, Steadfast. How quickly, after Bly scouts the... What are we at? 7 Phoenix. How quickly does Bly leave this game after he sees 7 Phoenix?
Oh, Bly's never going to leave this game.
Okay, fair.
This is where he lives now. This is his house. He lives in this game. Bly doesn't leave games. But no, in all seriousness, this is going to be a very unfortunate time. Actually, this is best case. Oh, this is best case scenario by far. If he doesn't... Oh, he canceled one of the mutas that was being built at that base. These mutas are now going to sneak across the map. This... Oh, boy.
Okay.
This might be the worst thing he could do for Strange. Showing... This is so unfortunate because these mutas are going to get into the main base. They're going to find a ton of probes. They're going to scout the Dark Shrine. There is an Overseer with this. best thing that Strange can do is snipe that Overseer immediately, but the DT will go down. Mutas are going to find value on the other side. We do see a recall coming into the natural with the Phoenixes, but the Phoenixes not getting in a position. So many probes go down. Bly, he was hard countered. How does he do it?
It actually really does not make any sense whatsoever. Strange is going to lose this third base as well. Now, it seems like the detection is done, so these DTs are really nice. But Steadfast, Roachburrow movement is going to be done pretty soon here, so Bly can continue the chaos. And we're looking at actually no detection on the map right now, so that is something we're going to be keeping our eye on. And behind this, Bly seems comfortable on 49 drones. Any other Zerg, I might say, yeah, his economy's horrible. But it's Bly, and he lives here. This is his house, this is his home. He has pitched his flag, and this is the game he's going to play. So 8 Hydras are on the way. Roachburrow, movement speed. Strange is going to struggle to really move out of the map at all at this point. And yeah, you know what? Losing 10 mutas, not all that happy, but for the damage that he took, I mean, you take that any given Sunday. Although, Phoenix on the other side, really not a lot of... We only have 2 queens, and that's actually going to be 0 queens very quickly. Not a ton of spores either. So these Phoenix, they're going to be able to impose their will for just a little bit.
That they are, but you know what else is going to be able to impose its will? These roaches. There's not a single observer on the map. He might actually, if he's so inclined, he could potentially go for the robotics facility and just try and kill it off. But I think just going for probes is also a great and very valid response. We're going to see these burrow move roaches unburrowing. They are going to massacre the mineral line, and they are going to Bly into the future. Bly's his way in the Blyest way possible. What a series. What a Bly.
Bly, 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 bly.
Bly.
Steadfast, Bly was so hard count. He lost his third base to the Adepts. He lost queens to the Adepts. He lost a bunch of workers to the early Adepts. Strange blind countered him in the hardest way possible. And Bly wins anyways because he's Bly. And like, we don't understand StarCraft anymore. This is great. I feel like the meme, right, with the dog with the coffee cup and the burning house. That's Bly's house.
This is fine.
Yeah, that's Bly's house right now. That's the house that he lives in. He is that dog, and it is absolutely fine. Wait, there we go.
Yeah, that was that was the most Bly win of a series I've ever seen. Opponent has DTs against roaches, DT Void Ray against roaches, and Mass Phoenix against mutas, and Bly just wins anyways.
Okay. God, I love Bly. Like, it's funny. We were talking this game about how Bly does not leave. When he's behind, he goes mutas and burrowed roaches because that's just what he does. On the off chance his opponent makes a mistake. And then I made the mistake of saying, well, okay, Bly is just so hard countered that surely he leaves when he sees these Phoenix, right? Like, your one opportunity, your idea to get back in this game is it's not going to get anything done. Silly me. How dare I think that Bly leaves this game? Like, what am I even talking about?
I mean, Bly does things. Bly is the Coriolis effect in real life. Like he bends things, like light bends around Bly, you know? Like just nothing in terms of normal physics, normal rules of reality matter. Bly is a universal constant.
Yeah, Steadfast, I feel like if I understood, we would also have like world peace, and we would have figured out interstellar interstellar travel at this point. No hunger, everything that the Beatles sung about at some point. But unfortunately, no one will ever understand how Bly works, and that is why here we are 8 years actually into Legacy of the Void, 6 or 7 years from the last time Bly won a tournament. He's been doing the same thing for all this time, and still it just keeps working, and it shouldn't. Bly has hundreds of games of film. This can't keep happening. But, sometimes you just, what's it they say? Never argue with a pig, never try to wrestle with a pig in the mud. At a certain point, you start to realize that the pig loves it. Well, Bly, we're wrestling with it, and we're finding he just really loves the chaos.
Yeah. There he is in the chat with the hashtag just Bly things. I love it. Absolutely brilliant. All right. Wow. That was an amazing way to cap off the group stage in Europe. And what a perfect way to finish up Europe as we head on into NA. Bly does the most Bly thing ever. You gotta love it. How do you not love it?
I mean, you can see right now that I'm grinning from ear to ear, but I was absolutely cackling the entire series. We had so much fun. And in general, as we put a close here on Europe, I was excited about the Swiss format. I'm like, the matches really matter. It's going to be good. We're not going to have these, Serral versus Milky Cow or something where it's not really going to make much of a difference. Every match will matter, and it has. We've had we had upsets. Wayne, finding his way on really almost knocking Serral out. We had some really interesting seeding. But the other reason I was really excited about it was this day, Game 5, Round 5, when everyone, they're super even. All the top players have already qualified out. All the players that are not going to qualify, they're already done. And it's just everyone tooth and nail fighting for just not enough slots. And Steadfast, through Asia and through Europe, that has delivered in the most insane way. We had Wayne Acheron, which was that was a 4-game best of 3. We had DNS and Geralt, all games going, maybe the third game was a little slow, but in general, all the games going incredibly late, back and forth. Game 1, I think DNS and Geralt, they both won that game about 3 times before it actually ended. We had the Firefly series in Asia. We've had so many good series today that I think the Swiss format's kind of working as intended.
Oh, I think that the Swiss format has fully proven itself. I have been a little bit lucky because I got to see the only games I've casted for ESL was people advancing, people being eliminated, or both. I got the best days in terms of like the high tension matches, and all of them have lived up to the hype. I'm really excited about this. I know that it's a little bit of a confusing format, but at the end of the day, this is the last day, and it is win, you advance, lose, you go home. And with that in mind, I think we're going to head to a little break before NA.
I mean, the series...
Just a short one?
Yeah. Technically, the games start right now. We do need, of course, a little bit of time to swap over onto North American or onto America's assets. But very quickly, we're going to be looking at ESL Masters Americas because... I mean, we've had good games, and now we move into the region of chaos. And I can't think of anything better. So, friends, we'll be back as soon as we're ready. And then it's going to be, of course, 3 more best of 3s. We start with Estrella and Eggs, and we move on from there.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and U.S. Air Force.
Welcome, friends, to our final region here on the final day, do or die Sunday. It's the Americas. We have 3 best of 3s, and that means only 3 slots waiting in the playoffs. But Steadfast, before we get to talk about Estrella and eggs and everything else, because there's a lot to unpack here, we do have to talk about our sponsors just a little bit, because Monster Energy, the U.S. Air Force, and of course ESL Shop and Blizzard as well, they're allowing us to run this tournament. And you know what? If we're going to get games like we have had today, thank you so much. They have really enabled this to happen, and I don't know, I've had a lot of fun. The games have been fantastic. And the other thing, of course, when we talk about our sponsors and things that are happening and awesome things to support StarCraft, well, there is a LAN coming up on Jonkoping, Sweden in the middle of June. If you want to go and you want to watch games in person, you want to go experience a DreamHack festival, you want to go meet Roddy in person, because, you know, I'm sure he would love it if you swarm him. Well, tickets are now on sale at DreamHack.com/summer/tickets. And guess what? If you want to go and you want to get 20% off, well, you can use the code StarCraft as well, because that takes 20% off. But Steadfast, as we move into the North American region, into the Americas region, I'll get that one of these days. This is where we stand. We have 6 players sitting at 2-2. Estrella, probably a surprise. We would expect him to be out by now. Anything else, though?
I mean, looking at the overall result, it was a little bit surprising that Scarlet was almost here on the final day. She did go through 3-1, but that series versus Disc was quite close. Kellezer going out 6-0 is very impressive. Not a huge surprise for anyone who knows how good of a player Kellezer is, but for more than anything, I am just really excited for the variance in play. Yeah. Because as it stood before, LATAM and even North America were 2 regions that were super dominated by the same players. And now we actually have a little bit of a more interesting setup. We now have Protoss players that Kellezer gets to go up against, and that was 2 of the 4 of the 3 series that he won. We have, you know, we've got Special now going up against players like Trigger. I'm really happy to see a lot more variance, and I was a little bit lukewarm about maybe merging the regions, but I do like the matches that have come out as a result of it.
Yeah, and I think the other interesting thing here as well is that Trigger, you know, I was looking at him, I'm like, okay, well, you know, Trigger's very good, but Estrella and Scarlet, they have long ruled the North American region. I expect them to rule this new Americas region. It just, you know, you kind of expect that. So seeing Trigger and Special join in there as well. So to see Trigger and Kellezer get out in first place into this group on top of Scarlet, on top of Special, on top of Estrella, if Estrella even gets it out at this point, is pretty awesome. Very exciting. And I think if you are a Basilisk fan, if you're a Trigger fan, rather encouraging. But we now have games to talk about, because we start with Estrella and Egg as our first series of the Americas region. Steadfast, on paper, this is a blowout. This is Estrella 2-0ing this. It's maybe 20 minutes, and that's only because it's hard to end a PvZ sometimes. But they're both here. They're both 2-2, and that means that maybe they're a little bit closer than we would otherwise expect.
I think it is fair to say that this will be a competitive match. Historically, they've only played once. That was almost 4 years ago at this point. Now, have they run into each other on the ladder? Probably, but there's a very decent chance that it's not been that often, with Eggs mostly in the Brazil server, probably practicing on EU a little bit, Estrella on the west coast of North America and living in Korea for a decent amount of time. His practice would have been mostly focused on the Korean region and maybe some in North America, maybe a little bit in EU. This is going to be a situation where if Eggs comes out with some really interesting, strong preparation, Estrella could be bamboozled by it.
I mean, you saw how much fun we had with Blive versus Strange. I am all here for bamboozling. Like, just please. Standard games are great. I love macro games, expansive games. I mean, that Geralt DNS game 1 and actually game 2 as well was fantastic. But if you just want to shovel some heaps of shenanigans onto the field, please give me that one. I'll take that twice on Sundays. And, you know, Steadfast, good news here. We've had it once. It's a Sunday. Just saying.
Yeah. No, I'm here for it if things get a little messy, get a little funky. Now, it is going to be really interesting to see if Eggs has that in his toolkit. Because we saw in the series versus Nina yesterday that he was able to win with, you know, elimination on the line, that he was able to come out with some solid stuff. But the one all-in that he did do in game number 1 was not executed cleanly. It was not chosen on a map that was good for it. If he does come out with something like that, I hope that he's ratcheted up the execution a little bit.
Yeah, that would be important. And I think also it's fair to say that while Eggs did overcome Nina, Nina was not playing at full strength. That was not the Nina that we are used to seeing. That is not the Nina that tilts at Scarlet and takes maps. And actually, I think she took the series last season. Maybe incorrect that. She certainly took a map. Regardless, we're going to have a game. We're ready. We're on into it. And Estrella is a far tougher challenger at this stage in the tournament than Nina ever was. So let's see what Eggs has in store for us. Game 1 is here. In the upper left, in the blue, he's for Alpha X, their lone remaining member at this point. It's Estrella.
And spawning down in the bottom right, recently joining the Platinum Heroes, it is the challenger Eggs. I think we can safely say that Eggs is the best Colombian player out there. I think it would be remiss to imply anything else. And it's going to be neat to see if he can, you know, get something done against the relatively, well, I mean, I say relatively, the heavily favored Estrella. Eggs is not building his pool. Eggs is not building. Oh my goodness. Ooh. He forgot his pool for about 15 seconds.
And the supply doesn't match up nicely at all. Not only is it time, it's supply. He went up to 19 supply or 20 supply to build that.
Yeah.
Which now means your queens will not get started when the hatch is done, which means your lings will not get started when they'll get started and the pool is done, but it's not going to match up nicely with the larva. And any sort of early adept annoyance is just going to be that much more annoying. And the bad news, Steadfast, on top of everything else we're looking at here, Estrella scouts this. He saw the pool was late. He knows what's happening. And yeah, okay. I think he was looking for the creep at the third, but just barely missed that.
Yes.
Regardless, he's aware of what's happening. Yeah, okay, he saw the hatch. Never mind. Yeah.
He did see the hatch. He just wanted to make sure that this wasn't a Dark play where Dark has been pretending to go to that third base, specifically on Grespon. He's done it a couple times. Did it versus MaxPax once, did it versus Classic once in recent ESL Open Cups. And yeah, he faked it out. I think Rogue did the same thing. That was what we saw the build initially in the GSL finals. Very clever build, but Estrella just double checking, crossing his T's, dotting his I's. With nothing happening though, Eggs is significantly further behind the position he should be in, with absolutely nothing having happened in this game. And we're not going to see it take effect for a little while, but basically the big deal about this is those queens. It is going to be the fact that he won't be able to get the value from those injects for an extra 15 seconds. That means those drones are going to be mining a little bit less. It's not going to lose him the game necessarily, but it certainly starts him from a disadvantage that he does not want to have to deal with.
And it would be tempting to stay Steadfast that, oh, well, okay, the Zerg got away with getting their pool 3 supply later. Like, that is greedy, that is good for them. But you're right, with the queens there, that is by far the most important component of any Zerg setup. You get injects, you get creep spread, and delaying those pretty much at all is just always going to be bad. Now, this is an Oracle opener, right? The Adept actually didn't get a ton on the other side of the map, and that is some, you know, got 3 lings, and that's something, actually. Sorry, I got a drone, too. What am I talking about? But the Oracles, that's where life starts to get a little bit more complicated. You talk about the lack of queens. We have 3 on the map right now, but normally we'd have maybe 4 or 5, right? You would have a lot more to go kind of defend against this. But even still, I mean, Eggs is positioned well.
Yeah, he's positioned reasonably well with these queens. Estrella, though, is still going to be able to get some great damage. I love this shade from Estrella. He is going to be able to get into a really nice position. Finds another drone even.
Oh, that's gross.
Almost gets a 4th. Oh, man, that's an amazing start, actually, for Estrella. And meanwhile, Eggs tried to find some value on the other side of the map. He got a probe, forced out a little bit of Oracle energy, but really isn't going to be able to find much more than that. And Estrella, this is all systems go for him. He gets a third gas of the natural and a very quick Twilight Council. This is a really fast blink follow-up. Only 2 Oracles. This is going to be a lot of pressure coming out from Estrella to start things off in the mid game.
Yeah, it's funny. Last year around this time, you and I were starting to freak out about this new hero style, this Oracle into Blink, this idea that it was just so much pressure on the Zerg that they never got to expand, they never got to drone up, and we actually would see Hero at times go and out-expand the Zerg before kind of build orders caught up. And one of the ways you would do it, and because it wasn't quite solved not just yet, Lings try to get on top of probes, they don't get much done. One of the ways we saw Estrella or saw Hero doing this, and we saw Protoss players doing it, was with a much quicker blink, right? With less Oracles, quicker blink, and then their blink would be hitting right around the 6-minute mark. And at times, actually, there was a cabal of a couple players. It was Estrella, it was, I want to say Hearthstone, and then Scarlet and Neeb all talking about it. And they were of the opinion that that 6-minute blink was far superior to the 7:30-ish, get a +1, get a forge, get +1, because it had so much pressure on the map, and it allowed you to maybe play a little bit greedier behind that. So it seems like Estrella is kind of reaching back about a year into his bag of tricks and pulling this out, and given how the game has gone thus far, I really don't hate it. It provides him so much utility in a game state where Eggs is already kind of playing on the back foot.
Yeah, he's really playing on the back foot right now. Another 4 drones do go down. He does jump in on top of the... Oh, well, he doesn't actually really jump in on top of anything. Do you get any stalkers? I got to take a look at the battle report. Okay, yeah, 1 stalker went down for 12 Lings, and now Blink is going to complete. Eggs is absolutely going to have to give up this base. Please get the cancel, though. Okay, ooh, last second. Creep spread, non-existent. There's no +1 melee. Roaches are going to be produced. Estrella is only on 4 gates, so this does not have, like, any kill potential, really. But it could get a lot of really valuable trades. And, I mean, I say there's no kill potential, but if Eggs can't get out enough units, this is a little bit frightening.
Oh, the stasis. Oh, he gets all the Lings in the stasis, so... Yeah, you're right. Estrella doesn't have kill potential here. He's not going to be able to shove on through, certainly not stay on creep, but it does give him the opportunity to hang around a little bit more, to maybe get a queen, get a roach, to just, you know, have a little bit better time. And behind this, of course, he's already transitioning. We have charge on the way. He has the additional gateways. He's got the 4th base halfway done. I'd like to see a forge at some point, you know, get those upgrades. But instead, that extra gas, that you might go into forge and +1, he's getting a robo, which is, when we talk about how this is kind of that Oracle goes down. But when we talk about this hero style, right, this heavy pressure and him, you know, Estrella pulling a year back, one of the things that does not characterize that style is getting a robo. You stay on your gateways and maybe an aggressive pylon for so long. So Estrella, you know, he's modernizing, I guess, the idea a little bit.
Yeah, he certainly is. I mean, it's been modernized quite a bit already, but Estrella has always been a player that likes to play a little bit, march to the beat of his own drum just a little bit, and he's always been just a player that enjoys playing. Well, I mean, he plays styles that he enjoys playing more so than anything, and I think that's a really admirable thing to do, because it's so easy to get caught up in the grind of playing that you can forget that, you know, this should be enjoyable. You should be having a good time with it, and it makes it such that he really approaches the game in a fresh direction than almost any other player. Now, Estrella behind this, adding on a robotics facility, or a second robotics facility and a robotics base, who's going to be able to get up into those Colossus or Disruptors. Nice blink forward, does trap a couple of units. I mean, Eggs is in a position, he's playing Roach Hydra right now. If Estrella gets even 1 round of robotics bay units out, and Eggs doesn't transition pretty soon, like, there's going to be just about nothing that Eggs can do.
Yeah, technically Hydras are good against Stalkers. Yeah, sure, but when we talk about, again, this game state with the Disruptors on top of that one, that becomes even less of the case. And Eggs, you know, not only is he struggling to contain against this rather, honestly, small number of Stalkers here, Zealots, the run-by on the north side that denied his 5th base, so his economy is not in the best position either. And at some point, Estrella's going to bring this army together. As you said, he's going to add these Disruptors. He's going to have +2 and maybe add an armor upgrade. And at that point, when Estrella brings his entire army together here, that's when Eggs is going to be a bit afraid. He's going to have problems. He does have a Hive on the... Well, he has the precursor to a Hive on the way. We have that Infestation Pit, but 4 Dropper Lords What's this for?
That is a really good question, but I don't know that we're going to get the answer to it because we've got 13 drones already falling, 14 drones, and the Zealot Warpin has already been very successful. Queen going to fall as well. They will get cleaned up, but here comes the continued pressure from Estrella, utilizing his high ground very effectively here on Crespon. And this is before the Disruptors have even joined up. Now they are here. Eggs just really cannot fight this army easily. Army value is pretty even, but it's just the quality of tech right now for Estrella is so much better.
Now, I do like what Eggs is doing here a little bit. Oh, so many Zealots on the Warpin. And now Estrella is going to move in. Disruptor shot. He gets a Queen. Actually doesn't get that much done. And the Roaches, for the most part, they're doing their job steadfast. They're just soaking for the Hydras so the Zealots don't ever make contact. Disruptor shot from the backside. Gets like 1 or 2 Hydras. The Stasis, of course, saves the rest of the Lings from going down. And I was talking about how much I liked what Eggs was doing, right, with knocking down the rocks, giving himself that opportunity for this round, but that was actually a fairly solid fight. And what is that, 12, 10 Roaches into the main base here. Estrella starting to ravage Eggs' base, but Eggs kind of doing the same thing, and he's going to get this outlying base as well. He's added a lot of chaos on the map right now, and Estrella, he's a little slow in responding.
Yeah, I think he recalled into the main base. Disruptor shots. Oh, they're going to be big in the center. And the recall has been able to clean this up. Eggs creating a lot of chaos, as you said. But there's still Zealots in the main base. There's still a War Prism there. And there are 12 gateways for Estrella. So Eggs, he's put a lot of pressure onto his opponent, but he needs to keep that pressure up, or he will get kind of overwhelmed here. Disruptor shot, the first one being placed very poorly. The second one does get 4 Hydras, though. That is a really valuable shot. It's a slow Warpin of Zealots. If that's a fast Warpin, this completely turns this fight around. But instead, it is going to be Eggs finding a surprising amount of value. But the Warpin will ultimately go off, and that will clean up all of this army. And Estrella, it was a really chaotic couple of moments for him. And I applaud Eggs for it. But Estrella is going to be able to get back in here with another Warpin. I mean, the big problem is the tech. That's the biggest problem right now for Eggs.
Yeah, we have this infestation pit, but no infestors and no hive. Like you have 2 reasons that you're gonna go get an infestation pit in this game. It's maybe you get some infestors to shut down stalkers or something, but I think we're past that. Really, the goal is you want hive, you want vipers, you want to be able to abduct these disruptors. And in fairness, Eggs can't really afford that. He's got maybe 200 gas in the bank right now. His economy has been pretty heavily hindered over the course of this as Estrella pulls ahead and him and mining pretty significantly once again. So Eggs has this horrible choice. Do you max out? Do you build a bunch of Roach Hydra with your +2 attack and try to go again on the off chance you make more chaos, but you know that you lose this game in 5 minutes? Or do you get a hive and give up all control on the map right now, let Estrella get all the money that he has, and then it's like, well, okay, you're going to lose the game in 5 minutes anyways because your economy's kind of shot.
Yeah, well, yeah, not just the economy, but like your opponent gets up to this huge disruptor count. Maybe they even start adding in Colossus, which would be a good move. He is going to come back into the main base. We'll be able to get a couple of these Dropper Lords in here. Recall is available again, but it looks like he's going to just elect to use Warpins. And Eggs is trying to hit on the 4th base, but there are static defenses, there are disruptors, archons. Estrella really just needs to make sure the main base doesn't get out of hand. The main army, though, Eggs. Well, those disruptor shots, that's why you can't really out multi-prong a setup like this. You're the one who has to be paying attention on all fronts to make sure those disruptor shots don't land. And now Estrella has pulled massively ahead in economy, massively ahead in supply, and the tech it's insurmountable.
Yeah, the disruptors are going to hit the rest of this, and even if the Nexus goes down, Eggs does too. Although, Steadfast, I love trying to observe games like that, because where do you look? Okay, so we have damage in Eggs' main, we have damage in Estrella's main. Estrella is also doing damage also taking damage on the 4th, on his 5th base, I guess, on the 6 o'clock position. He's taking damage on the high ground base. He's taking damage in his main. On his 4th base, he's got a run by over on the other high ground base, and you're just like, everything's happening all at once. Where the shot's gonna go off, and good job there figuring out exactly where to go. But at that point, the players have to make the same decision we do as when we're figuring out where to show you what's happening. what is the most important fight? Like, where do I need to look? Where's the most explosive potential? Where are the disruptors is kind of the big question there. Where do I need a micro more than anything else? And yeah, they're hopping around, but again, they did focus on that fight in the front. We saw the disruptors go off, and that told the tale. But again, it's fun to see him stressed.
Yeah, that was actually so close to Eggs just running away with that game.
Mm-hmm.
If he maybe takes 2 less disruptor shots at the front while that drop is going off of the main base, while he's hitting that 5th base, while he's trying to out multitask Estrella, he almost took that 1-0 lead. Like, that was a really nice setup from Eggs. Estrella ultimately did hold on and did have everything he needed, and he got the dub, as I think we expected going into this. But like you said, Eggs definitely taxed him and gave himself some really nice opportunities to win. This has made me a little bit more excited about this series now.
Yeah, I think if Estrella is not literally the top 1, top 2 Protoss player in the region, Eggs probably wins that game. So you're right. I'm excited to see what they have in store for us, because game number 2, Steadfast, it's already here. It's another big map. We've got a shot at another big, expansive macro game. And that's all anything ever wants, right? That's when I go to bed on Christmas Eve. That's what I ask Santa for. I also ask Santa to take us into game 2. And at the bottom left, in the blue, up 1 game here in this best of 3. But it was not easy. It was hard indeed. Estrella.
And his opponent spawning up at the top right for the Platinum Heroes. Anticipating a hatch block and going for a 15 hatch. It is Eggs. Now, more than anything, what makes me happy about that particular game is the fact that after Eggs made a really unfortunate, unforced error to start things off with that super late pool, he was able to actually not just recover, but make a very competitive game of it. Estrella was in the driver's seat for a lot of that. I definitely think Estrella was the better player in that game, but Eggs created some situations that were really difficult for Estrella to deal with. And honestly, if things go a little bit differently, it's very easy for that to be a 1-0 lead for Eggs.
Yeah, and, on top of that, Steadfast, I do have to applaud the creativity of Eggs as well. Like, how many... You're a Zerg, or you're watching a Zerg play. They're under pressure from an early blink, just like what we saw Estrella doing. How many of them morph in 4 Dropper Lords on the upper right side of the map, send off about 12, 16 roaches, something like that, to go and go and harass, to bring the game back into some level of focus? Maybe Bly? That kind of seems like a Bly thing, but other than that, not really. It's so far outside of kind of like the zeitgeist of ideas about how to play this game that, I mean, good on Eggs for kind of identifying that was an opportunity.
Yeah, absolutely. I think of players that are... The last time I can remember Roach Hydra drops being effective, you have to... I'm sure it's not the only time, but it's the only time I can personally think of, at least in an iconic moment, is Idra versus MC from one of the original MLGs back when they had extended series, where Idra was able to 2-0 MC. In one of the series, he used Neural Parasite and Roaches to beat like a Stalker Immortal composition. And then in the second game, he used Roach Hydra drops and was able to beat MC. That is going back like 12 to 13 years, though.
Steadfast, I'm so glad that casting 8 series over the course of this weekend with Rotterdam means that Rotterdam is rubbing off on you, and you're able to channel some of the esports, the insane esports memory that Roddy provides for us on a daily basis. So it's great. I will gladly take that bit of context, but still, that's 13 years ago, Steadfast. That's I wouldn't say that's modern era.
No, I think it's fair to say that, yeah, it was a very different time. Disruptors did not exist. That is an important note. And I mean, you started with half the workers you do now. The whole game was fundamentally different. We got to talk about this, by the way. Oh, Oracle does get into the natural. 3 drones will get picked off. I think we're going to see Eggs once again going for the Ling Queen Nidus play. We'll see in a little bit if that's what he's going to go for. But with a layer this fast and with the amount of gas that he has, that's what it feels like. And if that's the case, that's now like the third time in a couple of days and the second time that Eggs has done it in 2 days.
Yeah, and
and it's my god,
it's so
Instantly
obvious. Oh, this is unfortunate. Eggs was doing all the right things. No, he got his Overlord in position. He got a Nidus, but unfortunately, he didn't even forget. An Oracle's on the map, Steadfast, and Oracles are very good at kind of weaseling out, just figuring out what exactly his Zerg is going for, and this happens now. So Lings are getting pumped. We're going to see a Nidus on the third, I think. This Overlord's pulling... Now, it's still going to try the main, but it does pull itself back a little bit.
Estrella needs to...
respond.
He needs to put a pylon in the main because he is playing Blink. This is not charged. If this gets up, this can still win the game 100%. Eggs does surround a couple of stalkers. One of them does slip away. Eggs, I mean, Estrella scouted this so early. How is this even a problem?
Estrella even had probes. Maybe that was from the wall off, but he had probes seeing the Nidus go up, and these Lings are just getting... These Lings are outside of the wall of the Protoss. They should not be getting this done. Estrella, it would be kind of okay to lose this third base here. I mean, this is all in, and Eggs is only on 31 probes, but for now, the Gateway's getting depowered. The Queens are getting so much damage here. The creep is starting to spread, and now Lings are starting to pop in more and more. One Queen goes down. It's not really what you want. Other downside for Eggs, he does not have a Nidus outside of the base. The Lings that are outside of the natural, are outside of the third, are just kind of stuck there. But Steadfast, there's not a lot of production here. It's mostly depowered.
Yeah, it is. There's only 2 gateways active for Estrella. He does repower the other 2. And, I mean, this is still holdable for Estrella. It shouldn't have been. Lings could run into the natural. There was no wall, and there was no shield battery either. Somehow Estrella is actually holding at the moment. Eggs is really struggling to find the damage that he should have been able to find. I think he may be I think he overestimated maybe Estrella's defensive abilities. But not kind of pouncing on this. Now he loses a high-energy Queen. Blink is done. Estrella is going to hold when he had absolutely no business being able to. Really nice crisis management from Estrella. Eggs ultimately does still kill the third base and will deny this additional base on the top side. But Eggs has only just now started to drone back up. I mean, this is such a weird game. Eggs always tunneling. Hello? We cannot afford to lose these Lings right now. Eggs is actually super down in supply. I'm not sure. I feel like I don't like either player's position, if that makes any sense, you know?
Oh. Are we... okay. Ooh. That's not good.
Not ideal.
Well, worst comes to worst, we can always resume from replay. But yeah, Steadfast, as we stand here, it's 84 supply to 67. Estrella's got a couple more workers, does not have a third base. I understand where you're coming from, where you say you don't really know how much you like each player's position, but I think a lot of that is we don't like how Estrella responded in that he saw what was happening. Like, he should have just dropped some shield batteries in his main. He would have been fine. But instead, he tried to make it a little bit harder on himself. But I think if we look at the game state, we say, okay, well, Estrella doesn't have a third base, but he's up 13 workers, and he has Blink, and he has all these things. I think this is very strongly a position that I do like Estrella in. Can he move out on the map? And out of the moment. He's got creep in his main base he's got to deal with. There are creep tumors. There's Nidus outside of his third, I think. Certainly a creep and maybe some Lings there. And he's going to have to clean that up. He's going to have to go... Wait a minute. I just... Did you see the message from Estrella?
Yes, I did. Yeah, he says, go remake from before first Nidus. Yeah, that confirms what I was suspecting towards the tail end. He didn't click that Nidus worm.
No.
There's no way. There's no way he did. Estrella is way too smart of a player to not respond to a Nidus worm when you see it and click it, right? Like, he must have just assumed that was an Evo chamber. That's the only thing that makes even a lick of sense to me.
Yeah, but like, no way, right? Because an Evo chamber doesn't go there. Like, it was almost in the middle line. Okay, so I see where you're coming from. but I almost wonder whether this is just Estrella doing the cheeky Estrella thing. It was like, hey, let's remake. Like, do it before the first night is. Come on, I'll hold it better this time. Because that is absolutely Estrella's brand of humor. That's kind of how he's going to, we'll see him talk about. That's how he'll talk about things. So either way, he holds on. Either way, the blinks are really nice. I can't believe that Pylon didn't go down the second time in the main. It went down to like 5 HP before Estrella was able to hold it off with the Oracles and the Adepts and the Stalkers. So even from that perspective, I mean, the production got shut down once, not a second time. But now our question becomes how we develop from here. Because, Eggs, he had 60 seconds to think about things. Actually, a little bit longer than that. 60-second timeout, of course. Estrella had the same amount of time to just contemplate his position. So Eggs, we saw him droning up a little bit as he was taking that third. But the question now is, like, is that what he wanted to do? Is he going to go and drone out of taking the does he want to continue to drone out of taking the third? Is there another bit of aggression on the map? Does Estrella take his third again? Does he try to get aggressive? Because again, it's not often that you have 60, 90, 2 minutes, whatever it is, to go and get a really solid idea of to think about your game. The game comes at you fast.
Yeah, it does beg the question. I think it's a better. Yeah, I'm not too sure. I think Eggs, the answer is definitely drone up for sure. I think you have to drone up as Eggs behind it. For Estrella, I think the answer is a little bit maybe more abstract, because the question is then, hey, do you try and go for because he doesn't have a Forge, he doesn't have +1, so he's not going to be countering Lings easily. Do you try and go for double Forge, re-expand to take a third? Do you get maybe a Templar Archives, throw down Storm? Do you, double expand? Do you double down and go for just like a huge all-in off 2 bases? I don't think so, because he has so many probes, but it's going to be a difficult time for him to actually take a third base. Do you maybe just do what Hero does and just keep building Oracles and just send it with that? I think that it's definitely something where you just, more than anything, just don't overthink it, because that is something where you could actually be like, really second guess your position.
Yeah, I think that is very fair. And if there's anyone, at least in the Americas region, that is probably pretty victim to overthinking how their position in the game, it's probably Estrella. And I don't say this is a bad thing. I just say that Estrella is very, very good at. He's a rather smart guy. He's got a bunch of funky builds, and that does mean that sometimes he can kind of go a couple layers too deep.
Yeah, we are back into it now, and we will be getting back into the game. Well, we've got the answer from Eggs, at least initially, in terms of what he's going to try and do. Estrella, the main thing he needed to do more than anything was get vision in his main base, and he gets it now, but it is as the Oracle, as the Nidus Worm pops. Oh, he targets the wrong Oracle initially. Could have got, oh man, Eggs, he could have gotten at least one of those Oracles, but he switched targets a bunch of times, tried to drop a Creep Tumor. He dropped a Transfuse on the Nidus Worm.
I mean, Steadfast, clearly that was a creep spreading maneuver. There were only 3 queens in that Nidus. There was nothing else. It was just like, maybe I can get a couple more Creep Tumors down. Maybe I can maintain that vision. I can't imagine that Eggs had any true plans on that.
Oh, no, for sure. But, when the 2 Oracles are overhead and you've got 3 queens there,
fair.
Shoot the Oracles. He retargeted a couple times. Definitely some panic and nerves showing there. We know that Eggs is capable of more than that. And, I mean, picking off Oracles it would have made that Nidus Worm worth it, even just getting 1. But instead, not so much. Now, we are going to see Eggs did get supply blocked a little bit at 82, so he had to build quite a few Overlords. Gonna make it a tough position for him. Estrella, see, this is something I do like. He goes double Robotics Bay once again, so he's gonna be going either Colossi or Disruptors.
And that's in this game state when you know that Eggs is behind, because again, he went Nidus play. He was Link Queen Nidus that I did not get nearly enough done. I mean, let's be clear. He's going to have to. He's going to have to stay on low tech. Roaches, Lings, Hydras, maybe. Although Hydras are probably a little bit too high tech for what Eggs has, for what Eggs' economy will support. And Disruptors. Colossus, something like that. They're just splash damage against these swarmy early game Zerg units are just so nice. So I think it's going to be Disruptors, just again, based on how PvZ normally goes. And yeah, I am a total liar because with Charge on the way, it's going to be 2 Colossus. And now, what do you think? Like a 4 Colossus, 3-4 Colossus, +2 blink timing?
Yep, absolutely. Following the footsteps of Classic, who has been doing a ton of that recently with an extraordinary amount of success. Now, in this particular case, with how late the +1 is, getting up to +2 is going to be a real challenge. But at the very least, hitting with 4 Colossus is going to be extremely difficult to do this or to deal with. I really struggle to see how Eggs is going to deal with these Colossus just in general. He is going heavy on the army, so if he can recognize what Estrella is going for and maybe can jump on Estrella's army as it tries to move out with like a ton of Roach Ravager Ling Bane, maybe there's a chance for a big army crush. The problem is like, oh wow, he actually just threw down 16 more drones, instantly saturates this freshest base, and that's great, but yeah, he doesn't have great creep spread. That's going to make getting any kind of surround really difficult. And he just doesn't have the economy to pump out the number of units that he's going to need to deal with what his opponent's doing.
Yeah. And by the way, I do want to be clear. It's because there may have been some confusion about when we got back into this game. They did not remake before the first notice. This was after everything that happened. We were joking about it, but again, there's no way that would happen. As the Oracles, they dive in, get a couple more drones here. +1's done, Steadfast. +2 Baneling or +2 melee is on the way. And Estrella, it does seem like he might wait for that +2. At the very least, he has it going for himself. But even as Eggs has populated this 4th base and developed that economy, he's still down about 9 workers. Extended Thermal Lance about maybe 10-15 seconds from completion. But Eggs is getting ready to attack now. He's got Roaches and Lings and Banes on the left side. That's not going to work at all. But into the right side, maybe just a little bit more there. The Banelings try to find their way, and Stalkers, they blink on top. 7 probes hit the deck, but if you're Estrella, you're very happy about that one. A couple more Banelings trying to find their way on the left side here, and they're going to get probes again. Sure, but you need... I feel like at this point, you need more than a base of probes. 19 probes just does not cut it. Estrella now, he has the same economy that Eggs did, and again, we look at resources lost. He's lost a lot less.
Yes, while that looked really nice for Eggs, you got to remember that Eggs' economy, he's not on 85, 90 drones. He's not on 5 bases, 6 bases, hive tech, adrenal glands. That was a very committed attack. And as you said best, he didn't actually kill that many workers. He killed, he didn't kill that much army. He killed a ton of workers. He didn't kill that much army. And Estrella, he is now on that +2 weapons finishing up momentarily. The War Prism is about to hit the field. He's got Archons being added on, which are going to be so good against these Banelings, these Lings, these Ravagers. I mean, I just really don't see a way that Eggs is going to be able to deal with the army of Estrella. That's the big problem right now. By the way, this spotting stalker on the bottom right side doesn't quite see the Banelings, but it will give advanced warning. And, I mean, that's just great for Estrella.
Steadfast did see the Bane. It didn't quite at first, but the Banelings ran into it. Stalker tapped it once, and Banelings were like, okay, bye-bye. We're running away. Not worth doing, but that's just because Eggs is getting himself set up a little bit more. Revelation in the main. Warp Prism kind of sitting outside of the base as well. So there will be no more Warp Prism micro in this army. It is just Archons in the front, Colossus behind on 2 different fronts here. Eggs is trying so hard to make this happen, but the force fields, they're so nice, Steadfast. They're making it really hard for Eggs to do anything but coming in on multiple flanks here on the right side, and these Colossus are a little bit more exposed. Banelings, though, they're going to run into the wall, and the Colossus just microing backwards as hard as it can. Banelings into the mineral line here. 15 probes hit the deck on the +2 timing, and the Banelings, they try to get more. They don't even get the Colossus, though. And again, and again, and again, it's economic damage, but this time, look at the army supply, 91 to 52. And yeah.
Look at the army value.
Ooh, I don't want to. Oh God, no gas.
Zero gas. Zero gas. Eggs, it looks nice when you don't look at the context of the game, but he's dead on his feet right now. There is nothing he can do to deal with this attack. Where is the Warp Prism for Estrella? Looks like it might be going for the main base, or possibly one of the... Yeah, no, it did warp into the main base because the drones are falling, but it is the main army that will win the day. Estrella takes game number 2 and will advance on into the playoffs in very strong fashion.
Yeah, again, shout out to Eggs for that game one. It was not a good position. He forgot his. I mean, you forget your spawning pool, you're gonna struggle to find your way back into that game. But despite that, he caused chaos. He fought hard for quite a while. I mean, that game was, I forget how long that game was. He fought hard for 14 minutes, 13:45, something like that. He made it hard for Estrella to A, end the game, and B, even survive at times. And then game 2, Estrella, it's questionable whether or not he scattered it out. We don't know, but certainly he held on to that Queenling Nidus rather well. And now this is 2 times in a row. Eggs has had some pretty impressive macro games and some less impressive Queenling Nidus. Unfortunately, though, this is not the game 1 of a series where you can kind of come back into it. This was not a game where he was up 1 and could throw a game away and maybe on some series planning. This was his tournament life, and unfortunately, it has now been snuffed out. Eggs will not be qualifying on into the playoffs as we say goodbye to another Zerg player, but at the very least, Steadfast, this Estrella guy, he's won a couple NA regionals or America's regionals. He's been in the finals of a couple premier tournaments last year. We may have heard of him. He is moving on. We do get to see him on the playoffs next week.
That we do, and a great showing from him in general. Just weathered the storm from Eggs. I was talking about Eggs. He needed to, figure out what Estrella was doing, that he was going for this big Colossus composition, this big, super heavy-duty army. But he didn't realize in time, or he just decided, you know what, I need to just smash through. I've committed to this Roach Ravager Ling Bane army, this heavy punching style. Regardless, unfortunately, he doesn't get the job done, but a great job from Estrella. Just, holds at home, adds on more complexity and power to his army, and just runs over his opponent. And, now we're going to the next series of the day, but I think we're going to head to a little break before then. When we get back, it will be Cham versus PaddyMac. This is the ESL Masters.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and U.S. Air Force.
It's the penultimate series of the Ultimate Day. 2 series remain for 2 slots. Sitting here in the ESL Masters North American region. And Steadfast, well, I think Eggs really impressed in Game 1. It was very clearly an Estrella series overall. This one, though, this one might be a little bit more up in the air. It's going to be PaddyMac. It's going to be Cham. I think if you had to ask me what was going to happen, I think I'd probably favor Cham, maybe 55-45. But PaddyMac played very well yesterday, and that kind of puts my approximation up in the air a little bit.
Yeah, he definitely played super decisively, really on point. And I mean, I think a little bit of that was in that previous series yesterday was that I think Vindicta got super tilted after Game 2. Yeah. And Game 3, I mean, we saw it with the GG timing, even though it was a very effective attack. And I think PaddyMac wins that game from that point on, maybe 19 out of 20 times, maybe even more than that. Probably more than that. But it was a very quick GG time, and it feels like that was a little bit of maybe a countering of styles, like PaddyMac just had the stylistic advantage. But if we look historically at PaddyMac versus Cham, that is a record that I would not have expected. It is 35-8 in maps in favor of Cham and 16-1 in series. When I look at these two players, I would have thought it would be a lot closer than that. But at the same time, it's one series. It's one best of 3. Cham is not full-time anymore. There are possibilities.
There are. So we're going to explore those possibilities because Game 1, Babylon. And in the upper left, in the red, he is Patrick McElwaney. It's PaddyMac.
And his opponent spawning down in the bottom right for Team Starlight Twinkle. It is Cham. I love that there's a team called Starlight Twinkle. I think that is just amazing. It's just incredible.
It sparks so much joy. And
it sparks so much joy.
It sparkles so much joy. And they were a meme team. Like, on top of this, they were a team that was trying to play in the WTO qualifiers last year. And you look at it, it's like, okay, it's a bunch of people, players from the Chinese server that you've never heard of. They're like, maybe GM, some of them, but it's kind of a clan. It was maybe meme team's not fair, but certainly not a competitive big team. And then all of a sudden, Oliveira wins the World Championship. And it's like, well, Starlight Twinkle, they signed Cham, they signed Spirit, they signed someone else recently. I forget who it was, but suddenly they're a real team and they're committing real money into the scene. They're supporting these players. And I guess thank you, Oliveira, for winning the World Championship and making Starlight Twinkle less of a meme.
Yeah. And another interesting thing that happened is, well, part of the reason why Spirit was a free agent is that Dragon, Phoenix Gaming, and Kaitsa Gaming merged together. Cham was looking for a team, Spirit was looking for a team, and yeah, like you said, now Starlight Twinkle is very competitive in the World Team League, in the premier team league that we've got, and it's pretty cool to see. Now, as we get into this series here, we got to talk about what we could see out of this. So these are both players that play very uniquely, very unique breed of StarCraft 2, and they both kind of stick to their guns a little bit. In regards to that, PaddyMac, he is a player that in PvZ has come up with some interesting builds. He loves 3-gate glaives into double Stargate Phoenix play. He's a very kind of unique player in general, whereas Cham loves, like Swarm Host Roach Ravager styles. He is a player that really does like to be aggressive, just in general.
Yeah, you talk about that PaddyMac style, the 3-gate glaives into something else. My favorite part about this PaddyMac style, and I know it's not on purpose, but it's just how it literally always goes. He's going to run across the map if he goes for the style with 3 Adepts. And we'll talk about the layer in just a second, but he runs across the map with 3 Adepts, or 4 Adepts. He will lose 1 as he recalls, and that's just how it goes. Like, it's the oddest thing. But we have very different builds coming out of these players here. That is a 3-minute lair coming out of Cham, and on the other side, Dark Templar or Dark Shrine is on the way. So What do we think this is? I mean, I was going to say maybe Queen Ling, but we see a Roachborn coming down. We're only on, and we are on 2 gas. Yeah, so Cham, we've seen a couple Nidus plays this tournament, but none of this variant, at least not yet.
No, and I don't think this is going to be a Nidus play. If you look at the upgrade tab, you might notice something at the 330 mark. We're well past that point now, is conspicuously missing. There's no Ling speed. Cham, he is a very, like I said, he sticks to his own guns, and he's also a bit of a build order crafter. Bit of an engineer when it comes to exploring and inventing new builds. He's come up with a new build recently, which pairs very well against Twilight Council openers specifically. That is a quick layer, quick roach speed build. It does extremely well against any kind of Twilight Council build. Like I said, specifically, it is going to do very well against Resonating Glaives because you have roach speed, but it is also going to do extremely well against DT drop because you've got a quick Overseer. And PaddyMac, he instantly morphs an Archon. This is going to tell Cham exactly what this build is. Lings probably should just be sent back, just use the roaches to deal with this. But honestly, in terms of build order setups, this is a really effective startup for Cham. Oh man, Cham's actually building a ton of units. He's going to go aggressive with this.
Yeah, this is interesting. I was going to say, you know, on the flip side, PaddyMac is aware that he's scouted early. He sees the roaches, he sees the Overseer, so he only warps in 2 Dark Templar, right? He only gets this 1 Archon, and that is some level of efficiency. The goal of this, of course, is to get damage done, but if you know you're most likely not going to, like you just know this without almost a shadow of a doubt, only getting the 1, getting some Overlords, and then just really not spending your gas on that endeavor, that is maybe a little spark of life, a little bit of joy that PaddyMac might be able to find into this. But with all the roaches running across, I feel like you kind of want those Archons. You want as much as you can, and PaddyMac, it doesn't seem like he's identified this. He's got a Robobay on the way, he's got a Forge, he's probing up, he's got extra fire. Like, he is building this game as if he thinks this is going to go 5 more minutes, and instead, there are a bunch of roaches going to hit his base, and he has what, like four Stalkers, 3 Adepts? That is just not enough to defend at all.
Yeah. No, it's not even close to enough to defend. Battery Overcharge does get popped immediately, and a nice force field will kind of slow down the roaches, but it buys him about a quarter of a second, and DT is going to warp in. It will be spotted by the Overseer. Cham, he's just going to run PaddyMac over in this game number 1. There is a Disruptor on the way, and the idea was correct from PaddyMac, but it is not going to be enough. We're going to see the probes getting pulled. They will all go down. If Cham attacks up into the natural and the Disruptor gets a massive shot, maybe Cham can't end the game right now. But even if he doesn't, he can absolutely drone up, he can tech up, and he can be very happy with his position. And to be honest, there's no reason whatsoever for him to do anything else. And look at this, he even dodges a Disruptor shot. Good job from PaddyMac to try and get that big shot. Maybe equalize the losses a little bit. But now, I mean, look at the units lost. This is ludicrous, actually.
And that's a lot to a little. And it's funny, generally, when we look at PvZ, if it's going to be ludicrous like that, it's the other way around. You know, Zerg they're on 80 workers, and they're sacrificing a bunch of units. They're losing banelings and things. Seeing the Protoss down by about 2,500 resources at the 730 mark is, yeah, that's really rough. And one thing I do enjoy, although, oh man, Cham canceled it. He had Burrow and Roach Burrow on the way, but I guess he realized that, you know, I got the 3rd base. That's going to be enough. I don't need to really lean into round 3 of the aggression because he keeps the 3rd base denied. And, oh, Disruptor's trying to get on top of these roaches. Decent splits for now. Cham! Oh, he gets a Disruptor and he loses, like, what was that, 1 roach?
2 roaches. That was a brilliant defense from Cham right there. That was actually,
oh man,
that was immaculate. I cannot believe that because he kind of got jumped and he got into this awkward position where he kind of had to kill one of the Disruptors, but the split was magnificent. Kind of overshot where PaddyMac was expecting the Disruptor shot. Oh, that's a biggie. Now, PaddyMac needs about 3 or 4 more of those to get back into the game, but that is a really good start.
That's fast. 3 or 4. No, we're like, it's 9 or 10. He needs so much here. But that really was some Final Destination stuff, right? It's like, oh, well, you know, you dodged death. You got me. Okay, we're good. And then immediately, like, as soon as the cooldown's off, it's like, well, okay, I got it. I got the roaches. I got the lings. We're going to be fine. Around the corner, though, there is vision there. That's not going to get that much done. But I love what Cham's doing. Again, there's a hive on the way. The biles. Okay, you're not gonna get this. But with a hive on the way, this timing that PaddyMac has, where he can maybe find some value, it's rapidly closing. Vipers, they put an end to what PaddyMac wants to do.
Yeah, they really do. Disruptor shot was not available. It was still on cooldown for another couple of seconds. Cham recognized the danger there, though, and he was still able to pull back. 4 Vipers. Yeah, that's going to be... If you charge those up to 150 energy, there is absolutely no way that PaddyMac is going to get enough disruptors up to prevent the abducts from coming on in. And it's not like PaddyMac can afford... Oh, the Templar Archives. Well, that's another good shot right there. How many units was that? 3 Ravagers, 4 Roaches, and a Ling? Okay, yeah, you might have been right. It might be like... He needs that about 5 more times.
All right, so Steadfast.
4 more times?
Let's do some math here, right? Cham is up about 40 army supply.
Yeah.
All right, if we say, okay.
Oh!
That's not gonna get
Nice
much.
split.
If we say each of those balls going off is about 10 army supply, he needs 4 to bring the army of Cham back to some level of normalcy, and then, well, he needs a lot more than that to deal with the economy. That being said, Cham, is starting to take more losses. That gap is all back to even now. It's not 2,500. Okay, Steadfast, technically it's not gone. There's 100 resources in the difference. So technically not gone, but yeah, it is so much closer. Wait, did I see a swarm host on the production tab? Is that okay? It's only one.
You did see the accidental swarm host, yes.
Cham.
This is the timing we're talking about, though. Oh, parasitic bomb. You know what? I like that a lot because it says piss off, get out of here. There's no shield battery that he can run to prevent the hull damage, and here comes the massive army from Cham. PaddyMac throws out a bunch of disruptor balls. None of them gets a connection. Vipers don't even actually have to use their abducts there. Now they use them on the Archons. Would love to have seen another parasitic bomb on that War Prism. Disruptor drop is going to get crushed here. PaddyMac honestly played really damn well and did everything he could have possibly done from that position. But he was so dead after his 3rd Nexus went down. So dead.
Yeah, that fight that Cham took was probably the worst possible version of that fight he was ever going to take. I mean, he dodges all the disruptors, then he still spends Viper energy on the disruptors anyways. A bunch of Banelings, I think actually they hit the rocks, so they're just attacking the Archons, and you're like, well, it doesn't matter. Cham could have just A-moved, and he probably would have won that game. There was only, I think it was, 3 disruptors. You're just not finding the value. That game was decided at the 3rd base, even if PaddyMac tried to fight his way back a little bit more. But if you're a PaddyMac fan, maybe you're looking at that game 1 and saying, well, if the guy I'm rooting for doesn't lose his 3rd base at like the 5, whenever he did, if he doesn't take that much damage, if he doesn't hard counter whatever PaddyMac wants to go for, maybe I like his chances. Maybe this is going to be a little bit better. But we're going to have to see, because PaddyMac, he is that architect. He has all those funky builds, but Cham, at least in this game 1, is proving more than up to the task.
Yeah, but basically, well, not basically, how they were playing after the loss of the 3rd base, PaddyMac impressed me a lot. Mm-hmm. He was in a position where he wins maybe, I would say, less than 1% of the time. I think it's fair to say, but he did all the things that could have brought him back into that game. If he finds a couple more of those big disruptor shots, you never know. All it takes is Cham getting thrown off. I shouldn't say all it takes, because it takes a lot. But if a couple of those disruptor shots land, Cham gets maybe distracted, loses focus of the bigger picture. There's a way for Cham to lose that advantage and let PaddyMac back into the game. So I was impressed with how PaddyMac played from pretty much an unplayable position.
Yeah, certainly. And I feel like we've seen a lot of 1-2s as well. Lots of series, kind of one player opens, and then we saw that with DNS and Geralt today. Maybe we're going to get another one here, but for now, it's game 2. It's Gressfon. It's the best map in the pool, and we're going to get right on into it. And in the upper left, in the red, he's for Starlight Twinkle, my favorite team name. It's Cham.
And his opponent, spawning down in the bottom right, it is PaddyMac. And yeah, I gotta say, I was thoroughly impressed with PaddyMac, the War Prism speed, the War Prism micro, the multitasking. Like, if we see that game on even footing, this is a completely different series, you know? Like, if PaddyMac can get into the mid game on even footing and can keep Cham from catching him off guard, that is, well, I'm more worried for Cham, to be honest. And it's weird to say that after a player went up 1-0, but we do also have to say that's not the only weapon Cham has in his toolkit. Yes, it's a funky build. Yes, it was a build that kind of hard countered what his opponent was doing, but PaddyMac still didn't get the read. And Cham, like I said, has a lot of weapons in his arsenal.
Yeah, and I think, though, when we look at this, the other way to look at that, right, is Cham knew he was so far, like, he was ridiculously far ahead. And, you know, credit to PaddyMac for hitting those disruptor shots, for looking for the value. But I think he stays in that game in part because this is do or die Sunday. This is the final game. Every single map matters here. And it's so easy if you're Cham to get yourself in this kind of mental state of, I know this game's over. Like, it doesn't matter how many of these shots I take. I can play sloppy. And I'm not saying that's where Cham was going, but it is very easy to ascribe a lot of that, okay, some awkward disruptor shots, whatever, to this understanding that really almost doesn't matter what Cham does. That game is going to be over. So I look forward to seeing what we're going to get here in this game. I think Cham absolutely. This might be bad news for Cham. PaddyMac has been looking good. He's hitting that shots off, but also this is a game where the stress is back, and Cham, he knows he's one map away from moving on to the playoffs. And losing Cham, much like we talked about losing some of the other players, losing MaxPax, for example, in this tournament, Cham's the reigning Latin American champion. He took down Special in 2 separate series in the DreamHack Masters Latin America Winter Regional. Losing him here, especially considering his run at Katowice, that would be a bit of a surprise.
Yeah, it would be a tremendous surprise. And I think everyone would be a little bit sad if that happened, but at the same time, if it paved a way for PaddyMac to make a little bit of a rise of his own, because he is a very good player that a lot of people don't know much about, that would be really cool. Now, PaddyMac, I mentioned this, he's kind of the crafter of his own builds as well. This is the PaddyMac opener right here. The 3-gate into the Adept, and it's going to be a really interesting setup here. Cham, by the way, getting a lot of lings.
Yeah.
What is he... Is he all-inning? Because if he is, the 3-gate is such a good setup against this. However, you got to be careful. You can't have these Adepts out in the middle of the map against a massive number of lings. But, I mean, this is 25 lings. This is like... Oh, hang on. PaddyMac. Oh, he's going to shade forward. But, yeah, I mean, that's too many Adepts. That's too many Adepts to actually jump with this number of lings. PaddyMac does need to be careful, and he'll need to be quick on the recall, if anything.
That's what I told you. With this move out, you move up, you move forward with the Adepts, you recall, and you lose exactly 1 Adept. So there we go. One Adept goes down.
No.
2. Oh, okay, I'm wrong. I'm sorry. It's 2. But even still, he gets the scout here. That's the important thing. The third base canceled on the other side. And this is a little bit awkward, right? There are some probes, there are some stalkers on the map, but you can reinforce the wall. And it's not like there's a Bailey nest here or something. There's not a lot that you can really do to bust through this. It's unfortunate that we saw... Oh, well, you don't want to be up. PaddyMac, what are you doing?
PaddyMac has misread this game. He did not realize how much Cham committed to these lanes. And this may actually be Cham once again kind of getting the read on PaddyMac. The thing is, PaddyMac on paper had everything he needed to be in a great position. Cham effectively did a bunch of economic damage to himself by building those lings, but PaddyMac didn't realize that his opponent committed so hard to the lings, and he not only lost the third base, he didn't cancel it, so he lost all those resources. He lost a bunch of the Adepts, took a lot of damage, and then the big problem moment for him was when he moved onto the map once again and got fully surrounded, lost every Adept. Now Cham is massively ahead in this game.
Yeah, and PaddyMac, we're not seeing a lot of evolution here. He still has this idea about what he wants to go for, because that PaddyMac build that you talked about, you don't get a robo. It's 3-gate. You take a third base behind that, and then you move into double Stargate. It's generally double Stargate Phoenix. We're going to see a Fleet Beacon on the way, so this is the evolution.
Okay.
It will be, I'm assuming, carriers coming out of this, and I mean, I get that's kind of good news for PaddyMac. Phoenix do not deal with Lings at all. Carriers do, but I mean, they are so far from coming out on the map right now.
So the prevailing idea behind what PaddyMac does in general with his play is that he makes it so that you can't deal with his adepts with Lings. So the fact that Cham has already gained the advantage there is a big deal. Now, it's going to be Void Rays coming on out, and that will help deal with the Roaches. But this is going to be another cancel on this base. The Adepts, they will get surrounded. They will eventually shade out. But, oh, Cham, no. Just kill the third. Just kill the third and chill. Just kill the third and chill. You don't need to do anything too wild. I do like that he moves forward with the Roaches and then just lets the Lings finish this off. Because, I mean, Roaches are almost always going to trade effectively against Adepts. Unless the Adepts can isolate them, and that's not been a possibility. PaddyMac. Okay, now that the Void Ray pops out, this will finally get driven back. But Cham is unbelievably far ahead in this game number 2.
Yeah, and PaddyMac, by losing all those pylons and losing the Perspective Nexus as well, is incredibly supply blocked. He's fixed it now, but he wasn't really using the double Stargate play. He got 1 Void Ray out. He's at 2 now, I think, as he sends he completes that shade, but luckily the Lings were not surrounding, so he's kind of okay there. And I almost wonder whether by showing the Void, okay, so he's moving the carriers behind this, I almost wonder whether he was kind of attempting to force an over-response like Spire and lack of units on the ground, but there are more than enough Roaches and Queens and Lings on the map for Cham at this point. These Adepts, they got to cancel their shades. I mean, I guess carriers are joining the fray, and with +1, and you give PaddyMac 50 minutes, maybe? Maybe he's able to turtle this out, but at this point, I mean, we're kind of in the same situation game 1. PaddyMac can make some great moves from this point, but he's just too far behind.
I mean, oh wow, Cham, by the way, he way overbuilt Overlords here.
Man,
he went up to 200 supply of free supply, which is not an efficient way to go about things, but ultimately, considering the game state, it might not matter too much. PaddyMac going to re-engage on top of the Roaches, noticing that Cham's a little bit separated off and just looking for an opportunity to trade these Adepts out as efficiently as possible. So here's the situation where PaddyMac can actually win this game. Cham misreads, thinks that it is going to be double Stargate Phoenix or double Stargate Void Ray, doesn't build a Spire, which he hasn't, and PaddyMac manages to keep the carriers hidden up to like 4 or 6 and +1. Cham commits in with a bunch of Hydras, and, you know, maybe the carriers take a really good fight. And then all of a sudden, it's a much more even game. This is very different from the Bly versus Strange game number 1, where Bly had a bunch of Corruptors versus carriers. Hydras, they suck versus carriers when you've got an upgrade disadvantage. Oh, but he finds a High Templar at the third base. That's a really nice pickoff. How many did he kill? He killed 2 of them. Oh boy.
And they get 4 drones, but yeah, this is pretty much all the map control that PaddyMac had is now going to go down. And you know, Steadfast, I'm with you. This idea that, oh, you get up to like 6 carriers, something. And in fairness, he's at 4 right now. And Hydras are surprisingly bad against everything that, Hydras are surprisingly bad against the carriers. But at this point, I worry that even if we are on 4 to 6 carriers, 200 supply often is quite better than 120 supply.
Yeah, and we're not at +2 on the carriers. We don't even have the 5th and 6th carrier on the way just yet. There's not a ton of Hydras in this particular army, but there are more and more joining the fight. 31 Hydras on the field right now. Now, potentially, this is almost on paper the worst thing he could do is to split these Hydras up, because then it gives the opportunity for the carriers to focus all of their power together and maybe get a victory against one side of the army.
Steadfast, are you ready for the absolute Protoss copium right now? Right? Here's the winning move. You snipe down all the Dropper Lords before they unload with all the carriers, and then, it's not going to happen, but...
I mean, if he could have, that's the thing. It's a risky maneuver from Cham, and the fact that he sees the carriers and still goes for it is extraordinarily bold. And that will actually... Hang on.
Wait a minute here.
Dropper Lords, hello? Okay, they are going to all unload. But this will allow PaddyMac to clean up pretty much this entire army in the main base. And if he doesn't take damage in the 3rd and natural, there's a chance. But Lings are already into the natural. The 3rd base is in some huge trouble. The static defense does buy a little bit of time. I mean, well, this is a lot of carriers. This is a lot of carriers. They did have their +2 weapons denied. PaddyMac is going to hold. This is about the best case scenario he could have ever hoped for, and he still loses 14 probes, still loses the Nexus, does have Storm now finishing up, but Cham is still on a good economy, still has Hive on the way, and the Spire is finishing up shortly.
I mean, the supplies have really equalized here, Steadfast. Do we have any Templars? No, okay, so there is no Storm with this army, but if you're PaddyMac right now, you gotta death push. You don't have an option, you're on 2 bases, you only have 46 probes, but you do have 8 carriers, a couple Void Rays, and eventually a Storm, right? A High Templar is going to be joining this army. But that is, yeah, Hydra sucks, Steadfast. You're absolutely right, but there are so many of them here.
Yeah.
That's not going to work out. Yeah.
Not even
cries.
close to enough of them. And we, as it would turn out, it was indeed copium that was, you know, being huffed there. But let's say exactly what you're describing happens. Let's say he does snipe the Overlords and then he quickly recalls to the third base, doesn't lose that +2 air weapons, doesn't lose, you know, a bunch of static defense, the Nexus is the natural. I mean, there's a very real possibility that he comes back, but that was 2 scenarios where the early game went as bad as it can possibly go for one player versus another. Like, we're talking actually as bad as it can go.
Yeah, and I think the other thing that we should talk about is Cham is a full-time player. You know, he is supported by Starlight Twinkle. He was full-time for Storm. We saw him again, the champion of the Latin American region. PaddyMac is not. PaddyMac is practicing as much as he can for this tournament. He showed some very good games. But when you compare just, like, I think a lot of that can just come down to the fact that PaddyMac is not playing, you know, 40 hours a week or whatever it is. Some of those things that we can look at and we say, oh, this is a build order counter. Like, this is such a good position. PaddyMac may not have seen enough of that recently where it kind of turns the switch on his brain that says, oh, okay, I'm good here. Like, I can see this. I know what's happening. Here's my response. And then a good position turns into a better practice position from a bad spot from Cham, and then he kind of kills PaddyMac anyways. And I would love to see PaddyMac if he had been maybe practicing full time, if he had that opportunity and put himself there. But as it stands, I mean, impressive games from PaddyMac from pretty bad positions, but Cham, the champion, moves on.
He does, yeah. And he puts it forward a solid showing. And we'll lock it down for another series victory. That is now 17-1 in series versus PaddyMac. PaddyMac, he should just play standard, man. His mechanics are so clean. He doesn't need to play his own style, at least not against these weird players like Cham, against Scarlet, against someone who is a more standard player. I love seeing him mix things up and be difficult to quantify. But against somebody like Cham, who is already going to be a bit of a weird player himself, bit of a wild card, you don't want to be the one. You don't want to make the game weird when your opponent is already a master of that. But regardless, congratulations to Cham. And we're going to head to a short break before our last game of the series, our last game of the pre-playoffs. It's going to be Masa versus Disc, a Canadian showdown, and I am here for it. I am Steadfast, and I am joining Beomo for the ESL Masters. Stick around.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and U.S. Air Force.
Hello, everyone. We are back for the final series of the playoffs here, or the pre-playoffs, to determine who will make it to the playoffs. And it is a match between two Canadian players. We've got Masa, we've got Disc. We've got a neat little history between the two of them, where they are 9-9 in maps and 3-3 in series. Kind of neat that it's got that square situation, 3x3 makes it 9x9. Kind of neat. Next time, there'll be 81-81. Masa, by the way, is a player that is someone who doesn't play very much StarCraft 2, but he is such a natural talent at the video game. Yeah, he is. He can beat you at any given time.
Yeah, certainly. And we were talking about this in the break, Steadfast, but it's one of those things where you feel like the less he's expected to win, the more likely he does. And there were times when he's expected to win, he did win too. Although he is mostly retired at this point. We see him coming back for the North America tournament, always putting on a good show. But I'm really curious to see how he's going to approach this, because Disc is probably PVT is probably his best matchup for Disc. He does very well. He practices on the European server a lot, gets opportunity to practice against, Clem and Hero Marine. But Masa is one of these players that doesn't play standard TVP. You were talking about maybe we're going to see some proxy marauders, things of that nature. But on Royal Blood, maybe. I need to take a look at the map vetoes, but do you even want to go for something like that on a map that is, maybe a little bit more Terran favored, a little bit shorter?
That's the question. You can always just throw a curveball at your opponent and just be a little funky. Now, Masa is the kind of player that likes, he doesn't just like cheesing or proxying. He likes cheesing or proxying with some spin on it. He really wants to throw a little bit of an extra wrench into the cogs, a little bit of extra mustard on it. And we'll talk about that as we get into the game, because he is an excellent series planner.
He's looking for that knuckleball, but let's now see whether in the bottom left in the red, this player can hit that knuckleball out of the park. For the Apprentice Esports, it's Disc.
And his opponent spawning up at the top right for Storm Gaming. It is Masa. And talking about proxies, he has gone for a very quick barracks on the left side of the map. So we take a look at our sponsors there, and this is just going to be Proxy Reaper. This will not be Proxy 2 Rax Marauder. This will not be something super funky, but you can see that Disc is already looking around. He knows how dangerous of a player someone like Masa is. And I've talked about this a fair number of times while I've cast his games. There was a period of time where the Canadian esports scene was thriving. Specifically, StarCraft 2 had a ton of big names. Of course, everyone knows about Scarlet and Huck, but Semper is a player that was extremely good. No regret. He loves telling people that he qualified to GSL twice, and he did, and that's impressive. There are Kane was an incredibly good player. Astoji was a player who never had some great, really fantastic results, but was really a really solid player himself as well. Just a lot of really impressive players overall in the Canadian region. And Masa was utterly and completely dominant in Canada for about 2.5 years, won every single local tournament in Canada.
Yeah, and man, what a story of what if, right? Because Masa, he dominated in Canada. You're absolutely correct. His Reapers are going to show up in the main base here, and well, the Stalker's just not ready. Disc spends a chrono on it, but again, the Reaper will find some value. And in general, the Pro Micro is actually working out pretty nicely here. And actually, this Reaper's going to go down. Masa overstays his welcome, Steadfast.
That he does. He will complete this bunker at the natural. Yeah, Masa, he doesn't play full-time. He does not play full-time, so, the little mistakes are forgivable. He built a Marine. Oh, he's gonna pop it into the bunker. That is really funny right here. Is he gonna? Yeah, he's building more Marines. He's staying on one base. He is doing a proxy factory. Okay, I think this is gonna be proxy tank.
Steadfast, do you want to say it, or shall I?
Go. I know what you're gonna say, but go
who
for
the
it.
hell proxies a tank? But anyways, we have a tech lab on the Wait, where's the tech lab? Is it on the? Okay, it is on the
It's
factory
on the one
at home.
Yeah.
And that's the tank being built, but there's a tech lab on the other side. It's. I'm assuming that I'm assuming he's going to be building tanks here. It might be like a tank cyclone idea, but I mean, I don't think I've ever seen this before. Steadfast, have you?
I have actually seen it once before from Masa in a series versus, I believe, Petit Drogo. He did double factory tank versus Drogo and completely caught his opponent off guard. Drogo was not a happy camper about how that happened. And Masa, I remember talking to him afterwards, and he was just like, I just made lots of tanks off 2 factories, and it worked pretty well. And yeah, Drogo, I think he went DT drop, or at the very least, he went for DTs, and he wasn't able to deal with it. Masa, I mean, he has always been a dangerous wild card, and this is exactly what we're seeing once again. And I love this little mine in the middle, trying to block the scout, trying to act as a bait. Doesn't get the unit he wants, but will still distract his opponent. Now, Disc, he is going 4-gate blink. This is probably the best case scenario in terms of build order.
Yeah, he scouts the tank moving out as well. So now the Stalkers, they're going to run home. They're going to try to delay this as much as possible to get the Widow Mine. Really important there. It means the Stalkers, they can blink on top of these tanks eventually. You don't have something that is going to sit there and make sure you take a lot of damage. But there are 3 tanks, and it's 4 tanks, 3 on this side of the map against 5 Stalkers. There is a Warp Prism. And it really is it feels like it's down to this first push if this decides to commit.
Yes.
You lose the tank or you lose the Stalkers, you're dead. If you get 4 or 5 tanks sieged up outside of this natural, life is going to become very complicated. He does have the ability to flank it from multiple angles, send his Warp Prism and put Stalkers on the left side and the front. But even with that happening, I mean, there are already so many tanks here. And it's not a 4-gate blink anymore, it's 3-gate. The production is starting to get camped.
Yeah, he loses that gateway. He uses battery overcharge to no effect. And Blink does complete. Oh, he's going to blink forward in on top of the tanks, but there's a lot behind this. Masa going to get some massive shots. He will lose a couple of these tanks, but his bunker is going to finish. There is very little on the field here for Disc. He starts up an Immortal. He did lose, well, he will lose this Nexus. This is looking so effective from Masa. He is an evil genius, and he's doing some great work. But on the other side of the map, here comes 3 Adepts in the main base. Masa's on top of it, though, with a Siege tank and a quick pull of SCVs.
Yeah, I guess the downside, right, is tanks don't really kill. Tanks sieged kill Adepts very well, but they don't really chase steps down super well here. So this is going to be annoying. There's no way to deal with the Warp Prism at all. But look at this. Masa, he's pulling back into his memory bank. He knows, he remembers what happened in the Drogo series. He's building a missile turret. These DTs will not break him at the front. The Immortal is showing us, well, it was supposed to show us why you don't go back against Protoss, but instead, the Immortal goes down. There are so many tanks here. And at this point, okay, there are DTs on the other side that will kill this tank. At this point, Masa's just going to pull the SCVs. And yes, this is obnoxious. Masa cannot mine anymore. But I don't see a world where this breaks this. There are so many tanks. We have bunkers. We have a Marine for a SimCity. More missile turrets going forward. So he's just going to abandon the position. We got a base trade. I love this so much, Steadfast.
It's such a smart decision from Disc, and he gets out early with a ton of probes. This is so smart in this scenario. He knows that he cannot really break the position, and he will continue to wreck the, infrastructure of Masa. Funnily enough, Masa is actually mining with a couple of SCVs right now. But this is the full-on Clown Fiesta. Disc has enough money to rebuild a Nexus. Masa does need to move his command center. He will do so now, but he has been late to do so. I think he needs to build on... Oh, man, actually, this is really complicated. Because he doesn't have any detection, Masa, that is. Not mobile detection, at least. He will kill this Dark Shrine, obviously. Disc, I would love to see him build like a robotics facility or something with his cybernetics core, with his money, build some tech on the map before you lose that cyber core.
Yeah, Masa does not have enough money. Yeah, no, okay, he only has 1 bunker remaining. So he's going to get this command center onto the other side. The Stalker will not chase it down. The one thing I was worried about was like the command center getting kind of burning or something and Masa not having enough, but even with the bunkers all getting salvaged, he does not really have enough money to build another command center here, which is fine. It's going to find its way onto the other side, and Masa, it seems like he's going to take... Okay, this is... I thought he was going to maybe try to remine, but instead he's just going to go try to kill his opponent. He's going to get the command center down. There are going to be 4 scans in that, and then there are just not enough DTs here, so command center, it's going to land at the perfect time. These DTs, they have to run. They cannot take this fight.
No, they cannot, and we are going to see the scan coming on down. A nice hot pickup there from Disc, and he blinks this Stalker back. But with the command center having a full complement of energy, there's still 3 more scans. Shield batteries are going to fall. Disc, it was a brilliant decision. He's going to play Nomad Protoss, but it might be more of a UMAD Protoss, because this is not a comfy situation for him at all. Scan is going to come down. Oh, he manages to keep the DTs alive. Okay, those DTs are his only lifeline in this game.
And hold on, like the win condition here for Disc is
he loses one.
Okay, but he thought that the scan was going to time out, right? The command center's up on the map. Disc was not ready for it.
Oh,
that's another. There are 2 scans. Well, 1.5 scans. But he's mining again. Now we don't have an eBay, right? It's just these missile turrets. But if you can mine,
he knows.
Immediate immediate eBay going down. It's the most important thing.
It absolutely is. Disc needs to force out these scans. So, like now, but he can't. And even the missile turret will provide a little bit of detection in the mineral line. That's so much damage on the War Prism. Disc has rebuilt the Nexus. It is mining. And Masa, well, he knows where it is. He checked on it. He is making all the right moves in all the right places. Disc rebuilding 3 gateways here, which is great. But he's going to be forced to stop mining again. 7 probes go down. He's got another base coming up on the top side. And Masa, with this missile turret coming up now, he is going to be secured in his mining. He needs to build depot. He needs to get back up and running in terms of actual production. But he has certainly done everything he needs to do. And if this DT goes down, it's game over.
Man, Disc saw the turret move. He's like, okay, the tank sees this. It's about to shoot. We got to pick up and go away. We're going to see Masa slow push missile turrets into this base, aren't we? Like, we're going to see him slow push missile turrets across the map, which I don't know that is necessarily the best play. You feel like from a tech perspective, like he can just kind of take this game normal, but if you want to end the game right now, it seems pretty solid.
Yeah, I think it's a great decision. Build a missile turret on the low ground, and all of a sudden then your tanks are actually in position to siege the Nexus. And at this point, we got a couple of adepts on the right side. Those are the ones from earlier. Probes are going to get pulled away. Masa will find a couple more probes on this base, and that nearly evens the worker count. Masa has made some great decisions in this situation. The DT is going to go down. Oh, there's no way to rebuild DTs. That's it for the Dark Templar. There are still 4 siege tanks on the field. No cybernetics core. Oh, no, there is a cybernetics core. He's rebuilt it. Okay, so he actually can make tech units. However, he doesn't have any gas mining. Disc, that is.
Wait, did the Hellion just kill? Yeah, okay, that's so. One of the things, I saw this happen. It's like, okay, Hellions, Masa's building whatever he can. He doesn't have a lot of money right now. He built a couple Hellions, and he just got 10 probes in Disc's base. So suddenly, you talk about equalizing the worker count. Disc is on, well, he was on like 12 probes for a second. His economy already shattered is even worse. And these random units that Masa can make at this point, they are so impactful because it's Blink Stalkers are great dead fast, but when you have this number of tanks, when you have such a solid defensive alignment, life becomes very, very difficult. It's so hard for Disc to push into. And he continues to add missile turrets, but it appears that in this case, oh, Masa, I love you. I love you so much.
He is God. I miss Masa plays. I miss Masa games so much more than I can say. And this has brought me back in time. This is beautiful. You may not like it, but this is what peak performance looks like. Disc just now starting to get some gas mining back up and running, whereas Masa, he is now up to a pretty solid economic setup himself. He's about to be on 2 command centers, third one on the back of the gold base.
This is
God,
the best thing
I
ever.
love it.
Like, what a game, what a series to end our day on, to end the last day of the group stage on. It's like, yeah, you know what? If you showed this to someone, it would, I'm not sure it's recognizably StarCraft, but it is recognizably an absolutely good time as the Hellions going to try to dive in. Once again, there's a shield battery now, so the damage is not going to be quite what it was, but it's a scout, right? It's confirmation of just how much Disc has. I love this stalker positioning, by the way. It's like what Geralt does to Zerg players, except that much more obnoxious because, well, this game is so weird, but the scan kills the stalker, and that does shut down a little bit of the damage, just a tiny bit.
Yeah, it shuts down quite a bit, in fact. Masa gonna start mining from this gold base. So you think that the mad genius of Masa is done after, you know, the start of things. The fact that he takes this gold base in such a ridiculously chaotic game shows how well he understands this game. He knows that this is the kind of game where scouting for Disc is going to be the last thing on his mind. Checking for hidden bases, that's not going to be what you're thinking about. You're never going to be able to tell how many resources a player has or should have at a specific time, so you won't be able to tell that something is missing from their build. So this is the best possible time, in my opinion, to go for a super random hidden base.
Yeah, Steadfast, I love this. This is your most standard game. It's 4-gate Blink against a 2-base Terran. He's got a lot of tanks, so it's going to be hard for the 4-gate to work out. But, you know, Masa is 4 gates.
Oh my God. Look at the gas mining on the simulator on the left side. It's going around the missile turret, around the tank. That has got a long route.
That is, that's a bit of a roundabout. You're a Terran. You don't need gas anyways. What are we talking about here? Oh, look at this, though. So, Warp Prism on the right side. Again, it's been damaged. And I thought we were going to see the Stalkers maybe try to poke it on the left side, but instead, Disc kind of backs up a little bit. He sees the SimCity here. The most he can do. The most he can do is show up on the high ground, but at this point, Masa, he's got 2 factories. He doesn't really need both of them. He's not really... Well, as I say that, he does get... He gets a tech lab on the high ground, so he can build out of this thing if he wants to, but importantly, he's got vision on the high ground. We're not going to see those Stalkers do that obnoxious thing once again. And the Mule Hammer continues. I mean, if we look at the income graph here, Masa, over the last minute or so, minute and a half, he has really started to peak economically.
Yeah, and that's the thing. He knows he's in a better economic spot than his opponent. He has been actively scouting very aggressively. Disc doing a good job with these Stalkers, forces cancel on the barracks, because Masa doesn't have a lot of territory that he controls solidly, and that's the one advantage Disc has, is the mobility. But Masa, he knows that he doesn't need to do anything overly aggressive because his opponent, and he sees it, just now set up this second base for himself. And Disc, I mean, he's done a very nice job from a really tough position, but I still favor Masa's position so much in this scenario. And Masa very soon is going to be on Stim and a bunch of barracks production, whereas, I mean, what does Disc have going for him? He's got Charge done, he's got Blink. Neither player has upgrades because we got to proxy tank scenario well before that could have happened. This game is incredible.
Steadfast, you don't get upgrades. Like, that's not allowed as the Zealots. Ooh, get on top of the tank. And you don't want to lose this. It's destined, it seems almost destined to die. There we go, it will fall. Zealots take some damage. But that's also a pretty solid scout. Right, for Masa, he knows that his opponent has charge now. That will impact how he wants to play the game. As stimming on top of things becomes a little bit more problematic. Now Zealots get on top of this. One tank goes down, but that's so many Zealots in the clutch as well. Disc, I mean, I like the idea. You know the army's on the right side, but he's not able to punch through just yet. We don't have any medevacs here, Steadfast. Every time this bio stims, there's no combat shields, there's no medevacs. They lose so much of their health. Oh, that's force field.
That is a great force field, but there is not enough Zealots to actually really take advantage of it. The Stalkers do get some good value, and the Zealots on the left side do find 13 SCVs. Masa, is he going to be able to hold? The answer is yes. The War Prism tries to drop in from the back, won't be able to escape the missile turret, and the bunker, the few bio units popping out for Masa are going to be enough to deal with this. That looked so good for Disc, but I think Masa was just too far ahead, and now this gold base... Now this is going to make Disc, well, I mean, Disc doesn't even know about it, but it is going to make it so comfortable for Masa to just chill and just wait for Disc and let him come to him.
Yeah, I mean, the supplies here are really starting to tell a horrifying tale. It's 37 army supply to 6. Disc, you know, he has 2 bases. But this one is actually, I really thought this was going to be closer to mining out, but even still, he's got, you know, 2 base minerals, 1 base gas. Masa has that gold. He's had it for a while. He's going to be able to resaturate. You talked about that other base. He's got 4 gas. He can start to build more. He's finally adding medevacs, so Stim doesn't immediately kill his entire army. And it does seem like Disc's adding a Dark Shrine again. Given how many missile turrets there are on the map, I don't know how I feel about that.
I mean, it kind of makes sense. It's been a super nomadic game. Oh, we just saw Disc's vision. It crossed over this gold base. He sees the minerals have been mined out. He's going to start his own Nexus on the other side. Oh. Let's go, full NA.
I love this. Now, okay, so he's sending a couple zealots on the other side. This will eventually get dealt with, but Steadfast, this has paid for itself. It has paid for itself so much. Now, if you're a Terran, you wish you could recall, you can't do that thing. But even still.
Masa, well, okay, here's a DT. There's no scan in the back. Okay, there we go. He does drop it now. DT did get a couple of units. Force fields on the ramp are going to be good. Masa, with a hot pickup, does save these units and will drop them in behind. Disc, I mean, he's fought such a solid delaying action. He's done everything he could. But I don't know if he can hold on any further. Now, if there's no scan, this could be a real problem for Masa. And it seems like there might not be. Another big scan. There we go. Finally clears the DTs. Keeps the tank alive in the back. Disc pops the Guardian Shield. He's microing so nicely. And Masa really having to stim a lot. There's no energy on the medevacs. This is actually going to be the Stalkers doing way better than expected. But the army supplies really do tell the tale. Disc had to give up this base. He does have this gold base that he can now mine from, but Masa has already had his way with it.
Yeah, you said fast. It's a 4-base Terran at 20 minutes. I don't know what you're talking about. But yeah, this was handled so well from Disc. The problem really is that Masa mined out of his gold for forever. He got it. He almost mined out some of the mineral patches. He got so much money out of that one, and now the tanks are starting to fall, yes, but the Widowmine shots are good. And I can't help but wonder what would have happened if Masa had just gotten combat shields. You know, that would have been an extra 20% HP on that army. I think it goes so much better for Masa. And by the way, he's aware that Disc is giving this position up. He sees the so many. This is the game that never ends. You know, something. Tell your friends.
I mean, it might be the game that never ends, but Masa has taken firm control of it at this point, even though there's a gold base mining for Disc. And Masa, he's taken his licks. Disc is not going to be able to deal with this army in the long term. Masa does have this base on the bottom side that is going to be a planetary very shortly. He can mule hammer that. He can send SCVs over. Disc is going to lose more and more production. Now, he is rebuilding it. And I really gotta say, I'm so impressed that Disc has made any fight of this game at all. But Masa, I mean, the supplies really do tell the tale. And there is that combat shield finally coming on in. Masa can just finish off this base in the top side, and he would kill the Dark Shrine as well. But looks like he's focused a little bit more on keeping his own economy alive, or just kind of letting things go the way they will. Regardless, this is a magnificent game. Oh, SCVs are going down. Okay, looks like it was a DT in this base. Yeah, Masa, I mean, he's going to close this one out, almost for sure, but what a game.
Honestly, though, and we have been critical of some players for not fighting to the very last when their lives are on the line. This is not even Disc's last hope. He has another game. This is not the final game. He's not down 0-1 in this do-or-die Sunday match, and he is still fighting so hard. He's going to get a lot of this bio, actually, and a couple medevacs as well. He lost 14 probes, but he does have the Nexus, and I am probably on Jonkoping a little bit here. But, I mean, he is fighting back so hard. And if there was some way that he could crack that Sim City, if there was some way he could get on top of the production, maybe he'd have a shot. But not only has Disc or has Masa been out mining him so hard this game for the last 10 minutes, Disc has lost about 10,000 more resources than his opponent here. So, okay, closer to 7. but it's resources lost that's a problem, and it's the economy that's a problem here. And at this point, I've been making the jokes, but this Terran army looks like a Terran army that we would expect to see in a normal game of StarCraft. The Zealots get really good surface area, though. SCV's pulled on the left side, dealing with a couple Zealots, and finally, in 23 minutes, Masa does prevail, but Steadfast. I mean, I don't think we knew who was going to win that game up until maybe 20 minutes. You know, by the end of it, yeah, fine, it was kind of clear that the Disc was kind of, his fingernails were being slowly pried back from the cliff. But give me more. Give me 2 more of those. Order it up. Like that's how I want to end my Sunday.
That was incredible. That was,
oh man.
Not only was that like one of the most entertaining games of StarCraft you will always see, but the decisions under the gun were actually so ridiculously good, specifically, especially from Disc, because he was the one who was really in a tougher position in that scenario. Both of them just doing an amazing job under the gun, constantly making great decisions. I mean, you gotta, it's hard not to be romantic about StarCraft, you know?
Yeah, it's funny. I'm sitting here, and when I talk about casting, you know, you can talk about, okay, I've cast for 20 hours this weekend or whatever it is. My voice is getting tired, whatever. The one thing you don't ever think about is like your cheeks hurting because you've been smiling so much for like the last 20 minutes. Like that was so much fun. And we get more of it. Ancient Cistern is map 2. It's a bigger map. It's a map that I was going to say maybe we don't get a proxy, but this is Masa. Who knows? Disc might try to get a little bit of revenge there. Show us something a little bit funky. Like, look, Masa, you can do something. You can proxy your tanks. I can do something too. But that all remains to be seen because Steadfast, the best news, the most exciting news, the most wonderful news that we could ever find is the fact that game number 2 is here. We had utter chaos, insanity in map 1 and game 2. Hopefully, we're going to get the same. In the bottom left, oh man, he fought so hard here in game number 1. Let's see him take it to game 3. It's Disc.
And his opponent spawning up at the top right, coming in with something funky once more. It is Psystorm Gaming's Masa.
Steadfast, I know how that game could have been better. We could have drawn. That would have been nice. But for now, talked about, okay, it's a bigger map. Do we see Masa proxy 2 times in a row? The answer is very clearly and indisputably yes. That is a barracks on the map. And Masa, well, he's got some aggressive options on the mind.
Yeah, he certainly does. And this was actually, he cut a worker to get this out on the map a little bit faster. I think it was a 13 depot. But this is regardless a very, very funky thing. And as Disc, you got to be thinking like, oh my, are you kidding me? Like again? We're doing this again?
Again?
And he does scout this time. He didn't see it coming last time. It already had done a little bit of damage. Even though Masa lost the Reaper, it already made things uncomfortable for Disc. And then the game obviously just spiraled wildly out of control. Both players made great decisions with so little information. I'm just really excited for game number 2. I feel like a kid in a candy store.
I almost don't want to cast this because I just want to like stare at the production tab and say, okay, Masa, what are you doing next? You got a factory on the way in your main base. Is it going to be Tech Lab? It's going to be a reactor coming out of this proxy barracks. And this SCV seems like it's up to no good. I do not believe this SCV is just scouting around looking for something. He's going to proxy a second factory. Okay.
Go!
What question, though, as we look at this game, is it tanks? Is that what we're going to see once again? There's not a ramp in the natural that you can look to have used, but there wasn't a ramp on map 1 either. This seems like it's the exact same build.
I think it is. And I mean, why wouldn't you? Your opponent went for basically the best response to it. And you won anyways. Like, I don't know. I actually really like the decision from Masa to go for this again, because who would ever expect this twice in a row? Now, Disc will see the reactor barracks. That is already such a huge tell. That is already such a huge tell that it is probably going to be something... Well, it is going to be a one-base build for sure. And we already see Disc setting up a shield battery in the main, shield battery in the natural. And I think we might see a quicker robo maybe. Honestly, if it was DTs again, okay, yeah, DTs can be very good. But at the same time, Masa was already really dialed in against that.
He's going to scout it. Like, there's a Reaper in the main. He's going to see this Dark Shrine immediately, so we should see eBay go down really quickly. He knows what he needs to defend. And by the way, we said this is the exact same build. It's a little different. I want to say there was no reactor on the barracks last time. Not quite as many Marines. So Masa this time, he's going to hit with slightly less tanks. I want to say the Tech Lab came down a little bit later based on this. I think he's maybe only going to hit with 2. But he's going to have like 6 to 8 Marines on top of this thing. And that maybe, I'm not sure how I feel about it in terms of whether it has more or less punch, but it's a slightly different look. And already the SCV is going across here as well. And a depth shades in, but it just takes some damage from the tank. Although tank needs to, there we go. Tank does make the rally happen. And this, okay, so Widowmine takes some damage here. The tank stooges up a little bit further back. Disc is doing a really good job of buying time. And more importantly, he's buying space.
Ooh. He is, but unfortunately for him, he built 2 shield batteries very far forward, lost one, canceled one, lost the other, and that is really far from optimal. He will get this Widowmine, which is actually a really nice pick off there. Bunker is not yet complete. Masa's got to be careful with the Marines. Battery overcharge is making these Stalkers able to fight through the tanks. However, you can't fight through this many tanks. That's actually a lot of damage coming on in. Now the missile turret completes. The DTs are not going to get the job done. Disc is going to lose this pylon, which means the 2 shield batteries will depower. And Masa's doing it again.
There's no counterattack. Like, game 1, Masa won because he got a bunch, depths, and then I think eventually DTs and Stalkers and things into Masa's main. He forced it into a base trade. He said, "This is okay, we're gonna take this game super late." This time, there is no escaping this. There are so many siege tanks here, and DT runs forward, and you know, it will delay this missile turret, but there's a scan there. It's a dead DT, and now tanks are into the natural. They're not even bothering to siege steadfast. They say, come on, tank me, take this fight. But there is no fight that Disc will be able to take in this game. This natural, this Nexus is dead. Disc, luckily, will not get supply blocked, and I love how safe Masa is playing here. He's got a missile turret on the other side. He's got a tank. He's keeping it at home. He says, you do not get to do to me in game 2 what you did in game 1. This game does not go 23 minutes. I'm going to end it right now.
Yeah, and it's a lot easier to leapfrog the missile turrets in this situation, because if you can get a missile turret right here, on this little square beside the mineral patches, that's going to let you threaten the main Nexus and completely breach the main ramp. This is feeling like the noose is tightening here on poor Disc. Charge is going to complete though, and that actually, hang on, Charge is going to be so good against this.
I didn't think the Zealots were going to be able to get down the ramp. I assumed Masa was going to plug it, but no, the Zealots, they get on top of every single tank, and yeah, suddenly this natural contained is not... It's not contained anymore. There are a couple tanks back here, but it's only the one. So Disc breaks out. He gets 4 tanks. Masa is going to have to go home. Masa, that factory cannot be there, Masa. That's not allowed. That's unacceptable.
Disc, of course, does see it, but he says, no, I've killed enough of your army that I can now counterattack. Masa, though, will be able to limp these 2 tanks home. They are very slow relative to the charge lots, but when you get a head start like this, it is going to be enough. Now, we will... Oh, okay, I was going to say, as long as he lifts the depot, it'll be fine. We will still see this being fine as long as he repairs. Disc... Oh, no, the Zealots! Oh, they just ran right in. That's 3 tanks. Oh, that's 5 Zealots that he's going to lose right here. And that is because he was paying attention to the Widowmine on the other side of the map. Widowmine will get denied, but losing all those Zealots like that in a game like this is not what you need.
And okay, the DTs will finally deal with this factory. You got to feel like Masa's going to take it home, but I guess it is scouting, and you don't really want 2 factories anyways, not as we go on. So Masa's got 1 base part 2 on this right now. As I say that, not paying attention to the production tab as much. Command center is on the way, so Masa getting that natural down eventually. But I want to ask you about this. I was going to say, how do you feel about this Raven play? Because that is an interesting decision. Doesn't require supply nearly as much power as, say, a Liberator, but there are DTs on the way, or on the map. So that keeps Masa so safe. What am I even saying? I do think it's interesting he's sending it across the map, though. You know?
No, I think it's good because he's got the turrets at home.
That's
he
fair.
doesn't need to expand just yet. He can't expand just yet. And I mean, the auto turrets still do a ton of damage. We'll be able to grab one probe, forces a little bit of lost mining time. No, I think this is a great decision. If he, you know, couldn't expand because the DT was on his natural and he was trying to expand at this moment, I wouldn't be the biggest fan. And in fact, I do think I'd like to see him bring it back home. But regardless, well, actually, no. I mean, I really do want to see him actually bring it back home.
I mean, Steadfast, you know the play. You slow push missile turrets down into the natural, and that deals with the DTs. I mean, this has shown us that this is the standard way you play this game, but the Raven is doing a good job, right? It's gotten, what is that, 3 kills. It's killed 3 probes. It's forced maybe a little bit of lost mining time, but there we go. Okay, finally, Masa is bringing this home. And can you believe that Disc is taking, like, that we are seeing a 3-base Protoss versus a 2-base Terran based on how this game started?
It's amazing. I love that this is happening again. It's actually, it's just so awesome. We're just so lucky to have this happen. It is super fun. Disc gonna try and zoom away from the units of Masa, but it's not gonna happen. Now, in terms of the game state, this is still a gigantic lead for Masa. There is no doubt of that. And the reasoning is not the supply, not the workers, although that's already nice for Masa, as he is, well, he does need to transfer some SCVs down to the natural. But the, Liberator actually in the natural is going to find some damage. Even gets a sentry, as well as a 5th probe. Nice target fire to get the maximum value. The big advantage is stim, combat shields, and the infrastructure.
Although,
stim and +1.
Like, you would expect combat shields to be done. There are plenty of attack labs on those barracks. Tim's been done for a while. Masa just seems to not like combat shields. We saw that happen in game 1. Oh, no, Disc. Oh, well, you know, benefit, it's not like there are a ton of probes there, but it's still 6 probes going down and into the natural.
No.
No. Oh, man, just when he'd like, I'm not going to say, Disc was not in a good spot. Like, but at least he had the semblance of having an economy. He had 3 Nexi. You're like, okay, maybe he's going to be able to bring himself back into that. But just when you bring yourself economically back into a game, losing 11 SC or 11 Pro Steadfast, that's not really a recipe for success.
No, it is not. And Disc is doing about the only thing that could have any chance of bringing him back in this game, and that is going to be Storm. The other option might be Disruptors, but I don't even think he has the economy to afford it. Storm is something that you can potentially get some work done, but the Widow Mine drop again finds so many probes. He unburrows 2 of them, reburrows the other one. Will get a little too greedy. Probably should have just taken the last probe he could get, but still 8 more probes going down. Masa is about to be on... Oh, he actually canceled +1 armor to get +2 ground infantry weapons instead. But Masa's about to be on stim, combat shields, +1, no concussive shells. But the number of Marines he has is going to be staggering. Now, the one thing I will say is he is not building any Marauders. And High Templar with Storm can rock Marines.
Yeah, that we saw this happen yesterday in the Vindicta PaddyMac series where you're like, there's a Terran army. There are a lot of Marines there. And then you blink and there's no longer a Terran army. There's no longer a lot of Marines. And he's pulling SCVs into Storm. And is this a good situation for Disc? Still absolutely not. He's literally down double the army supply as the Widowmine drop continues to deny mine and continues to find value here. But if there was ever an army to beat this really horrible situation that you find yourself in, it is 3 Storms. Like, that is kind of the one shot. So they're in the Warp Prism. Steadfast, let's see what they can get done.
Oh, that's a good Storm to start off, but the 3 Storms together, they are not enough. Archons, can they win the day? The Widowmines have all fired their shots. It's about the best fight Disc could have asked for, but there's still siege tanks. There's still +1. There's about to be +2. The Marines are, they're struggling a little bit against the Archons, and now the Zealots will get in on top of the tanks, but Disc does not have the numbers. He simply cannot deal with what Masa has, and Masa comes in with 2 proxy tank builds in a row and stuns his fellow countrymen.
Oh, Steadfast, you can see this. I'm grinning from ear to ear. This was, what a way to end our Sunday, right? Like, Oh, wait, never mind. I thought Masa just said Raffle in chat, but that was from a joke Disc made in the lobby after game 1. He's not that bad. What a massacre. Like, this is just pure Masa. We weren't sure what we were going to see going into this series. Is Masa in shape? How's he looking? But this is exactly what I wanted. What a way to just... We don't have StarCraft on the ESL channel. There's no ESL Masters until Wednesday when European playoffs start, but what a just wonderful thing to just sit on and chew on and enjoy over the next couple days. We could have very easily had a standard series, and that would have been very nice, Steadfast. But this one just, it hits me in all the right ways.
Magnifico, chef's kiss, beautiful game, absolute mess, and I love it so much. These are the games that get your blood pumping. They're all over the place. Oh my god, I love it. And you know what? I just messaged Masta. I just said, "Hey, that was awesome, dude." And he said, because I said in the chat, I was like, "All right, I want to see that again." And he was like, "Ha, you said to do it again. Props to you."
I feel like taking build order advice from casters is almost unfair, Steadfast. So can we investigate Masa for, game integrity issues? Paying attention to what the caster said is clearly unacceptable. What, now, well, actually, I guess regardless of that, Masa now owes you some percentage of his prize earnings for the playoffs, whatever happens.
You know what? I'll take it in the form of the entertainment he provided. And I got to say, I think that was worth a lot.
Oh, dude.
Because that was so much fun. He will advance now to the top 8.
Mm-hmm.
And you know what? He is now 2 series away from qualifying for a trip to ESL Jonkoping, the DreamHack Masters Summer.
All right, Steadfast. I love Masa. Those were great games. But don't get ahead of yourself, okay? Like, let's be real here. He runs into... Okay, so, who's qualified right now? We have Kalizer through his TVT is killer. Trigger is this... Every time we see him, he's doing better and better. He took down Special. He got Special, another TVT specialist. I mean, he has actually a solid record against Geralt, so maybe there's that. He can... But he's going to run into... I have to assume he's going to run into someone who is 3-0, 3-1... something like that, and he's not gonna get Cham, who probably he can beat. I don't even know that he gets Scarlet necessarily. It's not gonna be an easy run.
Oh no! I know it's not, but I'm just saying
saying there's a chance.
He is closer than you would think, and that is just so awesome. What a fun day of games, man! It started. Can you believe that Firefly Oriana Game 1 was the same day as this? We have been treated to some amazing games today.
Yeah, I know. We talked about it going into, I want to say maybe the first series of an A, maybe, or ending the Blythe series, where it's like, we were looking forward to this final day, this round 5 of ESL Masters of the Swiss groups, because we knew that it was going to be by far the games with the most parity and with the most to lose. You win this series, you're in the playoffs. You lose, you go home. There are no ifs, ands, and buts about it. And it all happens at once. It's not like a round-robin group stage where, okay, we're day 3 and someone's kind of win or go home. And then it was all going to be clustered on this final incredible day of StarCraft. And I said it then, I'm going to say it again. This new format has delivered in spades. Games matter. And, I mean, okay, so if we're going to count the series, right? You had the Firefly series. Okay, that's the first probably truly incredible one. You had Wayne Acheron. You had... Geralt DNS. You had Strange Bly. That's 5 series right now, right out of 12. You had this series. That's 6. At least half the series, and maybe I'm forgetting 1 or 2 because we've had so much good StarCraft. At least half the series, if they're not Game of the Month category, they're certainly Game of the Week. I mean, they were just so good.
Yeah, we had a draw in Wayne versus Acheron. Wayne should have 2-0'd by all accounts.
Jeez.
But Acheron came in with that sneaky proxy 3-Rax Marine. Obviously, the original 3-Rax did not get the job done. It did better than they'd expected, but it was the hidden Marines after the Roach Ravager counterattack came in that forced the draw, then allowed him to do a funky build in the regame, which he then won the game with. And then even game 3, which was really game 4, was a game that was a lot closer than expected, but I just feel so lucky to get to enjoy all these games. And like you said, I'm a huge fan of what this format has delivered.
Yeah, I'm gonna need a massage though. I need to deal with this cheek pain that I'm dealing with. But if that's the biggest problem I have to deal with today, it's been a very good day, and it has been such a good day, Steadfast. But unfortunately, we don't have playoff matchups to show to you today. That'll be figured out in the next several hours. I assume ESL will tweet about that at ESL SC2. But this also means that while the group stage is done, it's also Steadfast and I, we're done here for the tournament. It's been, I mean, I feel like we're on a broken record here, Steadfast. It's the same thing. This day, this final day of games has been so good. It's been so good. But that also means that there will be no ESL StarCraft or there's EPT Cups, but there will be no ESL StarCraft Masters on Monday. There will be none on Tuesday. And there will be 4 best of 3s on Wednesday. That'll be Europe playoffs. And then Thursday, America start. And then on Friday, you get the whole cohort, Asia, Europe into the Americas, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. It's going to be awesome. And Steadfast, if there was not enough StarCraft, if you say, I want more StarCraft than ESL Masters, well, don't worry, there is, because the GSL finals will be happening on Thursday, depending on what time zone, early morning, afternoon, night. It's going to be the round of 4. It's going to be the finals. It's TVT, which is going to be fun. I think we call it Afrika TVT at this point instead of GOM TVT, but still the same idea. And I'm just looking forward to be a fan at this point. To being a fan. This week of StarCraft that we can look forward to is kind of insane.
Yeah, it's going to be really good. The games, I mean, we talked about the weakness of the previous format where there was just a bloat of number of games. The Swiss format has really made the games matter. And I mean, these games are going to matter even more as we get into the playoffs. The players are going to be preparing for their specific opponent. It's going to be a lot more of mind games. There will be best of 5s instead of best of 3s, so you get to kind of mess around a little bit more with your build orders as well and your build order choices. I'm just generally excited.
And man, we've got so many prep specialists making their way out because of, I guess, the Swiss format as well. You're not playing. I mean, actually, I guess in fairness, you kind of have maybe even less prep, but regardless, we have these prep players. Right, Bly is through, Masa is through with their funky builds, and that means that you give them a little bit of time. You give them a best of 5. Maybe we see something truly special. A deep Bly run that we have not seen in years. Masa doing Masa things and somehow making the finals and qualifying for DreamHack Jonkoping. Whatever the case, I mean, Steadfast, I'm so excited for this coming week. But to get there, we do have to put a pin finally here on our broadcast today. So, Steadfast, we've had you Friday, Saturday, Sunday. If you're gonna have to talk about this entire 2 weeks of StarCraft that we've had, the floor is yours.
Well, I mean, I think today was the best day. Everyone was fighting with so much grit and determination. Players were desperate to make those playoffs. Just an absolute blast. But I think all the games were really cool. We got to see Wayne start off super hot, come inches away from qualifying against 3 of Europe's best, and then get turned around just a little bit. We saw, I mean, it's just been such an exciting setup, and I think the playoffs are going to continue that.
Yeah, I've said it again. I am looking forward to it, but I'm also buying just a little bit of time because we will have our standings, our final standings for you for all regions, and we're going to take a look at that before we are done here today. So we're going to have that thing in just a second. I do want to touch upon what you mentioned, though. I am so in love with Wayne's run. He's always had it. He's always had a chance. He's always been this player that's like, he 2-0s TY, or he takes a map off TY with a 1-1 Roach Max back at TSL a while ago. Like he's had these flashes of brilliance, but to see this sustained power, taking down Showtime, taking down Spirit, putting himself in positions to win, to actually beat Serral. I mean, what a massive come up. But now we do have our standings. They're ready. If we look at Europe here, it is 8 players on into the playoffs. It's 5 Protoss, 4 Terrans, and it's kind of funny seeing them. We have 2 Terrans at the top, 1 at the bottom, and everyone else just kind of, all the Protoss just sitting there right in the middle.
Sorry, that's the Asia standings you're looking at right now, right?
What did I say, Americas?
You said Europe.
Well, we're going to take a look at that in a second, but for now, yes, these are Asia standings.
Yeah, we've got the top 2 players advancing on the 3-0 scoreline. Oliveira and Coffee, the 2 Terrans, and then 5 Protoss players, followed by XY, rounding out the bottom there with that 3-2 scoreline. And it's pretty interesting. We did see some cool players kind of on the rise from this one. SCV coming out of nowhere, doing quite well. Chiaka Nanami also picking up a single series there. Now, the big underperformers, I think MaxEd and I think Rex really underperformed to their expectations. MeomaikA also was very close to qualifying through, I think he was up 2-0 in series and then was unable to qualify right away, and then ended up going 0-3 in no, that's not right. Is that right? Yes, it is. Yeah. He 2-0 Chiaki Nanami, 2-1 Haas, and then went 0-2 versus Coffee, 0-2 versus Jieishi, 0-2 versus XY, unfortunately.
Yeah, and he's been tweeting about it too. He was not happy with results. He's like, oh man, I had so many opportunities, but unfortunately it did not work out. I do also want to say, shout out to Oriana. You talked about these up and coming players, these Chinese players that are showing something. Oriana, kind of same deal. He did impress at times. He's obviously not there yet, but I just love this upsurge of kind of players, of skill, of passion that we're starting to see out of the Chinese region as a result of Oliveira's, of course, his World Championship run. But then when we look at Europe here, of course, there are 2 groups, 32 players going down to 16. I still love the Wayne storyline. I would have loved it even more maybe if he had managed that 3-0, but even still showing us that form. I guess if we look at the kind of the players that don't qualify out of Group A, the only one I guess I'm really surprised about is Geralt. Maybe kind of I would swap Christianer and Geralt in kind of this final grouping, but anything else?
I was a little bit surprised that Battleby was not able to put a little bit more oomph into it. But I mean, that's the thing. It's so tough to keep your mental intact. The big thing that makes this Swiss format better is also what makes it more difficult for the players in a certain sense, because there is so much more pressure on each individual matchup. And I think Battleby had a couple of somethings go wrong in game 1 of his series versus Acheron when he was 1-2. And it really seemed to throw him off to the point where he made a really rough decision in game number 2. And that kind of ended that series a little bit unceremoniously. So I think Battleby is going to be going back to the drawing board. But I think other than that, like you said, probably it's a pretty expected value. Showdown, Geralt, Battleby, Petit Drogo, they were all capable of making it into the next round, but it's such a tough thing to do in Europe.
Yeah, certainly. And Group B, I think much the same. Mana, man, Mana made me sad. He had such a good opportunity to give us, I'm not going to say the upset of the tournament because Wayne had some incredible ones, but taking down MaxPax in a PvP, going up 1-0, having really solid win chances in game 2. How different of a tournament would we be looking at if MaxPax was not there in the playoffs?
Oh, it'd be drastically different. I mean, he is a player that we look at, even with Raynor, with Hero Marine, with Serral, with Clem. We look at him and we know that he has a realistic shot to win this regional. So it would have been a huge upset if he had not made it into the playoffs.
Yeah, certainly. But he did make it in the playoffs regardless. Bly squeaked in with what was truly an awesome series against Strange in our final series in Europe. And now as we look at Americas, we do see that Masa has advanced. He's got that 3-2 score line. And this one, actually, I think this is the region that has held the most surprises to me. Disc is very good. He hit top 4 in the DreamHack Masters North America last season. We could have expected to see even Dicta make a run. Nina always at the top, but of course, a little bit more part-time now. There were a couple players that Disc, I think I very much expected to see in the playoffs. So to not see him there, I can't say that there's anyone I expect that I would pull out of that top 8. But again, maybe a little bit of a surprise.
Yeah. I mean, I think I think that the fact that it's less serious favors players like Masa, like Future, quite a bit more. Even like Cham, I would say. Although Cham, I think, was a favorite to make it through for sure. But I think really the only big surprise is that Disc isn't one of those players. I think Eric could have been a player that could have made some moves. Same with Vindicta. But other than that, once again, it's pretty much expected. I think the big two positive surprises are Kelazur and Trigger. Both of them really coming in with guns ablazing and are able to make it into the playoffs with a 3-0 scoreline, going 12-1 in maps combined. Not you usually combine two players' map scores, but it's very impressive that they were able to do so. And it's really funny because if this is how the seeding works out, we will actually see in the first round of the playoffs Kelazur versus Cham and Trigger versus Masa, which would be quite funny in my opinion, just because we have this fusion of the regions, and then the first rounds for these two players would end up being Canada versus Canada, or North America versus North America, and Latin America versus Latin America.
And those are spicy matchups as well. And yeah, Steadfast, I'm with you. I had Special, Scarlet, and Estrella as the top three. I didn't know who was going to get at 3-0. I didn't know who was going to get at 3-1, but I figured it was some combination of that. And instead, Estrella, he loses a couple series. He's playing on the final day. Scarlet looks kind of vulnerable in her first match before coming back. And in general, I love Turmoil. Give me these results, these series across multiple regions where we are just not, it's not what we expect. I mean, it's just not fun if I say, okay, this is top 8. This is how this is going to go. We're going to figure that out. But that is how the groups are figured out. The brackets will hopefully be released sometime later today, tomorrow. I don't know exactly when that's going to happen. But you should, of course, pay attention to the ESL Twitter, because that is probably where they will be posted before anything else. Maybe Wikipedia. But for now, Steadfast, that is the end of the final day here of our Swiss group stage. It's been awesome games. It's been awesome series. But that also means that we are done. So, Steadfast, thank you so much for joining us. And in general, everyone, thanks so much for joining us here at ESL StarCraft 2 Masters. The playoffs, they start on Wednesday, and it goes through into the weekend. It's going to be fantastic. You should tune in. Have a good time. See you then.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.